Yes, family, wagwan, wagwan, wagwan. We in the building. Yeah, man, before we just give you a little 9 minutes grace and that, let everyone get in and that. But yeah, as you can see, Southside's here, he's ready to go. You get me? Wagwan, South, what you saying?
We're there, man. Today is called Movement Monday. So bring your water.
Water and what? I can't hear you again.
We're going to be sweating a lot today. You're going to keep up with me today. If you can't keep up, the show is going to be recorded on Jedi Online afterwards. Yep. You got to watch back. But yeah, Monday movement, baby. We're going to get cracking. I promise you. Still, I'm excited. Wake up Monday, ready to work out. I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? So, yeah,
I'm on.
8.5 minutes left, my people. Get ready out. Monday movement.
All right.
Judge, you can tell I got my pre-workout in the system.
You got pre-workout, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
Especially for Trilluminati Live, so they better know I'm moving, you know.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, listen. People, them, watch this, yeah. This is a challenge. If you own bad boy socks, make sure you come on. You get me? If you own bad boy socks like me, Judge can't fuck with my sock collection.
Oh, whatever, man. Whatever.
Yeah, show me your socks.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, so you found the same one that I'm using.
Come on, family. Shuffle in. We got 7 minutes, family. Get yourself some water. South, you're not ready for this, man. If your socks ain't don't look like you with go to that bad man, I don't think you got socks, bro. Like what have you got, bro? Yeah. What have you got, bro?
You wait right there. Wait right there.
Hey, are you copying my socks? If anything, you copy my socks.
Bro, what? Head buster, what?
Bro, did you try to copy my socks? If that's what you done, then you're gay, innit? Did you see my socks and be like, oh, they're nice socks. Let me get them as well.
Shades on the beat.
Hey, gents. Hey, gents.
Oh, boo, man. Oh, do you think anyone cares? What's that? I see your Christmas presents, yeah? Your Muslim Christmas presents, yeah. Go on. Yeah! Yeah, back out the room. Hey, hold on. Akhay, you show. Akhay,
Hey,
you showing me
khalas,
that?
Saki. Khalas, man. Khalas. Brother.
Akhay, what are you showing me? Yeah.
I don't do that.
Oh my God.
Khalas.
Oh my God.
Khalas. Yeah? Let me
Yeah.
start talking Arabic Portuguese out here, bro.
Oh my God. Big up Miriam D. Come
Miriam
on.
D.
Yeah, man. Big up Western Goddess, Rafu, Nash Lion.
What? Rika, where you at?
Yeah, Rika there. Rika says she got mummy training with her this morning. I hope
Oh,
she's
I
here.
love it. Big up mommy, man. I love it.
Mary Jen, come on.
Come on. Where's Axel?
KNG, big up. Rika B, I see you there.
Come on.
Sharon Bailey, big up the chest.
That's it.
Let me
3.5 minutes, yo.
Free. Who's coming on to work out with us live?
Radar S.
Yeah, where's the workout gang, man?
Yeah, Khan, if you're ready, jump in. Let's. Yeah. I mark you. Let's go.
In it?
Let's get it popping. Just under 3 minutes.
Just under 3 minutes, man.
Let's go.
All right.
Just under 2 minutes, people. Let's go.
Hey. All right, last minute, man. Come on. You should be standing up, having a little bubble. Hey. Wow.
40 seconds, yo.
Yeah. All right, timing.
Let's go.
It's all about timing. Oh, mate. Right. So, yeah. Anyone else gonna jump on a panel with us? The link is there. Just click that blue header on the top of the chat, and you should be able to just jump straight in.
That's it.
It's in the chat. So hit the link, and you can jump straight in anytime. Right. Boom.
We in. Good morning to everybody. Happy new day. Happy new life. Happy new chance. Happy new opportunity.
Wait.
All right, let's go. Listen, like I said, today's called Movement Monday. Yeah, so it's going to be cardio based. It's going to be heart racing base.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna sweat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we got like 3-4 rounds of some madness. Yeah, to put it simple, we got 3 or 4 rounds of some madness. Minimal rest. Keep up as much as you can. Have your water on deck. Have the phone next to you in case you need to dial an ambulance. Have everything prepared. Yeah. Do not leave the show and just fucking kill it. Yeah. It's Monday, baby. We gonna move, baby. You hear me? So yeah, we ready? We ready to go?
So they asked him why you wearing a mask.
Do you know what? Yeah, my walls have got corona, so I gotta protect myself.
Yeah, I wear it properly then. Don't just wear it on your chin. Pull it up a bit.
No, man. Sorry. Wait. Is it on now?
Right. Take it easy. Hey, remember, Rika's mum is here, you know. Take it easy.
Oh, shit, Rika.
Yeah.
Mommy, if you hear anything silly from me, ignore me. I actually will help you carry your shopping bags if I saw you struggling in the street. I promise.
She's not going to struggle, man. All right, let's go.
All right, go. All right, boom. So what? First one, yeah? We're going to warm up. We're just going to move. Just copy me. We're just going to loosen up. It's a cold morning. Yeah, so just copy me. And then as we get into everything different, you'll hear an explanation from me, innit? Do you know what I mean? So let's go. Happy Monday.
Oh.
Yeah, me. Hey, Jed, you better, you on that all out, bro.
I know, man. You can hear it, yeah?
All right. All right, so just movement, people. Shake your legs, wake up your trains. Wake them up. That's it, let's go. Wake them up.
Big circles.
That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the other way. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. All right, stretch your arms out this way. Put your hand on the back of your elbow and push along. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Same on the other side. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Shake it out. 3, 4, 5. Same with your legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Try and bring your heel to your bottom on that stretch to get an effective stretch. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, people. First load of things, we're going to do 60 seconds of star jumps. Yeah, this is the plan. 60 seconds of star jumps. It will be 30 seconds of steam engines. Don't worry about the names, I'll explain everything. We've got squats, we've got burpees with no jump, we've got superhumans, and we've got planks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one set, just so you don't see the movement, and then we're going to get it popping, yeah?
Right.
Then, can you hear me cool, yeah?
Yeah. It's okay.
Hold on.
We have to improve the sound still, but it's okay.
All right, cool. So work in progress. So right, I'm going to run through it, and then we're going to get busy. So we're going to do 60 seconds of star jumps. Then we're going to do 30 seconds of steam engines, where you bring the elbow to the other knee, the elbow to the other knee, the elbow to the other knee. Then we're going to go into 40 seconds of squats. Everyone knows my favorite squats. Right? Then we're going to go into 40 seconds of burpees.
What's the break in between these? What's the break in between these exercises, sir?
Say that again?
I said, what's the break in between these exercises, sir?
There is no point in between them. We're going to carry on its rounds. So we're going to do all exercises and then rest and then go again. All right?
All right.
Movement Monday, B.
Oh, shit. Okay.
All right. So wait a minute. So then, right. So follow with me, yeah? 60 seconds, starting from now. Star jumps. 3, 2, 1. seconds left. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Well done. I'm going to go straight into the next one. Straight in. Hand on the back of your head. Elbow to your knee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more. 10, 9, 8.
Do you have to touch it, elbow? Do you have to touch it? Do they have to touch?
4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 40 seconds of squats. Seconds left.
Straight back.
Let's go.
Keep your
Straight
fixed
back.
on location on the wall in front of you.
And please remember, if you find the squats difficult, you can always use your sofa.
Oh yeah, I forgot about them ones.
Yep, 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
Right, that's it. Shake it out. And we're going to go into. Right, we're going to do 10 burpees, no jump. So watch it. From here, into a press up, back up. Into a press up, back up. Into a press up, back up. If you can't do a press up, the simple variation would be on your knees, cross your legs, and press. And then come straight back up and do the movement again. All right? We ready? 3,
Yeah.
2, 1. 1. Three. 4. 5. 4 more. 7. 8. 9. 10. Yeah. Last one of this round is a 30-second plank. I'm going to show you what's possible. On your elbows, nice and straight, forward back. Hold on, 30 seconds. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds. Yeah, we've got a 40-second break. How's everyone feeling? Let me have a look.
Yo. Yeah, I'm there. Shaka break, yeah?
Yeah, 40 seconds. And then we're going to go. That was round 1. We're going to do 2 rounds of that. And then we're going to move on to the next section of the workout. Yeah.
How long we got?
15 seconds left. Miriam D, don't worry, man. We're not even doing the full burpees yet, y'all. Yeah, right. 5 seconds. Remember, we're going back. We're going back to star jumps. Yeah, Rika, sorry, man. You're telling me take it easy. I know, man, but I got to set a level. And then if you can't keep up, the show will be on Jedi Online. I promise you. 3, 2, 60 seconds to charge up. Let's go.
Shades on the beat.
Halfway. Nice and steady pace. 10 seconds. All right, ready for the next one? Team engines. Remember, shoulder back to your head, elbow to the opposite knee. Let's go. Eight, nine, and we swap it over. Two more. Last one, three more, man. Right, that's it. We're done. We go straight into our 30 seconds of squats. Get ready, people. Feet shoulder width apart. We go like this for balance. Let's go. Seconds. Let's go. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Well done. Well done. Right, burpees. No jump. Miriam B, your turn. Let's go. 3, 4, 5 more. Let's go. 3 more. 2, 1. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Right. We're going to plank. Last one of this round. 30 seconds left.
Oh, yeah, man.
James, you're not working.
I'm working, bro.
You're not working, bro.
No. Oh, I'm working, bro.
Hey, switch your camera on. 5 seconds. 3.
I tell him I'm not working.
All right, this is our 40-second break until the next round. Woo. Big up Born Rich. Big up Mary. Big up KNG. Big up Western. Yeah, man, everyone. I hope you lot are going in. Big up Sharon, Rika, Nash Lion, the whole team, boy. I hope everyone's... Hey, Rika's mummy, man. You're my favorite this morning, I swear to.
Yes, Sharon Bailey.
Yeah, I hope you lot are getting in. Yeah, we've got 15 seconds until we go to the last round. And then we're going to start some other things that's going to get man sweating. If you're anything like me, you're sweating already. Yeah, I know Jez has changed.
I'm clammy. I'm clammy.
Huh?
I'm clammy.
Yeah, clammy. That's why I like to train with a hoodie on that first to get the sweat. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, 5 more seconds. 1 more round of the same thing. I hope I'm doing well. I hope everyone's feeling the vibe. I hope I'm explaining things properly. But yeah, let's get cracking. Star jump, 60 seconds. Let's go.
Shades on the beat.
20 seconds in. Let's go. Halfway there. 20 seconds left. 300. Let's go.
What is that? Daniel there?
Huh?
Daniel L.
Hey. Yeah, hey Dan, you already know, man. 11 o'clock, baby. We're going in. Let's go.
Come on. 5, 6,
7, 8,
8,
9,
9,
10.
10,
Keep it up. Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9, 10.
10.
That's it. Well done. Squats. Let's go. 40 seconds. Hey, Jed, let's go. Halfway there. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Whew, right, burpees, no jump. 10 of them. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Jed, why you can't keep going off on burpees, bro?
I'm working.
2.
Come on, Miriam.
3.
Come on, Yogi. Get involved.
4. Let's go. 5 more. 4. 3 more.
Come on.
Last 2. Let's go.
Woo. Oh.
Woo! How we rest.
Oh. What plank?
Hey.
No plank no more.
Hey.
What about the plank?
Plank. We got a plank.
Plank, man.
30 seconds. Let's go.
Come on. I never know if I'm plank.
Core nice and tight. Back nice and straight. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey.
Let's go. Woo. That's
Yeah,
it. 40-second work. 40-second rest. We're gonna go into the second part of the workout. Hey, I'm dripping.
Jada, get away from me, man.
Hear me. Woo. Right, 30-second break. Hey, Jed, stop cheating. Yeah, I hear that still. I hear that.
I ain't cheating, man.
No, Dan. I got fucking Energizer Bunny over here, B. Ain't nothing a cup of coffee can't sort out. You hear me? Right, 10 seconds. All right, the next block, we're gonna go star jumps, toe touches, and all that good stuff. But I'm gonna give you a quick explanation, a quick demonstration, and then we're gonna go in still. You hear me? Let's go. Right. So we're gonna do the movement of skipping. Yeah, so everything like you've got a skipping rope in your hands. We're gonna go for 60 seconds. Yeah. Then we're gonna go into some calf raises, some glute bridges. Yeah, so if you've got a sofa, it's these ones. If not, it's off the floor.
What? Not thrust, just bridges. He's not the same. He's not the same as them.
No, do you know what? Yeah, it's not the same. But we ain't got enough time for me to explain that. I'll explain it at the end still.
Oh.
You get me? And then we're gonna go push-ups. So skipping, calf raises, glute bridges, push-ups. 60 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
I'll be back. I need to go get some shorts.
Yeah. All right, cool. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 60 seconds. Skipping. That's it. 15 seconds in. Keep a nice pace. Keep your breathing regulated. That's it, people. Monday movement, yo. Halfway there. Halfway there. Yes, big up the chat, man. You lot are up, you lot are active. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Right, for the next one, hopefully you lot can see me. You're going to hold on to something and you're going to go on your tiptoes. Then you're going to lower your heel down. Don't let it touch the floor. Come straight back up. Okay? Let's go. 30 seconds. 8, let's go. 15 seconds in. Woo! 10 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. If you don't feel that burn, that's nothing, man. Right, glute bridges. That angle real quick.
Let me mute it so you can explain these.
Yeah. So, glute bridges. If you was here on the last session, we've done it. If not, I want your hands by your side. I want your heels tucked up to your bottom. And then I want you to flick your hips to the ceiling. So it's 1. And just off like the calf raises, don't go all the way down. As soon as you feel your bottom hover above the ground, flick it back up. All right, let's go. 20 seconds. Hey, Jed, Cactus gonna have something to say about this one. Let's go, 10 more seconds. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Right, straight into a push-up position. Remember, don't do a normal push-up like this. Go on your knees, cross your legs, and push up. Chin to the ground. Chin to the ground. Chin to the ground. All right, let's go. 20, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent, guys. Well done, man. Well done. We're going to go into round 2. Right, 10 seconds, guys. Go back into the skipping, followed by the calf raises, glute bridges, push up. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 60 seconds. Let's go. Halfway. Twenty seconds left. Let's go, people. 10 seconds. Let's go. Speed it up. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Straight into calf raises. 20 seconds. Let's go. Remember, on your tiptoes, don't let the heel touch the ground. As soon as it hovers above the ground, go straight back up. 10 seconds left.
Yeah, these ones are the burner.
Woo. Woo. Well done, man. Right, straight into glute bridges. Ooh, that after skipping, my calf's on fire. Right, glute bridges. Let's go. I need a cameraman, boy.
Yeah, you do still.
Yeah. Right, glute bridges. Let's go. 3. Remember, hands by your side, heels tucked into your bottom, flick your hips to the ground. 20 seconds. Let's go.
Yeah, listen, Daniel. Any of you that's got any? Oh, carry on. If you've got a harder variation, if you're at a more advanced level, add your variation that you know that makes it more intense.
Yes, please.
And, yeah, carry on with the pattern, man. You should be doing that anyway. Don't never go easy on yourself.
No.
Excellent.
Yeah, push yourself. 10 seconds left.
I think I have to come down in the morning and film you and Dan, you know?
Yeah, when you're ready, my bro. 100%. Yeah. All right, that's it. Going to push-ups. Remember, the simplified variation is where you keep your knees on the floor, you cross your legs, and you bring your chin to the ground, and you come straight back up. For everyone else that's good with it, hey, if you're really good with it, really good with it, you could do this. Yeah? Yeah?
Oh, wow. Okay, all right.
Yeah? If you're really good, hit me. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Excellent, man. Guys, I hope you're getting it in. I hope you're focused.
Yeah, man.
You get me? Focused. We're gonna go for a rest. We're gonna do another round. Jed, you know how long I got left, bro?
Nah. We've been going for 37 minutes. So I would say we've been going for about 20 something. Cause we gave him 10 minutes, innit?
Alright, then cool.
We've been going for 27 minutes.
Oh, we've been going 27 minutes.
Yeah.
Ah, shit, man. Listen, we extend it by 10 minutes, yeah?
Okay.
Ah, cool, thank you. Alright, so we're gonna go into our last round. Yeah, this one a little bit challenging, but I take my time and explain it if needed. I'll show variations if needed. You hear me? Western Goddess, you want more intense? All right, 5 seconds, we're gonna go into it. So the next one, I'm gonna give you a quick description, yeah? So we're gonna do jumping jacks, but instead of going up, we're gonna go, instead of going to the side, we're gonna go up. Yeah, so legs the same, but hands up this time. Yeah, we're gonna go from there. We're gonna go into something that we call mountain climbers. Yeah, so you go in the push-up position, and you bring your legs up, you bring your knees up. I hope you can see me. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Angles in that. Yeah, so plank. Yeah, push up, knees up. If you could go faster, go for it. If not, go at your own pace. Yeah? That's why we're doing seconds instead of reps today. So you can all just go at your own pace. Alright? Alright, cool. And then after that, we're gonna go into flutter kicks. Yeah? And then by then, we'll be finished. So 10 seconds, people, let's get ready. I'm feeling it.
What, lunchtime?
Yeah. Please, yeah. Thank you, yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, anytime this morning. This week it's fine.
Right, boom. 5 seconds, guys.
Thanks, man.
Arms up.
Sal.
Yo.
Kurt said he's gonna come down and film for us. Anytime.
Just tell me a day, my guy.
Yeah. So we'll get everyone ready, looking good in that.
Say no more. Right, 5 seconds. Alright, let's go. 5 seconds. 4.
Go. What are we doing?
Jumping jacks, but arms up instead of arms out.
Out. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Alright,
let's go, man.
2, 1, let's go.
You like a cheerleader.
Red.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah.
10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it, man. Right, mountain climbers, guys. Mountain climbers. Let's get it. seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Flutter kicks. No rest. Let's go. Keep the core tight. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Ow!
Whoa!
Oh, no.
Hey, Martin. Right, no rest. Straight back in. Last 2
What?
rounds.
Come on!
7, 6, 5, 4,
4,
3, 2,
2.
1. That's it, mountain climbers. Let's go. 20 seconds. 5, 4, 2, 1. Let's go. Straight into flutter kicks. We got one more round after this. Ten seconds.
Just keep your head up.
Yeah. Woo! Yeah, if you keep your head up, you keep your core tighter. All right. 10 seconds. I'm going to allow it. 10 seconds. And we're going straight back in. Last round. Bruh, I got to start doing this workout for you lot, not for me still. Yeah, I hope everyone's catching up nicely. Yes, Bibby, big up, man. Conscious, it looks easy. Get involved, my guy. That's just words. Hear me? Right.
No, she said it looks easy, but it's really not.
Oh, shit, shame. I'm just quick reading. Shame. My bad. You hear me? I big up Axel. My boo-boo let me down this morning. It's cool.
Oh, God.
You hear me? It's all right. Right.
I got something to tell you about your chat life yesterday.
You get me?
Yeah,
All
man.
right, you ready, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 seconds, last round. Monday.
And Chevelle, you better be doing it, you know.
Huh?
Go on, Chevelle. Chevelle talking about she's
Hey,
grateful.
Shivs, you know, my G. Come
I know
on,
you're
let's
grateful
go,
for this
baby.
one.
All right,
Come
let's
on.
go.
What
3,
we doing?
2, 1.
Come on, family.
Let's go. 10 seconds. Let's get it. 3, 2,
1.
1. Let's go, mountain climbers. Ten seconds left. Yeah. Right, flat kicks. Flat kicks. Last round of flat kicks, boy. And we're good. Cool down a little bit. Let's go.
Shades on the
Hey, 2. 10 seconds.
Straighten them legs out, South. Straighten them legs, yeah.
You know I got K legs, man. 3, 2, 1. Hey, let me do my sock dance. Fuck it.
Yeah. Hey, 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 hey.
Hey.
Yeah, boy. I'm just happy it's
Mad thing,
over.
boy. Mad thing.
I'm just happy it's over. I can't lie to you, my dog.
What you saying? We feeling it, people?
Yeah.
We good?
Yeah.
You're
Love that.
sweating today,
So I'm
B.
gonna allow yourself, yeah? I feel like it's your duty to take us through some stretches, you know.
No, but you know what, bro? Man's limited in time, though, Ak.
Yeah.
You get me?
Let's get someone to come on and do the stretches.
Oh, do you know the wickedest thing?
Radar did it.
Put another 10 minutes on the show, bro, and I'll do
it. Okay, well, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because stretches will take 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be taken out of the chunk of the show, innit?
That was amazing stuff. That was amazing.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Let me see what the comments I said. I hope everyone was good with it, man. You hear me? And remember, like, hit up Jeds. Let man know how we could improve. You get me? That this is all a new thing to me, man. If you work for Jeds, I want to be doing these things, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man. Constructive criticism. I'm open for it. Big up Mary. I hope you went in. Big up TT. Nash Lion. Everyone, man. So much love so early in the morning. I get overwhelmed. I swear down. Thank you, guys.
So what we're going to do, can you see the where it says private chat? Can you type your email address? And I'll give it out.
Bear with me.
But also you can follow South on Instagram at South__, yeah? Yeah. So if you type in South__, jeez! Break some bread. Yeah.
King, big up King.
Big up K&G, man. So South__ on Instagram. Hit him up, message him. He's up for consultations. We're going to be starting his Zoom workout soon. So in order to book your place for his Zoom workouts, like different levels, basic, intermediate, and advanced, then hit him up on the Instagram or the email.
Yeah, listen, the email, Trilluminati Fitness at outlook.com. Hit it up. Yeah, we're keeping the brand household in it. So listen,
Trilluminate Fitness. If that's what I remember, Trilluminate Fitness, NATE. I remember that's what you wrote still.
Cool, man. I have to double check that for now.
For now, do the Insta, right?
The Insta, yeah.
And we'll double check it. Yeah, so the Insta is at South__.
Yes, sir.
Please, I give you access to my people. Please don't take the piss. Yeah, please, like, be sensible on that. Like, Gallem, don't keep asking him for pictures in grey jogging bottoms and that. Yeah. Hit him up, man. Yeah, man.
I'm conscious. Listen, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yeah. What I was gonna do was body parts, but what I don't want to do is be unfair, and I know that there's a lack of equipment, so we'll more or less be doing things that get our heart racing. And if we can do body weight workouts, I'll definitely be putting them in. Yeah. On the next episode, you will have to get out your pots and pans still. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man. Big up K&G, showing the most love.
Our next workout is on
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Same time. Wednesday 9 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, my bro.
Wednesday 10 to 9.
10 to 9. Yeah, if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, because you want to finish at 10, right?
10 to 9.
And we want that extra 10 minutes for the stretch.
Yeah. That's perfect. That's perfect.
8:50, 10 to 9. And it makes people
doing the stretches with you lot is gonna help me, because I don't freaking stretch.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, man.
But yeah, big up, man. I hope everyone had a good time. Yeah. And now we're literally gonna go eat breakfast, link down on the ends, and bang out a friggin' push-up session still.
Nice. Chest and back, yeah?
Chest and back, you know, okay? If you don't have chest like me, you can't write. And if you don't have chest for the pecs, you can't get no sex. And if you don't have chest for the pecs, you can't flex.
Put the tits away, mate.
Listen. But yeah, love to everybody. Big up. And I see you Wednesday, bright and early. But you lot just kicked off my Monday morning beautifully, man. Trust me.
Excellent, man. I thank you so much, Southside.
Yes, big up, my bros. Love.
All right. So anyone watching on Jedi Online, this is the time where you need to switch over to Trilluminati Live, because the workout is over. If you need to see the workout again, in its entirety. Catch it on Jedi Online. It is live. I mean, it is active to watch right now. So if you just came in late, go to Jedi Online and you can watch the whole workout uninterrupted, yeah? But for everyone else, stick with us on Trilluminati Live because we're going to carry on with Motivational Monday. Big up man like Southside for coming through and blessing us with that workout, man. Excellent. Yeah. All right, give me a second. Give me a second, family.
Or a spiral, should I believe in Metatron or Archangel Michael? Shiva, the backpack leader of Jesus and his disciples. Is deciphering the meaning even vital? Is there an afterlife or is there final? Is it about charity in the face of calamity? Is my purpose to find a wife and start a family?
Gang, gang, gang. Shut up, man. Yo, Glitch, what go on, fam? Champion Bubbler, come here. Champion Bubbler. Come. Stay with me, man. Yeah. Yeah. What's the family on, man? What's going on? Can't even see shit, man. Yes, Amy, done now, sis. More love, more light, more freedom. Less demons, challenging heathens. Good, good. Justice, reality. Making music, yeah? Soon come studio, man. Don't worry, man. Soon come studio. But yeah, man, you got some bangers. Or you got a banger like the one you sent me, man. I ain't heard no holler for no feature, so I know you don't rate me. You hear me? Come. Jada, come here. Yeah, ain't done no IG live for time still. Let me do another set. Now this ain't the gang brand still. This is like one-off. It's some one-off shit. But soon, I'm sure soon, there's gonna be some gang stuff getting patterned, man. Get me? This is just from the homie. The homie just made it for man. Steppers, hot like peppers. Don't hang with lepers. Jeez. Right, let me do a set. Let me do a set. Health is wealth, motherfuckers. Health is motherfucking wealth. Motherfucking wealth.
I'm missing out. I'll be back though. Trust me. I'll be back. Just waiting for my other phone. Get me? But you know, sometimes you got to take losses to make big wins. Come here. I want to have a feature. You don't know, man. Make that feature fucking happen, mate. Just a quick one to say I appreciate what you do for the people. I big up Billa, man. Come. You lot start running and that, like, really, and screaming, running and screaming. And then Shaka the dog in it. A little bit scatty. Yo, Jada, come here. People be getting shook.
I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. At it again, got me moving like Charles. Raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. Rolling stuff, she don't care about glass. That's what they say and expect us to pay. Pay for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want to separate. Car we come first, I'ma try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in our face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the run. Races coming out the woodworks, coming like set them the one for shy. Cause some of them are even the nuns. Teachers, leaders, all of them are. Whoa, let me not say much, cause I need a piece. I got to scrape up last month's rent. Yeah, it's outrageous. Had us on lockdown, smoking my braids out. Karens and Kevins, all in a space now, saying what they want, cause it's rage when they call up. I don't have the time to think about the small stuff, creating the time for the. I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. At it again, got me moving like Charles. Raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. Rolling stuff, she don't care about class. That's what they say and expect us to pay. Pay for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want to separate. Car we come first, I'ma try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in our face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the run. Races coming out the woodworks, coming like set them the one for shy. Cause some of them are even the nuns. Teachers, leaders, all of them are. Whoa, let me not say much, cause I need a piece. I got to scrape up last month's rent. Yeah, it's outrageous. Had us on lockdown, smoking my braids out. Karens and Kevins, all in a space now, saying what they want, cause it's rage when they call up. I don't have the time to think about the small stuff, creating the time for the mind that's before us. Being on a grind, been mashing the time. See, I ain't on a long thing no more, it's all up in the mind. I need to get mine, gotta put that work in and waste my time. Cause you don't really wanna play if you don't wanna do the time. If it ain't on the schedule, then nigga don't bell me. Cause I got shit to do, trying to get that money, trying to get that Grammy. What have you done? Where have you been? Ain't on agenda when my life ends. Ain't on a lay ting. It's about the strength is what I possess. Finding the flows in the rhymes that will shine. Making the sounds of what's called grime. Setting the trends can make a man sweat. Man says he got bars, so where are they then? It's all about the talk, yet there ain't no sense making bars. It's about commitmentship. We don't slap with this cause we built for this set relationship. Music penmanship, I got bars, so I don't need Mars. Galaxy floor was made for the stars. Bout your man, cause when them move to sneak cards. That'll be all for today. That's the end of the class. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Ain't on a long thing, gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. Ain't on a long thing, gotta get that work. myself running from my daydreams. I can't keep running from myself, and my daydreams is what makes me. Time speaks for me, for me, for me. No, I can't keep running from myself, and my daydreams is what makes me. Time speaks for me, for me, for me. So I keep my eyes open to what I cannot see. Hoping that one day it shall be revealed to the queen I meant to be. Not rushing it, only to find that it's not my time. But I ain't been blessed by the Most High without a part of my life. I've been created to express and allow others to feel, to inspire and require the skills that's meant for the chill. The intoxicated mind only sees what it wants, but the full state of mind forget what it wants and says what it wants. Yeah. I can't keep myself inside. Dreams is what makes me. Time speaks for me, for me, for me. No, I can't keep running from myself inside. Dreams is what makes me. Time speaks for me, for me, for me. For me, yeah, yeah, oh yeah. For me, yeah, oh yeah. See myself running from my daydreams.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit mad, like the way I've written it and that. Do you know where we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea, it just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn a page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn a page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where'd we go from here? Do you know?
Oh yeah, imagine Chevelle singing this bit.
Where we go from here?
It would have been a mad thing. You say remix, Chevelle.
It's the question. I'm just looking for directions. Let's say the blind leads the blind. What's the use to your eyes if everywhere you look there's deception? Designed to walk in perception. The lies get applauded, but the truth gets an awkward reception. Critical thought is a weapon. Well, that's how it feels when you're caught in possession. Won't be a good slave. Ignore the oppression. Got fire in your soul. They call it aggression. They even want us in the morgue or detention. Form of depression or distorted connections. Turn your daughter into a whore with infections. Got your son thinking drug lords is profession. The ones enforcing the laws never mentioned. Judges watching child porn with a morbid obsession. Probably snorting wrong before the court is in session. Where do we go? Where we go from here? Do you know? Where we go from?
Do you know? I can hate you.
Sicko, living in a war zone like it's Baghdad. My ex threw everything I owned in a black bag. I broke a phone, she spat in my boat like I'd have that. I grabbed her by the throat and I spat back. Trying to type a postcode into the sack now, but had nowhere else to go, so I scratched that and just sat there. Looking up at the sky with a blank stare. There's no solid foundations, just sand here. Noisy neighbors, racists and shanks here. Limitations, masons and tanks here. Starvation and slaves to the bank here. I feel skanked here. No. Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say
I got no idea.
I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in the cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? This is going round in circles. This is the matrix. If you're more fearful, leave now.
Do you know? Hey, where we go? Where we go? Do you? Hey, is the question. Hey, that would have been wavy.
I refuse to be subordinate or an ornament. When there's a war on the poor and less fortunate, the black mortality rates are disproportionate. Competing with each other like it was a tournament. While the elite are eating popcorn in the audience, the promises the politician makes are fraudulent. Still we wait for a glorious metamorphosis. Will the underdog ever be victorious? I'm just curious. Where'd we go from here? I've got no idea. Do you know where we go from here? Where we go from here? I've got no idea. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's colder than Moscow, I kinda feel at home where my hops grow. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's colder than Moscow, I kinda feel at home where my hops grow. Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? That nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world's got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. We're living in a cage. This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turn? Progression moves slower than a turn. Yeah, man. You know? Just thinking out loud, man. REDPILLTRILL. Where we go from here, man? Can you give me a map or something, man? Yeah.
All right, last one, and we get to the show.
Yeah. Yo. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the key slangers. Just because I got my head in the book, I'm never puss. With a push, I can jump up a bush and get you smushed, better shush. I'm the wrong one to push, I get cooked. If I give the young good as a look, you get cooked. With the gang, we smell in the air. It's like a push, you know the fam, they never prepared. When they never shook in every man, from everywhere. Yeah, I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. Just because I got my head in the book, I'm never puss. With a whoosh, I could jump out a bush and get you smushed. Better shush, and the wrong one to push, I get you whooped. If I give the young drillers the look, you're getting cooked. With a gang, who you smell in the air is hella push. You know the fam, stay ever prepared. We're never shook, connect with man from everywhere, every hood. Feds prang, they fill up a fair, cause we ain't hooked on their false narratives. Poison and their additives. They paint us as the bad guys, they're the real savages. An empire of vampires and energy scavengers. Descendant of Dracula, infiltrating Africa. Everywhere, every hood, feds prang, they fill up a fair. Feds prang, they fill up a fair, cause we ain't hooked on their false narratives. Poison and their additives. They paint us as the bad guys, they're the real savages. An empire of vampires and energy scavengers. Descendant of Dracula, infiltrating Africa. Colluded with coons, instigated massacres. If goons form platoons, we can flip it like a spatula. Now my thoughts are accurate, my mission is immaculate. I don't need a juju ring, sage or an amulet. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm a home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm a home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. I jump out the shrubbery on bare skullduggery. Man is on some antics and fuckeries. Free the people, fuck the monarchy is my policy. I don't even want no reparations or apologies. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. The vaccines, the poisons, taxes are robberies. Fat cats relax and leave us trapped in the poverty. Pigs on the pavement, rats in the pocket. Help an old lady cross the road, cause that's how I am. If he's your bro, he's my bro. I treat him like his fam. If I got it and you need it, holler me. I'm the man, ever double cost me. I leave you bleeding where you stand, leave you bleeding where you sit, leave you bleeding where you lay. Know some greasy geezers that don't need a reason anyway. They be beating heaters any season. Man, I let it spray. Beefing for my freedom. So the heathen, I will never change. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer.
Dog, I'm good with these books and I'm good with the crooks. I smoke weed with shush and count peas with shush. So if I lean to the side and I jump on my phone, it could be to get him my knowledge or get him hit with the whoosh. We don't part with them faggots cause they wuss. Never been hit with a package I couldn't push. If we couldn't make it then me and mine talks. Come from a manner where you could dead overlooks. Close my eyes and I see heaven. Trap house seniors earn their keep, dog, they put in more than the tenants. Tenants spend on smokes and tenants. They consume more kestrel than this whip do petrol, dog. Life's no bitch, she's a queen, she'll test you. Blessed everywhere, my energy's ancestral. But my path, it might not be the best route, but I do what I do, couldn't care what the rest do.
I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer.
Hey. Look, books, bro. Come on. Mug. Yeah.
No, man, pick up my books. I'll pick up my books, bruv.
Yes, family tree. What's good? What's good? It's your boy Jedi. We in the Ross Clout building. Happy New Day and all that good stuff. Big ups to each and every one of you. Big ups to man like Southside, man like Sai for the workout today. He'll be back on Wednesday at 10 to 9. So make sure you got your water and everything ready. Do you know what I mean? If you like the music videos, lock in with me, man. Get me. Check out my music video channel, Red Pill Trill. Like, type in Red Pill Trill to Google and follow me on everything, or simply just go to the links in the description and you can find out where you can find me. Where you find me, you find the gang. You get me? Big up Chevelle Anderson. Make sure you go and check out her Get That Work freestyle that she dropped on her own channel by her own name. So you can find that and just leave a comment and say Jedi sent you. You get me? Big up the all at SMFY, old type Tods, old type Nay, and everyone in between, old type Mr. 5. You're done now. All the dirty woke, everyone, man, Southside, a lot of them. Get me? Yeah, man, we're here in the building. I got faggots with my name in their mouth already, little faggots. Do you know what I mean? Sorry. And then these little faggots with my name in their mouth, chatting shit. But we're lit over here, man. Can you imagine I had another meeting with Mr. Duvet at this rate? I'd not be able to get the gains in. What are you playing at? Big up Yellow Cactus, man. Hustler's Holy Book is decent. Yeah, I'm not promoting that though still. So yeah, but big ups to them. That's not the book that I was promoting. Shelly. Yo, Scrippy. Well, go on, man. You lot jump on, man. The link is up there. Jump on, man. Come be my friend. I want to talk. Let's start these conversations. I want to be your friend. I want you to be my friend. Will you be my friend? Right, I'm editing that video that they fucked up yesterday. So hopefully that'll be live where the man put the porno. Just damage our eyes with some porno. Like we even the arts for it. They're just like abusing us with porno. Like what the hell? What the hell? Tried to abuse us with porno. We never even answer it. Okay. What we got? It's a really good one. All right, man. Let's see. Let's get into something. Why didn't you do the workout with us, man? Big ups, though. Get it in, man. Or were you going to go do the Jedi Online thing?
I'm 35.
All right. Go ahead.
My issue.
Oh, go on.
Well, go on.
What are you saying, Chefs?
I'm all right. You know, it's been a minute, innit?
Yeah, man. Because you was having some technical difficulties. Have you got a different phone now?
Yeah, I've got a different phone. Can you hear me properly, though? Because I think the headset might be a little bit...
Yeah, I think the headset's a little bit mad, but you can still hear you.
Mad, yeah?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Right, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
All right, well, yeah, rewind it. You can rewind or go to Jedi Online and go to the workout. Yeah, and I'm building up a little playlist. So there'll be a few workouts to choose from on that playlist, yeah? It should be about 4 or 5 workouts. Like some I did from a couple of years back in that. But yeah.
How's the sound now, James?
1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, man, it's all right. We can work with this.
All right, cool.
Please. Yo. Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
Cool.
So what's been going on?
Not much, bro. Daya, you get me?
Yeah.
I tried to join. I got 10 minutes of the workout still. Now I know the time frame. I'm going to be there at 9 o'clock on Wednesday still.
Yeah. And if you want, you can just always rewind. Yeah, and do the whole thing. But yeah, that was an intense workout. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I shouldn't say intense, but that got me sweating. That was great. That's a good workout and warm-up. That's a good warm-up before you go to the gym. Before you actually start training. That's a good warm-up. Gets everything sweating and gets you breathing. And do you know what I mean? Nice.
Yeah, man.
I enjoyed that. Mary, how did you enjoy that? How did you like that?
Big up Jed, big up Chevelle. I really
Big up
liked
yourself,
it.
man.
But I did cheat a little bit. Like, you know, when I was getting tired, I was like, all right, let me just like, what was it I was doing? I can't remember, but at one point I was just lifting my knees up and I was like, yeah, that'll do. I'm still moving. I'm still moving.
I know what it was. The wall climbers.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, those ones, boy. I don't know how South was doing it so fast, yeah. But me, you should have seen me there with my 1 step, 2 step, 1 step, 2 step. No, but I can't lie. It's a good introduction. I can't lie. I thought it would have been a lot more, but it's only 3 exercises and the timing's good. I like it. I think it's something that I can go back and watch. Like, and
we're gonna build a
workout.
So let me ask you.
I need it because I was all out of breath like 10 minutes into it. I was lying on the floor dying, going, "Is there 40 seconds up already?" Like, no.
Chevelle, a couple people been asking me, like, your friend Chevelle from the last little live music thing you did, like, is she single? Like, wagwan, like, boom, boom, boom. So I said,
Am I what?
If you're single.
Why you got some high value men out there, Jeds?
Huh?
You got some high value men out there.
She's just laughing after them. Fuck
I hear a story.
Yeah, like what's going on? They're getting laughter. So boy.
No, go on. So what people are trying to find out if I'm single, yeah, I'm single, guys.
Yeah.
You single.
Yeah.
She never said no.
I never said no, you get me.
There is hope yet.
Right. Oh, you get me? Send your requests in, man. Look, Chevelle Anderson on Instagram, hit her up with it. Like, Heavy.
Script, leave me alone, man. Script, man. Yeah. Why are you laughing?
I don't know. Why is she bending up? Like, why you
Do you know what it is? It was very unexpected, yeah, Jed. That's why. That's why. Yeah, but hit me up on _chefs on Instagram, guys. Go check out my new music video, get that work. Any other works I've got out there, transitions, you get me. We got new ish out on Spotify, all streaming platforms as well as Repaired. And this year I'm trying to do more collabs. So Jedi, you don't know, say it in that.
No,
but anybody else, I wanna do something with Shifa. If he rolls up today, I'll chat to him. And what's his name? Randy.
Randy,
I heard you, Randy, and Todd, you lot been doing some works, and I'm loving the sound. Like, and I feel like, man, if me and Randy get in the studio,
that's 100. You. That's you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit up Randy a bit later, man. And I don't know, man. I ain't seen you for a while. Maybe we could studio this weekend or something, man. What you thinking?
Dad, I ain't working this weekend, so it's cool.
Yeah, man. Studio can run still. Studio can run, man. Hey, Scripture, you're funny, man. You're funny. John Stone, big up your chest, man. What the hell are you? You know what? I thought about you today. John Stone, like, you gotta hit me up, man. You gotta hit me up. You gotta message me or something. Cause I've kind of lost my number. So if I got you lot on WhatsApp, please send me just send me a message with your name so I can store your name in, please. Yeah, because I had a little issue with my phone and whatnot. But you know about Kevin Samuels, Chefs?
Pardon?
You ever heard of Kevin Samuels?
Name sounds a bit familiar. Why?
He's on the screen. He's you might know him from a video where he said to the woman.
Yes, I was in your stream that day. I was in your stream that day when you was talking about it with that lady. Something about, and he all I remember him telling her, like, that was your husband. I think that was about that was your husband, like her old man or whatever.
He was cheated on. The one she met in her 20s, like, that was the one you should have married. Mad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about marriage, Chefs?
You got yourself, Zion. Huh?
What do you think about marriage?
Due to my beliefs in Christianity alone, I believe it's a union between yourself and God as well as your partner in it.
I didn't know you were Christian, Chefs.
Yeah, I was brought up in Christianity. I would say I'm still. I won't say I'm following Christianity, but what I would say is that I do have some of its beliefs. However, I'm in that place where a lot of what I thought I knew is being unraveled. So it's a bit, it's a breaking heart situation, if you know what I mean. Because obviously this is your belief from young, and now you're realizing it's got holes in it. So I'm kind of transitioning into more of like a spiritual thing between me and God. And more so than just the text, because as we know, the text has been it's been rewritten so many times. There's things missing, so it's a bit I'm in a funny place right now, but I still believe in marriage, though. I still believe in the union between yourselves and God in it.
So we say no sex before marriage, then good traditional stuff, yeah. Well done.
Nah, not all of that. Not all of that. Nah, not all of that. Otherwise, I'd be a hypocrite, bro. Like, you get me? I'm out here. I would say I'm sexually active in a sense.
What?
I'm out. Shut up. Let me finish. I'm in a sense like I'm not against sexual activity with your partner if you're with. You get me? But I do believe in marriage. Do you know what I mean? And this is the thing. When I say marriage, it doesn't even necessarily have to be in a church. Like, I just mean between you and God in it. You get me? Like, where you've got somebody that is of knowledge of that can bless that union. You get me? If you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, cool.
Let me just double check, because these men are asking if the workout is on Jedi Online. So let me just look. I'm sure it should be there, though.
Yeah, it is there.
It's there, yeah? You looked?
Yeah, I checked a few minutes ago. Yeah,
it's there, family. Yeah. Go ahead. The Trill workout with Southside is there, man.
I told my friend to go and check it out because she said she was going to be there this morning and she wasn't. So I was like, yo, where are you? Like, go and do the thing.
Yeah, go do the thing, man. All right.
Do your thing.
So listen, let's try and bring one person with us for Wednesday, yeah? And you lot, what I really want is to have like 4 or 5 people on the panel as well, working out with the camera on. Come on, family.
No, because I was thinking about it today, and then when I was doing it, I was like, no, because there's boobs everywhere, there's belly everywhere. Like, they ain't seeing that.
Listen, my boobs were this way, that way. It's just doing the jumping jack. Oh my god,
right. That was the one for real.
They were hitting me in my face and everything. God damn, shit.
Secret Amira's gone off to go and get some lotion. At that talk. All right, anyway, let's
I'm so dead.
Right, scripture.
Where you go, Jed?
How you just disappear like that? What about Mary?
I'm good, sis. How are you?
I'm good, man. Don't
nice to have you on the panel.
It's been a while. It's been like months. It's been a long time.
I know.
Still, since I've been here.
Especially when it comes to these Kevin Samuels videos, like we need more female opinion on this. Yeah. And I mean from the real females, not the simps.
Can I ask you a question? What does simp mean? It's been going around for a while now, a couple of months. I've heard it around, but I don't know what the meaning is. What does that mean?
Let Mary Jane give her description of simp, and then I'll go. You get me?
It's when a man is overly desperate and overly sympathetic to a woman, especially on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what? I
have heard it in the internet world more so.
I think the best accurate description for Chevelle, to give Chevelle for a simp, would be simply a mama man. Get me? Simple.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Really? Simple. All right, cool. I got you.
A Myrmidemon, you mean?
Not Myrmidemon.
Myrmidemon.
Myrmidemon. Right, yeah. Mama man. Just like this. We call them anti-washer. We call them just like, them man, they just just do that's always on the girl's side and always, you know, like, fuck's sake, bro. Man up a bit. You know what I mean? Man up.
Yeah.
Mariam says a simp to me is a doormat.
Doormat, yeah, man.
I'm so done.
Doormat, man.
Taking the piss. Oh my God.
Yeah, the clown. Look, the coming out now. Yeah, the clown.
Yeah,
Mama
clown.
You get me? Yeah, man. Them submissive guys. But I mean, yeah. I think the main thing is, but these men simp because they think it's gonna make women like them more. If they're just like always on the woman's side, but it makes a woman. I don't know, man. I don't know because I suppose some women do like simps. A boops. That's another one. Like a boops would kind of be a bit of a simp as well.
Mm-hmm.
Especially.
By accident.
Yeah. Panty washer. Yes, Nash Lion.
Panty washer. I'm so dead.
Defense.
No, wait. You see the whole panty washer situation though, like.
Yeah.
No. Right, cool. So if your girl's sick and that, and she can't obviously. So when you say you're gonna wash her,
wait, is this Nyanifa?
Well, yeah, I know. When you say sick, like what kind of sick?
Like as in obviously, like in a sense where she's in bed, she can't do nothing. You gotta either help her washing them.
Right. How long is she in bed sick though, and how many pairs of like knickers has she actually got to wear? Because you know,
I'm just saying, innit? Like, if your woman can't really do things for herself, is that not something that you do to help her out? Like, you get me? Like,
I mean, like, I tell you what it is, though. Yeah, I tell you with the panty washing thing. More time when I panty washing,
it sounds deep, though.
It sounds mad, doesn't it? It sounds mad. With the panty washing thing, yeah, I'm more saying, I'm not talking about Zanussi or Whirlpool. You know, I'm talking about sink and hand
wash and blue soap.
Yeah, blue soap, hand wash. That's a more kind of hand washing thing.
But I mean, okay, Mary. I don't know about you, but that's something that I do for my man. I'd wash his drawers for him.
Hand wash them.
But
you hand wash them.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Wait, has a man ever hand washed yours?
No.
This is what I'm saying.
But what I'm trying to understand is why though, like, because your face being it. Why can't you wash it too?
You tell us why you washed his and he never washed yours. You tell us.
Well, I haven't said I've washed it, but I'm saying that's what I would do for my man.
You washed it. You have.
I haven't watched it. No. I haven't. Listen, I haven't been in a relationship for 4 years to be able to do that. So there ain't been a
4 years ago. 4 years ago, you washed some drawers. You get me? Come on, man.
Right, how about you, men? You hearing this? Like, she's willing to wash.
Yeah, man.
Come on. Yeah, there's not many women out there that are like that.
If that's my man, no. Let's not front here. If that's my man,
yeah, all women would do that.
I would do that.
Yeah, man. Mary Jane, I know you do that, man. I don't know
why
I
have a laundrette across the road. I would go to the laundrette if the washing machine breaks down.
Oh, come on, guys. No, seriously. Before there was washing machine, we were all washing with our hands. Like back home, you get me? We don't have the luxury, all of us, of having a washing machine. So you got to wash your things then with your hand, innit? If that's my man, why am I scorning my man? His face should be in my pom-pom. So I don't know why he should be scorning my drawers.
Come on. Face.
Right?
Face.
You're in the pom-pom anyway, face is up there, dick is in there, if it can go in there, then why can't your hands wash my drawers? It's not like it's gonna be, you get me? What am I? Why are you scorning me?
The forehead all up in the nani. Come on.
Come on, man.
That's a proper dedicated nyama.
Yes, Nash. Yes, Nash.
With the forehead.
Yes, Nash. You have to, you get me? You have to know where you have to
Nash, yes. Sounds like
eyeball. Yeah, put his eye in the pussy. Yeah,
Nash it out.
Lash it.
I'm so dead.
Oh, what's wrong with you, lot, man? Fix up. Yeah. No, but you're right, though. You're right. I agree. But then, I agree with that part. But then it's like there's some kind of social taboo with the man doing the washing, or like not doing the washing, but actually washing
drawers.
her actual drawers. I don't know what it is. It's a superstition in some countries. In Africa, in some countries, they say if you wash your girl's drawers, she's gonna cheat on you or something, or you're not a man. I don't know. Like, it's actually a superstition.
I don't get it though, because if, again, as I said, if she's not able, but she's been doing this for like a long time, but obviously this is why I said if she's sick in it, just like if my man was sick and he weren't able to get me help himself, whether it be for a while, whatever, and I'm there giving him like his little washes and that, making sure you get me a man's clean, making sure that he's why can't it be looked at the same? And again, I'm not saying to wash her drawers if she can do it herself. In a situation where she's not able to, in a sense, okay, she's bedbound for a while, you know, whether she's had an operation or something, and she can't really do them things. You get me? You ain't got money to pay for a carer and them things. That you're gonna have to look after her. You feel me?
I have to, man.
Yeah. So it's like,
I told them the story. I said I had in the past. I had two partners that have been like incapacitated at some point, and I had to wipe them basically.
Yeah.
And people was like, "Rah, Jedi, that can't believe it." And I'm like, "What? That's my girl. Well, I'm gonna leave her there with a shitty batty that she can't move it."
But this is the thing. It goes back to social construct in the sense of like as parents, we don't teach our boys that this is part of something that they might have to go through. Not necessarily always, but there could be a time in their life where they could be the nurturer. Do you know what I mean? Or the carer for a lot of us look at the female and think, boom, that's something that automatically happens. But for you lot as men, do you know what I mean? Like if that's a situation, like you shouldn't feel emasculated. You shouldn't, like, these are things that you shouldn't feel, but a lot of men would feel that due to the fact that it's not looked at as the norm. So that's why you had a lot of your friends saying, "Rah, how can you do that? Blah blah blah." You get me?
This is the social stigma we're dealing with, though, Shebs. Car, look at your countrymen. Look where your countrymen stay. Yeah, they shame man for everything. Look now.
100%.
Can't sit down upon me head. If a guy try that, she dead. Man's talking about murdering a woman for trying to get some oral sex. Like, fuck hell. That's a bad thing, right?
Yeah, I don't get it. So,
Jimmy, come on, man, guys, man.
But obviously, like, I get it, and I understand. I will respect anybody's thing. However, like, if I'm willing to do something for you, I would hope and pray that you get me. Any partner that I find would be willing to do the same. Like, you feel me?
Well, I think Jungle Jesus is looking for a new wife. So, you know, if you need a panty washer, there's one available.
Oh my god! Hey, someone
trying to make some enemies.
Timestamp this video. Timestamp this video. Timestamp it. Unprovoked attack. Timestamp it.
No, me and Jungle Jesus are done. He sent me divorce papers twice now. We're done.
Swear down.
What happened? What about baby JJ? The chat baby.
What I'm saying, like, I had to get onto CSA, innit?
You know what? We're gonna have him up for this. You know, he thinks he's just gonna be some player, not on my watch, man. We're gonna make him responsible. So, basically, what we do is we might just link you up with someone in the chat and create a chat baby, and this is how it goes. we just put two names together and make a chat baby. Yeah.
So dead.
So Jungle
I think
Jesus.
Chevelle and Nash Lion could make a chat baby.
At one point, Jungle Jesus, had like about 4 wives, and I don't even know what's going on now. It's just a mad thing. It's a mess. You lot are a mess in the chats.
No, you know, Jesus gets jealous when we speak to other men.
That's real to a degree, where he says you do what you do, but it's nothing. That's real to a degree, but when you're with someone, like that shouldn't be the case. Like there is a certain expectation level, otherwise you're kind of going lesser than what you want, right?
What do you mean, like expectation level of what? Of
like if you've been with someone, back to the whole thing, innit? If you've been with someone, and as I was saying, like if I'm with someone, there's a level of care that I would expect back. Do you understand? And he's saying, obviously, don't go in anything with an expectation. I hear that, But if you've been with someone, you would set a level of expectation. Like, well, boom, if this was the case, what would you do then? Because this is what I do for you. Do you feel me? Like, it's just, it's more so back to like, yeah, your
Imagine
union.
being with a man, yeah. Imagine being with a man, and then you fall sick and realize and say, he will just leave you to shit up yourself or something like. Like imagine that, or he's just like, oh, I'll try to call my sisters, or I'll try to call my auntie, and you're like, boy, I don't really want them seeing my bits and that. But yeah, some people are kind of fragile like that. Like, as in, they don't actually. Like for me, I'm an African, innit? I don't know if that means anything to you, but when I say it, I want it to mean. When I say I'm an African, that I want you to know that I've not got like these Western sensibilities. Like,
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
I understand you.
Like, fuck, man. Like, I don't know, man. If your people like, it's mad.
I mean, this is the thing. Each their own. Like, I would, and this is the thing about understanding your partner. If you have an understanding of this person, then certain things you can just that's just not them in it. That's just not something that they're capable of doing. Like okay, like wiping ass is a whole mad thing. I've been a carer. Listen, I've been a carer, so I know what it consists of, and to a degree, not everyone can handle that, and so I would be able to understand that.
But let's be real. One thing I definitely know is that we all got a batty. We've all got a batty. And one thing I definitely know is we've all wiped our own batty. So the concept of actually, because it's not like you like grew in a life where you never had to deal with your own shit.
Yeah.
Now you've been expected to deal with someone else's shit. You deal with shit every day. Some of us a couple times a day. Let's be real. Like, it's just a function. You know, it's a function. We put this squeamishness to it, and I don't know. It dehumanizes us because we think that we're above. Because we shit in some porcelain bowl in a room, we think we're above.
But then switch it, Jeds. Like, can you imagine for that person that's getting? Because as I said, I've been a carer, so I've seen people that they feel a type of way. Do you know what I mean? Because they want to be able to do this themselves. Can you imagine being in a situation where you can't do it? You're having to rely on this person, and they got a problem with it. It's like, right, boom, like I can't win because I can't do it for myself anyway. If I could, I would, type thing, innit? Anybody would. So can you imagine that other person where they're the one that's having their ass wiped by an ex-man or by somebody else, and like that in itself is demoralizing for that person. So you doing it, you shouldn't feel as half as bad as that person. Do you know what I mean? Like,
no, when you put it that way, it's true.
It's real. Like
they probably feel much more embarrassed than you would do, innit?
Exactly. A lot of us don't think about the next
I've never had it done for me though. That's just to be like. I'm not thankful. No, because I'm talking big wicked talk, innit? But like, being on the other side of it, boy,
exactly conscious. Exactly.
That's mad, like, especially if I'm awake, because when it happened to like my partners or partners in the past, twice, they were both in a kind of state of unconsciousness. Hence why they couldn't do it, right. But like for me to be laying there conscious, like we just had a chat, like we just had a chat. I was just on the phone, and then I'm like, oh shit, I need to go. And she's like, I'm gonna go get the wipes. And then what? I gotta cock my leg up. I'm like, what's going on? No,
I'm dead.
Give thanks for my independence, bro.
I had to care for a family member once.
You have to give thanks. You have to give thanks because. Go on, sorry, Marion. Go on.
No, sorry, sis. I was just saying when I cared for a family member once for like. Well, I still kind of care for him, but he was in recovery from an operation, accident, been in a coma for like 8 weeks and that. And he was like really, really ashamed, even asking for help. And he was like determined, no, I can do it all myself. And then I started to realize like clearly you can't, because there was evidence that you couldn't like in the bathroom. So I was like, no, like, Dad, you need to let me help you. Like, you just need to let me help you, or I'm going to have to get a carer in. And he's like, no, I don't want no stranger. So that made him more determined to be able, like, to recover. So he could, that was his one thing. Like, I just want to be able to wipe my own backside, and you can do whatever else for me. So after about 2 weeks, he got that skill back.
Yeah, you gonna fight for that skill, yeah.
But I could see like
This is the
how
thing.
he was so ashamed and so embarrassed for even me as his daughter to be helping him. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a horrible position to be in.
But this is the thing. Even this is the thing. Like when it comes to sickness, there's so many variables, guys. Like and like even that, as you said, like him not wanting somebody else to do it, but then not wanting you to do it, wanting to do it himself, but knowing that he can't. It's a mad place to be in, you know. Like it's actually crazy because some people would rather not be family and be a stranger because you know, boom, after this, I ain't got to see you again, type thing, innit? Like after this amount of time or whatever, and but obviously you got to see your family members again, innit? Like you get me? So it's a bit of a sticky one. Some people would rather family do it because that's what they're used to. Do you know what I mean? And others would rather not. Like it all depends on the person, to be honest.
I think I'd probably prefer a stranger thinking about it.
I see Sniper in the building. I see beef.
Big up family, big up family, big up family.
Yes,
big up
yes,
everyone.
yes.
Uncle Matthew,
What are
one.
you saying?
I'm
Yeah,
good,
man.
you know.
I've been getting texts and phone calls. Yeah. I know someone who calls you unks.
Yeah.
What one? I'm like, what? Who calls me unks?
He said Arts Maku if you know someone called Bricks.
Yeah.
I think it's a Bricks,
That's my little brother. That's my little brother.
Yeah, man, he's dope, man.
He was like, rah. He calls you unks, you know. I had to tell her. I said, bro, did you tell her we family, yeah? You get me?
Yeah, he did.
Man. My little brother, man.
Yeah, man.
I got bare like that, you know that in the ends.
Yeah, of course I do.
But obviously
he lived. It was so funny how you came up. I think it was the music video, you know.
Right.
Or maybe I think it may have been before the music video, but I think I was talking about something and like I brought up your name somehow.
Yeah.
And he was like, "What?" Because obviously we live in the same ends. So
yeah.
I think that's where it started. But
because he used to live in Hornsey like me, innit?
Yeah, small world, bro. Small world.
Jermaine, he's got big family. He's got lots of sisters. You get me? His mom, all of them I know, man.
Oh yeah, Sniper.
Yes, bro.
We I don't know how we got here, but we back to panty washing quickly, yeah.
Oh shit, yeah. I heard Chevelle. Don't worry. Yeah, I heard it. That's a good woman right there.
She's trying to balance up. She's like, yo, what's wrong with you? Like, what? You can't look after your woman? Is she sick? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's the problem? I crumbled straight away. I was like, no, you're right, Chevelle. Like, yeah, obviously, if I had to, like, you know what I mean? But what are you saying?
Goddamn thing, you mad? Yeah, I agree with you with the no, yeah, but Chevelle can do my thing still. You know what I'm saying? Most girls, hey, listen, growing up, my first girlfriend, like 15, 16, I call it puppy love girlfriend. You know the ones they like proper coming, living in my house and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she washed my brief, blood. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and don't let there be any stains in there because she was definitely one to show, man. Like, what's this? What is this? Oh man. Man, I followed through, man. I farted, man. I followed through, man. You remember that time he's cracking jokes and shit? Yeah? Look, skids in your pants, you're a grown-ass man. Look at you. Huh? You're lucky I'm doing this.
It's not a fart. You sharted.
Yeah, sharted. Yeah, that's the one.
Yo, Beefy, is that really you?
No, he came to my house yesterday, man. I was going to tell you, like, yo, he's alive. You get me? He was unwell still.
All right.
He was unwell. He weren't COVID though. That's it.
All
you get
right.
me? I questioned him. I questioned him intensely. You get me? You get me? I was like, what? No, because first I sent him a message saying, what? Man got COVID?
Man said, you look after your woman if it's your bona fide gal. I mean, even if it's not your bona fide gal, if it's someone like, if you could be inside of the woman and you got love for her, then like, I don't know, man.
No, I ain't watching shit.
Just be a human, innit? I hear you still. I hear you.
What type of nonsense?
Hey, I'm a bit dumb like that, man. But
If it's okay, guys, look at it this way, yeah. Okay, we're not talking about ancient times now, yeah. Let's bring it back to now and like the age that we're living in now. There's washing machines, there's other things. You don't have to wash it with your hand. But a whole laundry thing, yeah, make sure you're doing that in it. Because obviously,
that's fine
when we look at the panty washing thing, man, everyone's like, yeah, can't do that. Nee. So like, yeah, but you get me. Look after your girl the same way. You feel me? Like if she can't do it, do the thing. There's washing machine out here. There's laundromats. There's all sorts.
I'm saying, I'm saying the example of not like looking after your woman because you're embarrassed or whatever. I think that's kind of gay. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's like this gay separation between. I don't know. It's weird, but I think like man, I think the people that promote them type of things where you're supposed to feel away about helping the woman, they got man. They ain't got. Get me?
It's true. Yeah, that's actually a real statement, Jedi. And the reason why I can say that is because it's like the social constructs like of what a woman is to what a man is. A lot of men don't realize that as a woman we are different from you lot.
Right.
No, and same vice versa. Like as a female, how we would think, that's where I'm at now. How I'm thinking is not how a man would think. Do you understand? And it's understanding the male species, it's understanding the female species. Like as much as we're humans, we are different in some way. Do you get me? And a lot of us don't take the time out to understand the differences. So we would treat a girl like say she's homeboy. You get me? And we would treat a man like say you get me? Like say he's one of the day ones or one of the gal friend.
If you ride and die, wash brief. Trust me. You get me? They bust bottle over next man's head and they wash man's brief. It is what it is. You get me? I don't know. And then the women in my house, obviously, I never saw none of that. All I saw was the bleach knickers in the bowl, like once the bleach is in there or the biotex or whatever. Do you get me? And they're more or less clean. Do you get it? That's the only thing I would see in the bathroom. I won't see rolled up toilet rolls with tissue inside it and all of that.
No.
I started to get them things there when I started to have other girlfriends when I got older and shit. Do you get it? Or going to check my girl in a woman's hostel kind of thing. Do you get me? Or a woman's housing thing. And then there's period blood on the toilet. So there's lots of different women. Do you get it? Like Chinese, this one, that one, living in the yard. And then you got Yardi, and then you got my gal who was Jamaican as well. Do you get what I'm saying? They weren't having it. Yeah, my sister Claudine, she weren't having it. Yeah? Look at that Chinese gal. I know it's her. Yeah, but them type of things in man's yard. No, man, come on, man.
No.
I used to wash all the clothes. Listen, I used to wash all the clothes, but there's no underwear. You get it? Like my mom's underwear, so I'll be washing my brother's. Do you get what I'm saying? My sister's underwear won't be in there as well. So everything else though must get washed. You get me? We didn't have washing machine early days.
Like, this is the thing. Like in Jamaican social construct, it's like as Jeddah was saying, it's kind of taboo for the man to be seeing your underwear in any type of setting. Like when I was growing up, obviously I grew up with my stepdad, so that's something that my mum made sure. He don't see them things. You get me? And obviously just that, as you said, where it would be in a bucket full of hot water with the soap in there, where it's soaking. That's obviously a different issue, innit? Like that's a different thing. Obviously, that's meant to be stays in the bathroom or whatever. But other than that,
we don't hang them on washing line. Obviously,
your man don't see them like that, just chilling.
Just stay there, the big period knickers, like the big ones. The ones where you tell him not to come round. You know what I'm saying?
Them plain black Primark panties,
big
you know about it. For real.
Talking about. I never knew your mum came round.
But you've got a next woman here. What's this?
An old woman here at that. No, they're mine babes. Ah, shit. Where's Kevin Samuels, man? Bring back Kevin. Bring back Uncle Kevin, man.
Oh no. Someone just came in the chat. If you look in the private chat, you can see someone just sent me something. So let's just have a quick look at it.
That's in regards to yesterday's conversation.
Yeah, let's have a look. Someone
I'd be interested to see this. Yeah.
Shaka, white man for dead. Like, so this.
What?
Let's see. Yeah, apparently this is where he said white man for dead. So let's see what he says, isn't it?
My thing.
Where obviously we've already said it. It's just that one.
What is a person's knowledge and experience actually worth?
Monetization, yeah. Go on, ready.
The fact that what's it called? Europe for Europe and Africa for Africa. But like obviously you've already agreed that if it's just that, then yeah, of course. But if obviously there will be other stuff where people will go into, and obviously if everyone wants to jump on and explain his point, because obviously for me, when I listened to Aaron's argument, Aaron ultimately said that he just wants to trade. You don't want anyone coming in here. You don't want anyone leaving. So I would think that everyone would agree with you really on that point. But I don't know, man.
I do still need to know what James is. Sorry that I keep saying this dumb word, but
I think James's point was just that point. That the fact that you use the word, you use the word black as like a term for them, using the word white as for them for themselves, isn't it? So I think that was just James's point from the girl.
His point is more than that, because there's a moral what do you call it? There's a moral there's something morally abhorrent to the idea of ethno-nationalism to James, and so he's viewing Pan-Africanism as that, right?
I can tell you my experience. Like I'm not obviously I haven't heard people people on the Pan-African side say that they want to go out and kill white people, but I have heard obviously the common statement that white man is the devil, and you know, like what's it called, that if any white man tries to do anything, like, you know what I mean, like it's on in it. But like I've obviously to the idea of going out to kill white people, like nah.
Yeah, but bro, there's people who are not Pan-Africanists who are black who want to kill white people. So like it's not unique to the Pan-African agenda at all.
But the white man for dead still, you know. I'm saying.
I don't think I can believe that though.
That's why I affirm that still, you know.
You don't affirm that.
In a different accent, does it mean it's you?
I've heard Shaka say that. Well, you know, white people will join with us when they need to join with us, innit? So it's not like a thing where I'm actually saying that.
That white man for dead thing,
I'm waiting for James to come back so we can go into the idea.
So then, what do you mean by the white man for dead? Then, if we're not saying the same thing,
the white man for dead, innit? The white man for dead, you know. Like pedophile for dead, you know what I mean? Pedophile for dead still, you know, so white man for dead, you know what I mean?
What? That is mocking it. What's he saying?
That's why James will come and say, "Oh, you see, it sounds like you want to kill."
I just want to say, it's Jedi talking on Trilluminati Live. I just want to say that I condemn Shaka and his comments. I condemn. We got a record.
What?
We got a record to condemn Shaka, yeah? So there you have it.
You can't condemn the condemned.
Yeah.
He deals with African mysticism and all sorts. So
yeah, I know we gotta be careful.
He knows better than us. You get me?
So what do you lot think? Like, anyone got anything to say?
Boy.
So, you think he's gonna explain himself?
Yeah, he's a bad man, innit? He's like a bad voodoo man, and like let's see. You get me?
I said a bad man. What a bad voodoo man.
Yeah, he's more African than African. I'm telling you, bro. The man is like, yo, I'm telling you, another level. You know what I'm saying? You were wrong.
I know, man. He's
serious. From early. You collected from early.
Even the missus is serious. Even Sankofa,
Sankofa, she don't play. Yeah, once he goes into milky eye mode, that is it. Yeah, run for cover, blood. Drinking head time.
Ricky, stop your nonsense. Ricky B said, Shaka speaking, that person was Jamaican.
I'm dead. I'm so dead.
He was being flippant. People saying, joking. Think he was being flippant.
Do you know what, guys? Do you know what I think, guys? Do you know? I think nobody says nothing without like some truth behind it. Like,
okay.
I'm not saying that that's what he wants, but I am saying that to a degree. There's some type of what should I say? Yeah, like they've done us a lot of stuff in it. So yeah, couple of them for dead, yes.
Hold on, man.
I feel like he said it in that way, type thing.
No, he didn't say that.
He should have said couple. He never said no couple though. He just said white man for dead.
No. He never said a couple of them. He never said that. That's what I'm saying. But
then he went on to say something about pedophile, which I think was starting to make this sound even worse now.
Yeah. That part for real.
Yeah.
I was even taking on that part.
Yeah, it's too much.
Okay, Bibi Nana says, I think he was trying to spark a discussion. Trill Twin says, didn't he already explain why he said it? Which he did. Bibi says also he's trying to provoke. People think he's being flippant. He's trolling, says C4. All right. How he dropped it is joke, says man. I mean, if you're a white person, I mean, Mary.
Yep.
Is that jokes? Is it jokes, Mary?
No, it's not jokes. It's not jokes from either side. What the man said yesterday on the video wasn't a fucking joke. So how is that a joke? Like, no one should be saying it. Just because you're entitled to free speech doesn't make it right.
Ooh.
So
you're saying that this is on the ginger guy. Interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly the same thing, and it's exactly what I was thinking yesterday. Like, Jedi, you seen how quiet I was yesterday because I don't like to get into these discussions. But if I have to say it, the man yesterday was wrong. Yeah, freedom of speech or not, what he said was wrong, and what Shaka is saying is wrong. Like about white man for dead. What if I was to say that about the black man? Like, if I was to say that on your platform with a panel of mixed and black people, how would that? How would you feel if I said, "Oh, black people for dead"? Like, hold on. The next thing, the other thing, How do people, white, black, or other, think that? And I'm gonna say my mixed race children. Yeah. How do you think it makes my mixed race children that identify as black and white? How does it make them feel when I'm actively trying to promote black empowerment to them, right? Because obviously I know it's a thing, and I had children who are mixed race, so I have to enable them to have all the knowledge and everything that they need to be able to go forth in this life, So I'm encouraging them to, know their black side and be in touch with that, and they know their culture because obviously black culture is all around us, and they got family and friends who promote that to them, right? But if they're hearing from a black man, white man for dead, how are they going to feel about themselves and their white half?
Yeah, half of myself is dead. Half of myself is dead. I don't know how I feel about that. You got to say,
No, I do hear what you're saying.
He should have said. He should have said.
I understand what you're saying.
But the thing is, if he says the establishment, and we know it's the establishment and the government and all of that for dead, that involves multiple people.
If he said Babylon for dead,
but cool, Babylon is still encompasses black people. Like, you think at the top echelons of this thing, there's no black people.
But who is our enemy? Is our enemy the white person? Or big up Fred. Is our enemy the white person? Is our enemy Babylon and the system?
Babylon and the blood clot, pussy clot, Ross clot system.
Babylon and the system. But you know what? I'm dead.
I keep saying that's where we should unify with all these groups and all of this thing. We should all unify on that. But it seems some want to take some parts of it and ban other parts of it, which don't make sense to me. Ban the monarchy, but you're still supporting the government. Makes no sense.
I'm going to defend Shaka. I know it's not a good position, innit? But I think the statement was made flippantly.
It was made like
No.
like, I don't know, like man,
there was extra confirmation on that.
No, but you know what I mean, Mike. When man say like suck your
Yeah.
It's a flippant statement. You might not even mean to attack a man's mum or go hard on a man's mum, but it's just a flippant statement. You know what I mean? Because
I don't know. If you didn't live in a time of racism like me, you get me, where people were racist around you and still don't have that sentiment. Yeah, I don't know. You get me? I don't want to know where he grew up. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fucking tutty, yeah. And I'm saying there's fucking white people everywhere, bro. It's like,
you know what I think he meant to say? I think he meant to say on some occasions, white people forget.
Yeah, but then again, what's that? What does that mean? What does that mean, though? On some occasions, like what occasion? Tell us.
And then he flipped it to pedophiles.
I don't know, man.
Pedophiles.
It's the comparison was mad still.
Like, the thing is, I've heard this a lot. I've heard it from many people over the years. White man this and white man that, as someone else on that panel was saying. So it's nothing new to hear. And I get that it's not necessarily a personal thing to individual white people. But I still think we just need to be careful because it...
Did he say, oh?
No, he just said, white man for dead.
Okay. Like some? No. White man for dead. That's it. That's the statement. Mad.
Yeah. It's harsh. When you put a full stop on it, when you put a full stop, I don't agree with none of that shit. But I'm just saying, yeah. Obviously,
that is a milky eye moment. No, the milky eye moment. Just take a second to reflect on.
I think my thing is, if we all carry on with these narratives, we carry on with the division and like.
I agree with you,
Well,
Mary.
you're not seeing the bigger picture. That's what it is. You know, like
she does have a point there. Cool. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, she does have a point in the sense where, like, we're not all of us, we know that that's like not going to happen. But if we're saying that as a people we're trying to move forward, we can't be hypocrites to the thing. Yeah, so I hear what she's saying in a sense where it wouldn't be acceptable for a white counterpart to say it. So it shouldn't be acceptable for us.
Yeah, and just like the man on the video yesterday.
Yeah, I do agree with her when it comes to that point. However, obviously there's other variables, but when it comes to just that, I do agree.
Yeah, no, definitely, man. I don't want to start showing hatred, the same hatred we got, innit? If we start displaying that, we're never going nowhere. Remember, we got the most... sorry, sis. What did you say?
Go on. Sorry. No, I was just agreeing with you. Go on.
I was going to say, yeah, remember we got the most hatred on the planet Earth out of any human race. We got hated on. If we give 10% of that, we are no good pieces of shit. You get what I'm trying to show you? We can't give back none of the hate we got. Like, we just have to just hold it, be the better person, rise above all the fuckery, and on occasions, rising above all the fuckery, then flippant statements come out.
I hear that.
I do think though we need to get used to. We do need to get used to the my words are leaving me. We need to get used to being able to pull each other up, and not feel a type of way about it. We can't all be sensitive when obviously, like, if somebody feels a type of way, they're allowed to feel a type of way, and they're allowed to express that. Do you know what I mean? We can't be ignorant. We can't be ignorant to other people's feelings and reasons as to why they feel the way they feel, and also the other side, people say what they want to say, but they may have their reasons. However, I also believe that there's a way of expressing yourself. You can express yourself respectfully, where you do not have to disrespect a next man's argument intentionally anyway.
Obviously, I dipped out. I'm back, and I've been followed by Shaka, Grosler TV, Fred Cole. Big up, nice to have you aboard. So big up. Basically, yesterday we having this convo, great convo, and it was the white man Fidel statement made by Shaka Ra has been brought up. But Shaka Ra was like, "Yo, pull it up, and we can go through it, or I can get challenged, or we can talk about it. I can discuss it." So someone's dropped it on us. Was it you, Shaka?
What do you mean?
Wasn't it Wendy?
Yeah, it says Wendy on the front, but the name was Shaka. I don't know what was going on. I think there's a fake Shaka profile.
Okay.
You made it.
Because it said it was you. Yeah, it was weird. It said it was you. So I don't know what happened there. But anyway, the video is interesting. I didn't even know you dropped it like the way you dropped it. So I'm going to play it again. Mary Jen, big up Mary Jen, the sister here. Even Mary Jen said, last thing I heard her saying was, how do you expect her mixed race children to feel when she hears a black man saying white man for dead? Obviously, because they're half white and that. I think that was a great point. But let me play the video to just refresh our ears, and then we can maybe get to a nice conversation. Let me see, man.
Oh, you used the word. You used the word black as like a term for them, using the word white as for them for themselves, isn't it? So I think that was just James's point from the girl.
His point is more than that, because there's a moral what do you call it? There's a moral there's something morally abhorrent to the idea of ethno-nationalism to James, and so so therefore he's viewing Pan-Africanism as that, right?
I can tell you my experience. Like I'm not obviously I haven't heard people people in the Pan-African side say that they want to go out and kill white people, but I have heard obviously the common statement that white man is the devil, and you know, like what's it called, that if any white man tries to do anything, like, you know what I mean, like it's on in it. But like I'm obviously to the idea of going out to kill white people, like nah.
Yeah, but bro, there's people who are not Pan-Africanists who are black who want to white people. So like it's not unique to the Pan-African.
Sorry, I must have missed the actual statement.
White man for dead still, you know.
I don't think Shaka believes that though.
It's a white man for dead still, you know. That's why I affirm that still, you know.
You don't affirm that.
In a different accent, does it mean it's you?
I've heard Shaka say that. Well, you know, white people will join with us when they need to join with us, innit? So it's not like a thing where it's actually saying that.
That white man for that thing might be boy.
I'm waiting for James to come back so we can go into the idea.
So then, what do you mean by the white man for dead? Then if we're not saying the same thing.
The white man for dead, innit? The white man for dead, you know, like pedophile for dead. You know what I mean? Pedophile for dead, you know. So white man for dead. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna pause it there still.
Oh no, don't pause it. Keep playing.
Go into it more, but I think it's
keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Keep playing it, yeah.
Yeah, keep playing it.
Yeah, give it a chance. Give it a chance.
all right. But I'm saying we can have a conversation based on what's been said here, and then I can play.
No, there's a reason why I'm saying to keep playing it.
I'm gonna play.
So, but that's how it sounds. That's why James will go and come and say, "Oh, you see, it sounds like you want to kill."
It doesn't matter, brother. Do you know why? This is the argument that ethno-nationalists use here,
right?
Political, as an attempt to try and see, to reclaim the moral high ground that they've ceded, yeah. So they can say, but we're doing the same thing, right? You see what I'm saying? It's political, yeah. And evidently, those who have allegiances to this civilization, right, are susceptible to being seduced by the argumentation, yeah. But to try and draw an equivalence between the people that are fighting a liberation agenda and the people that have historically oppressed and are trying to hold on to the spoils of their oppression is fundamentally fraud.
But hold on. But that's why you have to expand it. Obviously, I know it's political because race is a political term. Race is not even something that is actually exists. But in this sense of when we're talking about human beings, but when it comes to white man for dead, is it just for if they were ever to come and
I was being facetious.
Yeah.
At the same time, in the context of the liberation of black people, there have been occasions where the white man for dead, and I'm sure that some of those occasions will be evident in the future.
Will you ever say it for the
Right now, there are
black enemies as well.
Right now, there are scenarios.
Black man for dead, yeah.
What I'm saying is, my brother, that when we're talking about the violence, of European people imposed upon African people, and in some of those instances, it has caused for us to take the life of Europeans. Yeah, that is just a reality. Yeah, that is just a reality, and so
have you taken them? So wait, have you guys actually taken the lives of Europeans? I've never heard that.
Well, I cannot confirm or deny. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah, I'm pausing it there.
Yeah, you can
right? Pausing it there, mate. Right? So you tried to make me get paid to the bit where you said you're being facetious. But you're not building a backdoor with that facetious thing. Right,
Yeah,
so,
man,
so let me say, let me say from the beginning, I'm gonna have to have an advocate hat on until we get like a reliable, opposing view or whatever. Yeah,
that's fine, my brother. Can I just say something though? Yeah.
Yes, please.
The guy who's just jumped on the panel, right, is a known white nationalist. Yeah, nationalist, German white supremacist guy.
This Elron character,
Elron guy, right? He jumped on.
That saying nigger last week.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah,
he jumped on, to address, I'm saying, the conversation, right? He never said anything about what I just said. Yeah, I'm just pointing that out.
He just smoothed right over it.
Yeah, because he went on to what he wanted to talk about in terms of the subject matter that we was actually dealing with. And you can see the title of the show, right? It says, "Are ethno-nationalists and Pan-Africanists two sides of the same coin?"
That's the same coin, right?
Yeah, right. So that's actually the debate that we're having right at that moment in time.
All right. So, I mean, I'm seeing some mad comments in the chat. So, Mary Jen. Sister Mary Jen.
Yo.
Big up. So, yeah, obviously, Shaka, you had some viewpoint. I don't know if you could rehash what you said about the statement, white man for dead. Why you find that problematic? As a white sister.
If I can recall what I said. So what I said is I think that statement is divisive and just in the same sort of sense as what the video that we were watching yesterday with the white guy who was talking about Pakis and blacks and saying that, black man should be under the white man. And then I said, how does this make my mixed race children who identify as black and white, how would this make them feel when they're hearing a black man say, white man for dead?
So yeah, what do you think to that, Shaka? I think it's a question to you.
I know mixed race people, and if they heard me say that, they wouldn't have a problem with it. Yeah, especially in the context of the conversation that was being had. And I think there was even mixed race people listening that didn't really take it on like that because they knew it weren't that. So, yes, I can sympathize. Well,
as a white person, I find it very offensive. Just like I found it, what the white guy said yesterday, offensive to the people that he was talking about.
And I think you're entitled to your offense.
So you think it's okay for you to just go around saying these things?
Well, I think that within the culture that I was born and raised into, the term so and so or this and that for dead is relatively regular in relation to banning out certain thing. Yeah, it's equivalent of saying fire burn. If I'm in a dance hall and a man says sound boy for dead, they're not literally saying that they want to kill the sound man opposite them.
Yeah, because that's in a dance, so you can put the context to you're in a dance.
Exactly.
We know what's going on.
Right. So context is important. Yeah. So the conversation that was being had is, are ethno-nats, as in white nationalists and Pan-Africanists, two sides of the same coin. Yes. And me and a brother by the name of James Jones was debating this subject at that particular moment in time. And he was making the argument that both sides use similar argumentation. The brother that you saw me talking to, there are two brothers there, M.A. Brown and Aaron Monselle. Yeah, one was kind of more on my side, the other was kind of more, leaning towards what James Jones was saying. All right. So I was making the point that, but you cannot compare white ethno-nationalism in relation to its violence and its intentional violence towards black people with black people challenging and developing movements to defend themselves against white ethno-nats. Yeah. So the statement was facetious in the context of the conversation because I am saying that these people murder and rape
and pillage black people with impunity, yes, unprovoked. All right. And I'm told, well, this is two sides of the same coin, they're making the same arguments. Yeah. So in the context of the conversation, that's why the statement was made. Because if you're telling me that I'm making the same argument, then I say it go. Yeah. But as was heard, when Brother Aaron once said they wanted clarity on the statement, I said, well, the reality is it was a facetious statement. However, within the context of black people defending themselves against the violence of white people imposed in the name of white supremacy, yes, there have been times when black people have had to take the life of white people. That is a reality. And I think one of the people in the chat said in Jamaica, this was literally a phrase, yeah, collar for collar. People like Paul Bogle, yeah, and Taki, the instruction during the rebellion was to kill all the whites on the island because all the whites were enslavers. That's a reality. So I make no apology for that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, man, thanks for the clarity, bro, man. That was beautiful, that clarity. Because I knew it was a language thing where you could just, it was
man,
like
you're not just caping, man. You're not just caping. So, nah. Man can't get away with just classing a whole colour. Nah, man,
an opinion.
No, he's entitled to his opinion. I may not like it, but he can say what he wants.
I'm not saying
and
you can't say what
express my opinion on it.
Hold on, man. The get along gang and agreement don't create the conversation that's stimulating and actually gets to the bare bones. So someone like Shaka, he needs people that are going to question and probe a little further so that he can drop more jewels or whatever, or he can be exposed as being a charlatan. Either way, like, we gotta have because before he jumped on, a lot of us was like, no, we ain't feeling it. He jumped on and said two words, and it's like, man's like, yeah, fair enough, but no, I'm not having it.
They're resolved.
This is why Shaka was bad.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? Is this Chevelle cousin Nadem cousin?
Yeah. Hey Shaka, how you doing, sweetie?
Long time, innit? Long time. What you saying?
Long time. It's been a while. I didn't want to interrupt, so I just kept my mouth shut for a minute.
It's cool. Bless out yourself.
And you got a viewpoint. You got a viewpoint on White Man for Dead and Shaka Ra's explanation.
I was saying to Mary earlier. I agree with the point that I do. Personally, how it came across to me, first of all, is that it was jokey. It didn't come across like it was something serious. Like you meant it to that degree where you'd go out and kill a man. Mm-hmm. However, I do believe we should be responsible for our words at times, and I feel like if we would have a problem with a white man saying the same thing in a jokey manner, same way how you said it, I'm sure there would be an uproar. And I feel like we shouldn't be hypocrites to the fact that, like we wouldn't like it said about us. So I don't think it should be said about them. However, I don't think it shouldn't be in my head. It shouldn't be interpreted that it's actual, like man's gonna go out and kill someone. But I still believe that that point stands. We shouldn't be hypocrites in knowing that we wouldn't like it for somebody else to say it to us, which there's been a few times, and so therefore we should be mindful about our next man's feelings too. You feel me? That's all I have to say about it, really.
I understand what you're saying.
When it came out, it was just like white man for dead. He didn't say them white man for dead, or he didn't make it.
I said the white man. Yeah. So that's the funny thing. Yeah. So if we were to take it literally, obviously I'm not referring to an individual, right? It's not like when I say the white man, it's not a singular person.
The white man, brother.
That's what I said. I said the white man for dead. Still, I said the white man for dead. Yeah.
Well, white man, not the white man, just white man for dead.
Well, I think to be fair, I think both were said. Yeah, I think both were said. Like, D with the D and without the D. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying?
With the D and without.
But I do want to say in relation to Chevelle's point. Yeah, it's an interesting one because if anybody's familiar with the G Block, yeah, it's an open platform. Anybody can come on there. It's not unusual for people that again are white nationalists, yeah, to come on there and say some outlandish thing. People have cussed out people mother. Yeah, people have have cussed out people ancestry and told them about how they were raped by white people, and that's why they're so, you know what I'm saying, whatever, in the situation here today. And a lot of these statements that I'm referring to seem to have caused far less moderation. Yeah, what's it called? People. Right, do you know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't flagging it up on next people's platform and bringing it here and the interesting thing. One last point, right. The interesting thing here is that the person who is responsible for spreading this information has said some of the most outlandish things. Yeah, was on the platform one time, trying to weaponize the suffering of the Igbo people against me, to create a division between me and another brother. And just the other day, had very disrespectful things to say about the Igbo people when he wanted to get at Jedi. So I can't even take the outrage for the most part seriously, because I know.
Can I say maybe the reason why in a sense it's caused so much uproar is because I'm not being funny to the white counterpart. That's not normal. It's normal for us to hear all of these things when nationalists come on and they want to tell us about our moms, tell us about we're monkeys. It's normal for us to hear that. But for them, it's not normal. And so therefore, automatically there's going to be a problem because they don't normally hear it. I'm not saying that it's right, what you said, but what I am saying is that for them, it's not normal for them to hear Rabom like them for dead. Whereas for us, it's a normal day-to-day thing.
Good morning. Can I make a point?
You know what I mean?
Is this the man who called me a cracker?
Respect.
No,
I just want to make one quick point and then
I'm just saying in general.
That term, man for dead, is not as destructive. There is a term that the British have that is way more destructive than man for dead.
I'm confused.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was talking.
The British have a term called keep calm and carry on. Now, that was a term used by the British Redcoats. There is no more destructive words than keep calm and carry on. And none of y'all have a problem with that. That term was the last term most Africans heard before they were dead by British bullets. So if you're going to say you have a problem with man for dead, you're going to have a problem with keep calm and carry on. You understand me? Because man for dead was a response to keep calm and carry on. You don't know the culture. You're just making these off-the-cuff equivalences, which are not fair.
No, you don't know me. And you put a comment in the chat about, what was it? I have it right here. If you're going to breed with black people, have the decency to know the culture. Shame on you, cracker.
Of course. Have the decency.
How do you know?
I jump on black man cocky, know the culture. If you're going to jump on bunks on black man cocky, know the culture first. That's all I'm saying. Because you're going to breed. And you're going to have a child that is in the culture. And then you're going to come trying to change our culture because you are idiot. And you can't do that.
Wow.
Your pum pum can't change our culture.
But that's...
You have to respect the culture you decide to go have a child with.
Anything. Slow down.
If you go to Africa and they have certain cultures, you have to respect it. And the context of it. No, your job is to learn it.
I don't have
That's your duty. So you can explain it to your black child rather than trying to diffuse your black child.
I don't have a problem with anyone, just like I don't appreciate when anyone else has a problem.
No, I'm not saying you do. No, listen carefully to me.
So why are you calling me a cracker?
I'm not saying you have a black. I'm saying you're ignorantly.
Anything else?
I am saying you're ignorantly breeding with people you don't understand.
You don't.
You're dropping your drawers for people you don't understand. Before you drop your drawers, take the time to go read a book about these people.
How
about that?
How do you know I haven't done that? How do you know I haven't done that?
Because of what you're saying.
With the statement. I
we
still
know
don't
you,
agree with the
you
statement.
couldn't have. And
I still don't agree with the statement.
Yeah.
Well, we don't give a fuck. Fuck you and you don't agree.
Big man.
But your black child is going to have to be
Hello. It was brought to discussion. It was brought to my attention on the panel, and I gave my opinion on it. Okay. Sorry, Chef.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, man.
All I was gonna say is that I'm backing up what Chevelle was saying.
Thank
if
you.
I had a quid for every time I got heard I was a nigger or was a piece of shit or was a scum or should go home, I'd be living in Essex, pool in the house, mansion, the lot. Do you know what I mean? If I had a quid, just £1 for every time I heard something.
I feel that everyone who says it, you know, it's not based in any reality. I think it is mostly a joke thing. Man ain't got the balls to be, you know, carrying out the things they're spewing out their mouth. Secondly, in my culture as an African, that's non-existent. So you say go and read a book and learn people's culture. If you read a book, you would know, or if you asked the person, yeah, they would tell you if those things are admissible or even exist in their culture as a black person. So it's a bit judgmental to say, you get me, you got to go and learn about a black man's culture and or black people's culture, because our culture is various. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And just
100%.
because he's assuming that your partner's from the Caribbean, your partner could be an African man. Then what are you going to say? If it's a Nigerian man, yeah, and you know how Nigerians stay, they have their things is very basic. Do you get what I'm saying? They're not into this that bomber clout, Ross Clark business. Do you get me? We don't do that. So, you know, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like in my culture, we don't have that. White man for dead. There's no white man for dead. There's no white man for dead. Listen. There's no white man for dead. Yeah, but
I know what you're saying.
One second, bruv. Why are you talking when I'm talking?
Man, out against certain racism.
Bruv, why are you talking while I'm talking, fam?
Cool. Do you think?
This ain't G-Block, man. Stop it, man. You get me? You lot need to learn some discipline as well. Just come on here shouting and all sorts and all of that. Well, relax. Well, we're cool though. You've been on there a lot, bro.
I'm just listening to what you're saying, bro.
Relax, man. Fuck is going on? Yeah. Louder music. Everyone's dancing up. Big up South, man. Big up South side. You get me? But yeah, what I'm saying is, yeah, so in my personal opinion, that statement, I don't know, even in West Indian culture that I was immersed in and grew up with, yeah, I didn't hear those things. Do you get me? So I'm finding it very strange. I don't know if everything is still in the Caribbean or is here or whatever. But yeah, I'm not accepting that, bro. You get me? On behalf of my Jamaicans, I'm not accepting that. Do you get it?
Lord, I heard fuck your mum. I heard man for dead. I heard all of that good shit. Yeah, all of that good shit. From I was born, I heard it. Yeah, so that's it, innit?
Yeah, man will say batty man for dead, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've never heard white man for dead.
As I was saying when I was speaking earlier, can you not hear me?
Sorry?
Can you not hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to say earlier before I got interrupted, yeah, that fuck. I'm gonna stop talking. My member will come back. But seriously, guys, we need to have respect for each other.
I am so sick and tired of people like you thinking that our culture must conform to you. I'm sick and tired of people like you who believe that our culture should conform to you.
Yeah,
you joined our culture and decided to have a child in our culture.
Everything is everything. At the second time you cut the sister, you know. Yeah, and I don't think you can air when people are talking.
That's not a sister, man. That's a white
woman.
No. That's the other half of white supremacy talking, man.
You're not listening to me, you know. There's a sister, yeah, and then the other lady that you were talking to, yeah. What I'm saying is when you came on,
as a black woman, because if we cut a black woman, I do apologize.
Yeah, but at the second time, still, you know. So,
yeah. But my reception kind of slow. I don't know what one, but if I do on a outer order, may I be outer order. The reception, may I hear on me I still not buff. So it's like me I try to keep up with the conversation.
Alright, you're on delay, family. Yeah, cool. I got you. Who's speaking now?
Right, all I can say is I don't agree with what everything's saying. I'm very passionate, but going hard at white people ain't really going to necessarily move the debate forward. Do you get what I'm trying to show? I just want to hear
every white person as well.
Yeah, I don't want to do bashing of white people or bashing of black. Let's just hear at each other, hear what each other's got to say. If we don't agree, we don't fucking agree.
I can't hear nobody. All I'm hearing is robot talking. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is somebody talking or can I talk?
Go talk. Go through, big man.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, man. This is not new. Black people then couldn't bring them half-breed youth there in for them culture, you know. Our culture, them pitney they grew up in. Our culture. Recently, European women and European men start really raising their kids. Anyone old enough know that. Just about 20, 30 years ago, it became fashionable for black pitney grew up in a European family and any large numbers. As soon as they breed with one, they used to just come drop the pitney off in our community. These kids have always raised up with us. We're not the ones who have a problem with so-called mixed people. Okay? So this narrative about black people are the intolerant ones, are the ones who are just reckless with words is false. It's false.
My brother, is it not true that most Jamaicans are mixed?
Regin, most people from the not most, a lot of people from the diaspora are so-called mixed.
Right. So how are we quantifying those statements? Do you get it?
Because the difference with us in the diaspora who are mixed, we were not mixed on purpose. We were mixed through rape. These nowadays twice-baked motherfuckers are so-called mixed because they're trying to be political henchmen for white supremacy. Brother, you know in our culture that people have written about the term mixed. They've been trying to create a new mixed group of people as a buffer between black people and white people forever. And these mixed people know they are not going to side with black people.
Look, you got to understand.
It's the same shit happening in South Africa.
Bruh,
white people have been always trying to create a large buffer group of black people that sides with them. This term mixed is a fallacy.
Really?
It's not. They're either black or white. And we know that in reality.
No.
One second.
Have a white mother and a black father. How are they black or white? They are both.
Hold on.
Man, you can talk all you blood clot talk. You're a mixed baby. If the police pull up behind him, trust me, him just in a danger as my black ass.
And you think I don't know that?
You want to talk.
I don't know that. You think I haven't experienced that?
So why you raising him like a white man? Why you raising him like a white? Why you don't raise him to know the culture and know how to protect himself? Do you love that child?
Do you know me?
Hold up,
I hear the shit you saying. I hear the shit you saying.
Do you know me?
How are you going to look at a woman's life and want to be telling her what she's doing from what she's not doing? You're not living in our house, bad man.
How much people may I argue with? How much people may I argue with?
You're bringing up things that are irrelevant.
How much people may I argue with?
You're not living in this woman's house.
Because me I use what the woman come online as reference. Me know her because of the shit what she was saying online. She is void of her culture.
I am what?
So me have to hear everything, forget the context? Do I have to hear everything, forget the context?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Just like when we listen to
that's your opinion.
Video, we listen
that's
to
your
the
opinion.
And the after bit to get the context.
All I'm saying is if you love that little boy you got or little girl, you teach them the culture they're from. You clearly going to teach them the white culture. Please advise them about the other culture and how to stay safe.
Anybody say that?
Because they're going to need to know.
You want to go and listen back to the show before you start coming on and running off your mouth and hear what I had to say? Do you want to read some of the comments about what I said before you came on the show and heard one thing and jumped on and started talking about cracker? You want to go back and listen to it and then come back and have this argument with me?
No, just go and talk. But just know the culture before you talk. You understand? Stop the false equivalency bullshit.
No, this is mad.
You have a responsibility. You when and by the choice of who you decide to breed with, you have entered a cultural war that has been going on for the past 500 years. Do not act ignorant of that. By the choice of dating with or breeding with who you choose to breed with, you have now entered a cultural war. And you cannot act ignorant of that.
My brother, is that every black person's story though? Is slavery every black person's story? Colonization
brother,
is.
Let me ask you a question.
One second. Colonization is, but slavery for every single black person in the diaspora.
No.
What are you talking about?
No, brother.
Okay, what's Windrush? Hold on. What's Windrush? What's getting on a plane yourself and coming to a country? What's that? Where's that in the conversation? Everything seems to be about slavery. You get me? I understand my brothers from the Caribbean are hurt and thing. We're hurt too. You got kidnapped from us.
Brother, do you agree there's different levels of slavery? Can you admit that at least can you admit that besides the name, colonization is another form of slavery? Can you admit that?
Fact.
Okay. So when we say slavery sometimes, we're not trying to play with other black people which level of slavery was hard. I'm not gonna go, oh, I chopped sugarcane, it was harder than picking cotton. I'm not gonna play that game. I'm not gonna go, I was in change, but you were colonized. Brother, we all in slavery. When we're dealing with other black people, I'm not going to go through the levels of slavery because we understand what this shit is.
Yeah, we understand it, but we didn't all experience, bro. We didn't all experience
the experiences vary. Yes, my brother. Yes.
Right. So that's my point. So me as an African, you know what I'm saying? I know my people experience colonization to a certain extent. Do you get it? But it's not always like that. It didn't start like that. We didn't start our civilization and then man come run up on us.
But that was not my argument, brother.
One second. We've been there thousands of years. So if I'm going to teach my child, who mother is from Jamaica, who is of mixed origin, you get it? Like, I can't help that. Do you get it? She's coolie or
brother,
whatever.
are there mixed Africans? Are there Africans who are mixed?
1 second, bruv. 1 second. I got family members from Jamaica who are have Jewish origin in Jamaica. Some from Venezuela, some from Cuba, some from other parts, some other islands. Like, it's a mixture. And then you got Europeans, and then you got Asians, and then you got
can't just say mix, my brother.
One second. And then you got Chinese man. Yeah. So
no, you can't just say mix.
Now, yes, it is a mix, bruv. It's a various mix.
It is a mix, but some of us don't claim that blood clot. Some of us don't claim that mixedness.
Hold on.
It might be there, but me, I know the white man is in my blood, but do I claim it? Oh,
okay,
no.
There you go.
There are some people walking around claiming that white red gene, like, oh, I'm mixed. I'm mixed. So fucking what?
Tell the truth.
So fucking what?
That's it, family. Tell the truth. You got white man in your blood. So don't it sound ironic that you say white man for dead, innit?
But you're missing the cultural context, Marco.
You're
missing the cultural context. Yes, even though we know the rapist bomber wall in our blood, in for dead.
How you know it's rape?
You not get it, do you, Marco?
No, how do you know
the white man didn't go to Africa? Aren't there continental Africans right now walk around with white man blood, Marco?
Yes, and some
are they any less African?
No, there's some is by choice. That's the difference, bro. You only looking at one
angle. And that's the problem we're having. These Negroes who mix by choice are trying to pull the narrative on us who weren't mixed by choice. We not claim the white man bomber G. We're not proud of it. If you know who mixed recently want to claim that shit and be proud of it, fuck no. We not claim it.
Nah, bro. You see what I'm saying? You speak for yourself.
Claim that shit, I don't know. Hey, you know what I mean? Look on Marco. Me look on that poor little black woman who had to accept the rape. Who had to accept this rape. It's nothing to be proud of.
Sorry,
yeah, this is the real guy. This is the real guy with the.
One second. If you don't know me, I'm gonna run away, So.
Yeah, we'll let you off this time, Shaka. But come back.
You don't need to get let off,
You can't go and proud on African rape. You can't proud on the rape.
No, we're not begging a friend. Yeah, we're not begging a friend.
You know how I say. You get me. I ain't got my family.
Peace and love, you know what I mean? Marcus Garvey will say. All right, black man to the world.
Big up, Shaka, big up.
Man, joke. The nigga dropped the bomb and thing. Okay, where's
big up yourself, Shaka.
Oh, they both
are there.
No.
It's about simple rape and choice. Some of us were made through rape. And out of respect for the people who were raped and murdered, we can never accept the white man and what he did in our system. And there are those who decide, after knowing the history, the horrible history, decide to go up and take white man. And we say, okay, that's a full choice. But don't come spread this shit just because you look like us. Oh, we mixed. Oh, y'all are mixed too. No, we mixed, but we're not mixed like Uno. We don't claim it. We don't claim that shit. And we don't like it. And we want to burn out the white man still. It's so sad.
But it's there, bro. That's the problem.
Yo.
It's there. It's in the DNA. So anyway, we've established that, like, I mean, a lot of Jamaicans will have European origin at some point. Some will be through the slave trade and what they were doing in slavery on the plantations and all of that. Yeah. All right, cool. No disrespect to those people, but in the main, I'm assuming that everybody on the island, yeah, after that point, mixed by choice. Do you get it?
That is
So
the
if
overwhelming
Mr.
minority.
No.
That is the minority, Mako.
So if Mr. Chin decides he wants to be with a maroon woman and the maroon woman wants to be with Mr. Chin, you get me? Is there
No,
any,
you gotta know the
you gotta say-
dynamic.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you how the Mr. Chin thing go on. You see, most of them, Mr. Chin and Mr. Patel and Mr. Chin, that's why you see me fuck with Torah. When Mr. Patel and Mr. Chin, they were indentured servants. So after slavery, they had a little bit more wealth than the normal enslaved African. So what happened is Mr. Patel and Mr. Chin, in find a little black woman, we're poor, and I have nothing to go on for her, and in lock her down in a film little enclosed compound, breed her up, and then him not want nobody talk to him, picnic them racist to we Africans. There's a context to it, you know, Mako. Them not like we. Them grow for them picnic not respecting the African culture. Them black picnic they have more Chinese than Indian than African. You have to know the culture. There's a reason why we are talking.
But them fuck up though. They fuck up though, because they sent their kids school with our kids. You see it?
Yeah. You can't
They send them
get
picnic
away from the reality.
and then get burned up same way. But them are really like we, them are mixed with me. So me I try to tell you that there's a reason why we say what we say. Black people have been, man, even the freaking daddies from India who have to take off their shoes, come and treat black people like we are shit. There's something behind it. That's why black people will say, look, man, no share no history like we.
Yeah, but now you're mixed up and you're Sean Paul and all of these type of man, and it don't mean
no,
nothing.
bad man. Not all of us, good boy. Because me I tell you, sir, I bet you say, on the Igbo more mix up with Arab than we. On the Igbo and blood clot Ashanti more mix up with Arab than we. I lie, I tell.
No.
So if you want to have the white man game, me can show you, say, a lot of Uno tribe mix up with Arab.
I'm Yoruba, mate. I'm Yoruba, so.
Reginald, who about Europe and mix up with Arab? You don't know how to breathe.
So are you.
Mako, you come from blood clot, you do yourself and say, your grandmother was the expert marriage maker. I wouldn't pick who she set up her picking them with.
No, I'm telling you, yeah, of course. But that's a different diaspora, isn't it? It's a different place.
No, the same thing. I mix and blend things.
No.
But there's choice and then there's rape.
No, listen, in our thing, there's no rape. That's the thing, though. Everything is by choice. There's people there who are half German, half Nigerian.
Those who did it by choice, fine. Those who did it by choice, fine. That's you. Those of us who didn't have a choice don't want to mix up with that type of rhetoric. Our thing was different. You see what I'm saying?
All right, I hear you. So then what about the people who mixed by choice? Why are you imposing...
Them have a choice to make.
No. But hold on.
Them have a choice to make. Them people who are mixed by choice have a choice to make. What are we going to do? We're not going to join the white people and not join the black people.
Can you
guarantee... create a whole new group full self.
Can you guarantee, that our sister here, Mary Jen, right, is one, her partner is from the Caribbean. So that argument or that thing is not necessarily the same. Do you get it? That's what I'm trying to say. You're assuming a lot. Do you get me? To say, she's this and da and that and blah blah blah, and assigning her things that are, as you said earlier, the white supremacy system.
Sorry, what happened to Shaka?
He ran away still. He said
why?
If he's not needed.
He said if he's not needed. He said he's you know what I mean? He's gonna come, he's gonna circle back or something still.
What do you mean not needed? Why would you...
No, because obviously EIE is the main thing of conversation right now. So
I'll jump off, man. I don't want to mess with the flow of the planet. I'll jump off.
Stay right there, so my brother. Stay right there, so.
Stay there, but yeah, man. I mean, maybe it needs to be moderated, but I had to sort out a few things and do a little bit of promo and whatnot. Do you know what I mean? So
it was all right, man. It was all right.
I want to know that this is not about me being offensive to nobody, you know. This is if I'm being offensive, then the culture, the whole thing that happened, it was a whole offensive affair. Don't blame me because I know it. I'm just explaining to you the cultural perspective I was brought up in. You see me I said? So me I hear a lot of talk from these so-called mixed people online, which is offensive to the rest of us.
But
You
you're
see me I
mixed.
say, because we know there are people who are coming to written books about the so-called mixed race and how Europeans
But
have
you're mixed,
tried
though.
to create a buffer race between black people.
Hold on, wait.
Brethren, you either black or you white. That's how me see it.
Well,
That's
you're
how me see
black
it.
with some white, right? And it doesn't really matter in your perception of things, innit? You
Let me
know
ask you
that
this,
it came.
Marco.
One second.
Are Europeans with some Africans? Are
Sorry?
Europeans with some Africans?
Are Europeans with some Africans? What do you mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Are they?
Think about what I just said.
Do they act like Europeans when they're with
No,
an
not
African
act.
person?
I'm saying, since we're gonna, are Europeans?
Sorry.
Are Europeans?
Yeah.
Okay, so that statement you're making is false. Man,
No, I didn't hear the last bit.
nonsensical.
I didn't hear the last bit.
The
yet.
European at their core is an African. So for you to be saying that I'm mixed and I'm playing, I'm telling you, you're playing games. I'm saying to you, the color thing and the admix thing is one aspect. There's a cultural thing
He just
that's
come
been
from
going
somewhere
on
else with
here.
that one.
Skin color is one thing.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last bit you said. I was saying yes to what you were saying. I didn't hear the last bit though. But you
When
just
you come to
assumed that
talk
I
about
said what?
mixed, road boy, the whole human race is mixed.
Right.
Everybody mixed. If you're gonna say to the core, the whole of them are African.
Right.
But
No,
me I
I'm
said
saying
to you,
everybody's
after we
mixed.
left
No.
Africa and people went into
Everybody's
their
not
own
African
communities
like that, bro.
and mutated and become who they are. I'm saying a group of people from Europe took a group of Africans, raped them, created an admixture, and that admixture is not very friendly to the people who raped them. Further on down the line, there's another group of people who started mating with these Europeans by choice. That very few cannot determine what the culture say or do.
No, but are they wrong?
We cannot
Because
conform
now,
for that minute few of people who decided, oh, now it's fashionable to have a white daddy or a white mommy, so now I'm mixed. And you know what? By the way, you black people are racist. That shit can't work.
no, but it depends where you are. If you're in Jamaica, that can't run in it. If you're in Nigeria, that can't run in it. If you're in England, that can run in it. Because you made the choice to come here. Do you get it? So you come to this society, do you get what I'm saying? And what? You wanna punish everybody for what happened to you in your heritage and your thing. I don't think that's fair.
Can I show the fallacy in that statement, my brother?
No, that's a bit hostile.
Can I show the
I'm
fallacy in
saying.
that
Like, you
statement?
wouldn't last long in England. Do you get it? If
All
you
right,
lived in
go ahead.
England, you wouldn't last long. You wouldn't last long because obviously, you know, that hostility, you're gonna have to tone it down. You got what I'm saying? Because you're gonna have to realize that everybody's
Enough
not the
bongo
same.
man there in England and live it up right, my bad man.
I'm dead.
Enough bongo man in England have the same view what me have. I
So
live it
funny.
up. Enough of them
Okay.
dead. You might not
That's
know
what I'm
them,
saying.
but them dead under Queen Elizabeth throne and live up them bongo life.
Right.
Same
Right.
way.
So how many Jamaicans love the Queen?
Love the Queen? Well, lately,
Love the
quite a
Queen.
few of them have been doing. But you have to
Right.
say when a Jamaican say love the Queen, you know, it's the same way we say born all white man for dead. We're strategic. We're strategic.
Nah,
We're
man.
no simple
Nah,
time.
nah.
If me say me love the Queen,
Nah,
me would have
nah.
want to say it for a reason.
Bad man. That don't sound strategic, bro.
No.
That's not like admiration, bro. You get what I'm saying? If you love someone,
Admiration.
you love someone. What? Who own your
No, me
country?
can't tell you say any black man will
Who
love the
own your
Queen need him
country,
bomber
bro?
boss. Me can't tell you that.
You're
But
going
if me need to say
half of
bless the
Jamaica.
Queen, me go say it.
You going
Me go
bust
say
half
it.
of Jamaica.
Forget when you need to go.
Come
Me I
here.
tell you say
Don't make
any
no
black
sense.
man we worth himself in
Greetings.
gold. We say I love the
Hello?
Queen, need him bomber boss.
Yeah, yeah.
But
How?
if me
How?
need to say God bless the Queen, forget my green book, red book, me I say it.
All right. Hold on.
Mhm.
Welcome, Sister Sankova. Welcome back on that.
Jeez.
Obviously,
Greetings.
the big man was there, but I don't know what happened. I left, and when I came back, he kind of gone. But yeah, hopefully he sent the warrior empress to come and say something. So, have you got anything to say on this so far?
I can't represent Shakara, but my politics is not far from Shakara.
Right.
So anything he has said already, I co-sign. But I'm here just to big up the brother EIE.
Right.
My brethren, all dear, Warlord. What was I gonna say though? For real.
Much respect, my lord.
There's a lot of things just missing from the conversation. Just I guess if you don't have a political orientation, then it's I don't know. The conversation is kind of blowing in the wind. But on a real level, like if you're not listening to dance, or if you're gonna be ignorant to, you know, like what EI is saying, our culture, dance or music, and all of that, and just how it spreads in music, it's a bit, it's a void, it's a moot point, because then, you know, you'll be in the dance hall and be offended. If you sound clash, you're gonna be offended. It's a normal thing to say, and I'm hearing some of what Maku is saying. I've heard some of these point of views, but again, it's not really this romanticized version of mixed relationships in the Caribbean, even in the Americas, anywhere, to be honest, on a mass scale, it's just false, and there's too much evidence to show how false it is. Even to one of the ones we hold up high, Bob Marley, there's so much romanticism around his him being mixed race when it's just not the case. And you know his story, you know it's not the case. So I'm saying, but there's more.
What do you mean not the case? Like he's not mixed race?
No, in terms of him, his dad and his mom had some love affair. Yeah, like we keep romanticizing certain things. I'm not saying that you know, we're in the 21st century, 20th century, even late 19th century, there wasn't normal, obviously genuine connections between different races. But this is not it didn't become it's not a natural phenomenon. So to talk like to say it's just that's just what it is. People looked at each other and no, the relationships that have been developed, the relationship of the European and the African is not a natural phenomenon. So the mixed race relationships that would come from it would not be a natural phenomenon. So it's only evolution as to how we're here now, and we can say, have these conversations and do what you want to do, and people can choose their partner. But to act like to say, to justify whatever people's positioning is now and make it, well, that's how it's been, that's just, it's openly incorrect. And what EIE was trying to say when Maka kept saying, yeah, but you're mixed race, and dismissing what EIE is saying in terms of the historical context of being mixed race, EIE is saying then we're all mixed race, because enough white people will trace and say they've got a bit of this and they've got a bit of that. But the point is that white people don't say that. No white person says, I got a bit of this, I got a bit of that. 99% of the time they're saying it when they're around us. They're saying it for validation for us. They're not saying it in a general sense.
Okay.
That's the point I'm making.
But
we say it in a general sense for inclusion.
Okay. So that's what you do. You Jamaicans, a lot of Jamaicans, that I know, do glorify the other parts of their heritage. Yes, facts. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting there wondering.
That's not a Jamaican thing. That's not a Jamaican thing. I'm not from Jamaica.
It is a Jamaican thing. A lot of Jamaicans.
I'm not from Jamaica.
Me don't know who is Jamaican you hang around.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying from my point of view.
One minute.
From my point of view.
You see the point you're making? Well, the point you're making, that's not a Jamaican thing. That is a standardized. Wait, listen. That's a standardized black thing, no matter where you are.
Right.
Yeah. So whether you're from Jamaica, whether you're from any island on the Caribbean, whether you're from the Americas, when you got issues with yourself, you are, oh, where are you from? I'm part Chinese and I got this and I got Perico and I got these times now you're blue, black standing in front of me, but we're going to have to say all the other things that we are. That's what I'm saying.
But
this is a condition.
Not even acknowledging that that's a part of self-hate. That's the self-hate part of us. For us to identify with everything else but the African part.
No, I don't think people do that. I think
When
they
our
identify to
grandparents, the same way you're saying it's a Jamaican thing, it's a Jamaican thing.
Jamaican say they're
When our
Cuban,
grandparents came here,
one person's
when
from
our
Venezuela.
grandparents came here, they never gave you all that breakdown. When our grandparents came here, where you from? Jamaica. Where you from? Dominica. Where you from? St. Lucia. Where you from? Barbados.
That's
where
what
you
I was
from?
gonna say, you know, sis. That's what I was gonna say. We never really got
there
a
was a sense of
direct
pride
as to this and that and that and
Right.
this is actually
there
happening
was a
within
sense of
our
pride.
DNA. It does that.
And it's not
That
because
wasn't a
they
thing
didn't
for
know.
me until I got much older. Until I found out like that I
Right.
got this and I got that and all these
Right.
things. Yeah.
And it's not because those elders didn't know that there might have been they didn't know there was mixing in their family. Our people ain't that kind of ignorant. They knew that. We see with our own two eyes. If you got an auntie that's got freckles and she high and in color, I've got all of them kind of mixes in my family. Bare throwback business. But I'm saying that we didn't need to do that because we had a sense of self. We had a sense of knowing who we was.
No, but
like
I'm saying
the brother
not all
said, like the brother has said, when we're now integrated on another level, especially educational wise, and in the society, now again, that level of wanting to be included, now all of a sudden we are everything. We're barely where we are saying we're from, but we're everything else.
In what society were we now? We're in England, right?
But our grandparents
Dominated
came
by
to England.
Yeah, but that's their choice, isn't it? Yeah.
But see, that's what I'm saying. So if we're
now,
gonna have
if
this
their
conversation,
children, one second,
if we're gonna have this conversation, it's not honest. It's not honest. It's not honest.
If they came here, right? One second. If they came here and they weren't brought here or whatever, right? They came Windrush maybe or whatever, right? Or just by choice. You get it? I was pointing out to EIE that there's many different options of how people got to different places in the diaspora. What's he talking about? Do you get what I'm saying? Just because slavery, as I said, slavery is a definitely good point, yeah, but it's not everybody's story in that way, right? Some people's story is colonization because some of those people who got kidnapped.
All right.
That's
I
the
can
story.
see. Let me change the word slavery then, my brother Mako. How about if I put the word oppression? Do you consider a black woman falling in love with a white man in a system of white supremacy equal love? Is that equal love?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, what is love? I mean, that's not my. That's
a power dynamic, Mako. That's not
yes,
love.
It is.
That's what I'm telling you. Most of these relationships that these mixed kids are coming from a power dynamic, from lust and understanding that I want this and it's not love. We know these things, Mako. We've been dealing with it for 400-500 years. You might not be as aware of it in Europe, in Africa, because of the less rape that takes. We know in the Caribbean that a slave master will go marry or not marry, take on black women, breed them, act like he give a shit, and then when he get broke, he sell them backside.
So
we
what I
coming
said,
from that context, Mako.
I understand. And so when I say you're
somebody,
one second, and you acknowledge
put
that.
a valid point about Angola.
Sorry.
No, Jedi put a comment up talking. Somebody said, "Don't let," because he's just focusing on Jamaica.
Yeah, Rico Unruly.
Yeah, but it is a global thing as always. But you know, if we want to focus on that,
we say diaspora.
We're talking about the same dynamic that you're talking about.
Personal experience.
Oh, here it is. I've seen Angolas and South Africans, etc., glamorize being mixed, and that's what we're saying. That it's a self-hate thing that is come from when you want to break down all these different. I'm from everywhere else, but what you stand there and look at me and do you understand what I'm saying?
But depends where I'm standing, though. You can't say that when I'm in my country. If I'm in my country of Nigeria and somebody walks up to me, very light skinned and whatever, and says, "Oh, I'm Igbo and I'm half German," but that environment is what they're living in. They can't be acting all European in Africa, in Nigeria. Like, it doesn't make sense. Do you get it?
That's what I'm saying.
They definitely would be more. They definitely would be more.
I don't know what. I feel like you're trying to. I don't know what positioning that you're defending. And I'm saying that our conversation
is easy.
Yeah, I'm just saying a man
position to position, Mako.
Who? I don't mind because
respectfully, my brother. I'm not trying to be funny. You know I respect you, man. But I'm trying to follow you. But it's like you're saying it's not. It's not what it is. It's like you're saying that some Africans are different. Is that what I'm hearing from you, my brother?
No, I'm not saying that, bro. I'm just saying that the transatlantic.
Sorry, let me go and say it.
Oh, one thing I would love. What's that?
Is it bro?
Yeah.
Hello.
1, 1, 2. You can hear me? Hello?
You sound like you sound robotic right now.
Well, I sound robotic.
Yeah, to me, I don't know about nobody else, but to me.
No, it did sound like that to me as well, but it stopped now.
You're good now. Okay, I think Matthew kind of. All right, cool.
Yo. Testing.
It's not coming James West Africa. This is what I don't understand. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Yo, where's that feedback coming from? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I dropped Sister Mary Jen in it, but I wanted to hear her perspective as being a mother of mixed race children. I wanted to hear her perspective. Obviously Shaka came on, and I thought she was just like, fair enough, boom, boom, boom. And then it came into everything is everything, and then she was like, yeah, but you're the same guy that called me cracker. So there was a conversation going about why he's calling her cracker. He's saying that she needs to do research on who she's sleeping with before, find out about their culture before she breathes with them or before she has children with them, and blah blah blah. And that was a good convo. Then Maku came in, and it's kind of turned into something to do with Africa and Jamaica, right? I don't think it's I don't mind going there, but it's like while all that was going, Mary Jen kind of just slid through the back door and she's gone, and I'm like, yo, like, what have you got any white people here? Because the show is White Man for Dead, so I still want white people on the panel, and it's like, yo, you're not strong enough to hold your position. What I would say is, if you got mixed race youths, you must have an opinion, some form of an opinion. Come in and give your opinion. Like if you're a white woman or a white man, and you don't have mixed race kids, but you just wanna just come and give your opinion. The echo chamber thing is not what we're after at all. We do need the white folks to come on. So I hope Mary Jane can come back. Oh, she's here. Yes, sis, because otherwise these lot are just gonna do the echo chamber. And before you know it, I think.
Yeah, we can have a conversation, Jedi, but I'm not going to sit on a panel with someone who's just running me down, telling me about I shouldn't be jumping on cocky before I do this. Like, just don't call me. Like, I've actually never knowingly been called a cracker before today. Yeah. If anyone called me a cracker, it's not been to my face. It's not been on the panel.
So the cracker term. What does the cracker term mean to you, and why is it offensive?
Do you know what? I actually only found
1 second, sorry, I'm gone though. Yeah, I got to do a couple things. So bless up everybody. And
okay. All right, cool.
Respect, sis. Much respect.
Yo, can you do me a favor, please, sis? Do you reckon you could give? Give the big man a shout for me, though. Yeah, see if he can come through. Sorry, Mary Jane. Continue.
So, as far as I'm aware, a cracker is is a name that they use to describe the slave masters because they used to crack the whip. That's how it was explained to me. Now, all I'm going to say is, yes, my ancestors or white people, whenever have done, we know what they've done. I don't have to sit here and tell you guys what's happened in history, yeah? But me right here as a person, I didn't come on the panel and start saying anything derogatory about anybody. Right. I just gave my opinion. So I don't appreciate when a man's coming on shouting at me on the panel after he's called me a cracker in the chat. Because I'm not saying anything derogatory. So why am I getting those derogatory statements because I'm white and because I had kids with a black man? Don't be angry at me because of what another black man done. Don't be angry at me because I'm white. Let's just stop this. Let's have a conversation about it if you want to. Yeah. But call the names. So
I respectfully disagree with that. Okay. I was not being disrespectful to the lady because she is white.
You was. Let's be fair. Yeah? Brother, let's be fair. Sankofa was. Give me 1 second, yeah? Brother, let's be fair. You was being harsh, right? And maybe you think I'm allowed to be harsh and I ain't dialing down my truth for no one, blah, blah, blah. In terms of the conversation, the context of the conversation, you came across like overbearing, right? I don't think you need to, Carl.
No,
go on.
Actually, she's got a real good game of passive aggressiveness that seemed to be working, but I was not being harsh. I was being appropriate. And the narrative, you have to understand that when I'm dealing with Europeans, I understand how they, try to set the narrative. And the narrative of her being this meek and mild little European who was just callously saying some of the most carelessly reckless stuff about my culture. And I got heated and I came in and I justly defended my culture while she was being calmly disrespectful. I see through it. But I don't say to white. I wasn't being disrespectful because
what
she's
was
white.
disrespectful that she was saying? What did she say you found disrespectful?
Yeah.
She was speaking on my culture in a generalized term, as if she's trying to talk down to my culture, as if saying that things we do and norms that we have is offensive. And we are now, it's the false equivalence narrative that you hear in most of these white supremacist echo chambers all over the YouTube and everywhere else. Anyone who's keen to it knows it. And I'm saying the height of an insult is when you don't know you're the butt of someone else's joke. And I'm not gonna let Europeans like her come and just spoon feed this falsified history that they have now trying to push in my community. We know the history. We live the history. What she's saying is, to use a English term, bollocks.
Can you tell
and
me
her
what I
white
said?
fragility is not working on me.
Okay. White fragility, you're calling it, yeah? All right, so look, I'm saying as long as you when you start talking about know the cocky, you remember, I just feel like if we could have a more if we could talk in terms that ain't so offensive, then I think we have a bigger conversation. And if the level's raised, then let it raise mutually. But obviously you have to be able to read the room. So I get where you're coming from, and your thing is you talk to white people all the time and they turn into victims as soon as you say one or two home truths. I don't think that was the case here. I think when I heard the whole before you drop your drawers and I do think that's going to be offensive to anyone, any woman you speak to that is not coming at you with that energy, even though I understand what you've said. So maybe we could draw back from that and make it so that we can have a more...
I'm sorry. I do apologize if my factual statement did come off a bit harsh. She did have to drop her drawers to have them kids, though. But I apologize if my factual statement did come off a bit harsh. I don't know if she did the pull it to the side thing, or maybe I should have said you should have put it to the side. I don't know. But I apologize. I don't know how you do.
That's what I believe. Your statement was
Well,
unnecessary.
I apologize. Whether you dropped it or you pull it to the side, I'll try to temper my.
It's unnecessary.
That's none of your business. That's none of your business. My children were created out of love. Now, the next thing you said was that
in my community, I know white women and white women create a lot of children out of lust.
Sorry, my brother. Yeah, I'm gonna use that mute button for the first time today. Please, everything. Let her just get her statement off. And then you get your statement off, and then that's how we're gonna have a better thing. Sankofa, sorry, I was calling you for two things. One, I was really hoping that you'd be able to engage with Mary because I never thought you had a chance. And true, you was chatting yesterday. I feel that you got a better standing to maybe impart some wisdom or your perspective, or maybe some of Shaka's perspective or your joint, politics on Mary in a way that was more palatable for her, that she could go off and actually learn from rather than being offended by. So I was hoping that you could do that, but I know you got to run.
No, but I'm not sure.
And secondly, I'm going to ask you to please send Shaka back. Yeah.
Okay. I'll try to send Shaka back. But yeah, I don't know. I thought the conversation, because I thought it was about what he said. And then I just really jumped in because I was, disagreeing with what Maku was saying. But outside of that, I don't know what conversation I'm having with the lady, if you get what I mean. I don't know. Do you get what I mean? I don't know what I'm debating here.
Okay, so...
sorry, Jeds, what I was going to say a minute ago was the fact that he was talking about how I raise my children and I should teach them the culture and like he doesn't know me. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know how old my kids are. He doesn't know what I've done for my children. He doesn't know what their
I know
own
you're a
family
white
has
woman who
done.
named herself Mary Jane. I know you're a white woman who named herself Mary Jane. Did your mother name you Mary Jane?
Is that your
Who named you
business?
Mary Jane? Who
Is
named you
that your
Mary Jane?
business? I did.
Now
Why?
I see your game, Mary
Who
Jane.
named
You're
you
full of
everything
shit.
as everything?
Who named you
Well, okay,
Mary
all
Jane?
right.
Why
but
did you
what's
choose the
the
name Mary Jane, white woman? Why?
It's Mary
Tell us the
Jen. It's
backstory.
Mary Jen. It's Mary Jen. Can you read? It's Mary
Oh,
Jen.
Jen. Oh, okay. Good. It's play on words. Okay.
What the fuck?
Well, what's the point though? What's the
I
point
see
you was
your
making?
game, man.
What's
Ain't
the
nothing
point you was
innocent
making?
about you. You
See,
a freak.
Jedi, this conversation isn't actually going to go anywhere. It's actually not.
All right, so
Damn right it ain't. I'll jump
everything
off,
is
bro,
everything.
because I can't have a good conversation with
This
crackers.
is who you're
Everything is
backing
everything.
some
Not
Yo,
in
from.
me.
yo.
Not in me.
Yo, everything. Brother. Like you are from. Like I get it. You're full of passion.
Very ignorant.
But
Very,
hold
very
on, man.
ignorant.
Hold on. You've been following these live streams for long enough. He's gone. Like, look, I don't know, whatever. So I didn't even get what the point of the Mary Jane thing was. It's like
I'm just saying what he was saying was very ignorant. There was a lot of stuff that he was saying was unnecessary. It didn't have nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Lady Space says that you're a black sister defending a white woman against her black brother.
You mean?
No, that makes no sense.
They're talking to me. They're talking to me.
Oh.
However, I feel like right is right and wrong is wrong. I feel like how he came up on the platform was the wrong way. I'm not saying that I disagree with everything he was saying. However, there is a way to speak to people, and the way he was speaking to her was not the right way. I feel like it was uncalled for and it was very unnecessary. Bringing up things like her drawers and pulling it to the side, and it was just unnecessary because that's not what we're talking about here. And that's why I have to defend where right is right and wrong is wrong. How he went about it was the wrong way. I'm not saying that I disagree with what he's saying, but how he went about it was the wrong way. That's what I'm saying. And it was very ignorant for him to carry himself that way. That's all I have to say.
Sorry, Jedi. I missed again what you was asking from me.
Sorry?
I missed again what you was asking from me. Are you just asking for what?
No, what I was hoping was like obviously you came on, you big up DIE. Maybe you could deliver the message, and where maybe you could get past the messenger, which was EIE, which I don't think was finding the right language to communicate with the sister. So like I think there
I
was.
don't know what EIE was responding to. I was just general because this whole, I think it's the use of the term white man for dead. I think that's what he was defending, and I only heard him and Mackie's back and forth. I didn't know there was a back and forth with the lady, so I didn't. All of what I'm hearing now, that's all. I didn't know that was part of the conversation.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying like, right, you defending EIE's full statements, yeah? Like, yo, you can see how he's going on. It's pure ignorance and it's pure assumption. You can't put that on every single white person. I understand where man's coming from.
Exactly, and that's what I was trying to say.
What are you doing, bro? Like, are you got crystal ball there? What you can see? Yes, I can see your life, Mary Jen. Everything you did. Yeah, you pull your drawers to the side and bro, I'm trying to have a decent.
Well, yeah, I did. Like I said, I don't know what their interaction was, so I can't speak for that. But everything I heard from everything I heard from everything I heard after that though, I still agree with. So what I don't hear how he spoke to the sister, to the lady. I don't know what was said, but I definitely agree with what he said.
I think how he was speaking in general, I don't agree with it. You know, like you gotta think what you're doing. I understand where he's coming from, but I'm like, you're not delivering the message correctly. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's not.
That's what I'm saying. What's the message? That's what I'm trying to get to understand.
One second. If you're talking to ethno nats and all of these type of people, yes, fair enough. You can say all of what you're saying. Do you get what I'm saying? But you can't just do it to generalize every single white person and say, yeah, you did this and you should have never gone with a black man and you should learn the culture and white man for dead is the culture. Like, stop it, man. Come on, man. It's a disrespect to wherever he came from.
If we're gonna talk about where he's talking from the perspective he's speaking of, there is not much wrong, especially in terms of why it's said, how it's said. in the context that is said. There's nothing wrong in what he has said. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah.
It's one thing to hear about delivery. It's like when people say, yeah, so what if I'm swearing? Listen to the words that I'm saying. It's the same. Yes, he could have maybe toned it down, but I'm saying it's the same principle. Listen to what he's saying. There's nothing wrong in what he said.
Like if you got a bit of European in you, one second. If you got a little bit of European in you, yeah, it's self-hate, isn't it? Do you get it? Because to say white man's dead and you got white in you, yeah, is a bit contradictory, isn't it?
So that's what I'm saying, Matthew.
Is a bit, no, one second. It's a bit of confusion. Do you get what I'm saying? So we're being real. He said himself out of his own mouth, yes, but I don't acknowledge it. Well, sorry, it's acknowledging you because it's coming out in you very aggressive, very pissed off, very upset. Do you get it?
So this is what I'm saying, Matthew. That statement that you made,
pot calling kettle black.
To me,
that's what I'm saying.
Not just to me, Matthew, I'm saying that statement there is the reason why you lot was going in the back and forth, because that statement there, Matthew, is a confused statement. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is no
majority of Jamaican are mixed.
No, the majority of Africans who have been keep saying Jamaicans, you know. The Caribbean is a big
part. What's wrong with being Jamaicans? But I just come back from Jamaica. What you're saying, Max, is incorrect, bro. I just came back from yard. It's incorrect, bro. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that now. But what? I'm just going to try, man.
Incorrect. Hold on, wait. These are
let the brother from just come from Jamaica talk. Let the brother from just
please. Let me just talk in it. I'm telling you that's fuckery what you're saying. Bull fucking shit. But back to EIE. Yeah. Mate, you had some good points. I respect you, bro. But it's the way you're going about it, bro. Right. Attacking the sister and telling her all this shit about who she's. It's long, bro. Just fire the points off and make the point. I ain't disagreeing with what you're saying, but how you're saying it's not educational. It's not nothing. Right. It's just like more of a gimmicks thing. Do you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, bro.
It's a rhetoric. It's like man is used to, as I said, dealing with other people who are definitely hostile to what he's saying. Do you get what I'm saying? I ain't hostile to what man's saying. I'm saying it's got to be appropriate, and it's a bit contradictory because we know that people in Jamaica mix, right? People in Nigeria mix. Do you get what I'm saying? People all over the world mix. That's why there are people. One second. That's why there are other people. That's why there are Indian people. That's why there are Chinese people, because somebody mixed with somebody. Now, we're not making a big deal of it because where we come from, yeah, if you're mixing with that person, they're going to embrace your culture. They have to. There's no choice. They're surrounded by it. Now, when we're in the diaspora,
when you got money, you don't have to mix with no one. There's a choice, bro. Like if the people that you go in with are they more high lofty or they're more class position, they don't have to come to the garrison and mix with you. They can fucking give you 4 youths and you have to stay in the garrison with them.
I hear you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's not again, that is not everybody's story. And so don't put it on black people, put it on where you come from. If that's what's going on, that's not everyone's story,
but I'm saying that's the majority of what I see when I come from there. I just came from there. That was the majority of what I see.
I'm saying, bro.
That's all I'm saying. There's no Chinese people in the hood hanging out playing ludies. There's no Chinese people in the hood hanging out playing ludi. There's no Indian people playing dominoes, bro. That's what I'm making you know. So forget about that. Talk about Nigeria.
What does that mean?
Talk about Jamaica because you're not qualified.
One second.
And what you're saying.
One second. That's not fair.
Reality
that's
globally.
Not fair. That's not fair because
the Asian community in Uganda stay together. Any other community that's in any other part of the world, they stay together. So the mixing isn't just this utopia that you keep trying to demonstrate. And that's what I'm saying. It's an infantile statement to say we all got white in us and we're self-hating because we've got white in us.
Listen,
this is nonsensical to say.
It can't. These statements came from people who came from Jamaica. My baby mother is from Jamaica. I have 2 kids with her. Like, don't tell me about I am not qualified. Do you get what I'm saying? I have family members. One second.
You don't want to tell you about Nigeria, but because you've got
one second, man. No, like
that don't even make sense again.
Be fair. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? If I have family members who are Jamaican from young to old.
Maku,
How
have
does
you
that not
been
make
there?
sense?
Have you
It doesn't
been there,
matter.
Mac?
Listen,
Have you been there?
listen.
Please,
Now,
bro.
now,
'Cause
now you have to
that's
ask me.
unfair.
No,
That's
no, no, no.
unfair. Because
No,
that's
no, no,
like
no,
me
no, no,
talking
no.
about Nigeria and I haven't been there. That's crazy, Max.
Oh, mate, it's not crazy. If you with a Nigerian woman, it's not crazy, is it?
Anyway,
You
I'm
don't know
gone.
about Nigeria.
Hold on one second. If
You
you
don't know about
one
it.
second. You're not gonna disrespect, my family and my people, my children.
I'm not disrespecting your people.
I'm told. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Then
I'm not
you know what I'm
disrespecting
saying?
your people.
Put some respect. 1
The
second.
father
then.
of my child is from Ghana. Am I coming to tell you? Am I going to tell a Ghanaian about Ghana because the father of my child is from Ghana?
But we're not talking about
That
Ghana.
doesn't make no sense.
We're not talking about
No,
Ghana.
but I'm just saying it don't make no sense. Just because I might have a connection, it doesn't make me overly qualified. And you've made a lot of statements about Jamaica, and a Jamaican has spoken to you. Someone who just came back from Jamaica, who's Jamaican, has spoken to you. People who are more immersed in the culture than you have spoken to you, and you still believe you're more qualified. It don't make no sense.
That's not true.
It don't make no sense. And Shaka, who is Jamaican, who made the statement that we're talking about, has spoken to you, and you're still more than him. So it don't make no sense.
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying you have
That's
to just
not
be
what
a
I'm
bit
dealing
more
with.
honest, and you have to be a bit more honest.
I'm being honest.
But
I'm
give
being
thanks
honest.
anyway
I shouldn't
for
tell
reading
no
me.
one. 1
I'll
second, sis.
listen.
I shouldn't tell no one, about my personal business. But I'm out here being honest, telling people,
That's
my
good.
baby mother's
I
from
hear
Jamaica.
you,
1
but
second.
I'm saying
1
you have to be
second.
humble as
1
well.
second. 1 second. It's not about being humble because Freddie knows. I grew up with his father. God rest his soul. You get what I'm saying? I grew up with his father, so don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
But
he knows I know what I'm
with
talking
his
about.
father
Right?
and being his son.
I grew up in the African Centre too. I can't know everything about Africa.
No, I'm not saying I know
But
everything.
anyway, give thanks
All
for
right,
reading.
all right.
Bless up
No, I'm not
everybody.
saying I know everything.
We're throwing out a lot of stuff, so let me just jump in to give everyone the opportunity. So, Maku, make a statement you're making. Freddie, because obviously your family's been mentioned, and then Sankofa. I don't see where's Sankofa.
Run off already.
Listen, we all learning from each other. We all learning from each other, innit? I don't know more than Maku, and Maku don't know more than man. You know what I'm saying? We're just learning from each other.
No, I'm saying that, but I'm saying, bro, but my supposed authorization is what's in question, innit? And what I'm talking about. And I'm saying, like, when I speak to people who came from Jamaica, people from Jamaica in my family, people in Jamaica who've gone, who were here and gone back to Jamaica. So when I go to Jamaica, I've got somewhere to go. Do you get
So what
it?
does this mean?
I don't understand.
So what does this mean?
I'm taking that back in it. It's qualified was the wrong word, but I'm just saying, you can't speak about things that you haven't experienced, Max. It's crazy.
No.
Okay, cool.
I'm not gonna. Let me
get in. To make it not a back and forth. It's become a back and forth Maku thing, That's what I don't like. The brother's a strong brother, and obviously he puts his views forward. But yet again, I have to say, like, remember the title of the show? We talking about mixed race and this and that and white people. I want to hear more from Mary Jen. We got facts here. I want to hear black and white people talking. Because now all of a sudden, the statement in the thing is white man for dead. Yeah. So we're trying to break down Shaka Ra's statement and give some context to it, and also show there's some background noise that's crazy. So if you're not talking, just mute your mic, please. Yeah. For me, there's we're just trying to put some meat on the statement to unpack it and understand it. I understand there's a higher explanation to what the statement means. So I'm being provocative by asking and placing the statement in the way it is, but I know there's a wider context which we're trying to unpack. That being said, there's a conversation about mixed race and knowing about the culture that you're marrying into, or that you're for want of a better word, breeding into, and what does that mean, and what responsibility does that have for you as a white person? And then there's the other side of it, being racist to a white person. As in, can you be racist to a white person? Is a term like white man for dead old? Do we need to renew it, bearing in mind that we got mixed race people that have both parents from both sides? Or does EIE need to refine his message or his talking to accommodate the sensibilities of Mary Jen, who has mixed race kids? Or should he bulldoze and cut through and not give a fuck what she thinks and how she feels and just do his thing? And even if he's on a platform where there's an opportunity to express himself, we're asking him to tone it down or to be more polite. But if you don't want to be polite, you don't have to be polite. He can be rude, whatever, be offensive, or not care how people take his message. What happens though is a platform that I've set up as a black man, yeah, for these type of conversations, I can't have the conversation because man are not willing to adjust so that we can have a good show. Because remember, it's a show. A man don't want to adjust to have a show, so you bounce and then this one bounces and then we're left with no show, which is therefore no information that can be looked at. Like, it's dead. We need conversations, even if it's just for our brothers and sisters on the outside to look in and hear the perspectives and make up their mind. So we have to know that we're putting our best foot forward. That's why I kind of rate Shaka Ra. I hope he can come back now. Yeah, now that the dust is settled. Now EIE's kind of stepped back a bit. Hopefully, Shaka Ra, you can jump back on. Shani, maybe you could jump on, being someone with mixed origin, and anyone else. Babadule, please jump on, bro. Like, let's have a conversation. I don't want it to be the Maku show, though. No offense. This ain't Maku's fault. Strong energies and that. But I don't want it to be just Maku talking or just Maku getting questioned. We can all have a round convo. That being said, Babadule, I really need you to explain this statement. I'll tell you for free, as a Nigerian, I don't come from a family of sellouts. So I need to understand what you mean when you say, where is the statement? Where's the statement? Whatever, you know the statement anyway. Nigerians are the biggest sellouts, something in Africa to this day. Yeah, here we go. You got to quantify that, my brother. That to me seems like a shot. All right, you're a bit busy. All right, cool. That seems to me like a shot, right? Oh, my tribe got sold out. Like us. Okay, cool. But I mean,
Jedi.
Yes, Mary Jen. Go on.
I'd like to understand why EIE found what I said to be disrespectful to his culture, and I think what he was talking about was when I responded to what Shaka said in the video that you played. Yeah, I'd like to understand that, and I'd like if someone can help me to understand that. Then go ahead.
I'll tell you from early, before you even finish the question, I literally don't have a clue. I don't know. And if you was being disrespectful, I'm not going to lie, Mary Jen. I'll hang you up to dry. I'll tell the truth. Like, yo, Mary Jen, that was a diss. I'm not here to cape for you. And no, I don't think you were disrespectful from my perspective. But maybe he might argue that it's not my culture. So I didn't hear where the disrespectful was. I didn't hear it. And I feel like I'm sympathetic and empathetic to EIE's culture in being a Jamaican. I borrow heavily from the Jamaican culture, but I don't know. I couldn't answer that. You know what? He's here. Hopefully he can answer. Please, EIE, take your time, please, bro. Just take a little time.
Sorry, last, if necessary, can we play it back if necessary?
Okay, yeah, definitely. We'll find it. So EIE, please, gently, not even gently, just for our viewing pleasure, tell us what was
Can I respond to this young lady?
Yes, please.
Yeah, education only, big man, please.
Yeah. Can I respond to the young lady? I'm calm. Can I respond to the young lady?
Yeah, please go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. This young lady must understand, because I understand that she just thinks she's an innocent white woman who's dating a black man. You must be cognizant of who you are. We get up as black people every day and have to be cognizant of who we are in a system of white supremacy. You have that privilege. Just get up and don't have to worry about that. We, black folks, some of us who don't live around y'all and encounter y'all unless we have to work with you or do things that we have to do to be around you, remember your history. You, a white woman, are one of the most dangerous things to my life. You, white women, have been the masters of building narratives that can be the death to black men. I want you to understand that. Just because you decided to go have child with a black man, don't change the fact that You are who you are. You come with that baggage. The same way when people see me, they see a black person and Afghan can call me the most monkey. When we see you, we see slave master. So I don't know which white person I'm dealing with on a daily situation. White people don't come with a sticker that say I'm not racist. Okay, so most black people approach white people. Most black people with sense approach white people saying, I don't know what type of white person I'm dealing with. All I can use to judge your character is your rhetoric. Are you following me? So when I hear your
Up to this
rhetoric,
moment, I
and
am.
it sounds eerily familiar to the rhetoric I hear on right-wing media, which is totally void of black culture. But then you talking down to black culture. It's.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, EIE.
And
EIE.
Don't need to jump in and say not all. If you're married to a Nigerian man, look up Nigerian culture, because I'm sure there's a Jamaican girl have a song right now where a Nigerian man is telling a Jamaican woman, "You can't do this. I'm a Nigerian man." There's certain standards Nigerian men still hold that you have to know when you're gonna date one.
It's the white
I'm
woman.
saying
What's
if you're
this?
gonna date
Why
a
is the
black
white
man, know
woman?
what type of black man you're dealing with, know his culture, and know the norms and things that are said in his culture, so it won't be a shock to you. So you won't be accusing people from that culture as being offensive.
You was dating the white woman, or if the person was dating the white woman, then you can't blame the white woman. I agree. Everything up until you said.
All right,
why
let
the
me
white woman?
All right.
Hold on. Please do me a
Do the
favor.
white woman have a choice of saying yes? Do the white woman, if she's gonna say yes to to the advances of the black man, she must now say, okay, he's approaching me. Let me learn about him. But you can't tell me British people don't know about Jamaican culture.
Can you tell me what I actually said that was disrespectful to your culture?
Your mixed race narrative was offensive to me.
Well, because I said I have mixed race children and I would like to understand how Shaka thinks they might feel.
And you're
when they hear a statement like
you're
that.
equating what Shaka says as being racist was offensive to me.
Sorry, say that again.
You equating what Shaka says as being racist, man for dead, and equating it as an equivalent, and you're saying, oh, you were offended by it, and seeming also so hysteric about it in the way you were represented it, as if what you're saying is factual. And me sitting back, listening on this end is going, this is one clueless white woman. I cannot allow that narrative because
did you hear everything that I said, including when I said I put it on the same sort of plateau as the video that we watched yesterday when the white man was being disrespectful?
Yes, I heard that, and that was incorrect.
That is
absolutely incorrect.
In my opinion, it equates to the same thing.
Keywords in your opinion, in your white woman privileged world, it is.
Okay.
And I see why you say that. And you need to understand that I see why you say that. It's fair that in your opinion it is. But I'm telling you, as a matter of fact, in our culture, it's not offensive.
So can I ask what your culture is, if you don't mind?
Me a Jamaican, since you can't tell.
I just wanted to be sure instead of assuming.
May I ask your culture?
Irish.
Irish.
Yeah.
How on earth? The Irish are well known in Jamaica. I mean, you know what the deal is. Why are you playing? Why are you playing like you don't know?
I'm not playing like I don't
Irish
know.
have been dealing with Jamaicans for a long time.
I'm a white person,
mean?
and I'm entitled to give my opinion as a white person.
What?
Because regardless of who I mix with, my skin color is still white. That does not change. I cannot change that. I still have to be a white person.
No one is asking you to change, ma'am. No one is asking you to change. Love yourself. I'm just saying.
Do.
So you don't. Pardon me?
I do love myself.
I'm just saying, when you're dealing with different cultures, if you had married a nice white Irish man, would you be having this conversation now?
No.
Okay. you married or you choose to have child with a black man. Thus, you've thrown yourself into a situation that you seem as if you are unaware of. I'm serious. You know, you walk down the street and you get those looks as a white woman with black kids. You get them, don't you?
I seem to you that I'm not aware of these things because of one comment that you heard me make.
Ma'am,
which is my opinion as a white woman. I know what the history is. I have some understanding of the culture. And I've heard that from many places and many people before. It doesn't mean I
respectfully,
think it's okay.
ma'am.
And
If
sorry,
I
just to finish,
can ask
even when I hear my my children's family members saying things like bun out Pope John Paul. Yeah, I don't like Pope John Paul. I don't follow Catholicism anymore. However, like if we're going to be, for me, I want people to unite and see each other.
But do you know why they say bun out Pope and Paul? Do you think it's because they want to literally burn Pope John Paul?
When I see the same people that are trying to promote peace and love and unity, and then they're talking about bun out white man and bun out this, that's not creating peace and love.
Can I tell you, do you know what dumb diversus is? Do you know what dumb diversus is?
No.
That's the order that the Catholic Church made, where they split the world in half and gave one half to Spaniards and one half to the Portuguese. When you hear black people say burn out the Pope, we're not talking an individual Pope. It's the system of Catholicism that divided the world in half and was the beginning of our enslavement of black, native, and everybody on this planet. You are void of context. We are looking for peace. That's why we say burn out that bullshit. You don't understand. So we're thinking literally to get up, pick up arms and go hurt white people. Ma'am, you don't know. That's why you're saying what you're saying. We're not talking about literally lighting people on fire. Burnout is just like when you hear me say me a bad man. Do you think I'm a bad man meaning I'm going to go do bad things? This bad man get up every day and go fight and feed his family. There's nothing better than to feed your family and protect your family and provide. A bad man think that. In a system of white supremacy, you've got to understand the jargons of the culture.
And I do understand that, but Shaka's statement was white people for dead. White people, and I'm saying that we may have youngers out here that don't know all of this history and the context to it. So when they're hearing that,
that's why it's important to understand. I think this is what EIE says. It's why it's important.
But how much understanding is, let's say, a 12-year-old going to have in comparison to a 40 or 50-year-old? Obviously, we learn things over time. But I'm still saying, even if they have that understanding, hearing that white people for dead, they're still going to think like they're going to. Even me, I'm thinking like, what's wrong with like what? I should just
because sensible kids.
I should just not exist.
You see this conversation we're having?
I'm not trying to promote supremacy. I'm not a white person who's out here trying to promote supremacy. Yes, I have white privilege.
You understand hold on. You understand white supremacy exists, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody asked me the other day while I was on with EIEs on G Block. Someone asked me. They said, "Do you think that those in power are can physically dominate you?" So my first knee-jerk reaction was to say no, but then I said, "You know what? Yeah, because they've designed systems and weapons in order to physically dominate me, right?" Then he was like, "Okay, yeah." Then he tried to say, then I said something, and then he said, "Oh, what are you trying to say? Oh, what color do you think these people are?" I said, "You tell me what color they are, because you seem to know who they were when we were discussing the elites, but now you want to trap me into saying something that you understand." So what it came down to the fact was we both understood that those in power, even though not exclusively, were majority white people. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this statement?
You're talking to me, Jed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So that's the backdrop for saying white man for dead. That's the backdrop there. The world stage is the backdrop of why that statement is made like that. Is it a coincidence that those out of the 1% of power, that they happen to be white European? Is that a coincidence? Or is that the way it was set? Is that the purpose of the very system? If it is, then it's then where the world is a stage living under the rule of white supremacy. And even white people fall victim to white supremacy.
Yeah, I agree
That's the
with that.
thing, Jedi. White people are some of the biggest victims of white supremacy.
Right.
I never said it doesn't exist.
They don't even
what I said
realize
is I'm
it.
not out here promoting it.
They
I am
benefit
not
and
out
are
here
the victims of
promoting
it.
white supremacy. I'm not no far right. I'm not any. I don't carry any of them labels.
Because you're not, because you're white and you're not supporting white supremacy. You want who's got the echo? Someone must know they got an echo. Or mute your mic if you're not talking, please. Because you're not perpetuating white supremacy knowingly, and you're white. The term "white man for dead." Yo, who's got the echo? It might be you, EIE, or Mary Jen. Out of YouTube.
Let me remember.
Yeah. That term rubs you up the wrong way, and I can understand it. Someone made a comment about Nigerians are the sellouts, are the biggest sellouts in Africa to this day, and I'm like, yo, Babo, you gotta jump on. Like it's gonna go down, isn't it? You're making them statements. I think about my mom. I think about my brothers and my sisters and my uncles. I'm like, nah, I'm not having this. Jump on. However, if he says that he believes Nigerians were culpable or part of selling their brothers and sisters into the slave trade, I'm sure there's some small anecdotal evidence to suggest this may be a reality. I'm not completely convinced on it, but I'm not going to deny it either, because that would be denying the history of some of my brothers and sisters. Do you know what I mean? But when you do the generalization, instantly I'm not feeling it. So that's a black man. That's another black man. So if anything, we're both Israelites. Do you know what I mean? So if I'm not really feeling it, I can understand how Mary Jen, I can empathize with you, Mary Jen, on why you would not be feeling the statement. So I just want to know.
I was just gonna say, even though initially I wasn't feeling it, yeah, definitely still now I'm not feeling it. If you put a full stop on it, if you just say black man for dead, white man for dead, full stop, I'm probably not onto that. But when you put the meat and the flesh on it and everything, and the man talks of education instead of slandering, it's all proper. It all makes sense. It all adds up. If that makes sense, do you know what I mean? And like, it makes me ponder. It don't make me think, oh, I'm going to go out and kill a white person. It makes me think, why has that man just said that?
All right, do you make, do you agree that it's not EIE's?
Exactly.
Do you agree it's not EIE's responsibility?
There's something to make you think.
Hold on, EI. Do you believe it's not EIE's responsibility to break that statement down? He doesn't have to.
Definitely. That's why I'm glad he came back on and done his thing. You get me? Because obviously, man need this education. If man just get open statement, that's bullshit. You got that's whack. Like, you know what I mean?
The thing is, people can't just be making these statements and then having to clarify every time. At the end of the day, like, people are going to take you on those statements that you say in isolation. Like, you can't just be going around and saying, oh, I want you dead, and then waiting for people to come and clarify.
Reggie, have you
hard statements, and then you're expecting people to come and
No.
How many times have people used the term fuck it? Do you literally mean you're gonna go fuck it? You need to stop playing these word games.
You are on an open platform. You can't just be making statements and saying, oh, the onus is on everyone else to seek clarity. That's what you're saying.
Your responsibility to go know what fuck it means. If you hear someone say fuck it, next thing is, oh, what is it? What's going on? What do you want? What do you mean by fuck it? So if somebody say man for dead, your job is why? Your job is not to say why you saying that. Why you're wrong for saying that.
Someone can't just come in and say, oh, the N word, or the nigger, rather. And then every time everybody else has to go and
you change your subject now, Reggie. Reggie, you change your subject now. You just change your subject now.
The person,
but you're allowed to ask why you called me a nigger, Reggie. If someone comes on with the N word, you're allowed to say, why did you say that, bro? What's the problem? You're allowed to say that.
And not only that, the N word has already been debated in society and decided that it is a word that is not to be used. Society has already decided that norm.
Yeah, society.
You can't use that norm, because White man today has not been debated and made a law not to say.
The societies already also decide that when someone comes
You
up here
always
with a
come and throw all kind of
baboon
nonsense in the game, Reggie.
a baboon picture or the N word or use the P word, that people shouldn't have to consistently be asked, oh, what did you mean? Can I have a breakdown or an explanation as to why you
So
decided
we don't know what a white man means when he put up the face
no.
of a baboon, Reggie. Reggie, we don't know what a white man means when he put up the face of a baboon when dealing with black
what if
people.
they come and start giving you an explanation? I meant to say I meant this baboon because I saw a baboon on a cartoon or something.
Somebody
you know what I'm saying?
take this because I can't deal with Reggie. I cannot deal with Reggie. I don't want to start shouting.
All I'm saying is
I
when
can't
you
deal
come
with you,
on,
Reggie.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're
enough.
defending, Reggie. I don't know what the fuck you're defending, man.
I'm defending the fact that someone can come up here and say that Nigerians are sellouts, and then we have to all suddenly have to come around to their way of thinking or understand.
I didn't know you're debating that night. Hey, I didn't know that's what. Hey, Baba Dule made his point. I want him to represent it. I don't believe Nigerians are sellout. I know there were some Africans who sell out Caribbean folks, but I don't believe all Nigerians are sellout. And I know if you give the brother a chance, he will give. I mean, Jedi gave him the chance to come on. I mean, if he's got the time, he'll come on. But I can't defend his statement. I can say I don't agree with it.
And you can't say that people can't come up here and say what they're saying and then give clarification to what they're actually saying afterwards. Like someone's gonna say something that you're not gonna be too familiar with, or you're not gonna understand too well, or you're gonna want an explanation to even. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fair enough. But what I'm saying is that if at the end of the day you make these statements, don't expect everybody to take your clarification or your explanation, because you know full well that you said certain things that are going to lead to majority of people being clear on exactly what your statement says. You get what I'm saying? Don't come here and say, oh, all Nigerians are sellouts, and then expect everybody to respect your clarification or your explanation, because some people are going to take it for exactly what you've said in your statement. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's looking at things at face value and just taking it for what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? And you don't need anything else to go with that statement. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? But I think you'll find people that know how to think wouldn't just take that for what it is. They're gonna ask questions like, "What do you mean by that? What's that supposed to mean? What did you mean?" You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just gonna be as clear cut as you think to everybody.
And not only that, you know, Jamaican talk by saying all I wanna sell out. That no mean say who all I wanna sell out. It's just when we say all I wanna sell out, it just could mean, you know, I mean, if he wrote it like that, I don't know if he meant it in the Jamaican context or what. I don't know. I'm not gonna speak for the brother. All I can say is anybody with a rational mind know that that's not a factual statement.
Yeah.
And as a Nigerian, I could see why you would want a clarification on that.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, man. I don't know. I can't.
That's not
the argument I came on. I love Nigerians, man.
We have to, correct some people that, when they try.
But check this.
You know what I would say? This is what I would say.
We have to separate ourselves.
This is what I would say.
Watch this. Yeah. The other day I was saying this. Just the other day, yeah. And it's a little saying that we have in Jamaica. Who the cap fit?
Make them wear it.
Yeah.
Show me can. Me no call no fall.
You know what I think is very interesting is that, in this whole discussion, what tends to happen.
The little child is a talent.
Big up, can we let the sister speak? Big up, sis.
Yeah, one sec, sis. I'm just gonna finish it. I was just gonna say, from big to little doesn't mean the littlest child done it. It just means you need to take example as the little one. What's happened? Do you get what I'm saying? So we've got mad sayings, isn't it?
But these are not. This is what proves that we're African. These are old sayings that we come up with from Africa. It's little old sayings. These are little words of wisdom that we. It is who we are.
Big up, Marianne. How are you today?
The fish did keep his mouth shut. The hook couldn't get in it.
Wow. No, I just wanted to say. So I just wanted to say what I always find interesting in regards to these topics whenever they do come up is that we still miss the whole point. That the reality is, it's not about words that are being said. It's about accountability and who is held accountable. Now, as a collective within the diaspora, when things are said, you'll find, just like on the panel, that there are enough people to come and sort of explain both parts. Like, this is the context in which he's coming. Yes, we understand not every white person is like this. We're not saying that it's correct, but we're saying that we understand where he's coming from, and as a collective, we truly know where that
intention
is facing. Do you see what I mean? What we're saying, though, as a collective, whenever it comes on this topic of race, is that whenever it comes to a white man or woman saying something that is offensive, racist, or makes certain type of threat, one, we know from history that it's something that when they say it can actually happen, and it can happen to the people that it's directed to in a disproportionate fashion. Do you see what I mean? No one is spared from it. No child, no elderly, no disabled. But amongst the collective, when it comes to, from what I've seen in history, when it comes to Black people saying certain statements, we understand it to be to those, this aggression is to those we see what they look like, the actual people that are oppressing us, that we're saying that the ones that are attacking us, these heated words, though, these are for those specific people, and that's what's understood to be in our mind frame as a collective. But for some reason, it's not as a mind frame as a collective amongst white people, from what we've seen, or from what I've seen, I should say. Do you see what I mean? And that's the real. Why is it okay for so many people that look like you not to speak up, just how so many people that look like me speak up when EIE is speaking? Do you see what I mean? It shows as a collective, our empathy has been instilled from us from birth. Do you see what I'm saying? We cannot help but empathize because we see people as humans at the end of when it's all said and done. But as a collective, all I see from white people is sympathy. But as a majority, there is no real empathy. Yeah, minority do have it, but as a collective, I don't see it's there. Do you see what I mean?
100% see what you mean. 100%. I got every word of that.
I agree with what you're saying, sis.
I hear you, sis.
I agree with that 100%. And that's what I was trying to say earlier, guys, is that it's a weird one, because as Black people, we're used to hearing these foul, vulgar things coming towards us. But as a white counterpart, you're not used to hearing, as I would say, a flippant comment like that. And so because of that, you can react in a way which is like, oh my God, whereas we're so used to it, we're just like, some of us palm it off as, oh, it's just you being a racist as you are anyway. Do you know what I mean? And that's kind of what I was trying to say before I got interrupted earlier. But yeah.
Big up, sis. But you know what? I'm just going to say, I don't think I reacted flippantly. And if I did, then that's what I'm saying.
No, not the reaction was flippant. I was saying that the comment was flippant to me anyway. I felt like he didn't, there was no real intention behind what he was saying. And that's what I think that's what EIE was trying to say as well, with like how we speak. Sometimes if you're gonna be around us, you have to kind of try and understand that that's just how we talk.
And I do, and this is what I was trying to say. Like, I've been around enough people to hear that narrative, so it's nothing new for me to hear that. Which is why when I heard it, it was just like, okay. But I was asked to give my opinion on it, so I gave my opinion on it because that was what we were showing on the show at the time, and I'm on the panel, and I was asked to give my opinion, so I did, and I gave my opinion as in, if that was to be clipped, let's say that gets clipped now and that goes viral and all people are seeing is that one statement that he said, white man for dead. Like that could, without the rest of the context, and remember, we only heard a minute or two of that conversation. So without listening to perhaps the whole discussion beforehand and afterwards, to just take that comment out, I'm saying, obviously, people are going to take offense to it.
But
no, sis, you want me to tell you why? Let me tell you why. Because anyone who, and this is why I said that's why it comes to you need to inform yourself. If they hear an American person said that, that would be weird. If they hear a Japanese person said that, that would be weird. But anyone who know Jamaican culture and hear a Jamaican say that would not take it is weird.
But what if they don't know
That
the
is
culture?
a common term.
But what
And
to say
anybody
about
who
Sorry, do you
knows
mind if
Jamaican culture knows
do you
it
mind if
and
I
knows the
interrupt?
context.
Just to explain this to you in another way, sis. What you're saying, well, no one's saying what you're saying isn't a valid point, yeah? But what we're saying is, I hope you can see the correlation that you're speaking right now. Because just as you said, hold on, princess, mommy's going to be one moment. Thank you. Just as Mary Jen was saying, that this clip
So
can be
many
just taken out
odds
of
in that
context.
section.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Just as
Yeah.
Mary Jen was saying that this short clip can be taken and go viral and misrepresented. I hope you see that it's no difference to the things that are going viral now with every single piece of oppression that we're seeing on Instagram, on Twitter, and all these media
And sis,
outlets
I said
of
that.
all
I
these things
said that
happening
in my
to
initial
us.
statement. I don't know if you heard when I gave my opinion on the video. That is exactly what I said. I said it's just
No,
the video we watched yesterday.
exactly. But what we're saying is, please don't miss the point that I can see you're a type of person that knows empathy. From what I've heard of you over the chats over these past few months that I've been sort of coming to Trilluminati Live and Jedi Online and seeing the content, I also register those that are independent, independently speaking, what they say and how they say things. And from what I see, from what I've heard, you seem like the type that has empathy. The question is, why is it that only a minority of white people seem to have this empathy and not the majority? Do you see what I'm saying? Because everything EIE is saying, there is someone within the panel to hold him accountable to what he's saying. But amongst the white people that have been seen, is that whenever these things are being said, rather than there being empathy and someone holding their counterparts accountable, they're choosing rather to just have to sympathize with the black situation and have more empathy for the person speaking, because the face that's reflecting them is someone of their own color, of their own skin. Do you see what I mean? And this is what I'm trying to say. Please don't get sidetracked into feeling. I know you feel attacked, and I understand why you feel that way, but please don't miss the whole point of this is the real discussion that needs to be had.
But sis, I didn't feel attacked by Shakara's comment, like that's just gone over my head. Obviously, I gave my opinion because I was on the panel. What I took offense to was the fact that EIE then called me a cracker in the comments and then came on the panel and start saying what he said, which I didn't see how that was appropriate to what my statement was. I didn't think it was an appropriate response.
No, I hear that. Maybe
I just want to say, people want to say I'm in my feelings, or white girl can't take this, or they can't stand up for themselves. That's your opinion. Like, I've seen the comments in the chat today. Don't feel like I haven't seen them, just for the people out there and the people that are being supportive as well. Big up yourselves. But I don't need anyone to cape for me. Like, I'm white. I'm as white as it comes, and I'm gonna have my opinion, and I'm not gonna backtrack on it.
Yeah, big up your whiteness, sis, man.
You have the right to represent yourself, sis. No one's denying that. But can I just say, it might just be, I don't know, if I took and I might be wrong, so EIE, he can correct me if what I'm saying is wrong. From what I absorbed of the conversation that you and him having, I feel like the real issue wasn't the fact of you personally, it's the fact of what a certain narrative of white women represent to the diaspora, and that is a dangerous being, because it's like when you look at people, even like in times of slavery, black women getting raped and this and that, is because white men sexualized us, they dehumanized us and just sexualized us, and as a result of his actions, then the white woman now is angry at the white man for finding another more attractive than herself, but is dishing out the actual physical harm on the victim. Do you see what I mean? Which is the black woman.
Sis, can I make a point?
Yeah.
Can I say
But
something?
like
Can
I
I say
said,
something
everyone's
that's
entitled
going
to
to
their
be
own
more
opinion. Yeah.
controversial? Can I
Go
say
ahead,
a real
brother. Speak your mind.
controversial thing, sis? And anybody who know the history can tell me if I'm lying. White men, because of their savage brutality to black women, white women have historically felt slighted by that. Historically, you understand me? And you see, I don't know this young lady and her history. I know that there's a reason why she decided to have. I'm having a feedback. I'm having a real bad feedback.
I can hear that.
Yeah, I'm having a real.
Yeah, family. If you're not talking, just mute up, please. Yeah.
I just
Can we be clear
wanted
when
to
you
say,
say white history?
No, I'm just
that
saying.
really doesn't
No,
there's a
involve
history
both
over
white
here.
men and black women.
Facts, stop. Let him finish his point first.
And I'm just saying, I cannot come inside your mind and inside your heart and find out why you decided to. It could be love. It could be many things. But I, as a black man, have to look at this in historical context. Okay? I know that white women have always have a thing against black women. You understand me? And it was by
I'm
default.
going to disagree with you. I'm sorry, brother. I'm going to disagree with you because I don't have a problem with black women. And I'm going to say something as well. I grew up in Ireland where there was very, very, very few black people around until a couple of years before I left. So I had no reason to hate a black woman. I had no reason
let me
to
finish
hate
what
a
I
black
was saying.
woman.
No, maybe in
can
your
I chime
world
in
before I'm saying before you decided to have children with a black man, I'm quite sure there are things that you've experienced since you decided to have kids with a black man that you had no idea would have come or even been in your life if you didn't have black kids, or kids are what you call them mixed kids. I'm quite sure there are a lot of things that you have now seen and that you had no idea about. You thought when you were having those kids, you were just meeting a guy you like, having kids, but you've learned since then it's not as simple, haven't you? Be honest.
Do you know what? I've nothing to compare it to. I've nothing to compare it to because.
Do you know what, sis? It's more like, I'll put it in different terms. It's more like saying, in regards to what some black people have seen in general of white women who choose to have relationships with black men and have biracial children. So many of them walk into those relationships and expect to have children and not teach those children the reality of their heritage, one, and two, the reality of how the world, not themselves in their family, but how the world is going to view them. Because the world, depending on the variation of melanin that they got, the kink and the coil in the hair, the features that they absorb of their counterpart, it's going to have a big impact on how the world sees them.
But can I say something?
You know, like colorblind. There are so many people that choose to teach their kids to be colorblind, and by doing so, you can say they've walked into that relationship ignorant because the world sees color.
And they've put their kids in danger.
Can I say one thing, please? Can I say one thing pertaining to this topic here? What we do also need to take responsibility for, though, is our black men sleeping with the white woman and not taking responsibility for that.
I'm free from this.
For that education to teach their children. We need to look at that as well, though.
Yeah, no, sis, there's both sides to the story. No one's saying that.
I'm just saying because a lot of that,
like,
yeah, cool.
This is mate that's like throwing shade over the white man really bad, making me look really bad. And in a relationship, an interracial relationship, you can't say the history point of white men being black women, because that's not really true, is it? That in interracial relationship.
Every time I plug in, I hear something about people trying to make this white person look bad and that white person look bad. Like, I mean, when we deal with race and world history, as a white man or as a white woman, hear me out. There's no way you could be responding. I ain't said what I'm saying. As a white man and a white woman, when we deal with history, I feel like, unfortunately, there may be some uncomfortable truths. Now, I'm not really sure why it's uncomfortable to deal with the truth. All I know is that it can make people feel uncomfortable to deal with the truth, especially when it comes to do with their people or whatever, or people of their race. Maybe because subconsciously we expect the people drawing them comparisons or talking about history to look at us and be like, well, these are your people, or maybe even add these traits to you unfairly. So maybe that's why we get defensive when we start talking about these type of issues. But I don't know anybody that's claiming every white person or any white person today is solely responsible for the things that have gone down in the past. The issue is white supremacy still is something that is very much prevalent to today. And some people experience it on a daily basis. And there's been a drive to make those people seem like they're just making it up or that they're in victim mode, which I think in turn makes them go even harder every time they do point it out, every time they do speak about it. But we're all in agreement, that this exists today, and we're in agreement that a lot of this is, for whatever reason, perpetuated by white Europeans. Then I think we just have to just deal with that fact and not be as sensitive. That's it. And I do see a sensitivity. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. I'll be real. And I also see people that are very close to our culture, very close to our people, maybe through marriage, through relationship, through friendship, through business, through circumstances, whatever. Yeah. But you have an insight into the black experience. I feel like some of you guys feel like the knowledge that you've gained, the information you gained, is being undermined because people are assuming that you don't know. You don't know what the struggle is, and you're like, yo, well, I agree with these people. I know this. I'm very empathetic. I just feel like when it comes to that subject, if you care, you're never going to stop learning. And if you're never going to stop learning, then you always have to be open to the opinions of black people. And that means even taking on board the unsavory ones that see you're a cracker until you show me you're not. That might be unfair to you, and I see it. I would never deal with you like that. But I would be lying if I said that I don't have that viewpoint when I'm out and about. I'm not just going to assume that every white person is friendly, just like I'm not going to assume every black man is friendly, right? There is going to be a caution, and raising children in today's society, they do have to be cautious of everybody, but I will sit them down and give them extra lessons on being cautious with their white counterparts, especially living in a white country where white people are the majority. I think different lessons have to be instilled into our youth. And if your child is mixed race, then they actually need to be armed even more with this awareness, even if it's not for them, even if doors fly open for them everywhere they go, yeah, they're undoubtedly going to have black and white friends, so they need to understand the dynamics. And this is only going to come by having honest, open conversations, yeah, not getting offended, not being sensitive, and also not being intolerant. Because I think some of our brothers and sisters can be a little bit intolerant because they finally get a white person to speak to. They're like, right, yeah, you're fucking no white man, and rah, 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 and yeah, they did this, and it's like, yo, bro, pick your arguments, pick your battles, and know how to communicate. Communicate your angst. Communicate your concern. Communicate your pain. Communicate your ideology. Communicate it. Don't just have an entitlement that, yo, hold on. The reason why I'm asking the black people to communicate and make an effort to communicate is because you will find that you can find many allies in other black people, brown people, and even in white people if we just try to communicate and not assume everybody is against us. That's the chip on the shoulder that undoubtedly we do have. I don't care who says I'm not capable for no one, but we do have the chip on the shoulder. And I think in a way it's shown how it manifests today. Yeah, because we can have a good conversation. On the other flip side, too many times I hear the white folks, my Arab folks, my Asian folks, especially these lot, who feel like they're so close to man, and when it's time to regurgitate, articulate what my experience is, they're gonna get it wrong. Because they inadvertently have to think of it as the black experience via my, for instance, let me give South as an example, via my Moroccan, North African perspective, or via my Irish with mixed race children perspective, or via my Pakistani with black stepbrother perspective. Whatever it is, it's not the black perspective, it's the black perspective plus your editing. And we need to try and diminish some of that editing, because that editing can come across as being offensive to your black counterparts, because they're like, yo, that ain't our experience, or that ain't this, or that ain't that. And so we just have to be mindful, innit? And another thing is, when we do talk about black issues, not saying you did this, Mary Jane, when we talk about black issues, I don't really want to hear people of non-black descent complaining about the way we articulate our struggle. And that I think gets some people's back up, where EIE is saying, you lot think I'm gonna tailor make the way I describe my experience to suit your white fragility, sensibilities, or whatever. And I do see that as being something that on a whole, black people are expected to do. I'm not saying in that scenario it was his, because in that scenario I feel he just jumped out the bat, all guns blazing. You call the chick a cracker, she ain't letting you call her a cracker. Just like I ain't letting M-Stats call me Jareer. You can't call me what you want to. Get me? Especially if I take an objection to it. So, you know what I mean?
Must be.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Jay. I second that, innit? Because living in the UK, I've had to fucking learn Irish culture, Essex culture, Cockney culture, my black, as well as keep my black identity. Because if I don't, none of them cultures are gonna take me serious. Asians, none of them. You know what I'm saying? So if I don't hold on to my Africanness, like all of the rest of them cultures are gonna laugh after me. You get what I'm saying? But I've had to adapt it. You get what I'm saying? But when it comes to the white perspective, they don't have to adapt shit for us. They can just be around, man, for years. You're all right, Rodney.
You know what though?
Wait, can I ask you a question? Like, both of you, yeah? Tell me that. Look at Schiffer's comment. This is what I'm saying. This is why EIE and them lot get vexed. Yeah? I'll be real, bruv. When I hear a black man saying we need to forget the past and work on the future,
I don't like all them things, bro.
Yeah, them talk there is mad. But tell me how that tell me how that makes you lot feel. Talk to me,
bro.
Wait, I was just gonna say. Sorry, Squid.
Now, based on what Schiffer said, go off that.
Yeah, based on what Schiffer said. Yo, you're sell out, you know, my brother. We are dealing. What kind of talk that you are dealing? We must forget what? Yo, you have amnesia.
Well, if I forget what my mum taught me, how am I going to teach my fucking youth, man? I don't think that's right, innit? That's dunce. So yeah, whatever.
I mean, so what if you're in a mixed race relationship and this is your perspective? Is this more dangerous? I'm gonna be real. I think it's more dangerous to be in a to be in an interracial relationship. To me, is perfectly fine. Yeah, acceptable, happy, whatever. Yeah, but when you inject this perspective, I think this is what makes the brothers and sisters say "fuck that." Yeah, because it's like if you're gonna get with. I'm not saying that you've adopted this opinion because you are with a sister, a non-black sister, but I'm sure it's easy for the man to draw this correlation and be like, rah, so now we must forget the past. Like, what? Like, what? I get that there's no such thing as race. I can hear that. I don't necessarily fully agree, but I can hear that no such thing as race. We're all come from one place or whatever. I don't know. There's no evidence, so I can't just jump on that. It's not scientific to me either.
Yeah.
But I can. I got no. Let's say I got no dog in the race on that basis. Yeah. But to tell a man to forget the past and focus on the future, like it just sounds.
No, I don't even agree with that. I mean, I agree with the fact that I want us to all be one human race, but I don't. I think it's important that we know our history, and that's why I was saying earlier on with my children. I knew when I got impregnated by a black man, I knew I was having kids of dual heritage that were going to need to know both sides of their history, because obviously Irish history means a lot to me, and our background and our culture and where we are now, as well as the importance of them knowing their black history, which I couldn't give them. That had to come from their family. I had to immerse myself into the books and everything as well, so that I know when I'm having these conversations with my kids, I've got some knowledge of reference. Like I've told you guys before how
Right, let me ask you a question, yeah? Did EIE have any points? But I personally think he did. But for you, did anything ring home when he said, if you're gonna have children from people from a certain demographic, it would be smart. It would be smart. He didn't use them words, trust me. Yeah, it would be smart if you researched beforehand. Can I ask if you did that?
Agree with that.
Did you do that? No,
I didn't research. No, I didn't research. But
would you advise that to anybody? Would you advise that to other Irish women about to embark on relationships or considering having children with a black man? Would you give her that advice before you do that? Maybe research and know what you. I don't know, or is that bollocks? Love is love. You just get with people and do your thing.
I wouldn't say, oh, if you're planning on like being with a black man, go and do your research beforehand. And say, if you're in a relationship with someone, be prepared. You should be not even prepared, but you should be learning about each other's culture from both sides. So that means the black man, like maybe learning a bit about Irish culture or whatever.
The joke is, I think the joke is, even as I said, one second. Let me just make this statement, yeah. Even though I knew that was going to be said, in my head, I was like, I love him because I'm like, I know black men do know white people's culture though. Black men in England, they do. They actually do, innit? I know they do. They know, man. We talk about
is a black man in England necessarily going to know about Irish culture? Because I'm talking about myself.
Right. No, you know what?
Say if I'm French,
going to know about top of the morning, St. Patrick's Day. He's going to know about everything because he has to. If he wants to make money and thrive in the society, he has to know about.
This is what I'm saying.
You want to talk about
one second, Mary. Let me part of my culture.
I'm
just saying, 1 second, let me finish. I know about the IRA too, innit? Deeply. Definitely, I know about them. 100% million. But what I'm saying is, what it is we're not classed as important enough to care about our culture. We don't really have to give a fuck about black people's thing because it's wishy-washy, if that makes sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? They've got us as the wishy-washy people in society, the dummies, the people that can get pushed around and do whatever other races say to do, so they don't have to immerse themselves in Africanness or Jamaican or Caribbean. They have to do none of that because there's no white people that's ever going to apologize for slavery. It doesn't happen. I've lived all my life and I've only heard it once or twice. Do you get what I'm saying? So I know this apology thing and acknowledgement thing for your wrongdoings is non-existent. You can feel sorry for man, but you don't have to acknowledge it.
Well, on the culture thing, it all sounds good in theory, but the depth and weight to it is we're not living in our own cultures. We're living in all together. So the Irish people that are living in the UK, they're not living in their culture. They're living away from their culture. So, yeah, you might get to celebrate St. Patrick's Day and this day and have a diet that you know, that right. But let's be realistic. We're all living in a... we're living,
but then
come on, let's put it into perspective. Let's not make out we're all doing cultural things every day.
Are we all gonna follow the UK, the British culture then? Is that what you're saying? We should all just forget about our history and our cultures, where we come from.
No, but that's what we are
should all just
doing.
Throw ourselves into British culture. Go and eat fish and chips every day.
But I'm just saying, where is it then? I don't see it. I don't see all what we're talking about.
And we talk like this, see? Yeah, if we walk in a parliament and we talk just so, believe me, say, them man are gonna look upon me weird in the eye. We are talk about, talk English.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
I want to
So you
know.
have to go.
I want to know if any of the panel has had an apology for slavery or just like an acknowledgement that it happened from a white person. Wouldn't mind knowing that. Because that
All
would
right,
be
but what if it was the other way then? What if these people that was like told to go and do this stuff was get like we're gonna get
Facts.
murdered or lose their family or whatever? You know what?
Facts. I come from Waterhouse, Marvelly, and all of that. And I swear to God, if they murdered after the world, I'd be sorry, bruv. I'd be fucking sorry. Even though it's got nothing to do with me, I'll be fucking sorry, bro. You get what I'm trying to show you? It'd just be overwhelmed with sorrow that my people murdered half of the fucking world, bruv. You get what I'm trying to show you?
It's embarrassment, guilt. There's a lot of emotions for me, but I don't even know where to start. I don't like the thought of winning a rigged race. That's the thing that burns me most.
No, but I'm saying facts. What you got a load of range of emotions, but sorry ain't one. It's never been one for
exactly.
People.
So
It's
if I don't know, how's a black person gonna know? If I don't know, and it's my kin or forefathers that done it, and I don't know how to feel about it, how's a black
That's sad. That's actually sad to even hear that. I can't even lie. That's sad to even hear. Like,
well,
this is what I mean about you. This is what we mean about you guys. You guys don't have no empathy for nothing but yourselves, man. Nothing. Nothing.
But empathy means you've got to have been through it to empathise. That's the wrong word. I know what you mean, but I've not.
No, you don't. Stop that foolishness.
I'm digging a deeper hole. I know what you.
You can't be. Can't be what you claim to be.
Telling the truth. Like I tell the truth and I get told. Like,
no, you can't be. Listen. You can't be what you claim to be, which is a human being. Yeah. If you do not have empathy, which you know of things that happen like slavery, bro, whether you like it or not, bro.
I wanted to say analyze, and then people have to be accountable. So you analyze the past and you find out what really happened, and then people are accountable. Well, I've got my belief system, and I started looking into things, and I'm telling you, not slavery. Well, that is what part of what I've looked into, and most of the stuff I've looked into doesn't add up to the narrative that we've been given and told. So, analyze and accountability.
Yeah, I'm saying that there's no European man, or there's only one or two in my life, and there actually hasn't been. No, one of them was a man and one of them was an old woman, and they both said sorry. Those are the old, and I'm a big old man, and I've only heard it twice in my life. Do you get what I'm trying to show you, bro?
This is what I'm trying to say. This is why they don't have no. They want to talk about accountability and all this stuff. They want to put all these other factors in the way of the fact. You get it? Like, because
but I don't want to come across as patronising or like saying sorry, and it's coming across like.
You don't come across
Come on, are you going to go and say sorry to all the people in the Hitler, the people who died in that boat?
No, sorry on behalf of them.
One talking at a time, please.
Are you going to go to every Jewish person and go, "Oh, I'm sorry"? Come on, like, how do you get it wrong? I'm telling the truth.
First of all, this. You got that bad sound, yeah? You got the bad sound, so you need to sort your sound. Furthermore, we got two new guests, and I want you lot to take time talking like to each other. Let's have a conversation. Let's not just talk at each other. There doesn't need to be more than two people talking at the same time. Big up Emma. Yeah, I tried to sort the. So, Elsa, big up Elsa, man. Long time no speak.
Hello. How's it going?
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm really good. Wow, this conversation today has been really eye-opening for myself because I come from a big family full of lots of cultural diversities. My stepmom personally is from Trinidad. I'm very much immersed in that culture, and hearing your points of views about how you feel like you should express about your history and stuff like that. Really actually sort of made me realize that, I'd like to shake a lot of my friends in the face and sort of make them realize, what is actually going on around us to do with our history and our ancestors. Because, I'm ashamed of my history in a sense.
See, this is the issue, because it's like I mean, to be ashamed of your history, what does that do? What impact does that have on your today?
And that also means, what is that going to mean for our future? You know, in our future, well, how can we change it so that my kids, my grandchildren, won't be ashamed of their past? You know, like, and how do we define the time length of past? You know, you guys are talking about your past, and you guys are going back to slave trade. But then, when my kids will they look back and think of the past as this day and age? Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So it's also about making for my. It's just like really a crazy world that we live in today. And you know, I think it's sad that you know that certain things aren't still acceptable, like your race or your ethnicity or what you believe in. I think it's really sad that you know people are out there still putting each other down about it, and you know that you guys feel like you guys can't express how you feel and what you guys are actually like.
Can I come in next, please?
Wait,
check
let me come in, fam.
Before you do that, can go back as far as the win one. We haven't even had an apology for how them people got treated. Fuck slavery. Let's talk about how the people in the Windrush got treated like animals, man. Come on. How the unimperfect treatment have they got? What these people fucking built the country, they got treated like dogs. Like, when are we gonna get an apology for even that? Like, we just don't get fuck all. Like, you say you feel our pain, you say you do this, and you say you do that, and it sounds like a good soundbite, but there isn't really no acknowledgement of what we went through. You can't even explain one scenario that a black person went through in the 60s, say for instance.
Right. And the Windrush, I was so young, and I that's what I was being taught as a young white person, and that's what I was seeing around me. So what was I meant to do at 5 years old? Now I know better, I do better, and I feel I can express myself on this panel as just myself. Like, you know, come on, like, there's not many chances you get to have these conversations. So that
Let me invite Schiffer to speak, because he says he hasn't got much time. He's going off to work. Big up, Schiffer.
Is my mic good though? Is my mic good?
Yeah, your mic's perfect now. You're good now, brother. Schiffer, you made a statement about let's forget about the past and focus on the future, right? So obviously, I'm saying that's a very dangerous statement to make without more meat on it. So let's see if you can put more meat on it. Or shall I explain why it's dangerous?
Do you know what? Like, you can explain why it's dangerous if you want, but before you do that, I just want to address one thing, Like, so anyone that's got this coconut chat in their mouth and what scripture said as well, I just want to deal with you people first and foremost. And I want to say,
all right, wait, separate. Hold on, wait, please, separate, please, Like, for interest, you know scripture, innit? So separate scriptures, jovial comment from the coconut thing that's getting rinsed. I think they're two different people. And they got two different energies in their chest when they're saying what they're saying.
That's why I said them separately. So like, as far as the coconut people, like, jump on the panel. Furthermore, you see this whole disrespect thing, like, don't get me wrongly, I don't mind the dissing match and that, but like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't really come from that. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Where man them, like, especially man I'm like brethrens with or whatever, or have some kind of a relationship with, you know. We're not doing that with each other, innit? So I'm not even trying to get involved in none of that right now. But I'll say this much: like, anyone who wants to see me, like, feel free to inbox me, like shifferdon@gmail.com. Like, we can link up anytime. But as far as scripture's concerned, I'm hearing your comment, and I was kind of disappointed that you said that still, because I thought that you would have seen the broader perspective of what I was saying. But I think that, you know, if you want to clarify why it's dangerous, then I'll put some meat on the bones. And we'll leave it there, innit?
All right. First of all, scripture. Like, obviously, you said that sounded like a sellout statement, right? I mean, I know you was tongue in cheek, but do you want to have the exchange with Schiffer about it? Let's see.
Yeah. So basically, bro, it's like you want to wake up, right, and you want to forget everything that we've been taught, bar all the lies we've already been taught going through school, etc., etc., etc. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And for me, like, you're going backwards. Yeah. You're trying to go forwards, but you're actually going backwards because you wanna like erase this thing that happened to our people and why our people are fucked up still to this day. Yeah. And why certain systems are in place to still keep our people fucked up. Yeah. And just move forward. Now, I get the broader horizon of what you're looking at. You want this utopia, bro. You understand what I'm saying to you? And I get that, bro. And I think we can all get there. But I think that's gonna be, and I'm sorry to say, only at a stage where there's gonna be majority more black people on the earth than white. And I'm saying that in the sense of even mixed children have probably 60-40 ratio in terms of black genes and white genes. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I get it, but that's not it, bro. We can't forget. 100%.
All right. Do you see what you just said? Yeah. Like what you just said, like in the sense of, you know, erasing history. Yeah. That's different to forgetting something. Yeah. When I say forget, what I mean is, for instance, say we're a bunch of researchers and we're working on a car, the best race car that ever existed. Yeah. But we keep using the same methods. Then one day someone else's car works out to be faster than ours. There might come a time where we need to change some of our methods. We need to work on something new. Because if we keep working on the same thing over and over and over again, if you keep going over the same history book over and over and over again, if you keep going over the same issues over and over and over again, it's unlikely you're going to get much further than you did the first, second, third, fourth, and 1000th time. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So maybe there comes a point where you stop going over old information, old rhetoric, and you move forward and you say, all right, you know what? We understand what's happened in the past. We understand the good, the bad, and the ugly of it. Yeah. And in order to make a better future, certain issues within society need to be tackled and dealt with.
All right.
I think
with
that's
that
a
being
much
said, my
better
brother,
outlook. Much better
I hear what you're
outlook
saying.
than sitting there and just
With that
going
being
through
said,
old stuff over and over again.
And hope that they go away. Like I can't
yeah, hold on,
see
though,
how
Fred.
they
Hold
go
on,
away.
hold on, though, Fred. Hold on, though, Fred. Because Shift, me need to, you know what I'm saying? We need to kind of iron this out, bro. I can't lie. So this is what I'm saying. That's all well and good, my brother, and I get that. But are you gonna tell me that we shouldn't then go back to things of, I don't know, Sumerian texts and even older? And because you're talking about issues and all these things, you're talking about the past.
Where you're getting to that?
Wait.
You're going somewhere else.
No, I'm not, because you said the past.
You are though.
You didn't specify what you was talking about.
Yeah, but you could ask me to specify. You don't have to specify.
I don't need to
for
ask
me.
you. You said the past. You didn't say history. You didn't say racism. You didn't say slavery. Do you understand what I'm saying? You said past. Do you get it?
All right, you started interjecting, you know, and I've let you time in it. But because I've let you time in, don't presume that you now know what I was going to say or what line I'm going down. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So when I'm saying going over the same issues, I'm talking about particular issues. If we're going to go back into Sumerian texts, or if we're going to go into, you know, some other Akkadian texts, you know, a lot of these things haven't really been looked at. They've been looked at by a very small minority, yeah? Smaller than any minority you're probably going to find on this planet. The same way, the majority of the wealth on this planet is monopolized by a small minority, yeah? And I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior here, you know, that we sit here going over the same things over and over and over again with each other and never dealing with the bigger issues. But at the end of the day, it's for everyone else to make their decision, innit? I've said my piece. I don't even care what people think. I don't care. That I ain't here to get no one's flipping certification. Like, if anyone wants to see me, you might know me, innit? That you'll see me. I'll come and link everyone on my own. 5 man, 6. I don't care. I'll come on my own, same way. Because I believe in what I say, and I believe that, you know, if I really believe something and I really stand by it, it must mean something to me. I don't know about to anyone else.
This is the thing though, Shifa, yeah? Like, it's all well and good that you're telling us to forget the past. Try telling a Jew that. Try telling somebody else that's a different culture, that's got a history behind them, that. Yeah? It's not gonna happen, bro. So why is it good for the goose and not good for the gander? That's what I wanna know.
Well, when you're saying this now, yeah, we're on a panel talking, yeah, And I'm talking to everyone. You might think I'm just talking to the black people. I've come to that realization now. That's what it is.
No.
You think
no.
If you don't think I'm just talking to the black people,
what is it good for the goose and what's not good for the? That's
well,
why I
hear
asked
what I'm
that
saying.
specific
We're
question.
on a panel. We're on a panel talking, innit? So I'm talking to everyone. I'm talking to anyone who's listening. All listeners, Jewish ones included. This isn't a segregated statement. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? This is about everyone, because we all do it as people. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? We can't take the plank out of our own eye. We can't see past our own nose, or whatever the problem is just something that we're not facing up to. Because if we're faced up to it, we wouldn't have the problem no more. We wouldn't have these problems in society no more. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
This is my thing. It's the problem with ourselves that we need to iron out first, and that's why I'm saying not to forget, because that's the crux, you know, bro. You understand what I'm saying to you? And that's what I'm saying. That's where I can get where you're coming from, but. I feel like you're gonna have a real hard time getting, not even to understand what I'm saying, but to get it and know that we should not forget. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I do get it. I understand exactly where you men are coming from, but I just think that we spend 95% of the time talking about the past, and the rest of the 5% is used towards working towards the future. And I just think that there comes a point where
I can agree with that. I can agree with
there comes a point where, you know, you look at the dynamics of things.
I can't agree with that.
Don't agree with it. Don't agree with them. But I'm just going to say to you, broski, let me just finish my statement.
Right now.
Let me just finish my
And
statement.
that's because of their past history. They can, that allows them to do things today. So not everyone's just sitting online chatting shit. That's bullet.
No, I never said anyone sitting online chatting shit. You're not hearing my statement. My statement is, that 90% of
it doesn't
the time,
mean that because we talk about the past, we're not moving forward. I understand your full statement.
I know what you're saying. You say because you're talking about the past doesn't mean you're moving forward. You know, I get you, but I'm saying if we're spending 95% what I believe of the time, like talking about the past and focusing on issues that are in the past, then only 5% of the time is working towards what's going on with our future and how we're going to change things. And to me, I see that as an issue. If no one else sees it as an issue,
that narrative is wrong, though. That narrative is wrong. I'm making you know that narrative is wrong.
It's wrong. Show me it's wrong.
No, I'm telling you it's wrong. And I've got evidence to prove why that narrative is awful. Women's karate and judo on Saturday and Sunday. Black People's Association around the corner from my yard. I've got a soup kitchen, and that's black owned, just up the road from me. What else? We're going to open up a club when COVID's finished. It's called Zion for the youth.
That's why I said I understand what you're saying.
Racist thing. What else? Red Eye does his little charity thing. There's bare black owned
what we talking about? What are we talking about?
Basically, Fred's justifying works in the community in terms of us talking about bigger fish to fry and only having 5% out of 95% when we're talking about the past.
What?
Yeah, but what he's done there, he's come outside of the conversation. We're online having a conversation.
Right.
I'm talking about the dynamics of conversation, and he starts talking about works in the community. So it's like,
no, I'm just saying the narrative you're painting.
I don't even know where to go with this now.
People do is sit 95%. We sit down and talk about
bro,
the past.
We're not talking about black people. Bro, listen, we're not talking about black people.
Listen to each other. Yo,
we're not talking about black people.
Fair, you have to listen to each other. Yeah, so means even if you think you know what he's about to say, you have to give him the luxury to say it. Otherwise,
he just finished.
He wasn't finished, bro.
Oh, sorry, was you not finished, Fred?
No, he was still talking.
I weren't finished, but I ain't going back and forth with my brothers. I'm just
But let's have a combo. That's why. Hold on, guys. The reason why I'm jumping in is I can make the conversation more round. I can bring other people in and help it evolve. Because when I go on mute and I got to run and do something, I come back, I don't really know where we are. So I want to just hear. So basically, Shifa said 95% of the time we chatting about the past. Is that what you said, Shifa?
I said all people, not just black people neither. People. Yeah, that's what I said.
So you think all people, me, Nigerian Jeds, English Elza,
I think 95% he's talking about black people, Jeds. That's what I mean.
I get you. You love you because you're black, innit?
Oh my God. Are you not going to really do that?
Sorry,
come on, man. Did anyone know what I just said?
Everyone.
Does anyone know what I just said?
I did hear you still.
What did I say?
Yeah, I did hear you. You repeated what I said, and then you said you Nigerian Jeds, then English, someone else. I can't remember her name exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, you was continuing. Sorry.
Right. So there was definitely So what I'm saying is, are you asking us three, me, Elza, and Mary Jen, to throw away our history, to not concern ourselves with history? What aspects of our histories are the ones you want us to move past? The negative.
Well, I don't think it's about throwing away anything, and I think it's the way people interpret conversation. Like, it's not about throw away; it's about move the conversation forward. That's all I'm talking about. You can still remember who you are. You can still remember where you came from. You can still have a conversation about it. I don't see a problem in that. But if every conversation is going to be about that, then you're just going to keep having the same conversation 1,000 times.
When you say about that, I want you to be specific about what that is.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, people are always talking about the same thing. All right, listen, I'm going to break it down. I'll give you one. Yeah? I'll give you an example. Yeah. So you got one thing, yeah, where people are always like trying to talk about flipping. At one point it was grooming gangs. Another point it was Islam. Another point it's going to be flipping something else. A subject, don't matter what the subject is, maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to put a limit on it. You could talk about a subject any amount of times. But if every single time we're going to talk about a subject, we talk about the same points on it, like, and we never move past them, then we just turn into just rhetorical conversations.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, I can agree with it. You know how general that is, and what the statement you made is very general, considering we're talking about Black history or Black and white history. Yeah, the interactions between Africans and Europeans, Caribbeans and colonialists.
Yep.
Yeah, Nigerians and slave traders. Like this is what we're talking about. So it's not just about. It's not. I mean, grooming gangs is happening today, and the cases are going on. They're going on last year and the year before. So that's modern history. If anything, that's current times. It's not necessarily history, my brother. I want you to give me an example based on history, especially to do with, let's say, Africa or the Caribbeans. Name a history that we keep going over that you want us to leave in the past. Otherwise, you're gonna have to take back your point.
Well, when you say name a history that I want you to leave in the past, I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave any history in the past. I just want to change you to change the tone of the conversation and stop asking the same questions over and over again.
Okay.
Ask different ones. Try something new. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, rather than always just saying the same things and going over the same rhetoric 1,000 times, because it just gets boring. Like, it just comes to a point where it's like, go on.
So how can we get?
This is why man cut me out earlier, Jeds. Yeah, man tried to cut me out earlier. This is what I'm saying, innit? Yeah, man just wants man to just learn Atlantean, innit, and done, innit. Do you understand? Yeah, and I get that. Yeah, but some of us might not want to learn Atlantean, bro, right now, bro. You know what I'm saying?
All right, you got jokes. I ain't like. I'm not even gonna address that. I'm just gonna say that. Yeah, like.
Right now,
there's different ways you can have a conversation. If we just have it the same way every single time, we're gonna get the
same
result.
Let me come in. Shifa, let me come in.
You know, Freddie, with all due respect, King, please, sorry, yeah. Before you come in, Shifa's gonna finish that statement he's making. Then I'm gonna bring MA in because MA's got a question to ask, and I think that question might need to get re-asked. So let Shifa finish. Let MA go in, and I beg you come in after, please, bro. Yeah.
Yes, man. Shifa, big up the Professor MA Brown, man. Love him. Big up.
Did you finish saying what you need to say, Shif? I don't think you did.
I was kind of gonna finish on this. I was gonna say, like, at the end of the day, like, we can talk about any issue, innit? It's not a problem to talk about an issue, but if we just do the same questions and the same rhetoric every single time, we're gonna get the same result. That's what I'm saying. So maybe we should start thinking about changing up the questions and looking at other aspects of things. That's what I'm saying.
Cool. All right, yes. MA, you there?
Yes, brother. Yeah.
Yes, bro. Big up. Good. Happy New Year and that. So, go for it, bro. Go for it.
Yeah. I honestly, if I'm honest here, I get the impression that the initial point that Shifa made was coming from a particular place, and that place is being people are now poking at that place, innit? And then the argument is now shifting. So, like, it sounded like to me that the statement that he made, forget about the past, in relation to what was going on the panel at the time, was in fact, no, let me not guess, yeah, because I wasn't really reading the chat too tough in it, but yeah, you said forget the past. That's the word you use, is forget the past, innit? And if you want to rephrase your statement, you're welcome to, innit? But I feel like you're moving the goalpost, bro, if I'm honest. Like that's a hard statement. That's a full stop statement, innit? Forget the past. So that's why people are trying to excavate what you're saying, innit? Like, we don't understand what part of the past are you forgetting. Is it selective? Are you being selective?
This is why I said, yeah, that I went on the words that he was using. He said the past. He used the word past. He didn't say specifically slavery, this, that, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm talking about you want to forget the past.
All right.
Okay.
Is it worse than? Is it worse than? 1 second. Is it worse than? White Man for Dead.
Yeah. But was there a?
So when I say forget the past, in context to the conversation, then if you want
hold on. Emma, in that, was there a question asked?
Yeah,
or was it just a statement?
I think that was the question.
Hold on. Put something to Schiffer so he can answer to, please.
Okay, so let me ask the question I asked in the back chat. I said, Schiffer, are you keen to forget other parts of history in the same way and focus on the future? That's the statement you made, in it. Forget about the past and focus on the future. Are there other parts of, like, what parts of history are you keen to? I think that people have asked it already, Jedi, to be fair. The question's been asked already. What parts of history are you keen to forget? Or did you misspeak? Did you not mean forget the past?
It's not really, no, I didn't mean it in that way. It's not really forget the past in the sense of forgetting it entirely, like just not ever thinking about it again. It's just more in the sense of the conversation that people are having. Like, it's like the conversation I felt like it got stuck and it just got rhetorical. We're just going to keep saying the same things or similar things and talking about the same subject. When you can't, it's like the conversation can move forward. You can find a resolution. You can look at other sides of the conversation. That's how I felt. But obviously, you know, if people want to forget the past, feel free. Like, that's down to you. I'm not telling no one what to do. I'm just saying that I wouldn't personally suggest to anyone to just forget the whole entire history of the world. That don't make sense.
Does anyone in here get vexed? Yeah.
Is it just wait? So what part is it? Is it just the contentious parts? Is it just slavery? Is it all right? Let me go another tact. Elza, what go on, sis? So boom. All right. So you must have heard. You seem like a pretty conscious sister. You're white English. You got mixed family and blah blah blah. Is there a part of history you hear Black people in specifically seem like they're too attached to, or that something you think they should move on from your perspective? I'm dropping you in.
Oh, do you know what? Yeah, I wouldn't even. Do you know what? Yeah, I completely agree with his statement about the topic of conversation, because he's right. The more that we keep continuously chatting about the problem but never coming up with an actual accurate solution for it, then we're just going to keep going around in a loop. I completely agree with that, but I wouldn't say necessarily there's any part of your history that you guys should forget, because that is all what makes you guys today. That is what brings up these conversations. That is a part of you. There's not a part of any history that should be forgotten. It's about how we're going to move forward with that history.
Right.
About how we're going to use that.
It's so recent as well. You know, I can't forget how my mum was treated or how my grandmum was treated.
Yeah, for sure.
Recent. It's like these people are disgusting pigs. They're animals. Whoever set up this fucking, you know what I mean, constructor of a society are animals. We need to fucking get to the bottom of that. And there's some acknowledgement of how we're going to get acknowledgement of that. What we're living in is fucking sadistic.
Yeah, and it is completely sadistic, and it is, you know, it's completely narrow-minded of the government to, you know, it's like the whole statue thing, you know, when you guys were knocking down the statues in London. Like, I completely agree with that. They're fascist. Our governments are fascist. You know, they're fascist, and you know they don't represent everyone. They certainly don't represent me, my points of views. They certainly don't represent you. You know, our history, our streets are built on the blood of the hands of others. You know, it's not built on morals anymore. It's built on something that is completely unrealistic and non-representative of what our actual culture is. You know, what is British culture anymore? What is
British? But
that's the whole point for me. It was sold on a lie. It was sold on a lie. We're meant to be proud and British, but it's sold on a lie that's not proud.
But you hold on, facts. You guys have got to realise that you're a minority. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
And this is what I mean in the sense
Yeah,
of, you know, if we keep focusing on the same things, we need to move on from that and realize if you lot are a minority, you need to make a difference in that. You need to make
You need
yourself
to
the
be your own
majority.
voice of reason. You need to be your own voice of
You feel
reason,
where
you
I'm
know.
coming from?
Yeah, for real.
Shifa, quick question. Quick question. Shifa. So, what in your because you kind of like alluded to it just then in that comment, yeah. What do you think is required to move on? Because you say move on and look to the future. What's your vision? Like, how do you see things moving?
When you hear a sister like the one that was just talking, and you hear brother Facts on here talking now, yeah, I see it like this. People like them in their community are a minority because most people don't think like them. They might hear history, but then they'll just look for another version that suits their narrative. They're never going to adhere to anything. You know what I'm trying to say? And we need more people to be opening up and realizing and understanding the actual truth in comparison to your truth.
I think a lot of things are changing though within society. Like when you look at the people that are demoralizing people of different ethnicities, and you know, being racist and being homophobic and all those things that fall into that category of discrimination, they are from an era of suppression. Those are the people that were brought up around it, that were, you know, taught that it was acceptable. But I think times are changing, and certainly for my generation, you know, things like casual racism and stuff like that would never be acceptable. And we are learning and changing and things like that as well. So I think like as we're evolving in a society, I think things will start to change and become more predominant in seeing that. But now it's just
They're trying to tell me to forget Batty Man for dead. They're trying to tell me to forget him, blood.
I know it's not about forgetting. It's not about forgetting.
Why would you even like? This is the thing. Like, why is that so important though? No, wait. Scripture. Why is that so important? I don't understand.
Yeah, we got bigger fish to fry at the moment. Like, let them get on with what they're getting on with bigger fish.
Brother, I understand exactly what the sister was saying, you know. Racism has improved in terms of what the people on top, the white people on top have used different ways to hide it. Instagram, all these other little things. You got what I'm trying to show you. So just, it's just been tucked away in a more covert fashion. So it hasn't improved.
Timing, man.
The black man hasn't done nothing for the black man's life. We're still suffering the same racism we was in the 60s. But every time we try and express it, like get told to forget about that, and oh, you got a chip on your shoulder, and it's still the same fuckery. When are we going to address it?
Hold on one
I don't think it's always the same fuckery at all, really. And I don't think it is necessarily the same fuckery because the people from my generation, they're changing.
Why are you trying to prove something? Why don't you just prove it?
What do you mean?
No, that's what Freddie said. He's trying to prove something. That why don't we?
I'm not trying to prove anything.
No, not you. Freddie said that. You didn't say that. So Uncle Freddie, why don't we just prove it? Why are we trying to prove anything?
No, I know I can prove it. Prison to pipeline system. You know what I'm saying? The unfair incarceration we get, the fucking unfair sectioning we get under the Mental Health Act. Like all the statistics are stacked up against us. Like the low unemployment rates, low housing, low relationship breakups. It's all against us. That's what I'm saying. So,
why don't you change that?
Because if you want to hear about the past, I've got a solution, innit? I'm saying my solution is we withdraw ourselves from all this fucking and go over there. And whoever wants to come over there is welcome. But that's what my solution is moving forward. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
I wanted to know if anyone was upset, like anytime there's Black History Month, why it's always mainly focused on slavery. Was anyone upset about that? 100%. And I think that's more,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's more on the grounds of what Shifa's trying to say. I don't know.
That's the same kind of thing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is the same kind of thing. They keep bringing up the same thing 10 times.
And I tried to make it right. I tried to make it with EIE and make him realize that that's fair. You know, everything that happened, we know, we acknowledge it. We've got that history. We definitely learned it. You get me? To tell another brother about it or thing, but as another brother, I would say to my brother, it has to be appropriate in the right circumstance, the situation. It's a lot of assumption to put it on Mary Jen, for example, and say, yeah, you did this and you did this and your people did this. And then you could find out, okay, you Irish. And then you lot had famine, you lot had all sorts of sufferation against the hands of the British. Then man, they enslaved you, took you to the Americas and all of that. You know, like those type of things. So I'm saying like people need to be more subtle with their thing. And I'm wondering, I don't know if anyone's Jamaican in here. Is that part of Jamaican culture or is that part of dancehall music? I need clarification on that.
Say that again. Wait. Say that again, Maku. Say that again.
Yeah, is White Man for Dead part of Jamaican culture or is it just part of the music?
Nah, both. It's both. Still, it's both.
Okay, which part of the culture does it come from?
Well, the music is part of the culture, isn't it? So you can't really separate the two there.
Okay, so I mean, a lot of Jamaicans are Christian, are they not? Are they, various Jehovah's Witness? One second,
It's like
Jehovah's Witness.
He's got something to say. Nigerian kids are going to say it, whether they're Christian, Muslim, whatever. They like fella.
No, I'm saying, but we're. I mean, in both countries, we're heavily religious, no?
Let me clean it up.
They like fella.
No, I'm saying, are you listening? Are you listening to what I'm saying, bro? I'm saying that if you're say you live in country in Jamaica, right? And your thing is church, your thing is thing. It could be Rasta. You get me?
Yeah.
It could be Rasta. You get me? But mainly, it's going to be based on your religion. It's going to be based on Christianity, whatever type, Methodist, blah blah blah. You know the coup. Do you get it? So, and from that society. Yeah. Are you saying all sections agree or know about White Man for Dead?
No. Let me clear this up. So when you're saying Jamaican culture, Jamaica is a construct, in it. So you got people in Jamaica. You got the Maroons. You got these people. You got that people.
Right. That's
like
correct.
if you're gonna say Jamaican culture, then I would say it's a part of Jamaican culture. Yes, it is a part of Jamaican culture. Dancehall music is.
But is anyone specifying where it's coming from? One second. Did it come from the music? 1 second. Did it come from the music or did it come from the religious aspect?
Is the question about culture or is it you're separating the different fractions within the culture now? Because
no, I want to know. I want to specify. Sorry.
One sec.
I just want to specify where it came from, please.
It's coming. Well, if it exists in the music,
right.
Yeah, then it's coming from the people, right? If something exists in the religion, there is a chance that it didn't come from it.
Yeah, sorry. No, go on. Sorry, my bad.
I was just
impulsiveness. Carry my bad.
Sorry. What was I saying? Yeah, if it's in the music, then it most comes from the people. Yeah?
Okay, is it in the music? That's so we were on the same point. I just didn't want to jump in.
Yeah,
is it in the music? I'm seeing two Jamaican descendants saying it's not in the music. I mean, I don't remember hearing it, but I can't say it's not White Man for Dead. I can't really remember hearing that. But like, it's my culture secondhand though. So I couldn't even like if
Jamaica the so
hold on.
1 second, Matt.
Let me finish the statement. If Freddie and EIE say that this is the thing, and it is the thing then, isn't it? Yeah, I believe they know what
yeah, can I say one thing though, fam? They didn't even call them white men, they called them white boy. He was always a boy to them. You know what I'm trying to show you?
Okay, so
more disrespectful white to them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So where does that come from? The music, yeah?
It can't come from
one guy by this thing. I'm just asking, bruv. Like, what are you lot wobbling and dodging and dancing and doing all this nonsense?
Slow down.
But it had to be in the culture first, Mako. Mako, it had to be the culture first to make it into the music.
What are you talking about? I'm asking a question, bruv. Don't tell me about in
Mako,
Yo,
it has to be
the question that you're everybody.
Yo.
Please.
Everyone
relax, please. Can I just answer the question?
Everyone shut up, man. And I mean shut up.
I'm just trying to answer the question.
Hold on, man. Everyone shut up. And I mean shut up. I don't even mean be quiet. I mean shut up. You lot are embarrassing yourselves. We can have this conversation. You don't have to turn into nothing. Like, come on. Maku asked a question. Ask the question and back off and let them answer it, bro. With all due respect. And then, you get me? Like, so, Freddie, you was first to answer the question. Right. So,
I'll just say it was more respectful.
If it's in the music, yo, Freddie, you're the first to answer the question. Let me re-give you the question so you can take back the microphone, yeah? Right?
Yes, sir.
Where starts with the white boy for dead? Where did that? Who started that?
Well,
if you don't know,
I suppose that started with maybe the opposition to Siaga because he was a, you know what I mean? Or, you know, it could have happened way before that. You know what I'm saying? But there was always a saying in history called white boy. You know what I'm saying? Like the white man.
Boy, but no, the for dead bit I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the for dead bit, anything for dead. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that was just you get what I'm saying? The cold for dead. The fucking, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The fucking, you know what I mean? Anything for dead. The soul boy.
About the people, the powers of
you know what I'm saying? It was just a thing you said. You know what I mean? It was just like, oh, you know what, that boy there for dead, or that gal there for dead, or the man there for dead. You know what I'm saying? Just a normal thing. What people said.
Like so for instance, let's say they might say Batty Boy for dead, the Pope for dead. We already had these okay, so right, let me ask you something. When they say Batty Man for dead, are you telling me that they're not saying gays should be killed?
Well, obviously not, because they might have a fucking gay family member undercover. So why don't they go and kill him? They ain't.
We not preach violence, road boy. That is the bottom line. We're not the preaching violence thing. You have to understand the
I understand, bro. I understand.
What I'm trying to uncle. You know what I'm saying, fam?
What I'm trying to do is give you, like, because you lot are gonna, it's like asking the apple, what's an apple? You're gonna say, well, an apple is an apple, but my dad is an apple. That's not helping others. They need to know, say, yeah, it's a fruit that grows on a tree. It's got these type of seeds. It come Granny Smith and da-da-da and da-da-da. So I'm basically trying to help you to unpack your own culture, because I feel you're too entrenched in the culture to be able to break it down at this moment, so that people can understand that, yo, this is just words. This is how we talk. I get it. So, especially when man says sound boy. Yeah? When we know we talk about killing a sound boy for dead, I know that definitely don't mean let's kill the engineer, let's kill the DJ, let's kill the mic man. We know we're not saying that. So I get it, but I don't think everyone else is getting it.
Can I speak, please?
But there's levels to it, though.
Before you do, Freddie just broke it down. I know EIE wanted to say something. Then you jump on, yeah, Shifa. So EIE, go on.
Yeah, me just want to say, brother Maku, may I try figure out what position you try. It's not an either thing with the culture, Maku. I mean, when the slavery thing is mentioned during Black History Month, they're looking for the height of the disaster that was put on African people worldwide. So slavery was the height of the disaster. It don't mean it's the only disaster. Okay? And slavery does not represent everything that all Africans go through. But let me tell you something. The people who were enslaved, my brother, let me remind y'all, came from Africa. I'm sorry I don't see the passion and the hurt and the desire for justice from African people on the continent, for their family members who were ripped away. I mean, I know it's upon us to cry for ourselves, but if I could only see the pain in the African's heart to know that their family was torn away, rather than to say, is not only Funa experience alone need to be highlighted. Brother, I don't see no Africans out there. Where's the African holidays that say, let's remember the people we lost in the Holocaust? I'm seeing this attitude from continental Africans where it's like, rather than understand that we have to highlight our journey, and rather than say these people were part of us and were dragged away and we have to not celebrate but recognize and share the history and because these people were us. I don't see that. What I'm seeing is this, oh, it wasn't y'all, it wasn't only y'all. Y'all suffering alone isn't it the only thing. I don't like that, my brother. I'm not gonna compare atrocity or pain or going to no pain Olympics with no other African people. It's not right, and I don't like that type of talk, man.
You finish, yeah?
Yes, brother.
Okay. What I was gonna say to you is, like, Yeah, we kind of done that, bro. I'm not, there's you can go back to man's channel and see the multiple of shows that we've done on the transatlantic slave trade, how some people became Caribs, how the Tainos and the Maroons and Nanny Maroon and all of these things. We've done this, bruv. This is my fucking job. I'm a fucking professional. Do you get it? When it comes to this subject and these things, bruv, I've had multiple conversations with respect, with whoever, and blah, 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 or debates, right? We all family. You get me? And I made sure, I told you in the beginning, yeah, we understand the plight because your people are my people. So it's my people got kidnapped, yeah, and then all sorts of atrocities went on for them, yeah, but we were also colonized. You made the clear distinction that it's the same thing, right? So I don't know what man's talking about.
Let's not have an argument if tone. Let's just
No.
statement.
I'm just look.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
Look,
yeah.
No, let him finish. Let him finish.
I think that yeah, because I'm making a point about I made a point to him about him being Jamaican and where this statement is coming from. Do you get what I'm saying? If it's coming from the music, then cool. But let's explain that. Do you get what I'm saying? Let's explain, oh, this particular artist came with this rhetoric and it was referring to this situation and blah, blah, blah. That's fair, yeah? But I'm not hearing that, bruv. You're not giving me a decent explanation for the word.
That's not what happened, though.
Okay, sorry. It's not even you, sorry. That was Freddie, yeah? So I just want your explanation for where the word came from. That's it, bro. You don't have to overstand my position and do. You're not qualified, bruv. You get it? Just let's stick to the topic.
At the end of the day, Max, I don't know where the word comes
Brother,
from.
I'm not going to question another black man's. Let me respond, please. I'm not going to.
Give us, please, can we just let EI tell us about the origins, his perspective of the origins of white man for dead? Like, can we just let him do that, please?
I am not going to question another black man's qualifications. So no, I'm not questioning your qualifications, my brother. I was questioning the rhetoric, the words that you were saying. And I was taking an observation that I noticed that a lot of continental Africans, you, Maku, are an exception. You are an exception. A lot of continental Africans don't share that same understanding that, hey, these people are actually our people who were taken. But as far as the origin of the word, the phrase "people for dead," anybody who grew up in Jamaica understand how words come about. Words come about in cultural, in culture all the time. Some make it, some don't. Some phrases come up. One phrase might come up this week, just like me a pre that girl, me a pre that. These phrases are created, and nobody exactly know how it come up. It's just that people just start using it commonly. And once it hit the airwave, once it hit the dance hall, it just blew up. So when these are things that happen in the culture.
From what you know, EIE, from what you know commonly, from your gathering, yeah, what was the context of the white man that's supposed to dead? What's the context?
Well, the context of white man for dead would come from just being on the slave ship, man.
Right.
I mean, if you, I mean, think about it. If you're gonna think about it, if you see a man you rape your wife, rape your pitney, and turn around and rape you, you're not gonna want him for dead.
Yeah.
You see me? I say it's simple that, and in the cultural context of over the years, that mindset of, hey, this person who keep putting all these unnecessary hurdles in my way, who just hate me for just being who I am. Man, I'm there for dead here, man. It's just fuck it. It's like it's our way of saying fuck it. You know what I mean?
No,
in our cultural way.
You're saying fuck the oppressor, yeah? That fuck the oppressor, fuck the slave master, and I get all of that, yeah. I'm saying now in 2021, is there an argument to say, yo, brothers, maybe we should shift our statement so that it's more true and more precise? So, beat down Babylon, fire upon the oppressor, all these type of other statements. I think, look, I feel like maybe what's that noise? Yeah, EIE's not even here no more. I don't think.
I'm here, man.
Yeah. Could there be an argument? Could there be an argument to say maybe changing the phrase is a good idea, or is it like fuck them? Whoever's offended is offended, which I know is Jamaican attitude.
I think that
can I respond to Jedi? Can I respectfully respond to Jedi?
Yeah.
This is what I think. There historically have been certain things that we do amongst ourselves that are acceptable. But when we do it around certain other people, we look like it don't come off right. I will give you that, Jedi. The thing I'm saying is I will never accept white watering down my culture for nobody's benefit, especially when I know that the tactic of white supremacy is to be the most calmest, to be the most respectful and insulting at the same time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I understand the art of insulting me to my face and acting like nothing is happening. Passive aggressiveness is an art form. So I also understand the passion of my people. Anybody who I deal with a job, hey, anywhere you go, you know how much time me I stand up and I talk to my mother in a public and people start looking at me and think that we argue. And my mother may talk to.
Yeah.
Just by talking, people, them things that we are arguing.
I still get it now. You don't see that I get that now. You still see I get that. So this is what I'm saying. And
so the bottom line is,
I fully get that. I fully get that. Do you know what I mean? I fully get that still.
Yeah, we're all influenced by music.
No, forget the music. Forget the music.
And don't get me wrong, still in a Jedi. Jamaican people are some of the most adaptive people on earth. Just because me I say this, Jamaican people believe in getting shit done, you know. You think Jamaican people will learn how to operate in the ghetto and go up in a Buckingham Palace and know if it's the best Queen's English. No things that we don't know how to operate in a right circumstance.
That's facts.
That's where I'm coming from. Where I'm going.
Well, that's why I said before that half of the community rate the Queen. And that they like,
I don't know about all this rating, but I
do. No, hold on, stop. Enough Caribbeans rate the Queen. Enough Africans rate the Queen.
I can tell you.
Get over it.
Sorry, family. Come on.
Some of us can't even have this conversation around our grandparents.
Thank you.
Bro, listen, facts. I can tell you, my grandmother loved the Queen at one point in time in her life. Facts.
Thank you.
Yeah, facts.
I never had a grandmother like that.
Hold on. But what point is that making, man?
Bro, whether you had a grandmother like that,
a lot of our people also love Massa, you know. Be honest, a lot of our people also love Massa. Didn't a lot of our people love the Massa?
We know that family. We know that family. This is why
we know what's going on, right?
When you're saying it,
we know what's going on.
Do you have to see what's happening now, though?
But when you say it's Jamaican culture, you have to take into account the other aspects of your culture. One is the major one is religion. Do you get it? So anyone who's under the religious paradigm is not going to be adverse to white man for dead. They're not going to accept that into their paradigm.
But Marco, once they're under the religious paradigm, we also Jamaicans also know that that is a person who's out of their cultural norms. The Jamaican people not idiot. We know that if a person, we know that they're Christianized out of their mind and decent brain. Right. We know that. So when you're using that, it's a lot of things Jamaican Christians do that will bubble your mind. But don't forget, we know that Jamaican Christians leave church and go dance hall.
Yeah, facts. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, yeah. Like my grandma loved the Queen so much that she even went to go see the Queen. You understand? Yeah. When my grandma realized what Catholicism was all about, that's when she changed her tune, because she started understanding what was going on out here. They're allowing same-sex marriages and all these type of things. Do you understand? That's when she flipped her mind state now, because now she can see under the so-called guise
of religion.
Do you know what I'm saying? What they're trying to push out there, what the country trying to represent. It's not that.
Let's try and get back off the who loved the Queen and who don't. That's a point that Baku just threw in there. Didn't really have nothing to do.
No, I said it before. That's all. Everything
yeah,
I'm
you
saying
did
now,
say.
I said before. I said
Mako,
before.
brother Mako,
All
brother
right,
Mako. You know
hold
who
on,
the
hold on, hold
biggest
on. You
oppression
made
from
your point,
Rasta
yeah?
come
So you
from?
made your point. Yo, because we're gonna
Yeah.
get lost if we don't follow the
I
thread.
just want to,
I'm
where
just
they
following
I
the
think
thread,
we're
right?
already.
And no one will have to talk if I'm just gonna follow the thread. And the thread is Maku said what he said to highlight that. Okay, kill the white man. A white man for
It's part of
white
the
man for
culture.
dead is a part of Jamaican culture. If the brothers are saying that's what it is, but then also God Save the Queen is part of Jamaican culture too.
That's right.
And that's something that we can't deny. So he's saying when we talk about our culture as black people or as Caribbeans or as Jamaicans, then you must
Africans
take into consideration that that's not one aspect. I get that. That's great. So now I'm
I
saying,
disagree.
okay, you disagree. Go on. Tell me what you could disagree about.
God Save the Queen is a diplomatic term that we use.
Interesting.
Most Jamaicans who love the Queen the same way that they follow Jesus. These are people who are still going through the processes of being oppressed.
Facts.
These people are still under oppression. These people are not, as far as us who have come out of that type of understanding, pretty much are not in their right mind. No right-minded Jamaican will say God save the Queen. God damn the Queen. Because I'm in my right mind.
Right.
No right-minded Jew would say God save Hitler. What Hitler did to the Jews pales in comparison to what that woman sits on that throne did to us.
Lord Clark, no lie,
You understand me?
I don't know. The Black Holocaust is endless. So I don't know.
No, I don't agree with that.
Let me tell you, God Save the Queen is not the same as white man for dead. White man for dead is a phrase that came from a group of people who have pondered and see and understand what we're dealing with.
All right, let me say this here.
And white man for dead is said by Christians and non-Christian Jamaicans.
Let me say this. White man for dead is a statement taken from the conscious Jamaican culture, and God Save the Queen is a statement taken from the zombified Jamaican culture. I fully agree with that.
Yeah.
I can rap with that, brother.
Yeah. I fully fuck
See,
with
this is why there's very, very much a distinction between this Caribbean culture and American culture and the African culture, because all these elements that they bring up, such as calling people sellouts for the Queen, for following the Queen, calling people sellout for being a Christian, calling people sellout for being religious, calling people sellout for being a white woman. All this is just a bunch of nonsense.
Not all of it is a bunch of nonsense. No, I don't.
It's
Why
a bunch
is that
of nonsense. And they think that they become conscious and they're suddenly more intellectually superior in some way when they suddenly realize that, oh, okay, the Queen is not.
If they wake up and realize the system of white supremacy is upon them and understand the mechanisms that have been used to keep their people in a certain position, and they want to overthrow that, then they have to make certain statements that wake up the mind and speak to the subconscious warrior, the free man inside of you. So a statement kill the, like for instance, we got a statement like eat the rich. I make that statement a lot. Yeah. That doesn't mean everyone with more money than me, I want to become a cannibal and eat them. It just means that us poor people, when we run out of food, there's rich people to eat. So just know when you're rich and you're sitting all good and you're all happy and you're doing your thing because your belly's full, just know the poor man down there is going to see you as food the minute that he can't find nothing to eat. It's just like a parable that speaks to the subconscious, right?
I implore all Africans to separate themselves from these narratives, these people's historical accounts and their narratives, because in Africa,
who's these people?
These are the likes of E&E who come up with these narratives that, oh, okay, then if you follow these kind of religions, or if you go for a white person, you're out of the fold. We don't have these insecurities. Like we don't need people to verify.
This is the Nigerian who follow Coptic Christianity, Egyptian Coptic Christianity, ladies and gentlemen. The conscious Nigerian who follows Coptic Egyptian Christianity.
What's this got to do with being conscious or not? I'm just saying that you have your own history. You guys can tell your
conscious
history
Nigerian
and you want. And
who
you
can worship.
Let him run though. Yeah, let him run, and then you just come in and fuck him up after.
You should let us tell our narrative the way that we want. All this sellout thing it's a Caribbean term. All this white man for dead, it's all Caribbean. It's not.
Nah,
This slave ship nonsense. Everything's linked to the slave ship,
bro. It's
and
not
slave
true,
everything.
that, bro. Even though my dad don't say white man for dead, he's got certain views as being an African that spent time in England. He got education over here, and he even left my mum over here. But fuck this, I'm going back to Nigeria, and he never came back. Yeah, and he's got his statements that he will make about Europe and the Western world, and they will categorize it as white man. But he's not saying every white person. He's just saying as a whole, the system that is run by the white man. It's just a slang for him. So him and EIE would get on very, very, very well. He don't go church. He let his family go church. But when they tell him you must go church, he tells them, yo, the kingdom of God is within you. I'm not getting nowhere. He's not in it, all of that. You know what I mean?
Let me
I'm not saying that.
Hold on, man. Hold on. There's enough Africans, especially West Africans, that are gonna side with EIE. Don't lie, bro. Don't say they're not, bro.
It's not.
Am I gonna get a chance to speak now? Because like I don't think that
it's more system based for us.
Sorry,
against the government and all of that.
I don't think it's very balanced here. We've got EIE's point of view. He's West Indian. I'm West Indian too. Can I give a point of view as a West Indian?
Yeah, don't cry though. Just give your point of view.
I'm not West Indian, Shipper. I'm not West Indian, Shipper. I'm African.
I just want to give him
African, Shipper, not West Indian.
Yo, EIE, pick up yourself, my brother. You're done.
Shiffer, do your thing, but please don't feel like you have to, be a bit assertive as well and claim your microphone.
If someone else wants to go, go, man.
Go for it. You go. You go. And then I want to hear from MA as well. And then I want to hear from Jungle Jesus as well about Gus. Pussy. Yeah, go on then. You go on then, MA Jungle. Go on.
Yeah, I think that what my brother said before, I'm not gonna speak on what he said because I don't think there was anything inaccurate about what he was saying. I think he was truly speaking from his perspective, and I think that he's probably a little bit older than me, but I think from my perspective, from the generation that I live in, like he said, we evolve as Jamaicans, innit? So like I might look at things slightly different in the sense of, going around saying certain things in today's day and age that you man might have said 40, 50 years ago or however long ago. There might be some different dynamics to the world.
No, Batty Man for Dead still stands. I don't care what anyone says.
Listen, you better say this shit.
I've been saying it to my kids. I've been saying it from time, bro. Batty Man for Dead.
For real. That one day turn up.
Man's telling me.
Oh, yo, hold on.
Sorry,
Shiffer, have you finished?
No, I wasn't finished.
Yeah, sorry, Shift. Sorry, bro.
I think that obviously if you man choose to adhere to those words, and that's the kind of language that you promote, I hear you, and I have heard that growing up. I heard the song when I was growing up and all of that. Do you know what I'm trying to say? We used to play that in the house, like that. But understanding words and stuff, and growing up and no longer being a child anymore, I think that there comes a point where we have to understand that words can be damaging. They can do more damage than good at times. So that's what I'm going to say on the matter.
Can I ask you a question, Schiffer?
Well, I'm trying to come in still. Yeah, I'm trying to come
Do you believe that gal fi beg?
Do I believe that what?
Gal fi beg.
Beg for what? You like that one, innit? But I'm just saying, obviously, there comes a time where, we're like kids, innit? We're all children, innit? We're all someone's child, yeah? So we're playing with these toys.
No, you might sound trivial to you, but the reason why I ask you that is simple. Me, as a Jamaican, we say white man for dead and girl for beg. But you don't agree that girl for beg?
No, I don't agree.
Boy, I'm just saying that when you say girl for beg,
you don't agree?
Girl for beg for what? What are you talking about specifically?
That's exactly what I mean. You're not in the culture, my brethren.
That's what I'm saying.
You're
You know what
not
I'm
in the
saying?
culture.
Otherwise you would know. You wouldn't need no explanation.
No, but I don't really need an explanation.
You're not in the culture.
So why you being funny then?
No, because what he's done is he brought it out on a panel, innit? And there's other people listening, so they don't understand that.
Yeah, but make them understand, bro.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Go on.
Can I answer? All man forget things. All man nothing beg, them forget things. What?
I hear you. But obviously, even that one, not everyone's gonna get that. Not everyone's gonna get it.
Yeah, but you answer in your way, innit, brother? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Alright. Listen, I'm gonna be honest, yeah. When you say Gav Quebec,
Man said for a while like him confused.
I'm just gonna say it could work. But when you're talking about like being specific now,
Man said beg for
when I get specific, that's where it can work. If I'm not specific with it and I just say gal for beg, what gal for be on the street begging? No, that don't work. Do you mention to say? Or I don't know. There's so many other contexts we can use that word in. So obviously we know the context because we're Jamaican, innit? But I'm just saying, like, for other people, like,
yeah, man.
Yeah, but don't worry about that right now. You do that a lot. Don't worry about that, man.
No, but if you're from the culture, you know immediately it don't mean a woman must be standing on the street.
Let me let MA in, and then who did I say after that? Jungle, and then we got Shaka's back, so I'm sure Shaka's gonna have something to
Can
drop.
I say one thing quickly before you come in, MA? Like, when we say someone for dead, yeah, when we say someone for dead or anything for dead, like, don't get me wrong, like, we as Jamaicans, we know we're kind of being playful at the same time, but for a person hearing those words who's not Jamaican, they might take it a different way. So I just appreciate that. I'm not saying that it's something more in it than what he's saying there is in it. You can go at me.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Yeah, man. I think ultimately, like a little while ago, we were kind of focusing on whether there are African people that have the same sentiments, and I think anyone with half a brain would say yes, right? In South Africa, there are groups in South Africa who are saying, in their own way, white man for dead, right? If the phrase would have come about, as EIE was saying, the phrase would have come about in a scenario where the only white man that you're seeing are the ones that for dead, yeah? It's not like you're seeing, a white man going to the bookies or, there's this harmless white man, whatever. Every white man that they had encountered at that time was someone that they probably wanted to dead, yeah? So I think when you come into 2021 or whatever you want to call it now, yeah, the question for me is, are we supposed to, is the system that was implanted by the so-called white man, yeah, is the system so far removed from our experience, yeah, that statement's no longer valid, right? And I don't want to have a conversation about saying white man for dead as in all white man. I'm saying that same sentiment for the white men that they saw at the time, yeah, and the lineage and the continuation of that program, yeah, is it okay for us to say white man for dead today and mean those same people, yeah, and take it out of the context of meaning, because you're not even saying white woman for dead, you're saying white man for dead.
Can I answer quickly, yeah, because I'm gonna have to go, yeah? I just want to say, yeah, I don't go around saying anyone for dead, because I just understand the implications of that with people outside of my own personal group. Maybe because I don't live around my own person, like there is like family members, but like I live in a majority of the area isn't populated by my personal group in it, so I don't really have that kind of conversation for people. But obviously I do understand where the brothers are coming from, so I'm not demonizing no one. I'm just saying, like, outside of our group, maybe we have to check that kind of language and maybe even look at it internally as well. All right, I'm done.
Big up, Shifa.
You ready for die? You ready for die?
Yeah, it's a mazza, man. It's a mazza. I know we'll always get one of everything out there, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the main sentiments of Africans is not usually expressed in these mannerisms that you get from some of these people from the Caribbean. At the end of the day, white man for dead is a controversial statement, and it is something that's why we're asking the question, because a lot of people haven't heard it before, apart from the Jamaican.
Reggie, are there Africans that share that sentiment? Are there Africans that share that sentiment?
Yeah, of course. Like we're a continent of more than 1 billion people. Of course, you're going to find some Africans that will have that sentiment. But at the end of the day, like it's not a large majority that have that sentiment.
Okay.
And the way we express it is different. The way that we express ourselves is very much is a lot more toned down than that. You know what I'm saying? That's why you'll see that a lot of the people that come up with this kind of slavery related way of expressing themselves are from the Caribbean or American community. Like,
all right. Would you say that those Africans on the continent, who have those sentiments, who didn't take those sentiments from dancehall or Jamaican people or they took it from their context, yeah? Would you say that, because you did say a little while ago that you advise all Africans to remove themselves from this type of sentiment, yeah? Are you saying that you invalidate their both their right to, well, actually, no, forget the right, because I know probably you'll say that they have the right to, but are you trying to invalidate their experience to the extent that you think that they should remove that consciousness from themselves because you think that it's, in fact, I don't even know why you think that it needs to be removed. You can explain that maybe.
I think there's a lack of, and it's actually ignorance, that some people feel that they know more about they're more conscious based on the fact that they're able to call people sellouts, based on the fact that they're able to call people coons, based on the fact that they're able to call the white man this or the white man that. That somehow makes them more. No, I'm just saying. So they underestimate the extent to which Africans know their history or understand how much oppression they've been under. I've heard people say, "Oh, you're Christian, so therefore you guys are still brainwashed. You don't know." It's almost like they think once you're in a certain faith, that means that you therefore don't know what's happened.
I'm really sorry. Yeah. You're not answering the question at all. I'm asking you about Africans on the continent who share the same sentiment but express it in a different way and are maybe even more proactive in acting out that sentiment. What are you saying about those people who have that sentiment on the continent, whether they're in Congo,
Zimbabwe, South Africa, Nigeria?
What am I saying about them?
Yeah,
I'm saying that they're a distinct minority. I'm saying that you'll struggle to find very many Africans with those sentiments, even within this plethora of you got a lot of hang on.
That's not true.
Hang on. You got a lot of Africans in the chat. How many of the African people in the chat talk about slavery a lot? How many?
No. That's a different.
Name one African in the chat that constantly talks about slavery.
Ready? Stop 1 sec. No, don't change it.
I think I made my point.
You ain't made your point. But we talking about the sentiment of white man for dead. You're thinking 2D now for some reason. As an African, as a Nigerian, you should never think so 2D, bro. You know it's dynamic. What MA's saying, you're deliberately trying to not see his point. He's saying that sentiment, whether the words "white man for dead" are done, are used, or Mzungu out, or blah 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 blah, or no Oyibo to do this or do that. You know they have the sentiment where the white man is not welcome, as in their capitalism, their colonialism, and their racism is not welcome and not tolerated. And the instant that they see any of it from people in their own country, they're gonna run them out. South Africa, you're gonna get yourself head topped if you do not take time. Nowadays, yeah, don't throw your weight around, innit, yeah? Give back the land. Give back the farming land. There's countless of different examples. Right, in Nigeria, where I'm from, Delta State, yeah? Let white man go walking around there. He's getting kidnapped, bro. Workers are getting kidnapped off the fucking rigs. Why are they getting kidnapped off the rigs? Because of the white European policies that have got our people's lands being flooded with toxic chemicals and having pipelines, and then we've got soldiers guarding the pipelines and not the people. Like, these are the reasons why people make these statements like white man for dead. It might not be in patois, but you know what it is, bro. So why are you playing like don't?
I would say that you could, like I said, you could find a micro of anything, to be honest. Like, you can find a group of people that have those sentiments, but it's ironic that even the Caribbean people probably observe this, that the main consensus is when they see a white man, they kind of look up to the white man and expect the white man has got some sort of privilege over them, and they actually favor them.
Did EIE not deal with that from the beginning? Did he not say that? Yeah, but like, hold on, 1 second. EIE was a bit specific though, was he not? When he said, or even both me and EIE highlighted that one is the rhetoric of an awoken individual, and the other, in my opinion, is the rhetoric of a zombified individual, a passive, docile individual that does not recognize his oppressor. He is the man that will look up to that. Yeah, but the man that knows Wagwan and has a firm grip of history, he ain't looking up to that, bro. So like, let's get real. And I'm including my dad into that. He came here, got the education, and went the fuck back to his land, and left the woman that weren't prepared to go back to the land. Now, what you said? Nah, I'm going to my family's village. Yeah, and I'm building land, and I'm building this, and I'm doing that over there. I'm just saying. I think you know that anybody that's in Africa looking up to the white man, that is more like a sickness than an enlightened being. An enlightened being is probably going to side with what EIE was saying. Even if he doesn't use those words, the sentiment is going to remain the same. It's one of the rebel. It's one of the freedom fighter. It's one of the person that wants to get the oppression.
No, I would say that most are just normal about it. You don't have to look up to the person, and you don't have to bun fire on them because they're white. I was just say that it's better to. And ordinarily, most people actually will just treat them as a normal person. Like that's just a normal way of doing of people behaving. Like I don't see why they need to glorify the person like some people do. I don't see why they need to bun fire on the person.
When man saying white man for dead, yeah, like certain of these brothers have white friends. Don't be fooled. Do you understand? Like, it's not the same thing. Like, it sounds like it from the outside looking in. Like, oh shit, white man for dead. Right, he's talking about all of us. Like, do you know what I'm saying? That's one way to look at it, though. Do you get it? Like, if you don't ask a question, then you're not gonna know what man's saying. Do you get it?
I hear you. Yeah.
I'll tell you another thing, yeah. Why, yeah? Because you talked about slavery, right? And and then you spoke about the America, yeah. So I would say, yeah, even at a time where the man was short for the white man, which in itself was short for the powers that be, the ruling class, at that very same time, on the ground level of revolution, they were coining statements like all power, black power to the black people, white power to the white people, yellow power to the Chinese people. These are the kind of phrases that they were coming out with. So so even if they said the man was the white man, the cracker, sorry to use the term, yeah, even if they identified that as being the apex of oppression, they still recognized the people on the ground to be white within their own right, and still afforded them to have power over themselves. So it wasn't a thing of, yo, we want all white people dead. They had white allies and white supporters, maybe even white sponsors. But that didn't stop the political language from being what it was, which was, us against the white man. And I feel like the white people that even fought in those wars or in those skirmishes, they were aware of the language and they used it too. So it's a political language. We got to understand that. Remember, white, unfortunately, white is a term that is a political term. It's not a racial term. It doesn't identify any specific racial group. And even within the ranks of who are so-called white, they differ and they argue about who is white and who is not. And do you know what I mean? Same with black. These are problematic labels, right? That not everyone is prepared to stand under. But when we make generalizing political comments, we often use the umbrella terms of black and white to show what we mean politically, not necessarily nationalistically, or I know that's probably not the word, but you get me? We're not necessarily talking about nations or race. We're just talking about the political black and white of power as determined in like Black's Law Dictionary and other such works. You can see that in legalese, white is a term of class privilege and black is a term of lack of said privileges and rights, and you know what I mean?
Greetings, family.
Yes, big up, Shax, you're back.
Yeah, man, it's an interesting conversation still. I just thought because it's where it's at the moment, it's interesting. I wanted to touch on something that M.A. Brown said with a few examples. And you know, as we recently learned on Trilluminati Life, whenever M.A. Brown breathes, I have to affirm that he made a good point. So yeah, but in relation to what he said in terms of South Africa, yeah, bearing in mind, right? So in Southern Africa, all to today, yeah, there was a big kind of you know, what's the word, media kind of hype, yeah, some time ago in relation to this liberation song, yeah, that came about in the 1970s or 80s, yeah, and the song is entitled "Kill the Boer." And you will see people from the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, Julian Malema and them, use that phrase, you sing that song today. And then so at one point, yeah, when there was a big upheaval about the song, they kind of shifted the word kill and said kiss, but it meant the same thing, right? So now that's where they were saying kill the Boer, yeah, and the Boer is the white man, yeah, in South Africa, right? Then they would say kiss the Boer, yeah, but the meaning for of the song didn't change for them, if that makes sense, yeah. And then you have in South Africa, the ANC, the African National Congress, was saying one man, one vote, right? That was what they were talking about. They wanted to win the vote. But then you had another group called the Pan-African Congress, who were a bit more revolutionary, and they said one settler, one bullet. The settler, again, was the white man, and we know what the bullet is, right? So this one settler, one bullet. They were looking to remove the white man. Interestingly enough, what's it called? When we talk about Kenya, yeah, and the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, was more popularly known as the Mau Mau. Why were they known as the Mau Mau? Because they had a chant, and I can't remember what the fullness of the chant was, but it sounded like Mau Mau, yeah, which means to get out, yeah. And they were telling the white man to get out. They were literally going around and killing white people in Kenya, in the name of decolonization and getting them out of their land. And finally, what's it called? In relation to like what my picture is at the moment, is an album cover from the artist Fela and Nicola Pokuti. Interestingly enough, yeah, the song is called Gentleman. And it's about Africans, yeah, who take on the colonial mentality. In this particular instance, men who are proud of European names over their own names, wear European clothes and are proud of it over their own clothes, and have a European mentality over an African mentality. Fela Kuti has another song that's actually called Colonial Mentality, yeah, where he's condemning the colonial mentality among African people. Why am I saying all that? Just to say that these sensibilities are not unique to Africans in the diaspora. Yeah, Africans on the continent in the diaspora have shared these various different expressions and what's the word? You know, styles of dress, even. Do you know what I'm saying? Styles of organization in relation to, you know, challenging the so-called powers that be. So yeah, we don't need to fabricate this unity where it doesn't exist. And I hope that makes sense.
Well, it's not just it's not really disunity. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge our diversity amongst us, and the fact that we're all coming from different lineages and different yeah, and to some extent we have different ethnic groups as well. So we realize that, you know, there's been a bit of the Caribbean people come from multiple different places within Africa, and they've got a history that's unique to them, and the Nigerians definitely have a history that's unique to them as well. You know what I'm saying? So I really think that it's fair that the Caribbeans tell their side of you know, what's happened over the last 400 plus years, and you allow Nigerians to tell their own story. You know what I'm saying? And if someone want to go along and say, okay, some of it is linked, then we'll have to challenge them, isn't it, and see whether they're correct or not, on how closely it's interlinked.
But again, I don't want to give the impression that somehow brothers and sisters on the continent are more colonized and more given to colonial, you know what I'm saying, mentality than Africans in the diaspora. I think that would be wrong. Yeah, I don't want to give people the impression that Africa, I think it's wrong, should I say, to give people the impression that somehow Africans on the continent are more welcoming and more willing to accept colonization and neo-colonization than Africans in the diaspora. That's flawed. Yeah, so we don't have a separation based upon who's more colonial. the minority of Africans on both sides of the Atlantic have been active parts of the colonial movements. Most Africans from the Caribbean, are not breathing and singing. It was fire and singing, you know what I'm saying, for the murder of white people. That would be a false impression. As has been already outlined, there are colonial Africans in the Caribbean as well as revolutionary minded Africans. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying. And
The thing is,
anywhere in the black world, there are colonially minded Africans anywhere in the black world, as well as there are more revolutionary minded or conscious minded or anti-colonial minded Africans. You know what I'm saying? And I think that should stand to reason without much
so some say, and the trouble is that we have here, and it happens a lot on these panels, is we have people that come up to you and say, "Oh, but you're colonial minded," and they can't even understand one African language, and they've never been to Africa, and they'll come and speak to people that have been to Africa, that know their heritage, that understand different languages, and they'll come and tell them, "Oh, you're a sellout, you're a coon." These words are not even applied so much in Africa. You don't go around calling each other coons or sellouts. Like, these are just superlatives that come from a particular era. In fact, they're even colonial words in itself.
But there were other words, right? But there were other words, right?
Yeah, of course. We'll use
I can say for a fact that coconut was used, colonial mentality was used. Terms like askari, which is a soldier for a European army, was used on the continent. And then even in English language, like, what's it called? To be known as a collaborator during the liberation fight in South Africa, you know what I'm saying, was a serious thing, right? So again, we don't want to give the impression that somehow that all of the Africans on the continent were not given to fighting against the oppression of European people. This is the false impression. I'm not even sure how we've got here. This is a red herring, it would seem to me, right? At the same time, though, just to address that, and I shouldn't really, but I'm going to, right, follow down this little dead end road here. We understand nobody calls another let me not do it. I'll leave it there.
Oh, right, you're funny, Shakara. The fact of the matter is, we have people here, that come here and they vent a lot, and they're just projecting, and they project their views and their opinions onto other black people that don't. And he's right in some sense. Like, we're just not, like, we're not in sync. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have a diverse experience, and these people that try and project their experience, talking about everything links to how they perceive the white man during slavery and stuff, as if there's never been any other encounter that they've had with white people, as if they've never encountered any white person has ever done anything good with them, as if they never had white friends or family, as if they're completely disconnected from colonization, but yet all they can speak is the European tongue, and all they know is the Western. All they know is America. All they know is where they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird.
Sorry, can I say because like, man's in danger of taking it down just a mere conversation about people, and you know what I'm saying. And
no, I haven't mentioned people. I've just mentioned it.
1 second. Yeah, I know, but it's getting very side talk control worthy at the moment. So if we're discussing a subject, I just want to say that if we can discuss the subject itself, I'd appreciate that. So I'd love if Emma's got something to say about the subject itself.
The subject. Well, the subject is, we got people that are accusing people of not being African based on their religions, for example.
That's not the subject, brother. That's not the subject. Yeah.
Oh, so I'm go back to talking about white man for dead. Is that what we wanted to keep on?
I know. I thought no. I'm not sure. No, well, the title of the stream appears to be that, right? But that's not the point. It's broader than that, innit? Just what I'm saying. So
okay, so that's why I broadened it to talk about the constant association.
I'm not sure you are broadening it.
I am because they said that's linked to when the white man was on the boat and was whipped.
Brother Shaka.
Here we go. This was linked when certain people were on a slave ship, and the white man was beating them, and then they used to yell out "white man fi dead" or something like that, or they used to mutter "white man fi
No,
dead."
so the sensibility
that is,
of the white man for dead, yeah, it comes out of a particular context, right? And it's not, and again, the statement is not even always just literal, though sometimes it is. But the killing of the white man is also a mental process, right? Process, yeah, in the sense of the fact that we are understanding that we've been indoctrinated into colonial ideals, yeah, do you know what I'm saying, right? In various different ways, shapes, and forms, and so the need, yeah, to rid ourselves and shed ourselves of that colonial imposition. That's a part of the process as well, yeah. And
Brother
sometimes
Shaka.
even in that context, you would hear people talk about burning out the white man, and you know what I'm saying, you know, and all them kind of things. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. You know where we come from? There's a simple saying: "Where you defend." You see, Reggie come on these panels, and we know
Yeah, bro,
Reggie
I don't
as
want
a
to make it
continent.
about Reggie, though, you know, really and truly.
Yeah, we
like,
know that. We don't want to make it
Thank
about
you,
him, but
Shaka, for
Reggie
your
keep
consistency.
wanting to make it. Reggie keep wanting to make it about
No,
him by
I know
bringing up the
Reggie wants
Christianity
to make
thing.
it about certain people as well,
How
but
did-
I don't think we have to follow him, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
On code, stay on code.
All right, no,
So
no,
despite what he's gonna try and do, like I don't think we have to follow him down that road, which is why I refrain from saying
All
what I
right.
said, what I was about to say earlier. You know what I'm saying?
No, but Shaka, I was talking related to the topic. I was relating it to the fact that a lot of people link everything to slavery. Like the whole white man figure
Yeah,
is
bro,
linked to
it's
slavery.
but it's a false idea, my brother. It's not just linking it to slavery.
Can
and
I
so
ask a question?
Go ahead, sir.
I know that Reggie's a bit of an attention seeker, so I don't mind leaving him to the side. But my comment is this, or my question, I should say: if Jamaicans are saying Babylon fi dead, should people in Babylon be upset about that?
I don't like I said, yeah,
Because there's a context to it, no?
Right. Well, yeah, there is a context, and I think the statement, if we understand, like if you're a part of a culture, there are things that can be said that you know when to take it literal and not take it literal. So it doesn't mean that there's never a time, yeah, when something or anybody for dead, and that is not supposed to be taken literal, if that makes sense, right? That happens too. But when you're within the context of it, you know what I'm saying, or a conversation, you will understand which is which. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Like if you're in a dance and you hear Batman for dead, we're not all gonna run out the dance, you know what I'm saying, and find a Batman for kill. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna happen, because we understand that that's not the context of what is being said at this moment in time. Yeah, and that's that. On the slavery point, yeah, I think that's false. I think that people in the African centered movement, the terms like ma'afa, yeah, and ma'angamizi have come about, and they relate to the invasion, the conquest, the enslavement, the colonization, and the neocolonization. And so we understand these things to be progressions of, you know, of the same thing. Yeah, we don't have to yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's false, in it. It's just false.
Address also those who want us to forget it, brother Ashakara. Let them know about Sankofa, that we can't forget it.
No, and I think that the forget or the ignorance is bliss mentality is based upon the idea that not thinking about it allows us to live more comfortably within the system of the colonizer, and some of us are not interested in that. Some of us don't want to just live more comfortably within the system of the colonizer. So, you know, and these are challenges and discussions that are going to happen among Black people, right? You know what I'm saying? Some people are going to be on something, and others are going to be on something else. You know what I'm saying? And I think we're allowed to have those distinctions. You know what I'm saying? People.
If someone wants to forget, does that make them less conscious?
Well, forgetting is by definition an act of lessening one's consciousness. But that's exactly what you're doing. You're reducing your level of awareness of a particular reality.
No, well,
are you aware what Sankofa is, Reggie?
Is his missus? Right? Is that not your missus?
That's brilliant. Yeah, no, but he's asking you if you know what the word means.
Oh, no. I don't know what it means.
The irony of the fact that the word isn't actually in an African language.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know every word in every African language.
It's not only that. To forget is to. Some would say to forget would make yourself un-African if the word means what it means. right? Wouldn't that be correct, brother?
I would
Shaka?
agree. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. To get to the point, Sankofa is a word in the Tree language or the Akan language. It simply means to go back and fetch what you have lost. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, or it's part of a phrase. Yes, it's tree. So it's Adinkra symbols. Yeah, you find the Adinkra symbols. It is not wrong to go back and.
Who's asking you this? Who's asking you this?
Sorry, EIE was asking if Reggie knows what it means. Yeah,
well, I'm saying. So, what does Reggie not know what it means?
What Sankofa means? No, I didn't know what Sankofa means.
Do you know? You don't know about the Adinkra symbols?
No.
All right, why not though? Like seriously, why?
Because
not?
Sir.
I'm not Ghanaian, so I don't know what Sankofa means. I
What?
don't know what.
Yeah,
this
but
symbol-
the Ghanaians and Nigerians are one and the same people, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And that's in your opinion, and not in my opinion. They're not the same.
No, that's
one
that's
the same.
right. I don't care,
Neighbors.
bro. Don't be silly, bro. Don't be silly. Don't act like you don't know. You know the history, so that you know.
We speak totally different languages. Well, most
What,
of our
who,
languages.
everyone. So the
Not
houses
everyone.
don't share the same. So the houses don't. Houses don't.
Yeah,
share the
they
same
do, but
language. They don't share the land mass. Hold on. You don't have Nigerian tribes that speak Ashanti. What are you talking about, man? So what? You just said we speak different languages, but we don't.
So do they speak Igbo in Ghana?
Yo, come on, family. Stop the silly games, man. Just learn your history. Just learn your history, bro.
All right. Anyway,
I was so baffled.
I'm contrarian, man. You're contrarian, man. I was just saying.
You're
We're
contrarian.
different from Ghana. We're
Say that
different
again?
from Ghana. I'm saying
What?
we're different from Ghana. That's it. And
Different
we
how?
don't speak Twi.
All right, bro. Like I said, you saying I'm being a contrarian. I just showed you two languages we speak. We share the same. I showed you a tribe that goes over both land masses. We ain't even gone into history. Let's not be silly, man. Like,
yeah, I suspect if you study the Ga and the Evwe people, you'll see a lot of linkages between the people.
I don't even know, bro. Yeah, gosh. Anyway, sorry.
But Reggie, from my investigation or from my Nigerian friends, they've said the same thing to me that these men just said, and you can even include Cameroon into that as well.
What have they said? What have they said? You said the same thing.
That the white man come and just drew some lines on a map and said, "This is your country now." But in reality, when you look at like the tribes, it goes like there's tribes that cross borders, isn't it? So, for example, I had a friend. He's Benin. His sister's married to a Yoruba. I said to him, "How come your sister's married to a Yoruba?" And he said, "To us, it's the same thing. Don't make no difference." He could have been. He's got. But anyway,
I didn't say they don't cross borders.
But my thing is this, because all I'm trying to say is that I don't want to we have these different sensibilities exist among black people wherever we are. Just what I'm saying, do you know what I'm saying? You know, and one could argue that if we're going to take it literally, no, actually, that maybe not, maybe not.
Yeah.
But that's maybe true. But I was gonna say, it's possible though. It's not impossible. That one could argue that, especially at different certain points in time, that if we was gonna take the term white man for the literally, that Africans on the continent killed more white men than Africans in the diaspora. That's possible. Like especially during colonialism, that's possible. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm saying it's possible.
Well, imagine if that was your story. Imagine if your ancestors died for that freedom, for that liberty.
Well, they did. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just saying personally. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people have got to take into account, like, speaking for Africans and all of that. I just, bruh, and a man saying that I can't speak about Caribbeans. It's just a mad thing. Do you know what I'm saying? You have to be fair. We're one and the same people. Do you know what I'm saying? And like, atrocity has happened to all of us, right? One
Isn't
is
that ironic?
as colonialism, and one is
Baku, they don't like you talking about their history, but when they want to talk about us, they want to impose their history on us. It's mad. It's mad.
I just feel I don't mind. I don't mind.
No. Hold on. Bro. The way I see it is, yeah, we're doing some like they are doing this, and they are doing that, and I don't know who the they is, but like I'm agreeing with Shaka. So I don't really know, is the they including the Nigerian brother, or like who's the they that we're talking about? I'm personally agreeing with Shaka. like on most of what he said today. In fact, I don't know what I disagree with him on. So if Shaka's making,
he made a statement, and I agreed. I just said it's just personal to me, that experience that he was explaining. Do you get it?
Fair dues.
Your people have died once. Oh, okay.
Well, Reggie just said that they're imposing their views on us. Like, what is he imposing?
No,
bro?
I don't see it that. I don't see it that way. I don't personally don't. See
No,
it.
I heard from the earlier conversations. Maki was talking about his experiences with the Caribbeans or Caribbean or having a woman from the Caribbean or and you were talking about your experience, and there was a number of people that said, "Oh, you can't talk about it just based on your experience. You can't talk about the Caribbean."
I don't remember anybody saying to him that you can't talk.
No,
about
he
it.
wasn't.
I think
there was a few. But
exactly. I would disavow that statement. Yeah,
you weren't there. You weren't there.
No,
Reggie, we settled that though. That's what my point was. We settled it. If I have verification or not, it was clear to see that I know what I'm talking about. I don't know what that is.
Someone's Matt's on Shegri. Yeah, the only
thing I'm muted as well. I muted things, man. Mute up, man.
Yeah, the only thing I would say though is I think I wouldn't catch it like that, and I think I would be careful of saying that to a brother or a sister from the continent. I think the point that was being made though is that we can't just assume that all Africans from the diaspora have European blood, and I think that's true. There are generations of people that if you deal with the Maroons and that kind of things, that who don't have no European blood. You know what I'm saying? That's facts, right? And as well, remembering that place like Jamaica, we were the majority for the most part of the time. So there's a significant number of us who don't have, and there's a significant number of us who do, right? Who experience, who have the rape in our lineage and them kind of things there. And I think that's the general point that was being made. But
and I'm saying not all circumstances was rape. Let's be honest with that.
Well, I don't know within the context of slavery what is.
No, I mean, not in slavery. No, I'm not talking about slavery. I'm talking about the island of Jamaica, where people have been living for hundreds and hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying? We can go back to the 1600s, but we in 2021. Do you get it?
Yeah, but bearing in mind that colonialism ended in 1962. Yeah, it's not like you know what I'm saying. So the period of oppressive and suppressive relationships has, you know what I'm saying, as far as us in the Caribbean, has been there for a lot longer, significantly longer than, you know what I'm saying, any allusion to, you know, they just fell in love. Like I'd be very careful to make them kind of distinctions there. And a lot of us like to fantasize them thing there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
but hang on, Shaka. Like we always do here. There are some that fell in love, right? So therefore, you can't say that it doesn't happen, right? That's what we do right here.
Who's doing that? Sorry, I don't think that it's reasonable to suggest blanketly that women on plantations fell in love with their slave masters. Like, I don't think that's reasonable. And even if you're gonna say that, even if you want to make the argument that this did happen on a plantation, I'd advise people to look at the context and assess whether that can truly be said to be a loving relationship.
Okay. And now, can we move it to England? Can we move it to England now and say? What you mean
since the Windrush?
Well,
that's a very short period of time.
Okay, you know, and then are we mixing with these people after this point?
But when people talk about Africans from the Caribbean being mixed, they're not just talking about those who came to Britain. You know what I'm saying? After during colonization, right?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when West Indians came over, right? So they would be from various different places, right? Did they from that point make a point like, look, white man for dead. We're not dealing with these people. Blah blah blah.
Some didn't, some didn't. Some did and some didn't. Yeah.
I think the mere fact that they came here was with hope.
But again, the context for coming here was colonialism. Like most of them came with a British passport because they were colonized. That's a fact.
Yeah, most definitely. But obviously, you don't have to come in it, but you feel obligated to come because you believe that the system that's controlling you is not that bad.
Well, yes and no. I think that if you're talking about the fact that you're coming from a place that has been severely underdeveloped because the entire nation has been building wealth for a colonizer, the opportunities that are afforded you in such a nation are very small, right? So if you're given an opportunity to come and work, and most of them came to work and go back home, yeah, you hear all the elders tell these stories, 5-year plan and all that kind of things. They came to work and go back home, and when they got it, they realized, oh boy, it's not going to be as easy as we thought it was going to be to work that plan. You see what I'm saying? So it's again, I don't know if it's that simple, but yes, it would be true to say, especially because a lot of us were indoctrinated into Eurocentric images of beauty, that a lot of the man them came over here and couldn't wait to put their hand on a white woman. That's a fact. Yeah, that did go on too. Yeah, I don't necessarily see that as any what's it called, less colonial, because they you could say that there was choice in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, it's sticky in it is the only point I'm trying to make with that is concerned. I wouldn't make that assumption, and that's not to say that today people that don't have the opportunity to get in these loving relationships and so on and so forth, but I'm saying that if we're projecting that into the history, we have to be very, very careful.
Okay, so the history of carnival, we can start there, for example.
Wait, not in Hill?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Who were the forefront of that
Claudia Jones,
that situation, right?
Claudia Jones, yeah,
it was communities, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Because it became it was a thing in Notting Hill or whatever, where they were having riots and blah blah blah, and all of that, all of that, and after that they tried to appease the community by coming together and doing cultural. Well,
actually, it's actually more revolutionary than that. In fact, yeah,
I hear you, but the communities mainly concerned were the Rastas, right?
To a degree, yeah, but Rastafari was involved, but
yeah, and sorry, the hippies.
I'm not denying. I wouldn't say that they weren't there, but whether they were involved in the organizing, I'm not sure about that. I think more and more. I think the more people. Sorry, you might have more of an argument for like ultra communist kind of white people, partly because Claudia Jones was someone associated with the Communist Party. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's free love. It's free love, man. It's 60s, isn't it? It's free love, bro. You get me? They're hippies. That's what they are, bro. They're liberals, liberalists or whatever.
I'm not.
We don't want
denying,
no war. We want love. We want peace in the world.
I'm not denying that black people were having sex with white people in the 1960s. That's not the point I'm making.
That's not the point. I'm saying these are people who you could class as Jamaican who did have a certain ideology.
But that wasn't unique to Jamaicans, bro.
1 second. Well, yeah. What, being a Rasta?
No. Any number of students from West Africa came over here and were sexing white women too. It's not.
Yeah, that's not the point. Do you know what I'm saying? I know that's as a fact. No one's making that argument, because if anything, man's calling us sellout because we have a liberal view to such things. Because we know that when you're doing that, you're coming to our culture. We're not adapting to your culture. You're gonna take the.
Well, I don't even know if that can be said to be true. But either way, I'm saying that Africans from both sides of the Atlantic, when they came over here, there's a proportion of people that you know what I'm saying, ran to the white woman and breed her. That's a fact. Like that's I don't know why we're making that specific to Africans from the Caribbean. Is what I don't get.
I don't think anyone come over here with the intention of meeting up with a white woman. But when you get here and the white woman's opening her front door telling you, can you come in and change this light bulb, please? Like, you're not going to say no, innit? You're a man still, innit?
I can see it from a personal point
of view. The availability was what made it an option.
No, but what I'm saying is, bearing in mind, yeah, that at that time, yeah, like we're talking about colonization, yeah, on both sides of the Atlantic, black people are colonized. And one of the things that we were colonized into is seeing European people and European culture as superior. And a part of that was the European image of beauty. I've heard people in my own family, but I shouldn't say in my own family really, because yeah, maybe, or I've heard of people in my family and friends who would speak about, you know what I'm saying, especially in the older generations, you wanted to get light-skinned man or white man so you can get pitney with good hair, right? And them kind of things there, right? These are factors in a lot of the choices that were being made. A lot, and I know of Africans from the continent who have shared similar sentiments about their elder generations, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's not, we wasn't, neither of us were unique in this regard, is the only point I'm making. We were both coming from the perspective of, some of us were challenging a lot of these perceptions, some of us weren't. You know what I'm saying? To whatever degree.
Some were embracing it fully. Some were going to country, breeding up and coming back to their real family and leaving seed up there. You know, all lost and stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that, there's a whole generation of that. That's the 80s generation.
That's true. And then you got to factor in the whole fostering and adoption stuff.
Right. Thanks.
You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of dynamics. But my only point is that all of that takes place in the context of like colonization and oppression, like in discrimination in the country. Like it's not, we can't divorce that from the thing. And it doesn't mean that certain people never had these loving relationships with these white women. But all of this is taking place within a particular context, is what I'm saying. And we have to be
and the context is you're in another man's country. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, and there's more of them than you are. Do you get what I'm saying? So like there's the possibilities of some of your people engaging and marrying and doing whatever with these people is going to be like more.
Most definitely, I agree with that. But I think the issue, and I think this is where some people are a bit sensitive where this is concerned, is because this idea of the rape has been brought up recently in a few different conversations.
Yes, I heard it
as an insult. And I think whilst that is repulsive, I think people are being sensitive in response to it at the moment. And whilst I understand it, I would, if we're just dealing with history and what happened, it's one thing. But if people are bringing it up as an insult, it's the next thing. You know,
of course. And I was saying to EIE, like where you're coming from on G Block is a hostile environment. So I understand. You get me? Even your statement in the context of that environment, do you get it? Because like, you're getting all sorts of madman and crazy, but ain't no no nats over here, and do you get me? They're just common folk.
Yeah,
you know
there's no South African policemen over here.
Yeah, stuff like that. We don't have
Martin.
We don't have shit like that. You get it? It's a matter. So I was saying, brother, to ease up, man. Just ease up. Like, yo, you don't need to go so hard over here because, you know what I mean? That's not. We don't really have many of those type of people. When we come, they come. We discuss with them and we sort it out, innit? Like,
do you know the funny thing is though? And again, this is why because like you'll find places here, like in Benin, the Sousa family, right? There's a whole family, like large family that is called the Sousa. Why? Because they're named after a Portuguese enslaver that had some children, a lot of children in Benin, and they're part of the elites in Benin right about now.
But isn't that the same in Brazil? Thing.
Sorry.
It happened in Brazil, but I'm saying like you
the
don't
same shoes, isn't it?
What Benin? Sorry, what Benin?
Sorry, Benin country, not Benin state.
Right. Thank you. Like so clarification, because I never know. I assume a lot of the information is about Benin, the actual supposedly country, and what the Portuguese did there, and you know, tribes.
I'm saying it wasn't because during the enslavement process, some of these Europeans settled, right, and then obviously colonialism, and if they had children, a lot of their children became part of elite classes, on the continent. You go places like Congo, you find that as well. These women that were children of white governors and soldiers and whatever else like that were part of an elite class, under the colonial system. You know what I'm saying? And so like you see that, and then some of the times it wasn't even like they were breeding, but they would adopt like a child into a seminary and give them a European name, and then that child became, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm saying that none of us were what's the word, completely absent of these realities, isn't it? Like we can't, you know what I'm saying? You got people from Angola today that were born there, and when you ask them what are you, they'll tell you that they're Portuguese.
Right.
Yeah, like they ain't never been to Portugal. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that none of us are completely absent of these contradictions, innit? And I think like we just have to really understand these things, innit?
Yeah.
And that's why we're never gonna understand them. Whilst the dominant trend is just to fling mud at each other for no reason. Like it doesn't. That's just my sense.
No, I hear you on that.
Yeah, I think people are too selective. At the end of the day, some people are comfortable to throw mud when it comes to other aspects, but when it comes to one that affects them, they're not happy for people to dig those up. You know what I'm saying? It's a bit.
I think Shaka said something very beautiful and let you off the hook in a big way, Reggie. When he said, "Not everyone has to carry this burden." Get me? You can choose to forget. This burden of oppression, you can just live without it and be one of the ones that forgets. But don't be on here telling other people that they should forget too.
Who told people to forget?
No, that was
listen. No. What Shaka just said about a minute ago, he's saying like people have the right, innit, to be the flag bearer and fight the fight, or just choose to forget and assimilate and do whatever you want to do. You got the right to do that. But don't be on here telling people who are fighting the fight that that your position of being the forgetful one is somehow equal to theirs or better than theirs. It's not.
You're just chatting nonsense now. Like,
All right, I'm chatting nonsense. Maybe I misunderstood.
Who's told anyone to forget anything?
But you're saying that why do people have to fight the fight? Why can't they think?
When did I say that?
You're saying why can't you treat white people like they're normal people?
Well, why shouldn't you treat white people like
because they're your oppressor? Right? Are you dumb?
Okay, well, no.
I just think that anti-Africanness is forget Bono, yeah, and I don't consider anti-Africanness any less anti-African because it comes from a brother or a sister from the continent. Like, I ban it out when it comes from brothers and sisters from the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? Straight. Like, I don't tolerate it. Yeah, it's not something that man's into. I understand it to be self-hatred, but if one wants to project that and think that because they're from the continent that they're not actually projecting anti-African self-hatred, I think you're living an illusion. Yeah, and I think that it's important, yeah, to understand that both sides of that dynamic are destructive. Both sides of that dynamic are colonial.
One minute,
and both sides of that dynamic are anti-African, and I don't. We shouldn't need to engage in this kind of nonsense. It just doesn't make any sense.
Let me just say that I don't think Reggie's anti-African at all. I think that I know you're not speaking about him, but I don't think he's anti-African at all. And I think he does have a genuine grounds to represent a certain percentage of Africa that feel like Reggie does. That's acceptable. But to come onto panels like this and try to kind of like soften the blow and say, oh, these people, they're making noise and they're making it bad for the rest of us. And it's just a little bit too thing for me, man. It's a little bit, a bit of pill to swallow. If you're going to have that opinion, have it, but know your place in it. Like, you're at the back of the queue. People are fighting at the front. Let them fight their fight. You're complaining about BLM and things like that. And what's that about?
You're completely strawmanning again. Like, I mean, you said that? Oh, I should look at the white man as my oppressor. Like, do you look at the Arabs as your oppressor? Is that how you look up to them?
I'm Turkish. They never oppressed us. We oppressed them. We owe them an apology.
Should black people look at Arabs as oppressors as well?
No, that's between you lot, isn't it? That's
most definitely, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
But either way, it's not just about who you look upon as an oppressor, right? It's not just about that. All of this is about shedding the mentality, yeah, the mentality of oppression and therefore its manifestations, right? Just what I'm saying. So, like, in a sense, yeah, it's about us first and how we think and what we do. You see what I'm saying? I don't personally feel like, as an African from the Caribbean, that I have more in common with British colonizers than I do African brothers and sisters. I don't feel like that. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And I think that's where a lot of this stuff comes from. That brothers, like Africans from the continent, specifically Jamaica, when they diss Africa and things African and Africanness, they're doing so out of this idea that they are closer to the white British sensibility. Yeah, they've adopted more civilization as a result of being colonized by white people and indoctrinated into their culture. Yeah, so that association allows them to feel that they're better than brothers and sisters from the continent who still speak this quote unquote savage language and eat this quote unquote savage food and still engage in some of this quote unquote savage behavior, right? That's what they believe in, right? So I'm saying, in terms of banning that sensibility, banning out that mentality, yeah, you know, we rid ourselves of the idea, yeah, that these people and their culture is superior and that we improve ourselves based upon our association to them. In fact, we're better off in terms of our association to our brothers and sisters across the waters. That's just the consciousness.
Yeah, I would say that the consciousness
And
is,
I would say,
I would say it's selective, because some of these people that you claim that yeah, fair enough, there's some people that integrate or assimilate, and you seem to take exception to that fact, but there's people who claim that they become conscious and then they start talking as if they know more than Africans, and they start talking down on Africans who have been following their ideologies, their religions, or following their way of life, and who know their culture, are very comfortable with the culture that they have today. And then you have these people that are so-called conscious that come in and start questioning the way that people express their culture. It's weird.
Yeah, we're not biting the bullet, Reggie. I'm not on it. I'm not on what you're on. So yeah.
Now he's raising a legitimate question, Shaka.
No, he's actually.
You should answer that. You should actually answer that.
No, because for me to this is what will need to happen if I need to answer for me to answer that. Yeah, man would have to substantiate that what he's saying is true. All right.
No, you have to substantiate that Reggie's view was adopted from the white man and not a conservative African attitude.
I don't have to substantiate anything.
But you made the claim.
Excuse me. He has made a claim, yeah, about people saying this and people saying that and calling Africans from the continent this and that and the what next, yeah. So I'm saying if there was a sincere conversation to be had in this, there was a substantiation, you know what I'm saying? And it wasn't just an attempt to deflect them kind of things, because the reality is a lot of this is fabrication, and it's a fabricated argument in order to justify certain sensibilities. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
No, so, it's not a fabricated argument.
Excuse me. I'll give you an example. If I may, yeah. If I wanted to, I could define my interactions with Africans according to those who have disrespected the journey of Africans who have been through the so-called transatlantic enslavement. Yeah. Right, and we've come across them. They've been on some of these panels, and in life, yeah, every now and then you come across these individuals, and I can say, well, these Africans, yeah, from the continent, don't respect us, and they want to come and tell us about how African we're not, just because he wasn't born on the continent, and about how, you know what I'm saying, we was raped by white people, and therefore we're not African no more, and so on and so forth. I could define, yeah, my interactions by those people. Yeah, if I wanted to, all right, but I don't. You know why? Because I know too many Africans who don't think like that. Yeah, I know too many Africans from the continent who don't, yeah, project them kind of stupidness there and them shaggy there. Now, so the only reason for me to make my interactions be defined by them is because I want to do that. I have an interest in terms of justifying my own position in making these people the definitive representation of Africans from the continent. But I'm not that dishonest, so I'm not going to do it.
I'm not saying that
anybody, but like he's got a legitimate position as well. That you can't say to him, because he's conservative, he learned it from the white man. There are Africans that are conservative. That's their culture. They've been like that before they even seen a white face.
There are Africans from the diaspora who are conservative. Yeah, conservatism within the context of Black life, in terms of Black nations, as it stands right about now, cannot be separated from the process of colonialism. It doesn't mean that all aspects of what is considered to be conservative derived from Europeans. It just means that a lot of them did, and we have to do some work in terms of differentiating and defining what did and didn't, and what's good for us and what's not good for us. I don't play the game. Sorry, I don't play the game of acting as though Africans on the continent are somehow more conservative than Africans in the diaspora. Africans on the continent do not have an issue of colonization. Only Africans in the diaspora do. These are false narratives, yeah. And I just don't feel like I have to respond to them, because I think
what you'll find is that Africans on the continent have a different priority, and they have a priority when they speak about. They have a priority on what their emphasis is about, and how they want to address things. They also have a different priority in terms of what they feel needs to go from their culture. For some people, the most important thing is to get rid of the white Jesus. That's the most important thing from the culture that they want to get rid of. For Africans, it's not necessarily the image of Jesus. For Muslims, it's different. For Christians, it's different. And for some, it's not even about it's not about religion. It's more about, okay, we need to liberate ourselves and stuff like that. But what you get here, what you tend to get here is, so you know, projection. Oh, so you guys worship the white Jesus, and you're like, okay, well, I don't even know. I've never seen a white Jesus in my life. And then you're like, okay, you're like, okay. No, I'm just saying that
the white
you'll
Jesus,
get a lot of people.
Nobody mentioned the white Jesus, right?
No, I didn't say anyone did. I didn't say anyone did.
I'm saying. So, but the point. So again, the point is,
I said what you tend to get. I'm not strawmanning.
Yeah, you are.
I don't know. I don't know why you keep. You sound very triggered.
For the sake of justifying a position, and I'm
very
saying
trigger checker.
The reality is, I know of Christian pastors on the continent, who challenged the white Jesus.
So I don't know why I can't finish.
Have you ever heard of Mensa Otabil?
I don't know why I can't finish. Again, there are some people that challenge these concepts. I haven't. This is a straw man again. I haven't said there are not people that. But I said that for a lot of people, that is their priority in our culture to pick out these things. But when you talk about picking out the fact that there's a lot of baby mothers coming out of certain communities, for example, you know what I'm saying, they want to sweep that under the carpet. When you when you tackle the fact that certain people are in interracial relationships, they want to sweep that under the carpet. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just very selective.
And I'm supposed to get emotional now.
We can be very selective in what we want.
I'm supposed to get emotional now at the draw out.
Yeah, I'm not drawing you. I'm not drawing you. I don't think that applies to you. I don't think it applies to you.
I'm not on what you're on. We're actually having we were actually having a relatively productive conversation, and I'm at a loss as to how, you know, what you're saying at the moment is actually positively contributing to it. And I would say, and I'm saying that even in relation to people that I disagreed with, the conversation was relatively productive. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? So and all of that is unfortunately tainting the value of the conversation at the moment. So
I know when it goes against your narrative, it does.
Again, see, that's happens when ones don't listen. But when let me just mute in it. Right, and you can have that.
No, don't mute, bro. You adequately.
No, it's cool, right? Let me just
adequately address the thing, bro.
Yeah,
so,
but
we can move forward.
I was emphasizing a point that affects, like you'd say, people say it's 40% of Africa, for example, that are Islamic or that are Islamic, and then another 40 that are Christian. But for these guys, sometimes the topics that they bring up, actually, it's not Shaka on it so much. But
the fact of the matter is, as African people, our Africanness is just as worthy of being put forward and projected in that experience as anybody else's. So even if what you were saying was true, this sharp distinction between what Africans bring up and what Caribbeans bring up here, which is nonsense, right? Even if what you were saying was true, it wouldn't make it any less valid. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying, right? So just as much as brothers and sisters anywhere in the black world are going to respond to the dynamics that are directly in front of them, do you know what I'm saying? Even those that put it in the context of the broader whatever are going to respond to the issues that are directly in front of them first. Africans from the Caribbean are entitled to do so as well. And that contribution or that projection of the flagging up of these issues or these problems that need solving is just as worthy as being put forward as any other problems in the black diaspora. That's just what it is.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm just saying that these people, a lot of the sentiments that, and it's weird actually, because very few Africans will come and say, "Oh, because you've decided to follow this religion, you're a sellout." I mean, it's very weird because Africa's always had a diversity of religions or beliefs. You know what I'm saying? So when people that have been displaced, some of them have never even touched down in Africa, or none of them. You know what I'm saying? Some of them have even smelled Africa.
It's a broken record. And again,
nobody actually come here and they try to teach you about Africa. It's mad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Them Google Africans. You know what I'm saying?
Family, I'm just gonna mute because I don't have anything to have a conversation with about here. Do you know what I'm saying? So let me just mute up. You get me? And
run.
Yeah, again, you know what I'm saying. Now, if I was going to respond to that, it might be suggested
Reggie's being a troll again.
The reference to devil man is actually a slur in relation to my African spiritualist inclinations. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's Caribbean slang,
and the cultural imposition of devil worship onto African spiritual traditions. I might do that, but I'm not. Do you know what I'm saying? So
fire ban.
Yeah, so that.
No, I'm playing, man.
Reggie, man, you're
I'm
talking to a
playing.
serious person. You should respect him on a level, bro.
No, I do respect him. That's why I have discourse with
I
him. You know
know,
what I'm
but there's a difference between that and showing respect, which you're not doing.
What do you mean show respect? I do show him
Like
respect.
you respect him, but like, you're not treating him respectfully. Like mocking
I
him
just
and
disagree with
laughing, and I know that's your style, but sometimes when you go like against serious people who take this thing like serious, you can't.
Yeah, but we're
we
are having serious discourse. I mean, it's not like what I'm saying I don't actually feel. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of what I'm saying, I mean, it's evidential that when you come out here, why do you think there's a lot of disconnect between a lot of the Somalians and the people of the Caribbean that you see on these shows? Like Somalia hold their religion and culture. It's what's it called? Intrinsic, so they're intertwined. You know what I'm saying? And then a lot of these people that come here, they're like anti.
I think from my point of view, my individual point of view, I'd like to add, I grew up with Caribbeans in it and Jamaicans, and cussing, I learned from them in it. Like it's a skill, it's an art form, it's like battle rap. Do you get me? Like cussing and pointing out your faults, yeah, is just comedy to them. And from the Muslim point of view, which I can relate to, the Muslim point of view is everything is literal. Get me? Like they take everything literal. Like if you say to a Muslim, "I fucked your mum," it's like if you can say it, you can do it. So if you can say it to my face, then it's up to me to stop you in it. And Muslims have a very literal understanding of things that they won't tolerate banter and things like that so easily. I think it would just take longer to build that bridge, innit? So you see people like
who's gonna adjust to who? Who's gonna adjust to who?
But I'm saying you can see people like M-Stacks that can walk the line between the two things, innit? It's just it takes a skill, innit? It takes time.
Well, I don't think many are going to be like yourself. You know what I'm saying? And these small islanders are going to have to adapt to the people that are home, as they call it. I mean, they call it home. So you know what I'm saying? Like it's not for people to come and have to adapt to their word games, as they call it, or their way of engaging with people. You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, Richie. Like I do think you've got legitimate points that you're raising. It's like when you're saying things like, "Oh, you know, these people." Like they're protesting, what's it all about? What's it in aid of? What's it going to achieve? Yeah, you got to realize that kind of highlights the point that you've already cut your deal with the white man, and you're happy with the deal that you've got for you and your people. And you're saying that, well, no one should rock the boat, even if they've got like difficulties. They should allow it. And I'm saying, from my point of view,
we haven't cut no deal with the white man. At the end of the day, like
I'm saying that not cut a deal as in you sign the paper. But I'm saying that there is some sort of harmonious back and forth understanding of, you know, we're over here.
I mean, what do you think, Khan? What do you think,
Reggie, we've had this conversation before because you see yourself as a man who's just like on holiday. Like you're just here on holiday. You ain't got the right to change anything. Whereas some people who are born here, third, fourth, fifth generation, I've got a lot more invested in how people are treated while they're here. So you can see that there's a conflict there. So I'm saying both sides should be respected.
I kind of agree with you because at the end of the day, these people speak like they're more likely to go back to Africa than I am. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like. At the end of the day, we're at a lower level. If you're going to make changes, I don't think you're going to go into Parliament and start calling them devils and this and that. Your discourse is going to probably be changed. You get what I'm saying? Like you're not going to get through to anyone with that kind of discourse. So at the end of the day, like. They can shout from the hills that they're this and that, but as we know, a lot of them are not even going to touch down in Africa. So it's just all word games, and it's basically just to antagonize people, in my opinion, at the way that they speak. But you know, when we start seeing them coming back, you know, we might actually take some of these so-called pro-blacks or whatever they call pro-African or whatever they call it, Pan-Africans rather. It's probably more appropriate, more serious. But a lot of them ain't even. They're not ready to touch down. You know what I'm saying? They're not ready.
I believe that us as black people, like we complain a lot. That's what we're good at. We discuss politics and all of that, but we ain't gonna, you know, we free talk. Do you know what I'm saying? So we do say things like, yeah, burn the white man and this one and all sorts. And do you get it? But it's like in private. So let's be realistic.
But you know, but I don't know about you, Mac. But amongst Nigerian that I was with, it's more burn our government not taking responsibility of booting out their positions.
Yeah, because man mentioned fella, but that's all political. Do you get it? That's all our own people. There's no white man involved. Do you get it?
Yeah, it's like what are you expecting? Are you expecting the white man to come and take you away from your situation? Are you waiting for a favor from the white man?
If the government kill your mother and beat you and bring down your house, you got a lot to sing about, alive.
Yeah.
But he's still gonna fly to Germany to do the concert. He's still gonna go to Thing. So there can't be no rhetoric. Do you get it? He wants them to overstand the plight that's going on in Nigeria at the time. Yeah. It was all political, innit? And personal. Because they killed his mom and they broke him up. Yeah. That's what him and Bob Marley had in common. People don't realize that. Do you get it? Yeah, all right, they both smoke weed or whatever. But yeah, the main thing was against the system. And this is what I'm trying to say to people. Like, we should be unified against the system of oppression. Yeah. It's not every white person who was involved in that. Like, knowingly or unbeknowingly or whatever. Do you get it? We're all living off the benefits of it. It's been done to our people, but we're all living off the benefits of it. Do you get it? So this is what I say, like, we're all culpable in that sense. Because we know that happened. You know that the sugar you're putting in your mouth came from somewhere. You know what I mean? The oil you put in your car came from somewhere. And these people don't own it. Do you get it? But to have us have the luxuries we have in this country, to get it. And our people
from my point of
appreciate
view,
that. It's mad.
Obviously, I'm not invested in this in one way or the other. So I'm looking at it from universal principles, right? So in universal principles terms, Reggie's talking from a position of strength. He's saying, I'm strong. But sometimes when you're strong, you don't recognize the rock that's eating away your house until the fucking poles collapse on your head and the house comes down. So being strong is all well and good. But what Shaka's talking about is power. And power brings about change. Do you understand? So strength and power sometimes get confused for each other. You get me? So I understand where Reggie's coming from. I read between the lines and I can understand that he's a proud African and he's very strong. And he's saying that I don't even recognize this like enemy that you see. To me, they're nothing.
Let me give you a joke.
We can get rid of them in 2 seconds if we want. And Africa will still be strong. And I respect his position.
It's not even that, bro. I'm just like, you know where we come from? Like, it's like we speak multiple language. That's one thing that Reggie should have known. That like depending on who's near you in your diaspora, whether it's Lagos or another part of Nigeria, you're going to speak multiple languages. My mum speaks multiple languages. Everybody I know from Nigeria speaks multiple languages, mainly based on the people that are close in proximity. Do you get it? Like they grew up with. Some Hausas, some Ghanaians, or some Igbos, or some, you get it? So like they will tend to have that language in their repertoire. But the main thing is that if you don't speak English or Yoruba, you're not going to get very far in the country. Do you get it? You must have your own native language, but we call other people foreigners as well who come into the country, but we tend to know their language and they tend to know our language or learn it. Or if they can't do that, they'll speak English, which is even more better for you because you could get a better class of job. Do you get it? So now this idea of bouginess and, you know, being respectful and honorable and all of this is what I'm trying to say to man. Do you get it? You don't really know how a Nigerian household is. Yeah, it's based on this British system. It's based on in a mind concept. Do you get it? Some people will love the Queen. My mum loved Diana and Charles. Do you get it? You know what I'm saying? So it depends on the generation, right? So I'm like, but me personally, obviously, I know better, innit? You know what I mean? But I can't tell my mom, you shouldn't love the monarchy or blah, 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 because as far as they're concerned, the person who did something to them is way, 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 way back, like Queen Victoria. Do you get it? So they don't see it as oppression. They don't see some of the colonialism thing because they weren't necessarily that hard hit. You might get
not only that, Matthew, sorry to cut you, but it's an African system you're talking about. So for them to be able to relate to concepts like royalty and understand that there's some good monarchs, some bad monarchs, and whatever, that comes from Africa anyway. So
exactly.
You see me?
That's the point. The system of it, of hierarchy and structure, came from us. Do you get it? We already put that into play. So being
That's why
bougie
I say.
is not European. It's
That's why I
very
say,
much
and that's why I
African.
say. That's why I say to you, Maku, that sometimes you have to distance yourself from some of their position, because they don't understand these things. Like they just go in between. They don't really
I
understand
just
that we
wanted
have
to know. I just wanted to know if Bad Man for Dead is cultural or just part of a rhetoric of music that people took on, or if it was from slavery and people always said that, you know what I mean, the white man for dead because, you know what I mean, of those. So I've heard multiple answers, but in the main, a lot of it is said through the music. They talk about
but
a
here's the
particular
thing, Maku,
artist
yeah?
and all of that.
We're looking at it from our point of view, and our point of view, music influences us and our culture and our expression. But I think in Jamaica, the culture is so strong that the music's just an expression of the culture. So anything that you see in the music will be represented first and foremost in the culture, and people just speaking to each other on the street, how they speak to each other and what they agree on and what they don't agree on. Like, and that will be represented in the music secondarily.
Yeah, but
That's my
I'm saying,
opinion.
and then the next thing is, does everybody listen to that type of music? There's many types of music in Jamaica. They like
But
many
it doesn't.
types of.
That's what I'm saying. The music's secondary, so it doesn't matter.
Right. When they're
First and foremost,
singing
the
and
culture.
dancing, okay. When they're singing and dancing to Celine Dion, explain that to me.
Celine Dion. Yeah, but
is a favorite artist in Jamaica. Yeah.
It's like
When
the
a
day
tune
that
come on, it's mad.
But we all love music, innit? We're eclectic, innit? It's like the day that Frank Sinatra
Right.
died. My brother got all the Frank Sinatra records out, and all day long we was playing them and going, you know what? Frank Sinatra died, man. God rest his soul. But since that day, about 10 years ago, we ain't never listened to one Frank Sinatra song. It don't mean I don't love him and respect him and think that his music's good. It's just that I just don't listen to it, innit? So we're all eclectic. I can listen to Pavarotti. Put Pavarotti on, I'll listen to that. You get me? But it's about the expression of the culture is prevalent more in certain types of music, because certain types of music has a faster turnover. Like they'll bring out a new tune every week. Or a new,
But are you saying that music guides your activity, your movements in life and stuff?
No, but I'm saying is there's such a thing called pop, which what we're really talking about is pop culture. And certain music is part of pop culture.
I'm saying
it has a very fast turnover.
Okay. So that's generational, right? That's generational, right?
No. What I'm saying is that if you look at, for example, music now, there's new tunes coming out, bang, 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 new tunes coming out all the time, innit?
Yeah.
You get me? But if I talk about my generation,
right? Are you listening to them? Do you like them?
No, me no.
Right. And that's the same for me. So as I said, it's generational. In our parents' generation, there was a lot of revolutionary stuffs going on. Do you get what I'm saying? In all countries, whether it could be Greece or Cyprus or whatever, you know what I mean? Nigeria, West Indies, you know what I mean? Everybody had their little thing, especially in the 60s and 70s, you know what I mean? Where a lot of this thing was going on. But a lot of ours was political, not to do with the system of white supremacy, but the system within our country of black supremacy. You get it?
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So as I said, if I'm going to teach a child, Banda, white man for dead. No, I taught my child Bati man for dead. Yeah. Because it was a sentiment held by both sides. Do you get it? Like how I grew up in a mixed culture of West Indian and Nigerian. Do you get it? I'm with a West Indian woman and her dad, and you get me, her in the house. And I asked them each, because my daughter's been sympathetic to some homosexual business on, what was it, EastEnders? Yeah? Right. So I said to her, no. She said, no, don't be like that, Dad. I said, what? I said, no. Listen, Granddad, Batty man for dead? He said, yeah, Batty man for dead. Called the mom. Yo, Joe, come here. Yeah? Batty man for dead? Batty man for dead. I said, boy, it seems like you're outnumbered. Do you get it? I was just trying to prove a point. Like, yo, like your sentiment is what you're being taught at school and all of that. But we don't share the same sentiment. We don't say it every day, but you know, that's what's in the, you know, is in the mindset. So you better get with us because you're outnumbered. There's gonna time come where we're outnumbered. You get me? My other child is quite big now. You know what I mean? So it's like, boy, if two of them have that sympathetic view towards homosexuality, do you get what I'm saying? I can understand it, but they know their dad's point of view. It's not productive, all of that type of stuff. Do you get it? So that's how I see it. But I've never heard white man for dead. I've never heard that.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Jamaican.
we're living in England. It's a white man's country. Why would we going around saying white man for dead? Don't make sense. But when you're looking at it from a Jamaican point of view, any white man that you're seeing in Jamaica, you can ask yourself the question,
right,
what is he even doing here? Why is he here? How did he get here?
What I'm saying is you can think that, but do you necessarily need to express it openly?
Who was it? Who was responsible for the shedding of all these panel members? I turned around, like everyone's dust, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know.
Last person to dust was Reggie. Before that was Shaka.
Yeah, it was Reggie and
Shaka.
And
MA?
I don't even
know.
That
was before I come on.
He was here just a minute ago. Just as I looked the last time. Yeah,
was he there in the background?
He was here, man. He was there on the front.
I just looked down and I just saw 3 people. Before
I just looked a minute ago and I saw 4 people. I looked again. It's good. But yeah, it's cool, man.
Yeah, I think they had what they say, but as I said, when I've tried to stick to the subject. You know what I mean?
Matthew, living in England, I've never heard Jamaicans say white man for dead, yeah. But I've heard them say Babylon, bun Babylon, Babylon for bun, whatever, yeah.
Which is a sentiment.
You could just say it's a code word, meaning white man or the system. The system.
Exactly. So this is why the Rastas and the hippies were definitely on code together. You get it? Because they were all born in the system. Hippies talking about free love, liberalism, and all of that. You get me? Rastaman saying, yeah, but you must eat from the earth and all of that, Ital living and all of that. That worked well at the time. Do you get it? So when it came to oppression and things that were going on, they worked well together. And why we got some of the things, the luxuries we got now. Sorry. Like
so did we get any references to the white man in music or anything? Did you get any?
Not really.
Was it in anyone's song lyric or whatever?
No. It says it was said, but it was never proven.
Okay.
You get it. So I would more steer towards if you was the slavery thing. I could understand some people saying that, but I'm saying because a lot of our countries are definitely religiously strong, we majority of the people them are God-fearing, you get it? So they're not going to hold that sentiment necessarily. Do you get it? That's why you can. That's why
I think it comes from religion as well, because when they're talking about Babylon, that comes from the Bible. When they're talking about we're Esau and you're Esau and who's cursed by God, that all comes from the Bible as well. So religion does play its part in it as well.
But these are new concepts, some of them. They weren't saying that 20, 30, 40 years ago. They weren't saying that to our grandparents.
I think Rastas were saying that from day. Their whole concept based on that, isn't it?
Rasta were bun out in Jamaica. Are you lot all right? Do you get it? They didn't respect Rasta for a long time. Do you get it?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So, and why is that? Because they were religious. Do you get it? They didn't see as what they were doing as part of their Christianity or whatever they were doing. And they were also.
I don't think it was because they were religious. I think Jamaicans are religious. Like in general, they're very strong Christians.
Trying to say. That's what I'm saying.
But like the Rastas were counter mainstream culture at the time.
Yeah.
So obviously they're going to get a backlash, innit?
Right. So
at the time, though,
is their thinking and thing going to be the majority? No, it's not.
No.
Right. So only certain man is going to be saying Babylon and the rest are saying, "Oh, praise Jesus! Oh my God!" You get me? All of that. So.
Yeah, but they're just an extreme version of the current culture. Like it's just basically.
Yeah, I'm saying now.
No, but what I'm saying is this religious aspect where we're talking about banning out certain races of people through bloodline. It's in Christianity. It's just that Rastas that are going back to the Old Testament and Hebrew and this and that, they're just bringing it out more so, not less, more.
Listen, a man said they had that rhetoric in Africa and then went to South Africa, which is true. They had a thing about the white monkey. Do you know what I'm saying? The white monkey who come and that is a reference towards the invader or the white people who came and invaded the Zulu people and all of that. But they did it in a chant, getting ready for battle. Do you get it? Like the night before, they would all dance in a circle, chant all of these things, maybe take some drugs or whatever. You know what I mean? And say the white devil, the white monkey, he's coming and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. We have to get prepared. Yeah, this is a process of war or whatever. So that's cool. But in my country, nah. You get me? Man clearly left my country and went to South Africa on it. Do you get it? Because
Yeah,
you
I
couldn't
think
find the
the only reason
explanation.
we're talking about Jamaicans is because they have a culture that is respected around the world. Their music is listened to everywhere. Their views expressed through their culture is affecting people around the world. You're talking about Africans, but you know, they could have been doing the same thing, but that's all forgotten. That's all that energy is dissipated.
Right.
That's
right.
done. So they might have said the same thing, but it's not having the same effect.
It's generational, as I said.
Yeah, so like when you see Buju Banton saying anti-gay things, if people take offense to it and all up in arms about it, you can't just say, "Oh, he's just one guy," because
I'm that generation.
His voice
for
is
example,
prevalent. Like we all know who he is, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm that generation, for example. Seeing man get banned for saying, you know what I mean, for saying
Boom, bye bye.
Yeah, and all of these type of things, right? Man, watched all of what happened to these artists who spoke their mind because the thing's banned in their country. But I can sympathize with that because it's banned in my country too.
Mm.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
So the rhetoric and the overstanding is similar. That's why I can say yes, Batty man for dead. Cause in my country, that's what happens. You were saying it's against the law. Whether it's white man law or African man's law, it's still against the law. They chose to go by the letter of the book or whatever book they, you know what I mean? Because in all the books, it says the same thing. It's abomination, it's this, it's that, it's that. And I'm saying these countries that we're talking about are heavily religious. Do you get it?
I think a lot of this goes back to the popularity of Bob Marley. And I think like people should give him his due respect, innit? Because
definitely,
you know, Jamaicans still have a voice around the world because of his popularity.
Yes, and my parents cried because they knew him personally when he died.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He used to come to England a lot still.
Mm.
He liked football, innit? So he would always be like Pridgey Park and that playing. You get it? So my dad was, he was definitely, he knew Bob Marley. My mom went to concerts in England and all of that. Yeah, so, you know, I understand. But theirs is definitely about the system. It wasn't about race or color because, yes, Bob Marley was mixed. I don't know where people were saying that, oh, yeah, it's because of this and that. He was mixed. Let's get it right. Just like Bruce Lee. You get it? But me,
Bruce Lee was mixed. Bruce Lee were mixed.
I think he was still. They say he wasn't like 100% thing. I think his mom was European and his dad was Chinese.
Nah, they lied on his birth certificate so they could get him into America.
You think so?
You're simplifying the thing, Mako. You're simplifying
the thing, my brother. Life is simple, bro. Life is simple. What do you mean?
Simplifying it, man.
I'm saying life is simple, bro.
Simplifying it in a dangerous way, man.
Remember, it's not a dangerous way because I'm a man of action. I don't talk things. You get me? If I'm gonna do something, I'm not gonna talk about it. Facts. Yeah. What's on my mind? I'm not gonna tell you why. We're dealing with the conversation and what's going on. You can't tell me what I'm thinking or feeling or what I'm gonna react to or what I've done.
Wisdom.
Do you get me? To support that cause.
Yo, Wisdom. What's up? Yo, Wisdom. Yeah, you're out of here, man.
Yeah. Make me hear you.
So I don't know what you mean by that. You get what I'm saying? Because you would have to know my mind and know how.
Do you know the difference? Do you know why Bob Marley was chosen over the rest of the man them in the group?
Chosen for what? Yeah, because
What you mean above people like Peter Tosh and them?
You tell me. What's your interpretation of it?
It go back to this thing where you gonna say about him mix. You see, Bob Marley is a man where grew up in our culture and represent our culture, regardless of him mixed thing. You see me I say him represent a culture where him took on him back because he was born into it. You see me I say Bob Marley wasn't singing about white culture. Bob Marley was born in the white culture and the hatred. And I know people like to say, oh, Bob Marley was mixed. He was all about love and all. No, Bob Marley was born in the black culture. He was identifying with the black people who he was seeing struggling. And he was singing for their upliftment. We acknowledge that, brother?
Yeah, but I'm saying if white man for dead, is he gonna feel uncomfortable in the room? He understand where man are coming from, but is he gonna feel a little bit uncomfortable?
So Bob Marley say white man for dead in enough other ways. He never say it in that specific way. Him say it in enough other ways in our music.
No, I'm not saying him. I'm saying if someone said it in a room that he was in. Do you get it? Is he supporting that, or is he like, yo, me understand?
Brethren, Bob Marley was friends with Peter Tosh. You know how rebellious Peter Tosh was? I'm quite sure Bob Marley heard some rebellious things. I had to deal with it because
100%.
he was in a
100%.
group of black man when a ramp. Remember Peter Tosh, the man where they said born with in a Buckingham Palace.
Hold on.
So you tell me say Bob Marley not go there around that man there and not gonna know the thing. Bob Marley is more him speaking more parables. Peter Tosh will tell you say to your face the thing. And that's the thing. Bob Marley was chosen, my brethren. And because of this perception that he could be more sellable to the white European public. I saw the group get mashed up, from my understanding,
No, I'm
You see me, I say? So making the point about him being mixed is actually making our point. It's the fact that he was perceived to be so-called mixed, for the palate of Europeans. Why he was chosen.
No, or he felt he had to go extra hard. Because that's what I see. I see a lot of people who are mixed.
But he wasn't going hard
one
as
way.
Peter Tosh, though.
1 second. Lean one way, or lean the other way. So some will lean towards the European side. Over here, I'm talking about in England. Or some will lean towards their more where they come from. It could be Dominica, it could be Jamaica. Do you know what I'm saying? So you sometimes you get extremes. You get the baddest mixed race on road because he's trying to prove a point. He's trying to prove that he is that more than he is the other.
No, what you're dealing with is a confused person who is dangerous. We know them in our community. In our community, we call them dangerous. Because at any moment, if the war broke off, we don't know who them with.
Right.
You see me, brother? You see my point, brother?
Dangerous meaning unstable.
When war broke off, we don't know who them with. Unreliable. Right. So you can't say, oh, they flexing this end and they flexing this. But when it come down to it, when we go in a battle, me don't want him behind me.
I agree with you. The problem is that not everybody in the black boat is rowing in the same direction either. So just because you're black don't mean we're on the same fucking team either. In fact, I think you being black makes you more dangerous. I could be more lazy on my judgment and check whether you're really certified. So, yeah, dangerous all round still if you're not dealing with the individual. Dangerous all round when you start linking up with people, especially when you think based on the fact you look the same, they're going to be on your...
Yep.
Yeah, because when you see a man will look like you, the instinct is to let your guards down. You see me, I say? Okay, me round people look like me gonna let my guard down. But until you know the man agenda.
Do you think it's fair to use a man because of his heritage or his mixed heritage as a front man?
Let me tell you something, rude boy. You don't know, say, in this culture where me and you come from, the most powerful black man can come from a mixed couple. We chat the most blackest thing. It complicated, Maku. I would say it's complicated. It's when a man heart and in spirit, Maku. You see me, I say? It's what a man have learned, what he has taught, and what he know of himself and who he is.
Is Michael Manley a real Jamaican to you?
What you say?
Michael Manley. Ex-president.
Virgin, you're going in politics now.
No. It's not politics. It's what did he look like a white man? He looked like a white man to me.
Virgin. I don't know the thing. Know the thing.
Did people vote for it? Yeah.
You got in a whole another topic.
Did they vote for the cracker?
Why you think Jamaican people? Why you think Jamaican people vote for a white Syrian man named Siaga?
Okay.
Huh? It's complicated, my brother. But now I'm going to the politics.
Who voted for Siaga? Who? You.
Rastaman.
No, it was Rastaman.
You see all of the shower man, them and power man, big up on yourself. Me not do it. I am on the record. I did not do it.
There's a lot of politics over that still. You know that, innit?
I am not doing it, bad man.
You get me?
I
Like,
want
you
to be able to leave
microwave
and go to Jamaica when me want. So I'm not doing it.
You know the thing. You know the thing. You know the thing. You get what I'm saying? Listen, I got my baby mother's stepmother. Yeah, white woman, you know, Rasta. She lives in Jamaica, but anytime there's elections, yeah, she have to come back to England. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she has to come back to England. That's one reason
A
why she has to
serious
come
thing.
back. Let me tell you the second
It's so
reason.
it's one of those things. Me and you laugh about it, but it is humiliating.
No, it's serious. It's serious.
It's embarrassing.
But it's politics when you think about it.
It's
politics.
shameful, but it is what it is, rude boy. And
Hold on, is African governments any different? Come on, bro.
Man.
No, they're the same. Man beat man. Man beat. I see man beat up the candidate. Man get licks in South Africa. Remember that guy?
And this is
Yeah.
where the Europeans
Like,
them get to jump and talk, you know, and say, you can't even talk about politics in Jamaica, but you come over here and you think you can talk.
No, but you got politics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The fact that you got politics shows organization, like, even though, you know what I mean? Like, you're not backwards, some backwater country or you got government, you got officials, you got mayors, you got all of them type of thing there. Do you get what I'm saying?
But what them don't know say, you know, the power where I come between why me can't even talk to my government is coming from right up here, so you know.
Remember
the problem, the reason why them you know that, right? The power
the caste
structure.
system. Remember the caste system.
That keep yes, it is the caste system.
The caste system.
It is it is the same caste. That is what people don't realize. The Caribbean has caste system too.
Right. Yes, most definitely.
And it is along the lines of wealth. It is not even a color thing. That's why you will hear them jump on here and say, why you always talk about color? Because in the Caribbean, it's not about color.
It's not about color. No,
it's about wealth.
Well, no, it's
because
not.
You will see all of the you will see the children of the Chinese man and the African, the children of the Indian man and the African. You will see all of them rich as long as they all have money. You will see them a big shot, just kick it and live it up, no problem.
Yeah.
But guess who's over there so broke? I'm predominantly African. I ain't got shit.
Maroon. The Maroon family. You get me? Anyone who look too maroon, yeah, they speak for you. Yeah, it's true. Same everywhere. Even in Nigeria, I'm telling Jupiter, like, yo, you know, if you go to Nigeria, they're gonna hold you to the highest regard. Unless you act up and act funny, yeah, that's when they might even shun you. But even then, bruh, you're gonna get so much love and so much respect, more than even your partner. Yeah, say it ain't so. That's why racism don't exist where we come from, because they've already got.
They are not ignorant of those little. They're not ignorant of those little caveats, Maku. They are very cognizant of those little caveats. The thing is, those who are able to be privileged enough to get it and be on the good side of it, enjoy it. But they deny it because they just don't want the stigma that goes with it. You see what I'm saying? But they enjoy that prestige. You know what I'm saying? Being better than the rest of us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the rest of us who walk barefoot and know what it is to go hungry every now and then, and we know a different reality. You see what I say? And that's what I say. It's like, it's complicated. It's not. It's in some areas it is about color. In some areas it's not. So when we're having these conversations, I don't want you to think, oh, you know, we anti. Remember, man, we are never the people who had any problem with people because of color, man. It's just that during the conversation, in order to talk about a group of people, you might not have the time to differentiate. And when people jump on, you know, a lot of people can be ignorant, racist, good white people.
That's definitely.
Practice white supremacy and don't even know it, and come amongst you who is aware of it, and you're trying to say, no, that's white supremacy. And they're like, I'm not racist. Well, you know, I know white supremacy. You might not be racist in your heart, but I know when white supremacy is being practiced, and you're doing it.
Yeah, but sometimes, as I said, it's like they're not aware of their part in it. Do you get it? So when you highlight that,
but does that make them?
Sorry, it's fair to say that, but once they're in an environment where they're surrounded by black people, do you get what I'm saying? These things will definitely come up. You know, everything. that they do to be in communities where people are sitting down, playing dominoes or doing whatever. They know about the culture. They have to. You get me? We enforce it. Do you get it? So I don't feel it's fair that to label everything to every white person, because everyone has a different story, and a lot of us are being oppressed. Full stop. You know what I mean? We're still in a prison.
All right, my brother. This is the mindset me come from. This is the mindset me come from.
Yeah.
If me, I got be, I put my, I'll say I'm a white person, right? And this is how me would approach it if I'm gonna be friends with a black person.
Right.
I'm gonna approach it saying, okay, I have to be cognizant of the history between white people and black people.
Mm-hmm.
There are black people who are gonna see me as massa until they know the content of my character. Yeah. So it's incumbent upon me to be a little bit more flexible and give the space for these people to see who I am. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I would approach it as a human being, as a white person. That's not
You know
what I
it
see
is?
going on.
You know what it is? Everything is everything. I tried to mention it from the beginning, like you're coming from a hostile environment like G Block here, where yes, all of the above of what you're saying is definitely relevant and definitely appropriate. Do you get it? But over here, it's not necessarily like that. You get what I'm saying? The people on here are more supportive. I mean, they're supportive of the channel, full stop. So you're supporting a black man. Do you get it? And they're listening to us when we're giving information.
You got to remember, like the most hated white person on these panels, like Jupiter, on that side, she's the enemy. On this side, she's uncle's wife.
That's right.
She's auntie over here. So, got to like.
Yeah. Boy, and I believe in angels and stuff. And I believe that sometimes God sends his blessing to you through different people. So, your test could be, or an angel could come and visit you who came in the image and the likeness of a white person.
Nah, I'm with you on this one, yeah. In this civilization, in this culture.
Sorry. Let me finish, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I don't want anyone to lose their blessing or even know when they got it and they didn't get it because of a mindset. And you get it. I understand it. I do. I respect it. You get it. But I'm saying it has to be appropriate. You get it? Like to the right people. You know what I mean? We know the system is responsible for most of what we're talking about. Do you get it? Not individuals.
Yeah. That just as a person who presents or looks like a white person, or a non-black person,
let's not start that.
I can live in this civilization, in this culture, and I'll know that I'm benefiting from white privilege. I can walk into a restaurant and not everyone's going to grab their purses like I'm going to turn the place over. Like I know that I'm benefiting from white privilege, innit? But I won't be perpetuating it or benefiting from it. And that's the difference. People who don't accept that there's such a thing as white privilege, or even as racism, they're actually denying racism. Like, can you believe it? It's 2021. People are telling us that there's no such thing as racism. It's the mind boggles at these people. It's shocking to me.
It's borderline offensive.
Thank you.
When everything you get up and do every day involves this thing that somebody's telling you don't exist.
Imagine, and you got a black husband and you got black children, and that's the shit that comes out your mouth on panels in front of hundreds of
you now
people.
are an expert on us because you have black kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I don't think anyone would say that though.
You keep calling these kids black kids, and then like obviously one mother has said today that they're both white and black. So your thing is, in the eyes of the law, they're black, rare. That's true to a certain extent, but also not true to a certain extent. Like your light-skinned brethren can blend more than you can. Don't care who the fuck you think you are. Trust me. Do you know what I mean? So they are different levels. We attribute blackness to them, but they can, in a political sense or social sense, they can surpass their blackness. Do you know what I mean? So they can be the coolest out of the white dudes. You know what I mean? They could be the coolest in the white clique. They could be the intermediary. Don't worry. What Dwayne? What you know them? You sort some out. I'll go and link them. Like everyone give your money to Dwayne, his cousin. You know what I mean? And plus the other way, because when you need a little favor from a geezer, you're gonna go to Dwayne same way, whose cousin is and blah blah blah, and he's cool with them man there, and that's his right hand man, that white youth there that gets you these things. And so in London, we recognize mixed race people for having like a dual nationality in it. Yeah, it's how you use your dual nationality. Do you use your dual nationality to perpetuate the lie that racism is dead just because your mom is white and your dad is black? If that's the case, then you are on the side of the white or the white oppression. But if you use your dual nationality to break down stereotypes and barriers and open doors for your black brothers, then do you know what? Like, you're just as black as you want to be. If you teach them, if you
know
speak,
what I see going on, brother Jedi?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I see going on by some of these mixed folks. They gladly call themselves mixed until they get locked up, and then they're part of the black community. You see what I'm saying? You see, everything they do get rubbed off on us. I will never satisfy this mixed terminology and give it any credence, my brother, because I know what it is. It's an agenda. These people are black. I am rooted in science. I understand what science is. I am based on this. I follow everything based on the scientific method. I understand what genes are. But we're not talking genealogy. We're talking cultural now. These people are culturally, even if they're not immersed in our community, perceived by the law. Everything they do, if they run into a store and rob it, they're going to say a black man just ran down the street.
Yeah, that's.
You see what I'm saying? They're not going to say a mixed man just ran down the street.
Yeah. Don't say cultural. Say social. That's definitely social. But I agree with you. But yeah,
you see what I'm saying? They cannot. Yes, sir. They cannot, on one hand, when it suits them, be mixed, and when it doesn't, be not mixed. These people are what the law says they are, and the law sees them as black. I personally, for many implications, sees them also as black.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? For many reasons. You could be culturally black. You could be just skin tone black. You see, the term black is very complicated. And what context we're using it in and what, it is subjective. But I'm saying, for the purpose of this conversation, these people are black people. I'm not going to give no credence to this mixed crap.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's how I feel about it, man.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Well, you say that, yeah, and then I ask you if your kids are Turkish, and you say no.
But it's a different criteria. You could be black and be Turkish.
Yeah, well, we don't know no black Turkish, isn't it?
Yeah, because you're living in England, and the whole world don't run by England.
I know. You could be black and be Turkish.
They actually are black Turkish, Jedi.
Yeah, I know. I hear you, man. But like,
and they're the blackest of black. Trust me, them Sudanese descendants.
They're just gonna get called black. They're black people.
To be more specific,
this
they
is
are
the irony.
I'm not gonna look at them. Sorry, family. I'm not gonna look at them as being Turkish people. So that's just it, isn't it? Like,
but this is the irony, Jedi. In Turkey, they're not allowed to say they're black. They're black, but they're not allowed to say they're black.
Don't see
they're
them
like, you're
as
Turkish
Turks.
just as much as we are. And if they try to be different, people get upset. That's the irony. So I'm saying we're judging everything from living in England, living in London, from this Western paradigm.
Racism.
Huh?
That's racism.
What do you mean, it's racism?
You can't have an identity. You can't have your own identity. You're here, you're with us, so you have to do as we do. You have to classify yourself as we. Don't give a fuck if we came from clear the other side of the fucking world. Yeah. Like you're gonna classify yourself as us, and there will be no difference, and that's forced. You see that as being some kind of inclusion? Forced inclusion is imprisonment, bro.
Just saying that I'm not expert on the situation. I'm telling you what it is, though, and I'm pointing out that it's different. Hold on, my only point is that it's in a juxtaposition from where we are here today. That's what I'm saying.
But
each side's got its pros and cons, bro.
It ain't no better, bro.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not arguing that.
I know everyone wants their nation to not be racist or whatever, but
I'm not saying that.
So what? How would it see them? So-called Black Turks, yeah.
Afro.
How are they? Yeah. Afro Turks, you want to call them? How are they treated in Turkey?
To a Turkish person, a black person is equal to an Arab. They class them the same. So they call black people Arab, meaning Arab.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But what does that mean though?
Meaning it don't go by race or skin color. It goes by your nature.
Turkish people don't like Arabs though.
What do you mean? Like we're majority of our DNA is from Arabs.
Oh, so you look at Arabs. So, like, tell me how the Black Turks in Turkey, how are they treated, bro?
Oh no, bro, I don't live in Turkey. I can't tell you. But the ones that I met one in London. Yeah, I started speaking to him in English. The guy couldn't speak English. My mum was like, "Why are you speaking to him in English for?" And I was like, "What?" I was just confused, didn't it? And she was like, "But Abi," she was calling him Abi. I was from Turkey. Like she was explaining to me. Like that's the only Afro Turk I've ever met in my life. I met him for about 5 minutes.
So are they all over they all over the media and the entertainment? Are they presidents and ministers and like
Bro,
are they the top
from what I can assume from the YouTube and that what I've seen, yeah, people in Turkey on the majority, on the whole, they're not as woke as we are. They're not as like if you told the average Turkish person we all come from Africa, they'll look at you funny.
Yeah,
like they're not. So they won't have the same respect for black people that we do.
Say that again?
You get me? Turkish people on average won't respect black people just for the fact that they're black. They'll look at them as, oh, you're just the...
Well, then, there you go. So the whole thing about the Black Turks is out the window now because they don't even get respect. They're not allowed to identify with anything else. They're told they have to be the same. People get upset when they try to find their own individuality, but yet they are not treated on the same with everyone else. This is a story everywhere.
No, they are treated the same as everyone else, but not as the same as the indigenous.
They're not
the same as. Bro, you don't understand what I'm saying. You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
Bro,
look, what I'm saying to you is,
bro, let me shut up for a minute. Let me just finish my sentence. You think you're gonna finesse me out of nowhere?
I'm not finessing you.
Oh, yo. You think that you're gonna finesse me out of nowhere?
The mind reading again.
You think you're gonna finesse me? Let me see if I can do a sentence without you saying something. You think you're gonna finesse me out of the very real fact that the Black Turks are not equal to the white Turks? You're gonna tell me that black people are treated just like everybody else, and and we all know the history of your fucking land. I know the history of your land, so I know how long black people have been there. So the fact that they're not equal now is a clear sign of a racist mindset that the rest of the world have. Yeah, true, cool, but can we just skip past that now?
Because can I just say something before you put a conclusion?
Hold on. Yeah, I don't want you to finish with this whole thing of, oh yeah, like, but they treat the black people the same way they treat Arabs and everybody else. So these Black Turks are not allowed to claim their own identity and are lesser citizens on their land. End of story. Let's move on.
What? So I don't get to reply?
Yeah, of course, but I mean, end of story. Let's move on. I said you don't have to try and convince me anything else about the attitude that the Turkish people have towards the Black Turks. We know what it is, isn't it? So when you bring them up in reference to some kind of equality or the juxtaposition with how things are over here, oh, see, the difference is we don't even want in Turkey. They get upset when it's trying to be different. I'm saying that's all great, but it still amounts. Hold on. That's all great, but it still amounts to the systemic racism that pervades England, Europe, and the Mediterranean.
All right, cool. So, like I was saying earlier, yeah, they are a minority. They're not treated the same as the majority, but they're treated the same as other minorities. Like you just said, they're treated the same as Arabs. And it's not like as if it's the same as the racism over here, where black people are always at the bottom. No matter who turns up, they're jumping, hopscotching over black people's heads. It's not like that.
You not say you lot. How can we be treated the same as Arabs if you lot are 90-something% Arabs?
Exactly.
So then,
Arabs ain't treated badly because.
Hold on, one second. That's a lie. If you lot consider yourselves, to be 90-something% Arab, yeah, and you don't treat these Black Turks the same as you treat yourselves, then, but you consider the Black Turks to be Arabs, then something's wrong, right?
This is what you see. This is what I'm saying. You're looking at it from a Western point of view. You're looking at it from living under like a subconscious caste system that doesn't exist in this country. In this country, is ruled by maybe 1%, 2%, even up to 10%. Turkish people. Everyone else is a minority. Hold on. The majority is not the ruling elite. But you're not letting me speak though. If you don't want to understand, it's fine. I don't really care. I don't really care either way.
Just trying to ask a clarifying question, so that you don't just run off on a tangent. And I didn't know what you meant from the first 15 seconds of you speaking. But if you want to just carry on, I'll ask the question afterwards.
Cool, because you imposed this rule about not interrupting, so I'm following your lead, innit?
Interrupting me when I was making a clear point, and you weren't questioning what I was saying. You were just coming in with an ulterior statement. Differences. I'm actually listening to you and trying to get clarity on what you are saying. But if you don't appreciate that, then fine, I'll be quiet. I just wanted to know.
So let me just try and round it off in one sentence. Yes, you're right. They're not treated the same because they are a minority. That's a fact. Yeah. But they're not treated different because they're black.
Okay. So the black minority and the Arab and what other minorities are they? Because
the Kurds,
I don't see how
the Cherkess, the Chechens, the Armenians.
Why don't you hear hold on? How come you never hear hold on the first fucking time I say it?
No, it's these noise cancelling headphones. That's what it is. But anyway.
Yeah, I think it must be. Right, anyway, yeah. All right, cool. So I'm saying to you, yeah, who are the other minorities in Turkey?
Basically, the ruling class is like 10% of the gene pool. The rest of it, 90%, are all minorities. If you want to break it up, there's like so many. There's too many. There's the Tatar Turks. There's the Turkmen There's the fucking Cherkess people. There's the list goes on. Like, it's just too many.
The Tatar Turks and the other Turks, yeah. You're saying that they are treated on the same and they have the same standing in society as the Black Turks.
Yeah, but they look Chinese though. The Tatar Turks.
Okay. And okay, cool. Well, maybe you're right. I really have no. I have no idea. Maybe you're right, man. I suspect that that's not true though.
No, it's true. It's true. If you look at how the Ottoman Empire started, it started from one tiny little tribe. Tiny little tribe. And they're basically the ruling elite still to this day.
What happened to the Black Ottomans? How come they didn't end up being ruling elite?
The Black Ottomans are from the Sudanese and the Kenyan
Muslims and the ruling elite.
Because the country was already set up by the time they joined it.
Nah, okay. Cool.
They come towards the end of the Ottoman Empire.
Is that so? Is that facts as well? That's facts as well, yeah? Is that facts, yeah?
Of course it's facts. They come towards the end. It's like when the Turks started expanding into Arabian countries and into Africa.
I suspect that's not true too, but cool.
No, because the Ottomans started near Istanbul. They moved into Eastern Europe first.
Who were they? Who were these people?
Who were they?
Yeah, these Ottomans that started. Who were they?
Well, Ottoman is just a mispronunciation of Osman, and Osman was the leader of a small tribe that came from Turkmenistan.
Who was the original people in Turkmenistan at this time? What was their ethnic?
They were Central Asians, like Turkic people, not Turkish, but Turkic.
Yeah, I'd still have to know who those people are.
But that's not the point, Jed, because what happens when they become the ruler? Hold on, let me explain.
I want to know. It's the point, man, because I want to know who was there from the beginning.
But it don't matter who was there from the beginning, because they married into white.
We're talking about power.
I'll tell you why, though.
We're talking about modern day Turkey, and and you're talking about the foundations of the Ottoman Empire. So it does matter who's in the beginning, because whoever's in the beginning, if they're not at the top now, then that shows that they were fucking favored, and it wasn't equal. Because if you were
what I'm saying, the first thing they did was marry into Europeans and European royalty. So they went from being Central Asian to literally being European within about, I don't know, 2 generations. So that's the first thing they did, was marry into like the Bulgarians, the bloody, what they called, the Slavs, basically, of Eastern Europe. They married into their royal houses very quickly. That was their first move, to establish themselves as monarchs of the region. So they took wives from all those royal families around there. So they become an elite of white people, basically, that just had Turkic great-grandfathers.
Okay, yeah. Amazing.
That was their strategy.
I don't know.
Don't forget, it's a survival strategy because they had the Mongols hot on their heels, man. The Mongols took over the whole of Turkey and up into Europe. They were slaying people, man, women, and children. Like these that were on the back foot, innit? They had to run into and hide in places like Greece, and that the whole tribe just upped sticks and moved because they were just going to get ethnically cleansed by the Mongols because the Mongols were on a rampage. So it's called the Mongol conquest, isn't it? They literally savaged up the whole place. The Mongols went crazy.
Yeah, who's complaining about the title? What do you think about renaming him? No, I'm not reading that. Said the title is what? Undiplomatic. Very undiplomatic. I mean, I don't know why the title needed to be diplomatic. There's it was just a statement that was made by someone, and I think we went to very long lengths to break it down and understand where the person quoted, Shaka, was coming from, and plus we got other people's opinions on the statement. I think it was great. And in terms of a title with some pull to grab your attention, I think that's one of them. So that's why I used it. I don't think it's undiplomatic. I think everyone had a fair chance to give their opinions on such a statement. I know some ain't seen Mary Jen ain't spoken since. I know Mary Jen was upset, but yeah, man, you do have to toughen up, man. It's toughen up, man. Obviously, if you don't want to take part in the convo, I fully understand. Don't get it twisted. If you're just not interested, I fully understand. But yeah, man, we just all gotta just fight our corners, man, and say what we gotta say, man. And we got to challenge as well, man. And me personally, what I don't like to do is what we call over here is simp. I don't like to simp, man. You get me?
Can I ask you a question?
I'll fill a hole in an argument if there's no one there to fill it. But a lot of the time, I recognize that it's better for the show if I take the moderation standpoint and just try and see that the conversation has a bit of flow to it or a bit of ventilation, because sometimes it gets stagnant in certain rooms. I have to go and open a window to let it flow a bit more and just go. Otherwise, we'll end up going round and round.
No, it was you done a good job, bro. It was difficult, I have to say, because everyone had to get their point across, and everyone did get their point across, and it was very fruitful. And it wasn't like one side dominated the other. It was like all points of view came out. So the good thing about it is that at any given time, you can just pick up the conversation from a multitude of different levels. You get me? It wasn't just left on one point. And I think you've done a really good job, obviously, to make it fair, innit? It's hard to make it fair, but you've done a good job, bro. I think. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, everyone had their fair say.
The statement was made, and we got you get me?
Due process, innit? That's what it is.
I feel like it is in quotation marks, innit? So you know that it's a quote. It's not a statement. It's a quote.
My question is this, Jedi, bro. And I want to hear your opinion, because I can guess what you're going to say, but I think the question needs to be asked, innit? So when EIE is saying mixed race people, he classes them as black, and in the law, it is classed as that they're black. So people who are saying that they're not black, are they saying that based on...
He's got to prove that, Khan. He's got to prove that. I'm not just taking that for granted.
No, but I'm saying, if you're going to refute his point,
they don't have to say...
What kind of... Would you come from a social point? Sorry, you talking?
They don't come from the same. They don't have the same classification in law. So I still I know for a fact that a black man, a mixed race guy, is not being entered as an IC3. So I know IC3 is for me. So IC3 even contains skin tone, because you don't know what my mix is. You just can judge from my tone. So even a mixed race brother with a dark skin tone is going to get the IC3. But there's not many mixed race people with dark skin tones that I feel you would just assume there was no mixture. Do you understand? So there's not many people gonna be class IC3 from a glance. They got their own classification, which links them up with Arabs and other people of that beige tone. It's about tones, really.
I was watching this clip about Akala was talking about his dad, and he was saying that his dad, I think, had one white grandparent or something like that, and he was saying that for all intents and purposes, his dad's black. He looks black. He acts black. His culture's black. What's the point of mentioning he had a white grandmother? It's equivalent of me saying I had the Ethiopian grandmother. Like, what's the point of me even mentioning it? Like, for all intents and purposes, and my function in society, yeah, like there's no point mentioning it. So in a way, I understand what you're saying, right? But hold on, this is the flip side. This is the flip side. If you're saying that you're half black and you're half white, yet you're still black enough to look like people who are walking around Africa, yeah, who ain't mixed, then who cares if your one of your parents is white?
Yeah, but go to Ethiopia, bro, and you and let the sun hit you, and you could look like some people that are there too. Going on like Ethiopia's just jet black people over there. So your argument still stands that maybe it would be worth you mentioning your full heritage rather than picking and choosing what gets you through one door and what gets you through the other. But really, that's what it's about. You use what's relevant so that you can navigate. That's really what it's about.
Yeah, the only people I'm really mentioning it to, obviously once I mentioned it online, people kept bringing it up. But in real life, the only persons I've ever told about it, who needs to know about it, are my children. So I'm showing them photographs on the wall and saying, that is your great grandmother, yeah, who's a black woman. So don't be coming chatting no racism to me about your mum's mum said this, that, and the third about foreigners. Like, I don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? Don't be associating yourself with them, yeah, because they're not us, innit? So that's what they need to know. That
maybe if your grandma and your Ethiopian part of your family got celebrated more, your baby mother would be more aware of it, more conscious, and so it may even be a thing to her mom, so she know not to this. You get me? She know not to this, but it is what it is anyway, man. Like I hear you. I just feel like this is the problem with the mixing, is when someone's fucking heritage and culture or background gets swallowed up.
It's only a problem with black identity. If you're identifying by color, then it's a problem, innit? If I'm identifying as a nation of people, like if I said Turkish mixed with Latvian, mixed with Slovakian, mixed with German, like every single part is still represented. And when you say I'm black, but you look like you're white, then that doesn't work.
I don't know who says they're black but they look like they're white. I don't know who says that.
According to the one drop rule, if we was in America and was living by the one drop rule, which up until recently was law, I personally would be classed as a black person. And there's people that have been tried and put on trial in America for marrying white women and carrying black DNA, and they annulled their marriages. They said you can't marry a white woman because your great grandmother was a black woman. This happened. It's in history. It's real.
Yeah, I know. What does that mean now? That don't happen now. You know, lots of things.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen now. It wouldn't happen now.
It doesn't even mean nothing. By the end of the day,
a man had to fight that battle though for that to happen.
If you're Ethiopian and your children are white, then you need to think about rescuing some of your culture, man. You get me? And it's a shame that your grandma, her heritage may be lost in the generation or two, just completely forgotten about. That's sad. You get me? And that's that. It's not important and not celebrated like the English is or like the Turkish is. That's sad because you got the information. And this is why people don't want to mix. And this is why if you do mix, you need to be on point to make sure that your heritage is just as important and it ain't never getting flushed out. And maybe if it was so important, somebody would maybe travel to Ethiopia, maybe find an Ethiopian wife. You never know. And bring it back in, bring the Ethiopian back in. But if these things are never explored and never spoken about, never celebrated, they might not seem as attractive. Like for your children, Ethiopian women may end up being very, very attractive, knowing that their grandparents were Ethiopian. They might just be appalled if they have that information. So one day they're like, I'm going to Ethiopia. Right, you know what? I met this Ethiopian chick in college and we be chatting and I told her about my grandma and she's teaching me some words and you never know. Could be a great thing. But likelihood is this going to end up with more white people and it's just like whitewashing. Unfortunately, no disrespect to the white folks, but that's like obviously it's just like that, isn't it? I don't know. It's like you put too much milk in a tea in a coffee, then you don't even know it's coffee, right? And
but don't people have the right?
This is what the purists' issue is with mixing. This is what the purist issue is. That culture and history and all of that shit gets lost, innit? It can get lost if the people that are mixing are not conscientious.
Yeah,
You know
it's a tricky one. It's like I know an English woman. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just feel like I also know mixed race people that don't know enough about their culture, like don't know enough about I don't know, European stuff or whatever they're mixed with. They just know about the black because in their head, the black culture has to be dominant in order for them to fit in with the scene that they're in now. And any other culture is not really going to cut it and not going to look into it. And then they miss out on things in their culture too. They miss out. And I think you get the wrong worldview because really and truly, you start from a place of kind of like self-hate. You tell yourself, oh, I'm just really attracted to this. I'm just very rare. But really, there's big self-hate there. Big lack of representation of self in the worlds and the circles that you move in. And it's like a subconscious thing. It's like you deliberately deprive yourself of cultural experiences that could enrich you and help you to grow. And you invest in, I don't know, man. You just invest in shit that's not for you. I didn't have that problem. Like growing up, like my culture was very much Nigerian and my environment was very much Nigerian and Jamaican. And then there was just too much. It was just very merged. I'm from Peckham, innit? It is what it is. It's just how it is there. It's just very, very merged. Man don't know don't know the difference sometimes. And sometimes man don't care what the difference is. Because the difference always leads back to the similarity. You get me? Always leads back to it, no matter what. So Peckham is like a unique place like that. Do you know what I mean? But I give thanks for my upbringing and my culture. Peckham culture. It's just I don't know. It's just sick. Everyone loves people from Peckham, man. We're just sick. We just got banter. We got accents. We got this and that. Especially if we get to leave the ends. And use and see how transferable our skills are, then we get a different kind of confidence. Because we're like, we're actually naturally sick at everything.
Is
we're
that
just good.
You lot like Southeast though? You got that East flavour as well, isn't it?
I don't know if we really
because there's not much difference between Hackney and Peckham culturally speaking. To me,
know.
if I met a Hackney man, or I met you, I wouldn't see you as different. Like you've got the same banter, the same kind of like, mate, sweet mate, kind of like East End kind of flavour. Still that cockneyness kind of is there, isn't it?
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're actually right. Like,
because you're quite a cocky chap, aren't you? You're a bit like, do you know what I mean? Full of yourself. Bit like, all right, geezer.
Nah, that's nothing to do with me. I just put it on.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
you had me going, bro.
I couldn't even tell you. Like, to be honest, that's what I'm saying about Peckham. It's just like there's not even a one thing. Like, if I'm talking to somebody whose language is their second language is English, I might start, kind of talking,
my friend.
Not even it just happens. Yeah. if I'm gonna talk to an American, I might start coming from just a little bit. Like it's just how it works, isn't it? It's just how communication works.
Meeting people halfway, basically.
For the shortest route to connect with you. Do you know what I mean? I'm looking for the shortest route. So I will adjust my tone, my pace, and my accent, whatever, to try and make it easier to communicate with you. And also, I think when I do that, it allows me to empathize with you a little bit more as well, because I then maybe change the way I think ever so slightly. It sounds mad, yeah, but I'm
fully hearing what you're saying.
I'm expanding on a split second of this is just why we're so sick. This is why our music is sick. This is why like the shit we do is so sick, because we're like geniuses on a social level. We're like, you know what I mean? And we get that skill from our environment that we grew in and our cultures. They all feed this rich tapestry of different people and different things, and understanding different concepts, waking up and seeing potatoes with incense outside your house and realizing, oh shit, it's Chinese New Year. And then bopping down the road and they're setting up sound system. And then, do you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? Not opening a drink in the kitchen, but open it in front of your uncle. Otherwise, you're going to get clapped, because that's African culture. You got to remember all of these in a day. Plus, like, know how the travelers stay on their site. Plus, know how the white policeman is going to view you. Plus, plus know what bus driver is going to stop for you and what's likely going to drive past you. Plus, know which girls are going to be on it and which ones ain't. Get me?
So what you're saying is fit in where you fit in.
No, it's just about learning your environment and being a mastermind of the environment. You get me? It's a skill. It's what they call streetwise, and I don't think everybody has it. But some of us, yeah, like, and this surpasses race. Some of us have a natural skill to adapt and
be flexible.
And some of us don't, man. And some of us are rigid, and they don't. You know, it is where it is. You know. You know, adaptability in the Western, in the world, in adaptability in nature makes you king.
100.
Get me? King. There's no negatives to being able to adapt. Yeah, man.
Yeah, to me, that's more southeast than south. If you're looking at south, you're not going to see that, bro. You're not going to see. It's going to be more of a black and white divide. Yeah, people can bridge that gap. But that multicultural, multifaceted, multi-layered adaptability, I ain't seen that from them.
Well, it's South. Nah, South is one, bro. South is
what, like
one.
Eltham, places like Eltham and that.
Nah, that's not even South, man. Don't know what the fuck
Ain't
that
it?
is, bro. It is, but it's just like, nah, man. Bromley can have them or whatever, man. It's like, I don't know what that is.
That's out of London.
Nah, I'm not even saying out of London. I'm just saying South ain't. Nah, Eltham. Nah, you lot kill black boys up there. That ain't no South. That's not South London. That's some other zones, man. That's somewhere else. Get me? I can even tell you the postcode for Eltham. It's not South London. It is South. Obviously, it's South London, isn't it? But it's just not, isn't it? It's like it's the same way that Shoreditch ain't East London, isn't it?
It's Greater London or something, isn't it?
Huh?
Is it Greater London?
No, I mean, no. Eltham would be actually South London. It actually will be.
Yeah, but you're right. It's like the.
It's just like
E1. If you're in E1, you're not really in East London.
It's not. It's just not part of the. It's not part of the boundaries. It's not. It's never going to be either. Maybe in 10 years' time, you're going to hear about some shooting in Eltham and badmanism going on in there. But that's the last bastion of we're not interested land. Like I know there's black people up there now, but I don't know what you're doing up there. Like, man, you know what I mean? Like, man. Really?
Yeah.
Like, we'll just go the Croydon way. There's more to discover going the Croydon way, Crawley way. You get me? Coming down this way, Felton way.
You know about Crawley as well, yeah?
I know about everywhere, man. Bro, I'm
big up Jedi. Yeah, man. Wait,
bro.
I stayed there for about a year, trust me.
Yeah?
They got girls in Crawley.
Yeah, I don't know now about that still. But yeah, man.
If you say so.
All right, mate. All right. All right, mate.
Don't blow the cover.
Yeah, man. But
Mum's the word.
What was it? SE9?
Me, I was born SE. Oh no, wait. I was born in Bermondsey, but then we moved to SE17, which is Aylesbury.
This is the thing. Mitcham, Croydon, these things got CR postcodes here. They're London. They're South London. Yeah. Eltham, it's got an actual SE postcode, and I don't know why, but Mitchell.
What is Eltham SE still?
Eltham, Eltham will be SE. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think soon after that it goes into other Like I think it would be more like Bromley type postcodes. Do you know what I mean? And Bromley starts going into Kent, innit? Bromley starts going into Kent and Surrey, and it becomes more Greater London and them thing there. Erith and them places there.
You know, you just made me laugh. Then you remind me of Crawley, yeah, because I was staying in Crawley for a while.
Why do you got your little bird voice? When you think about Crawley,
yeah.
Relax,
3 months. I ain't seen a black man here for 3 months. I see one guy on the high street, a stranger, just walking up to going, "What going, blood? What's going on?" Man's looking at me like, what? I guess him, what are you doing around here? It's like, yeah, I just live in South London, innit? I'm just down here, like meeting my girl and all that. I'm like, bro. He's like, no black people around here. He's like, yeah, but the people are cool though, innit? Like, I'm like, yeah, it's true, they're cool. Mad thing. Just ran up to a random black guy, just chatting to him on the street, like out of desperation.
Yo, bigger. Hey, what go on, bigger man? If you jump on, you know, I come chat. Big up man like Bigger Don, you know. Come on, my G. Yeah. Crawley full of what? Hostesses. Of air hostesses. Oh, what? Right near to the state and right near to the what's it? Gatwick up that side, isn't it?
Gatwick, innit?
Gatwick up them sides, bro. Yeah, them corners.
Nice areas.
Yeah, you know that area is a fruitful area. You know, like people make a lot of money around in Crawley, bruv. Yeah, man. Crawley ain't far. Yeah. Red Hill as well. Yeah. Red Hill. What's the other one? Free Bridges, Red Hill. All them little sides there. I like the other way. Do you know about the other way? Like Chesterton?
Yeah.
Park. That kind of
South Ruislip out that way.
Yeah, them kind of
stuff. Park. Yeah, that way.
Not Fort Park. Alton, Chesterton Zoo.
Chesterton, yeah, Chesterton's much closer.
Chesterton South, all them places. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I actually am now discovering the West more.
West,
and I'm liking what I see. I like West, man.
I think West is the best, to be fair. Like, if I'm real with you, West
a lot of people say that.
Man. I've lived everywhere in London, and I know most areas in London. Like, physically been there, or got dealings there, or got history there, or got friends that live there now. And I would say by far, West is West. If you can afford to get in there, if you can get in there and you hold on to it, it's the best quality of life is in West London. That's a fact. I mean, the best vibration, the highest vibration in London is in West London. And that's just like, if you know about ley lines and stuff like that, I could bet you. I ain't even done the research. I know it's a fact because I know I'm in tune. I know it's a fact. The highest vibration is in West. But that's why they have it.
I got lost one day driving, in Shepherd's Bush. And I'm looking into this house, and I'm seeing curtains twitching. One guy flew out the house, I thought, is this Jeddah's younger brother? He just looked exactly like you, but more chubbier, like wedger. He's tapping on the window, he's going to me, "Are you Mike?" And I go to him, "Are you looking for Mike?" He goes, "Are you looking for Mike?" And I was like, "Nah." So me being me, I just opened the window, innit? I'm like, "Well, go on, blood." So, "You looking for Mike?" He goes, "Have you got the package?" And I just realised, "Well, God, innit?" I was like, no, bro. But he weren't letting me go either. He weren't letting me go. I just had to floor the car and just get out of there. Mad thing. I don't know if you got a younger brother called Mike, Jed.
Glover, why are you laughing? Why is everyone laughing when they say Crawley like that? Why is everyone like cracking up? Like, what's the joke? What's the inside joke? Man said Crawley, man. What's going on in Crawley?
Don't know, bro.
You know how funny, man. I don't know what's going on. But
a lot of people can't leave their ends even.
Yeah, that's sad. That's a
syndrome, isn't it? That's a syndrome.
A lot of the homies never left Peckham. They're still there. Or they're still like close. They're there. If they're not in Peckham, they're in Camberwell now, or Bermondsey, or Nunhead, or they're just around, isn't it? New Cross, it's just around. Peckham's grown now as well. Yeah, Peckham's grown, and then he's gone smaller at the same time. Because we fully had to take full control of. Peckham had to take full control of Camberwell and Woolworth Road and all them bits there.
Woolworth Road.
I know they had Aylesbury boys and all that, but we definitely had to take control of the area. Come on, let's be real. Definitely Peckham had to do big tours of the ends, and we was regulating them ends, and then obviously all the Woolworth Road and this Moscow and all these things had just made it so like Peckham's actually smaller than it was. I think it bleeds a little bit more into like Bermondsey, and obviously we don't really have them New Cross Peckham lines no more, which is, I suppose, which is a good thing. But then like the beef is just closer to home, man. Man, I don't know, man. Peckham's fucked, man. Like Peckham, I don't know, man. It's just a crazy thing, man. Such a small ends, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Fam is, straight away, like East is mad depressing. I feel it for the East youths. Man. East is mad depressing, bro. It's not even, South London is not even as depressing as East. East is fucked. It's just depressing, bro. Like, the architecture alone is, like, they've changed it. Now you've got certain areas that look a bit hippie, but then they've kind of moved the black people out of that area. But on the whole, East London saddens me, man. Driving through that, it's not really nothing to look out the window and see. Saddens me. Am I lying though, MA? It's fucking, oh God.
One time, listen to this, yeah? When I lived in Labrador Grove, yeah, and I had to move, yeah? I didn't really have money like that. So I had a brethren that was living in East, and he's like, oh yeah, I know an estate agent that might be able to get you give you a bring in, innit? So I was like, all right, cool. Yeah. It was on Shoreditch High Street, right off the High Street. So I went there, whatever. The guy agreed. I said, you know what? Let me go to the council building on Mare Street and sort some stuff out. So I said, you know what? Like, it was a nice day. I said, let me walk it, innit? Like, let me walk through Hackney. Through my
new neighborhood.
Right, listen, yeah. So I started walking, yeah. I started walking up, I think, Hackney Road, yeah. I'm walking. Sun's still shining. The more I walked, bro, the worse it got, you know. And like, at one point, this crackhead come past me, yeah. And he was like, imagine I'm walking this way. I'm walking to the right, yeah, or whatever. I'm walking forward anyway. The crackhead came past me from behind me, yeah, and walked ahead of me. Blood. I don't know if it's just me, but about 20 minutes later, if the same crackhead didn't pass me in the same direction again, bro. I said, no.
What are you saying? He lapped you?
Yes!
Mad thing.
I said, I'm not living down here, man. You know what the thing is, yeah? And I agree with you, gents. Like, a bad day in West, you can manage it. Like, but a bad day in East, like, you're finished.
Wow. No. Big up East, man. They're real soldiers out there, man. Bro, the ends just, bro. I'm not inspired, bro. Not inspired. And yeah, good music did come out of there. It's for real.
Trust me.
Good music did come out of there. But I think, to be fair, the best musicians are from South, even if you lot don't know.
It's true.
I don't know Ray is like. I don't know really what she's talking about. Unlike South, you know, like bare bad boy musicians come out of South. The best, actually. You know what I mean? The East ones are all the commercial guys, and a couple good guys come out there. I'm not gonna lie, East has got some real talent. But
even going back,
though, I wonder really what that is about. Because obviously places like Newham, big up Newham and that, you know, both sides. They got enough talented people around there, innit? Enough fucking talent came out of them ends there, man. And all them E3 Bowman and get me. Enough talent come from around Leytonstone. Bare man come from Elstow still. Bare talent around that little area.
But there's always errors in it, Jedi. There's always errors that, like, if a thing popped off in a particular area, then obviously for the next 10, 15 years...
That's the vibe. Yeah, you're right, man.
The reason I jumped on is because you said Chesset and Zoo, fam.
I should have said Chesset and World of Adventures.
Yeah, World of Adventures now, innit?
You showed your age, boy. Chesset and
Zoo. Yeah. Fucking yeah, man. Like, we used to climb over. We used to go there and climb over the fence by the ocelot enclosure.
That's a massive fence. Are you mad?
Yeah, no. There was like a fence you could climb over along the barrier. Yeah, there was. Yeah, and then you climbed over, and then there was the ocelot enclosure. You climbed into that, to the side of it. It's mad, and we were never sure whether we were in where the ocelots actually were or not. Like,
wait.
What is that ocelot? Like a
Ocelot is like
a lizard.
It's like a big cat.
It's like a leopard.
Yeah.
Shut up. And you lot are brave.
Like a mountain.
Yeah, but we'd go there like once a week, like for summer holidays and that, we'd go there like definitely. We do one big trip, go there, yeah. But it would be a madness, and like all we're doing, all the way up there, and all the way when we're there, and all the way when we're back, it's just fuckery. You get me? Absolute fuckery, man. Yeah, good old days, man. Can't say too much. Yeah, can't say too much. Good old days.
Stories, innit?
Yeah, man. At the end of Chesterton Zoo. At the end of Chesterton, when we'd come to the, like, whatever, Chesterton South Station or whatever, we used to go down to some next station. So everyone would get on the train in the first bit, and then we'd get on in the second bit. Or we'd get off in the second bit. I can't remember what we'd do. But, yeah, I can't even say no more. Let's just keep it moving. What, where you man going? What, Fright Night? Yeah. Woo! Yeah, Chesterton was mad.
I definitely think, like, for me myself, it was a privilege, like, growing up with black people, because black people have got a different energy about them. They're always up for fun, action, like they're very confident and brave. And like when you're the only chubby little Turk with them, like, you get into a lot of trouble you shouldn't be getting into. But you know what? You get into a lot of adventures as well. And looking back on it, like a lot of stories that I could tell people, they're looking at me like, bro, what kind of life did you have, bro? Do you get me? And it was just, every day was just adventures, bro, doing mad things, like terrorizing people, even like things we used to do. Like,
yeah, it's more.
It was just like a beautiful childhood, man. I feel sorry for the kids of today. I just feel sorry for them. They ain't gonna have them same adventures, like going up shoplifting up West End and things like that.
Hey, Bigger. Hey, come on, man. I clicked the link on the top of the chat, Bigger, man. Come and say Wagwan.
Hey, I got a question for you. Like,
yeah.
What's the furthest in your youth, in your younger days? What's the furthest you travel for a beat?
For a beat?
Nah, you know what? What? Because of my man's story. I know. Yeah. I mean, I don't even think that was mad. Traveling from Hackney to go to Croydon, I went mad, bro. Man went places. You know what? I would say, if I'm real, I would say Nottingham.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know the kind of, but that's a big boy flex. Bring a homie, get me, bring a homie. Yeah, man. That's enjoyments, boy.
Hey, I got two stories, but one did I tell you? I went to Wales.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Chelsea, man. It's cool. We had some, you know what? We had some girls from Wales that used to come down and link us in the ends. They used to want to meet the Peckham boys and that. Like, used to come down to the ends.
Oh, hey, did you get visited by a girl gang called the Nymphos?
What?
There was a girl gang called the Nymphos. And they used to go from area to area and just they'll come to your ends, yeah.
I didn't read this part.
Everyone dry, and then they'll leave. But did you not know about this?
The Nymphos?
Yeah, there's a girl gang called the Nymphos.
Now, who said Gillingham? No, stop that. Excalibur, stop that. Man said Excalibur. Bigger. Nah, who said Gillingham? Ban him. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know about the Nympho gang, boy.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. Man said Gillingham, you know. Fucking hater.
Hold on, is Gillingham out east? Is it way out east?
It's Kent. Towards Kent, isn't it?
Yeah. I went one time. Me and my bedroom. We went. Is it Rochester? Is it near there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that on M25. We did on the M25.
It is, Rochester, yeah. I remember we had to get off one time in Rochester. Listen, on the way to Gillingham, when I mean, they didn't want us in Gillingham, you know. Oh my God. It was like a rat run even trying to get there. Feds at this station, feds at back in the days, you know, feds at this station, feds at that station. Then when we get out at the station, like Gillingham, or there's another station we used to go to, like Rochester and Walk or something like that. There used to be feds with like camcorders trying to camcord man's face and that.
Wow.
And we used to link up, and we used to link up with the ghetto boys. We used to link up with Bugsy and Tiny and all them man there. Boy, big up, some original ghetto boys, mum. Used to link up with them man, Peckham youths, Nunhead youths, whoever. And if he was about, used to go up there, mum. That was a time. South London was bad, bro. Anywhere we went, we linked up with man them, and it was a unison still. Yeah, them man are cool, and then from we were cool. We never really fought amongst ourselves. If we'd chosen to link up on that day, then we're good. We're good, man. Certain times we'd be on our way to West. That would be the main thing. Just make your way to West. Make your way to Leicester Square, to Trocadero. Yeah, you can't find your bridges on a Saturday. They might not even be in the ends. You're there walking around the local parks, trying to find where the man them are. No phones.
And they're all at fucking Trocadero.
Yeah, yes. So you might just take a trip to Charing Cross, go through to Leicester Square, walk through the square, and as you're walking up, you just see man them lined up against the railing outside Trocadero. You're like, yeah. You roll up. You got this batch, that batch, this batch. Set man from East, man from North. No, I remember linking up. There's like 500 of us one time, bro. It was a madness. And what do we do? The more numbers we have, then we just start moving like Oliver Twist and them. Like
that railings that you're saying were a genuine meeting spot, bro. I remember.
Yeah, that's a proper
bare heads like in one spot all the time.
But don't go and meet there if you shouldn't be there, innit? Like that's what I'm saying, innit? Because like ours, enough people thought like, I don't know, they thought this was like Happy Days and they was gonna come hang out, and it didn't turn out well for them. Yeah, because they ended up
hang out and you get turned out.
Yo, I go in, mate. Oh, like the guy you think is your bedroom be like, yeah, hey, yo, MA, I want you to meet Khan, MA,
yeah. MA's putting his hand around my shoulder going, Khan, let me talk to you for a second.
Man goes, Khan's a bad boy thief, you know. Wink, nudge, you're fucked. Hey, coming out there. Next thing you know,
on both sides of that equation.
Man sending you into Gap and all these fuckery telling you, get the hat, get the mittens, get me the JD, the night cap with the air, bro. I don't know what we was on. Anorak. Gap Anorak here was the ultimate collector's item for some reason. The Gap Anorak, and you had to have your own color. So everyone in the clique had to have their own color. So obviously mine was red. Yeah, my bridges was yellow and rare. But yeah, we'd be like, yo, what you could teeth? Yeah, oh, you're rare. And to be fair, genuinely, non-white, non-black youths were really good at teething because they wouldn't get the suspicion that they were actually getting away with shit. So you could tell a man to go in there and he'd come out and get something for you and something for him. And you're like, right, no, you're sick. You're sick. Like, can we go sock shop? Yeah. Take your man right shopping and that. Mad thing, man. You can still see these and them thing there. Go in HMV and go to Black Music in Outpress. Go to Black Music. And steal a Wu-Tang CD, legit. Like, what? 36 Chambers, come on. You know about this, bro. Them days was good, man. Them days was good. Good. We used to steal the pizza from the buffet shop. If you ran the pizza shop on Leicester Square that did the pizza buffet, I know the pizzas you left out, you must have shat on, pissed on, and spat on because we came up every week to clap them. You get me? You must have said, yeah, all right, cool. Let's see. You must have.
And you nyan them same ways.
Yeah, they're running with pizza in a hand, hot pizza, laughing.
I must have seen you, man, one time.
You remember Trocadero, though? Do you remember
of course.
It used to be like the 3 levels and that, the bumper carpet.
Namco Center and the drop and that.
Namco and that. Fucking hell, that's back. Namco, you know. Namco was serious. That's where you get all the. You go Namco, you see all the 14K and the triads out there with their back screens.
Yeah.
And they go to the back pocket.
You know that 14. I was watching a TikTok recently about the worst gangs in London. 14K is still on there, man. They're still up there.
Is it?
Yeah.
What 14K still operating?
Yeah.
You know what I think? We just had any Asian boy or any Chinese boy called themselves 14K just to, like we had a couple.
I swear they were Vietnamese, weren't they? 14K.
We had triads. Yeah, we had.
Yeah, they were triads.
Vietnamese. We had triads. We had 14K, and we had the Nam boys. The Vietnamese youths. They had the Nam boys. Yeah.
Nam boys.
Yeah, the Nam boys. Yeah.
It's a serious.
Yeah, but my brethren, you know what? Yeah, my Vietnamese, Chinese, all them boys there from Peckham, they're serious, man.
Yeah.
They were all like Mr. Wong, even Mr. Wong, like Mr. Wong and Mr. Wong's sister, and that they all used to go to my school. Mr. Wong's a cool youth, man. His sister, everyone loved his sister, man. His sister was my fucking homie. That's why, yeah, to this day I still got love for them, man. They own the corner shop on the right next to the school, Work Park. That's where it used to be called. It's now Peckham Academy. Right on the front there. You'd be sitting in geography looking out the window and see man busting shots. Like, or you see some black dude like getting had up, getting strangled by the fucking fence. And fence are trying to like get him to spit out whatever's in his mouth. And everyone's running to the window to look in that. And the teacher's trying to tell us to sit back down and talk about tectonic plates. No wonder I'm a flat earther. You know they know attention, bro. Yeah. Nah, geography was my deadest lesson. What was your deadest lesson?
Yeah,
like,
geography.
I used to love geography. Yeah,
I hate geography and biology, but funnily, now that I'm older, because I didn't rinse them as a youngster, now I'm on them.
You're interested in them now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you know what? With geography,
I loved history. I loved history, but there was like only one. To be fair, I didn't do a lot of school, so I've only got 2 years of secondary school to actually go
man,
by.
I loved history, man. The Bolsheviks and all that.
History, my favorite part of history was when we learned Greek and Roman mythology.
But you're going way back though.
I'm just saying, well, I'm talking
Tutankhamun. We done Tutankhamun in like junior.
That's crazy though.
We didn't do no history in junior.
Yeah, we done extensive Tutankhamun in junior.
I'm talking year 8, year 7, bro.
Now, Jedi, that's why you did Greek mythology in secondary school though. That would have been sick. Like I didn't do that.
I've done. You know what's similar to that? Art history. We do art history, which I've done. Is similar to that. There's a lot of like Greek and Roman.
Wait. What kind of school did you go to? Art history?
Yeah, that's your choice, though, isn't it? But you know when you make your selections, then you can get.
Yeah, but he's older than both of us.
Yeah, he's a big man. Yeah, he's a big man. Yeah. He's a big man. Oh, yeah.
You know what I learned in art history?
Can't go O-levels.
Nah, that's GCSE. I got GCSE.
Was it GCSE, yeah?
Yeah, but I got A-levels though. But I didn't know that the ancient Greeks made concrete that could set underwater. I learned that in art history. That's amazing.
How does it work? How does that work?
What, concrete? It just sets quick, innit? So you can pour it underwater and it will set.
So if you want to do a pillar, you just make a mold and then pour
Hold
the
on. Radar, when you're kissing your teeth over the adverts is getting me paid. Watch the adverts, everyone. Don't skip the adverts. And even if you skip them, keep that to yourself, bro. Like you use your brain and let the adverts run. You know what I mean? Let them play. Like, go make a cup of tea. I skip every advert, and that's a bad habit. But I don't skip like Veli's adverts. If Veli's got advert, I'll just let it run. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Run up the adverts. Run them up. I hit the like button as well, man. Stingy bastards. And it's Monday. How many of you lot have even thought about dropping something in the paper? Man, just getting entertainment for fun nowadays. Like,
well, the longer this lockdown goes on, man, the less money people got.
Boy, you better start hustling.
Well, what I'm saying. You're going to be seeing people on the street corner. People stand out on the street corner now, come like immigrants waiting to get picked up for work. I was watching this thing on TikTok. They were showing that the British media never covered it, but in Italy, on one particular day, I think they said something like 30,000 restaurants across the country opened. Businesses, sorry. So gyms, they were defiant of the government. Like they all opened up for, like, said, enough's enough, innit? We need money. So the restaurants, the gyms, everything just opened up. But they done it in unison. So the police couldn't like, pick on any one particular one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
crazy.
I don't know, man.
You know what?
Like,
TikTok's my actual
every time we
go-to
get back to
news
this subject, I
thing
just
now.
feel like more time I want to give people a break from the same old thing. But maybe it's just me. I just want a break. That's why I don't really talk about it much. And it's just the elephant in the room all day, every day. Why are we even here? Why am I even, bro? Not to say I wouldn't be live streaming, but come on, man. I don't know, man. It's a mad thing. I sometimes forget because my lifestyle is not necessarily been one of those ones with that regular kind of 9 to 5 pattern. So it don't really get me like it gets others. But when I step outside, I remember like, whoa, I don't know if I'm making sense. But I
heard that when this thing, Jedi, when this thing ends, what's it called? When they're paying people money for not working?
Furlough.
Yeah. So when this furlough ends now, a lot of these people are going to get made redundant. Then obviously they can't pay their bills, so they're going to have to sell their houses.
No, they're selling their house, boy. You keep your shit.
How? They can't afford to pay the mortgage. It's getting repossessed.
Nah, bro. Who's doing the repossession at these times?
No, I'm saying when we go back
to
furlough, look,
I'm
everyone's
sure,
on furlough now, yeah? So companies ain't sacking no one because they're actually getting paid by the government. So companies don't care how many people they got on their books. But when furlough ends and all these companies that have been closing down establishments and businesses and places like all these places on the high street that's been closing down, all these gyms that have been closing down, a lot of these people ain't going to have jobs to go back to. So they will all get made redundant. And a lot of them won't be able to pay their mortgages. So their places will all get repossessed. So all them houses will go back on the market. And then people who are working and are paying their mortgage, their houses will depreciate in value because the house market will be getting flooded by by properties. So, it's going to be a mad thing, bro. Like the worst is yet to come still.
Right. Let's lighten the mood a little bit. Hit the like button, tree. We got, Uncle's back in town. We got Uncle, man. We started with Uncle and then we just went into something else and it brought us here. But yeah, give thanks.
Uncle Kevin?
Yes, Unks, man. Uncle K is here. KS. So without further ado.
Do it.
Alright, cool. Hey, I know Mary Jane's bubbling. Said tune.
My issue
Stop
is
watching me.
First off, how old are you? I'm 35.
All right. Go ahead.
My issue, I agree with everything that you're saying. Yeah, absolutely correct. But my issue
with MailChimp's customer journey smarts, you can track when a customer buys something.
You think to yourself. Watch the adverts, he said.
Not Kevin's.
Nah, he gets
Kevin, you're rich enough already.
Exactly.
Huh?
So Kevin's got enough money. We don't need to watch his ads.
Just because you said it, I'm watching the next one, Mary Jane. Stop hating on him, man. Let him eat, man. You hear me? And this is all admiration gone wrong, Khan. Like she's feeding this dude. And she don't know why.
Actually, really not. You know what? Admittedly, I watched a few of his videos. I think like 2 nights ago.
Wow.
The more I watched it, I'm just like, God. I think I don't know. The videos I was watching, he needed to shave or something. Like he just wasn't looking on point.
So you say you had to go to Pornhub instead? I hear you.
No, I went to REDPILLTRILL.
Yeah, big up Sai for his workouts. The gallum said
Mary, I weren't on that day, so why was you wasting your time?
What?
Huh?
Because she went to REDPILLTRILL. I said I wasn't on that day, so why was you wasting your time?
Please, God.
Hey, Jay.
A little bit of
hey,
go on.
Jays, I ain't gonna say no names, bro, but I saw Uncle live the other night, and there was some UK people in the chat.
Shut up. Who was in the chat?
Who was it?
I'm just saying, Jays, no names, bro. But if you ever catch one of his lives, just lurk in the comment section.
I seen one that was premiering. But I'm pretty sure I didn't comment in there, did I?
No, I wasn't.
Did I?
You're snitching on yourself, Chen, yeah?
No, do you know, I'm wondering if I did, because as I said, I watched
Oh,
the view.
shit. You all up in Kevin's chat, yeah? Hey, you one of them haters that go in the
It was one where he was watching a white woman, I think. But I don't think I commented. I don't think I'd even support him like that. Come on.
Jungle watches the live, yeah?
I didn't see you. I didn't see you.
Hold on, wait. Do you not go and scream Trilluminati? Because you not have to let them know where the fam is at, you know, because I'm getting people viewers and shit. Uncle Kevin, come talk to me, man. Let me mark it for you in the UK, man. Do you know what I mean? Let me mark it. Drop a bag on the homies and we'll push the word out here, man. Jungle Jesus is all involved, trying to get tips on Mary Jen. Mary Jen's watching. Yo, Jungle Jesus, furthermore, you need to jump on because we heard you're a dead chat. What's it? A dead chat father.
Chat daddy.
Yeah, dead
host.
Yeah,
dead host.
You're not looking after your chat baby. Basically, you left Mary Jen. You was all up in it, and then now the baby's been born. You talking about you getting your separate ways and that? No, not around here, man. Do you know what I mean? So we need to talk to you, man. Cause you're deadbeat. No one talk to Jungle. Don't laugh with Jungle. He's a deadbeat dad. Oh, Axum Queen's back.
Oh, back from where? Or from who, should I say?
From who? Back from who? Are you having that, Axum? Mad thing. And why weren't you training? Why weren't you working out? What's going on? Huh? Big up Conscious. Conscious looking a man in the chat as well, you know. Don't ever get it twisted. Yeah?
Yeah, salute, man. Salute Southside, man. I tuned in early. It was like 4:30 in the morning. Y'all boys was getting it in. I said, nah, it's too early for this shit. It's too early for this.
Trying. I reckon you could do that and then go for a job, come home, have a shower. You'd be set, man.
Nah, it was like 4:30 in the morning. I cut that shit off.
I don't want to see this. Especially when he's doing his glute raises, glute thrust. Like, yo, what the fuck is this, man? You know what I mean?
Your Axel, I've been watching you as well, you know. This girl.
Right. The title is Alpha Mothers Make Beta Sons, then blame men for not being leaders. Oi!
First of all, how old are you?
I'm 35.
All right. Go ahead.
My issue, I agree with everything that you're saying. You're absolutely correct. But my issue is a lot of you men do not hold each other accountable. Just like I know a lot of us.
Ma'am. Mm-hmm. Are you about to ask me to have some balance?
No, I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I absolutely.
Men have been held accountable. Men get held accountable for our actions since at the dawn of time.
You're right.
So please get on to the real issue.
That's my real issue, though. Like, I feel like a lot of us.
Who holds women accountable?
Men.
No, because if men held women accountable and you listen, men wouldn't be having the gripes and complaints they have.
You're right, but at the same time,
I know. Okay, let me answer. So here's a question: What do men say they want a woman's weight to be? They say they want them to be overweight, in shape, or fit. What?
I agree with all that. I think that we should all be in shape.
No, I said what? No. You want to split it into genders. Men want women who are fit, but yet in our community, 80% of the women are overweight and 80% of that are obese. No one holds women accountable for their weight.
Drop the bomb.
Children out of wedlock, ma'am. That's a fact that you cannot get around. How many women on this show tonight have been 200 plus pounds?
Okay, but what man?
So who's holding women accountable?
I'm sorry, but who is going to get liposuction?
No. What the French toast? Liposuction is called push away from the table, drink water, eat vegetables, and exercise like a liposuction.
I know, but
no, ma'am, it's called exercise. It is called exercise.
You're absolutely
See
right.
what I mean? See what I mean? See what I mean? I said, who's going to hold women accountable? And well, who's going to go get liposuction? You wouldn't need liposuction if you didn't allow yourself to get 200 some odd pounds. Who's holding you accountable? Exactly.
I agree with Kevin, but I think that men should. You guys are the leaders. You guys are the ones that.
Where's your husband?
I don't have one.
Then who's leading you?
I'm leading myself right
now.
Then
okay, listen. If we're the leaders, tell me the man in your life that you're following.
I'm following myself.
Exactly. Like most women today, no one's leading, and you say we're the leaders. You're only listen. Listen.
I'm leading. To be honest with you, Kevin.
No. You're not gonna talk over me, because I'm leading this show.
You ain't kicked her off yet, have you?
Talking about men are the leaders, and you're not under anybody's goddamn leadership. Now, ma'am, you can unmute yourself, but you will not.
I'm thinking, man, nah, man, don't dash her away, man. You know, he's mad hot-headed, man. Mad hot-headed.
Yeah, he's just learned to use his mute button now.
He's learned the mute button now, and it's his guest now.
Not talk over me.
Sorry, my phone is dying. I didn't need to mute you.
No, I muted you because you were talking over me, and that is unacceptable.
Absolutely.
Men are the leaders. But how can a man lead if women are not following?
What do you think her hair's for? Pull that shit, man.
Can I speak?
Yes. You said you're not married. I said, who's leading you? You said you're leading yourself.
Yes. You're right, because I mean, you're right on saying the reason why I'm leading myself is because, honestly, let's be honest, most of us are leading ourselves. Like, we're leading our
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many?
I have one.
A boy or girl?
I have a boy.
God bless. So you
Thank
think
you. Absolutely.
No. So I mean, so you think a woman who's not under the leadership of any man is capable and qualified of leading a boy into masculine manhood?
Uh-oh.
I absolutely think it's a hard job. Absolutely.
No, I asked you, is it okay? And the reason so many of our boys are so soft today is because so many women are like yourself, not under anyone's leadership. Why didn't you?
Let's unpack that. Let's unpack that. Who agrees with the statements he's making so far? Let's go back to the weight. First of all, born rich.
Jeez.
Yeah. We say this weight thing, and you know, men say they want women in a certain weight bracket. Is this true? And women are not on a whole delivering. Is this true?
Boy, yeah. I think the men that he's speaking of, yes. When we go back to the high value man concept, a high value man, yes, I would think that he wants a woman in a certain weight bracket.
Okay, yeah.
But not with the surgery. You see what I'm saying? See that
was weird.
He automatically went to surgery, and Kevin is right. Like, no, fuck surgery. Like, get away from the table and put the work in.
Eat their vegetables.
Yeah, but that just lets you know the mentality of some women. That's the easy way out. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're putting the work in.
Is he right to say most women in America are 200+ pounds? Is that the norm? Like,
America's a big place, man.
Yeah. I think so. I think. And
whoa, I thought British women were big, man.
No, if you think about it, if Kevin, I know these numbers sound crazy that Kevin sticks to, but if you're going by those numbers, yeah, a lot of them are obese. Like women that we will call thick in America is probably clinically overweight. If we really,
he said 80% are clinically overweight and 80% of those are obese.
Yeah. because we like thick, you know, especially, you know, I'm in the South. We like thick. We with cornbread fed, all of that.
Yeah, I like thick, but I don't like when the shoes lean to the side.
Yeah, no, not that thick, but you know, we used to always say she's a cheeseburger away from fat, right? So we like them like that. We like them a cheeseburger away from fat. But if we went to a doctor and got the measurements, she's probably clinically obese. I mean, overweight. Let's just say overweight first.
200 plus pounds, though.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
So what about his other point about basically single women not following a male leader will not be able to create masculine men or basically men that are leaders. They're going to create followers just because yeah. What do you think about that?
I personally think that there are women out there that can raise good men that are soldiers. And that's partly to do with being a man is an intrinsic thing to me that I can just, even without a dad, I can look around and see male role models and bring myself up to speed, isn't it? So it can be done.
Well, that's not your mum then.
Huh?
That's not your mum.
But your mom's still raising you.
Let me just say this, bro. Let me just say this. To be fair, I'm from a single mother, a single parent household, shall I say, and I was about to get defensive, and then I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? There does come to the point where, I mean, me personally, I only had a mother up to the age of 13. So after that, I never had any parents, any guardians that had any say in the choices I made, whether good or bad, right? But that's why I could maybe turn around and say, you know what? Maybe I did kind of raise myself then. I don't know if I can give all the manhood points to Mumsy. She obviously gave me a good foundation. Otherwise, I would have died out there. But maybe that was more attributed to my independent nature. So I hit the ground running because I already was kind of on the road anyway. Does that make sense? So, like you're saying, you saw male role models and you chose them. Did your mum didn't teach you to do that?
Yeah, no, my mum didn't teach me to do that. No.
You see what I'm saying? So we can't. I don't know.
This is what goes back to the conversation we had the other day when I was saying that I had to, at a certain age, get in touch with my masculinity and, you know, and become more masculine and more like people say, oh, he's a misogynist, he's a chauvinist, he's that. But it was a survival mechanism. It was about becoming your own man, innit? Like not a boy no more. So
I hear you. Sniper, you there? If he's not, then I'm kicking him out, innit? Yo, Sniper.
Yeah, I'm there, man.
What are you saying, bro?
There, man. I'm listening to Uncle go and doing his usual stuff, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying to you, bro, can a mum raise a masculine man? Can a mum raise a masculine man when she herself is unable to be under the leadership of a masculine man?
I personally think yes, maybe because there is a masculine man somewhere, or even in the concept in her own mind, what she thinks it is. It might not end up turning out as a masculine man, but you know, I think they do have their own concept of what.
Yeah, but this is the point. If you don't turn out being a masculine man, then the answer is no.
Yeah, then the answer is no. Yeah, defo. But obviously, in their mind's eye, they thought they were doing the right thing.
So let me ask you again: can a woman raise a masculine man that is considered as a leader in society, a masculine leader type man?
Yes, she can.
Okay.
Yes, she can.
But if we ask the question the other way around, it'll be different, innit? If we ask, can a man raise a woman? Yeah, then you see that real women have got good fathers, innit?
True story.
So like
I think a man.
Poor Richie's bringing up his children.
Let me say this. Yeah, I am. But you know what I do? I'm no bullshit. I do seek guidance and help from women. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like that lady, she's making it seem like she doesn't have a man to lead her. And then we've heard some women even on this panel say, yeah, I don't have uncles or anybody for my son to look up to. I'm doing this by myself. But me, I think men would go out and seek their aunties or their sisters or maybe a female companion. I think a man would go seek that help instead of just saying, fuck it, I can do this by myself. I mean, I can't speak for all men. That's what I did in my experience. You feel me?
I think single moms that don't have a man and that's really important. Don't have a man or can't have a man for long. That's that leadership type of man. Like you can have like a man that maybe is a bit of a pushover, or a man that's a bit whooped on your mum's prettiness or your mum's sex appeal or whatever. But for your mum to show you her level of subjugation in a good way, yeah, submission to a strong leader of a man, I think that goes a long way in instilling into a young boy what a man is. Because you know, if mama's like submitting to him willingly, then she must really trust him as to be this leader guy, to be the, you know. And I want to be that type of guy that my mum can trust and my woman can trust, because I know how strong my mum is. You know, like that's what I'm seeing, and I'm thinking maybe I'm hearing a lot of women are saying that mums can do this, yeah. But I might be doubting it. I don't know. I don't know if a mum could do it alone.
I don't know if the modern day woman can match up to the levels of our mothers. That's reality.
Yeah, but everyone gonna say that. Then it's because it's your mom. Everyone gonna say that. Someone's mom had to be a shit mom. Someone's mom had to be a deadbeat.
Well, it's kind of generational, though. It's kind of generational, isn't it? Like,
I'm not having that.
No, it was less. There was less of it.
No, some of my friends' mums. Some of my friends' mums, bro.
Yeah, like, my auntie was an alcoholic. Like, yeah,
right.
Like, you know, like everything is balanced in it in the force, but in the main, no, they're most of them of their generation. They're coming from a different generation, so the mind thinking of these younger women, should I say? Do you get what I'm saying? Is a lot different. So I find
I'm gonna have to accept that. I'm only saying it for the younger generation because that might be their argument. Yeah, but you just saying it because that's your mom, innit? Like, you know what I mean? Or whatever.
Just talking about my mom.
Every generation feels like they were the last good generation, bro.
They would say that, yeah. But in relationships and how to raise children, I would definitely agree on that. You know, in previous generations, I mean, how we got to this position here is because of good parenting and good, you know, that type of thing. So, you know,
bro, my life was fucked, bro, and my friends' lives were fucked. Like, real talk, not even joking. My childhood, as much as I enjoyed shit, and even we had a little trip down memory lane, it weren't the norm. It was not what we should be experiencing. Highly traumatic, dancing with death, dancing with death, and all this
we did that all day,
and all day, fam. And now we're big men. We trying to like go on like it was a walk in the park, and yeah, mummy done a good job, and like I don't know.
No, there was pitfalls. There was pitfalls.
If doing a good job was what I was going through, then what the fuck was a bad job? And this, like, you understand?
Yeah, what I can't accept, or what I'm not gonna put on mummy, is what I learned from the road. My mum always said to me, "You don't want the streets to teach you how to be a man or how to behave or do because it's harsh, isn't it? You make one mistake on the road, your life could be gone." So that was the emphasis of that. Do you get it? But anything I learned from home helped me when I was on the roads.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Let's jump on Western Goddess. Let's rush her, man. Let's beat her up there. Because she says a mother can only do so much. That's 100%. The problem is the mother is usually in a situation to have to do both the mothering and the fathering. So I'm gonna
my mum never done no fathering.
Let's rush her. You know why we should rush her? this have to do. That's the thing. How much of that is a choice? I grew up thinking that dads just didn't want to see their youths, and as I've grown up, I don't really know one of my friends that don't want to see their fucking youth, and yet they don't see their youth. So I ain't hearing it no more about have to. There's some conditions that you're not willing to take on. Like for instance, he grabbed you by the throat. That you're gonna make that into your youths, because you want to get him back. But you know he ain't never gonna, because he never hit the youths. You hit the youths. He never even once dreamt of hitting the youths. He probably grabbed you by your throat because of some fuckeries to do with the youths. Like, how many times have I told you to change the fucking nappy? I come home and the baby's bum sore, and they might have grabbed you up. Now you want to talk like he's a threat to the youth. I've seen that, right?
Day in, day out, bro. That's the
not
standard
to say this
thing.
right, sorry, sisters. If any of you been grabbed by the throat, not to say it's right, but if a man grabs you by the throat, that means that he should see his youths.
Can I say there's just no excuse for putting your hands around a woman's throat, just as a woman, period. And secondly, not all of us were raised like that, have mothers like that, and have experienced the opposing. The basic thing is there's always an opposing narrative. Like some people are going to have it really good, some people are going to have it really bad, whether they're raised by a woman, man, I don't know, a pair of wolves. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Everyone's going to have a different experience depending on how you internalize your experience and then how aware your parents are. Like, if your parents have no level of awareness, then obviously you're still gonna grow. You're still gonna have to make decisions. You're still gonna have, that's still your journey. But you can't really say as well that all of that is on the parents, because you're at a stage now where you can say, yeah, okay, I could say, oh, well, my mum didn't do this or my dad didn't do that. So therefore I didn't raise my, I'm not, this person is a weak man or blah, blah, blah. But actually that's a personal choice. When you get to a certain age, some people choose to not work on their highest attributes and work on the lower attributes of themselves because that's all they know sometimes, and because that's all they feel comfortable doing. Some people, that's just a choice, whereas other people don't have no parents, nobody raised them per se, but yet they're a strong example of someone who is a leader or a strong example of somebody who is an upstanding member of their community. That is also based on the individual. That's not just based on your parents, for one. And secondly, as I said, we all have masculine and feminine energy. So what you describe as male and female in terms of like what we expect gender roles to the I think that's part of the problem. We all have these ideas of the gender role when actually.
But do you agree? But 1 minute. Do you agree that women
of having certain attributes which could help with endorsement of male and female energies or creative energies? It doesn't matter.
All right, my sister, let me put a question to you as you're a female, yeah? Would you agree that females who have put their head or their mind towards raising a generation of simps need to get the real male role model out of the equation so they can do that?
I feel like it depends on your situation. You can't generalize that. Do you know how many children I've worked with? Because you know how many children I've worked with, and you know how many people's situation is different. What works for one parent is not going to work for the other parent. So some people may feel like it's a danger, regardless of whether anything's happened, to remove themselves out of this situation. Some people will still work with the situation regardless, and they still don't get anywhere. Does that make sense? You don't know. As I said, it's like whether you are a male or a female. If you are a grown-up adult, then and you've made a specific choice to take the responsibility to have a child, not to have a child, or whatever decisions you make in making that child, now it's up to you as the person raising the child, whether you're a man or a woman, because there are single dads as well. Do you understand? You say that they can't raise a fully forming young female like that grows up to be a successful woman.
That we was questioning it. Can a dad really encompass the life lessons of womanhood? Can he really supply them on his own without the help of females? This is one second, sis. This is essentially the comparison we're trying to make to the single mom that raises a young man and a rabbit all on his own. He's gonna be like, in my head, he's gonna be a caricature of what she thinks a man should be, and not necessarily a man.
Well, as I said, it takes a village, and if that child is around nobody, which is very highly unlikely, who has a masculine figure, as I said, that's whoever you decide to have in your life as a role model is also a representation of what you like and what you desire as an individual human being outside of your parent. Does that make sense? So what you attract, go out there, that's on you. That's not on the person who birthed you. Like I always say, that children, they come from you, but they are not of you. Like, do you know, like the soul that is that person was meant to come into here and live a life individually to you.
I don't know. We talk about nature versus nurture. We talking about nature versus nurture, and that's a big.
No. I don't mean it nature versus nurture way either, though.
Because you're acting like the influence of the mother or the father isn't the pivotal thing that sends the.
I didn't say that it wasn't a part of it. I said that we have to take into consideration the nature of the child. That's what I said. Because I've seen some very good parents.
I would say the nature of the child is determined on who your parents are and how your parents are.
Well, as I said, I've seen and interacted with many different families, and as I said, it's like a potluck. And people are influenced. Don't get me wrong, people are definitely influenced. Even if you've never met your family, you're still influenced genetically to to a big degree. Does that make sense? Whether you know what those identifications are or not. However, you can then you have to get up and make a choice. When we go out there, we make choices. And as you said, you're right. The first interactions we have within our formative years do definitely help make a distinction about what we start to, how we interact with other people outside of our family unit. Does that make sense? Because that's what we're used to. We're used to being playing a role in our family in a certain way. However, all we can do is play, because we're always going to be a dependent at some point. But as I said, there is this energy of needing to understand that, as I said, like sometimes the parent, no matter how hard the parent is, or even how aware the parent is, they may not have the tools, regardless of whether they're, as I said, they're female or male, but they may not have the tools. But then they may also have the tools. It depends. You can't say that based on all single mums that raise. Well, there's some very phenomenal men who are raised by women.
Let's talk about energy.
Phenomenal men come from women.
Ray, let's talk about. You're gonna have to talk in small sentences. Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's talk about energy. Let's talk about masculine, feminine energy. Let's talk about how does a mum teach and encourage positive masculine energy without a man. So basically what we're saying is like a man needs to be present or have some influence over a child in order for a child to have this balance. A woman cannot do it on her own, and a balanced woman or a great woman or a great mum is going to find ways to bring that masculine balance to their child. And they're not going to lie to themselves and think that they themselves can provide it. I think we're talking about the mums that lie to themselves and say they themselves can provide enough balance to raise a child to be
solely.
Yeah.
Okay, I get what you're saying. And I feel like that's more of a side state affairs. But again, that's more about self-awareness, because I feel like a lot of women like that are not necessarily self-aware. So they are in a stage maybe where it's about them rather than the child, or doing what's necessary for the child. And maybe their own archetypes and their own, as you said, upbringing and influence can create this illusion that you can do everything by yourself. But every parent, regardless of whether regardless, I would like to think anyway that you would know that you can't raise a child by yourself. They say it takes a village, right? So if it takes a village, then that means that, like, I realized from a very early age that my son was going to talk to different people about different things, and it's just like the nature. If we talk about everything, but then my friend would call me and be like, oh, Shah was here and he was talking about, and I can't believe it. And I would be like, oh, okay, cool. But I didn't mind because I trusted the people that I was around, regardless. Does it make sense? So making sure I had a healthy network, at least, of different people, like different examples, but my son is still going to be my son. He's still intrinsically, from he was born, had a character and a nature which I just tried to work with, because as I said, he has his he has his own intrinsic nature. And if I was a parent that was just like, oh, whatever, you're just going to do what I say because I want you to be the person I want you to be, then he would be a different person, because he'll be fighting against my narrative of what a man should be. And again, that's the idea of what I was saying before about gender, what we expect from gender roles, you know, because masculine and feminine energy has different direction. Like we could say the feminine could be the creative, the one who's more familial. She gets in touch with the family. She makes sure everyone's connected. You could say that ideally. You could, but sometimes men are the ones who are more domestic. Sometimes men are the one who are more familial, who actually care about their family a bit more. Do you know what I mean? Than women. And it's the same thing with the masculine energy.
I'm going to say that's a rarity, and that's a rarity. Do you know what? In terms of caring about family, I think both male and females. I don't know, innit? Yeah. But I think that I don't think it's a masculine or feminine trait to care about family.
People would say it was, and that would influence their parenting. Does that make sense? So, does that make sense? So, if you depend, I guess you said, if a person has a perception of what they expect a typical man to be, then they may raise their child in this box of wanting to have input certain beliefs on them, which is part of their personality. Does that make sense? But because
you gotta breathe. You gotta breathe this. Yeah, we gotta breathe. You gotta breathe. Defense, please, brother. Come back, man. Anybody else want to add? Because you know, real light. You know how she's gonna machine gun us with pure facts. She's sick with it, man.
I mean, I was going to say, Jedi, obviously as a single mum myself, and we've had this discussion before. I think it's possible that a woman, if any parents, man or woman, if they're raising a boy or girl, they have it depending on their personal skills and abilities. It's possible for them to raise anyone to do anything, particularly a leader. But what I was also going to say was, as a single parent, I didn't just do it myself. I did ask for help. I did go to external sources to provide him with more information and more support and more male role models. Do you know what I mean? So as a parent, and I don't see that as a weakness in myself, I see that as I asked for help because I recognize that me alone probably can't give him everything that he needs. So maybe it's not ideal for a woman to just do it alone. Maybe sometimes like you need to ask for help, but it doesn't say that a man or a woman can't raise an individual to be a leader.
I personally would like to add that women have different relationships with each other. Like, so a woman can raise another woman's child and love it, yeah? But a man can't raise another man's child in the same way that that man can. And that child won't respond to that man the same as he would with his biological father. Maybe the grandfather, yeah, or an uncle, maybe. But like, women are getting other men to raise their children, men that aren't related to them. Get me? So them men there, them boys ain't taking from them men, really. The woman's thinking, yeah, I provided you with a role model. But that boy's just dismissive of that and going, no, I want my biological father.
Are you referring to what I said, Khan?
Yeah.
And so you think that I sent my child off somewhere else to be raised by someone else? Is that what you took from what I said?
No, I'm saying you're asking for help. And I'm saying if it's help from your dad or your granddad or your uncle or something that's biologically, there's a connection with your child, that's one thing. But asking a complete stranger that's not related to that child, I think it's another thing. From a male point of view, that,
so do you think I just walked up with some random man on the street and said,
I'm trying to contrast the male with the female. I'm saying with females, yeah, they could learn. Like, I know my sisters had.
Are you talking about your relationship? Sorry, just clarifying. What if you're dating someone who has children? Is that what you're talking about? Just clarifying.
Yeah. So I'm saying that women, they can have other women as role models, even though they're not like related. Because they're all, cut a long story short, women are all sisters. Don't matter if it's your mum, your grandmother, the neighbor, whoever, your friend's mum, you're all sisters, innit? So in a certain way, there's a connection between all women that men don't share that. Men only want to take from their own lineage, from their own father. So when you provide them with a different male, yeah, it's better than not having a male, but it's not the same, innit? That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to clarify that women might be judging it from a woman's point of view, where they're like, okay, this is the relationship between humans. But with males, it's different, and I don't think women recognize that.
Well, Khan, what I don't agree with is where you said having other men raising your children, because it's not having other men raising my child. It's putting my child in situations and places where he can be around people who are going to help, like, enable him and empower him and give him information and ideas that I can't necessarily give him. And it's about putting him in different social settings as well.
Yeah, but you're making out like you've got some overseeing to that. You haven't. You're putting them around males. Like, what I'm saying is you can't regulate.
Like,
you can't regulate
you
that.
asked me the context of it before.
Yeah, but you're a woman. You can't regulate that.
What do you mean I can't regulate
You can't oversee that.
What if it's something structured, and what if I have been there overseeing it? Like, you're not asking me what it is. You're just making all these assumptions to make it sound like I've walked up to some random man in the street and just went, "Oh, can you?"
No, I'm not saying a random man. I'm saying you could be sending him to Cub Scouts or something.
Can you be a daddy? What do we say when we meet a new?
Well, it wasn't Club Scouts.
Are you my daddy?
It wasn't Club Scouts.
What was it? The army?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I just wanted to add my 2 pence. I'm not trying to criticize anyone or their life.
I think you just took
a statement out of context.
Oh, sorry. If I did, correct me then, innit? I don't mind.
But that's what I was trying to do, and you just keep saying things and making assumptions on what I've said without actually maybe asking me the context behind it. So, you know, as we said,
I don't want to ask the wrong question. I'd rather you just said what it is.
You said that I wouldn't be there to oversee it. I was there to oversee it. It was a structured thing. It wasn't just somewhere where I'm sending my child to just go and sit down and have any kind of chat with someone. It was something that was structured and I felt would help him in many ways. Point being that I sent, like, I used, as I said, external sources to help my child gain other skills and knowledge in his life. Things that I may not have been able to provide for him, or even if I cannot provide, maybe things that I don't know myself. Like, what is wrong with giving them more knowledge and allowing them to be around different sets of people in different social settings? What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying it's wrong. You're just saying exactly what I'm saying. If someone else is teaching your child something that you don't know, but they know, then you're not in the position of being over that. You're not overstanding that. You're not regulating that. You're just basically letting someone else fill in the gaps for you, which is fine. But I'm just saying that when you still try to, in your mind, maintain the position of I am the primary caregiver and I am the overlord of this whole situation, then even his manhood was regulated by you.
Well, hold on. Essentially, isn't that what we do when we send our kids to school?
I'm just saying you're agreeing with what I said.
What, like, say it to me again, just put it in one sentence to me, please.
All right, cool. It's like this, yeah? You're the mum, and then there's an empty role, which is the dad's role, yeah? Now, as a woman, if you're employing someone to fill that vacancy, you're still, in the hierarchy of things, at the top of the ladder. So there is no male role model for that child that takes him past the point of mother. Mother's always going to be at the top of the ladder. Mother's going to be the closest thing to God for him. Yeah, but really, in reality, he needs to experience manhood that surpasses the mother role, because then how is he going to be a father to a child and be able to have a mother for that child that's under him? Does that make sense?
No.
Okay, well, forget it then.
So, yeah, I'm just gonna
forget it then.
Look, at the end of the day, none of us can control anything. That's the whole, like, none of us, and we know this, but that's what I'm saying. Any good parent would do that, would just try and give your child the best information, the best advice. Because I always say to my son, look, at the end of the day, I can't live your life for you. I can just give you tools, but whether it works in the real world or not, you're going to have to work that out yourself. I'm not going to be there to make every decision, but what I will make sure is that I give you the best of what I know, of the information that I know, and you're going to have to, like, that's regardless of whether you have both your parents, one of your parents, like, you have to figure it out, like, and you have to have enough information to be able to figure it out. The only time when you're going to have a problem is when the child has not got the information, the resources, the mental capacity to be able to look outside of their current viewpoint. It's like we were talking about earlier with the guy that don't even know, you can't even leave your postcode. What kind of mentality created that child? You get to a certain age and you cannot even leave your area because you feel a certain way. Like that's not how I would deem that's not a child, would I say, that I would deem would have enough sufficient information and to be able to function outside of their normal everyday reality. You know, if you can send your child somewhere and they can cope without you and they can function, you're doing all right. Because everybody gets it. Every child comes across adversity. Every child, but every time you send them to school, every day you gotta trust that they make decisions correctly. You cannot make the decisions for them. You know, when my son went to primary school, for example, like I used to say to him every day from he started, keep your penis in your pants, keep your hands to yourself, keep your penis to your pants, keep it every day until he got maybe to a bit old enough to really understand why I said it. But for ages, I said it to him, and he used to come home and say, "Oh, mum, I tried to go to the toilet, and there were some kids coming up in the toilet." But as far as I know, I said he could have, but as far as I know, he never got involved. But why? Because it's a principle, and that's what the energy is. If you can embody masculine energy, which is understand that masculine energy comes with boundaries. Sometimes that means we have to discipline you regardless of whether I like it or not. Despite how I feel, I got to make certain decisions, you know. It's the same thing.
Now, ask a question. Do you think you truly understand masculine energy in order to embody it?
I understand my own, and I understand my own enough. Put it this way.
Let me just ask quickly, is female masculine energy the same as male masculine energy?
You have to look at different men and women to find that out. But what I would say is this, yeah? Because remember, you're talking about, again, stereotypes of how things appear in the physical. However, I would say this. If you understand your family unit, your archetypes of the males in your family, or at least have some awareness, you will kind of see a pattern. So when you're dealing with your own child, there is that kind of sensibility of understanding where he comes from, his genetic profile, if you know that, you know, and also understanding my own masculine energy and the own archetypes that have been passed down from my mother's side. Also, those things do play a part. It's not just him sitting there as an individual person. He comes from a line where he's got genetic memory and profiling. So he's never just going to be without masculine. Does that make sense? Because he already is. That's what he was born. This is who he is. He's already got it in him. It's just how you develop it. It's how you steer it. It's how you navigate that ship. But at the end of the day, he's going to go in every day when he's not with me and make his own decisions. So you just got to give them the best information you can. That doesn't mean to say that I'm going to do and it's going to be like he's going to be some big old, but it depends what you see as leadership. Is leadership taking over the world, or is leadership being a responsible young man who can look after and provide for his family rather than running away? Does masculinity mean to you, or someone who is of a power position, someone who runs their own business, or someone who just has a 9-to-5? What does that mean for you? How do we determine what a leader is, or how to rack up the women that have created leaders, the single mothers that have created leaders, depending on what your view of leadership is, of masculinity is in the first place?
Yeah, I just feel like a man's masculinity and a female's masculinity are two different things, right? And when a woman thinks that she's embodying the masculine principles or whatever, she is from a feminine dynamic.
Of course.
It ends up being a caricature of what actual masculinity is. And obviously you have males around your son and whatever, so you can trust that he can get these life lessons and these energy transferences, these downloads from other men, where it's just not even words need to be said. It's about spending time, it's about consciousness, it's about tuning yourself into certain vibrations that are available within the spectrum of consciousness, life, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. And it's just putting them amongst certain individuals. They will naturally find that attunement because now they have a measuring stick of what, a strong man or this man or a disciplined man or a family man or whatever it is. And yeah, like back to the original point, I just know that a lot of women think they know what that is. Just like you may see a lot of gay men, they think they know what it means to be feminine, to the point where they think they're a woman, to the point where they actually feel like they have the equal rights of a woman, to the point where women are not allowed to be called women in the presence of in public, in case it offends those that are not biologically women. And we just get down to the point where it's like, no. A woman should be dictated to about her womanhood from a man, and vice versa, because you don't possess that ability. You just don't. And we're in a time now where people want to pretend like a woman does possess that. A man wants to pretend like he does know what feminine energy is and what it is to be a woman, and to the point he calls himself one. And I draw the line.
Can I just say there's a difference between knowing what it means? Again, was what you was saying before. Like, again, what people think visually a woman should look like and act like, that's not what I'm talking about. And that's the problem. And it's like, if men can't really see that, yeah, you don't have to be overly, everyone has a feminine and masculine side. Does that make sense? Some women have a more masculine side than some men. That's just reality. When you put two people next to each other, I'm not saying it's the average. I don't know. I haven't done the statistics. But you can put a man beside a woman, what we would typically assume a man or woman would look like, and they could be like total different. And it's not necessarily because they think that that's just who they present to be. I'm not talking about drag queens or people that try to play a caricature. Like, I don't try to be a man. I'm very happy being a woman. Thank you very much. Does that make sense? I don't put on myself what I think a man should be. However, I understand my son should have good boundaries. He should have good respect for women. He should, I can teach him certain aspects, but I can't teach him how to put them together. Does that make sense? That's always on the person, because you have to learn how to put that shit together. You're telling me you don't know people that have had really good opportunities, really good families, whatever, but they still choose to be whoever they choose to be, and it's just a substandard version of who they could have been, and that's not their. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Like, I feel like there has to be some responsibility placed upon the person making the decisions. You can't say, by this time you're saying, oh, this person's grown up to be a leader. Okay, then if they're growing up, then they have to at some point taken some responsibility for their life choices.
Can I ask you a question?
You choose whether you become a leader. You choose whether you put yourself in that position or not.
I was looking on Facebook and I see my brethren. He put a picture of his mum. Yeah, it's like, happy birthday, mum. And then he's put something like, oh no, it was Mother's Day. And he said, oh no, sorry, let me get it right. It was actually Father's Day. He put up a picture of his mum saying, my mum was my dad. My mum was a dad to me. Like, what do you feel about that? How can you explain that to me? Because I don't get it. I don't
believe that either. I don't believe. I already said this. I've said this to multiple, especially like working with parents over the years who have a lot of guilt about the dad's leaving or whatever. And I said to them, do you know what? I'm not being funny, but don't overcompensate for your children. A mum can only do what a mum can do. You can't be a dad. So I don't understand. Like, if the moment you try to overcompensate is the moment you put things out of balance for the child. Does that make sense? Like, can
I say from my point of view, yeah? Do you know how when the egg hatches and the duck comes out and the first person he sees, he thinks is his mum and he starts following him, yeah? Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
So with me, yeah, when I was really young, I didn't even, my existence here, I was just fixated on my mum. I didn't even know my dad even existed. My dad used to come and go and I didn't even know I had a dad. Like, I just used to be mum. Then when I got to, I think it was the age of 3, I realized I had a dad, innit? And at that point, I imprinted upon him. Like, my dad was then my dad. You get me? No one else could take my dad's place from then on. So whether he was there or whether he wasn't there, his good habits or his bad habits, everything about him, he was my role model, innit? And no one else, in my opinion, could fill that position. And I think that some people just aren't aware. Like, that is true for everyone. It's just that not everyone's aware of it. They're like, yeah, my mum was my dad, or my uncle was like a dad to me. But when you look about who's your real dad, I think a lot of people just sort of disregard that relationship. Because there's no one else I can be chilled with, like how I'm around my dad. Like, when I'm around my dad, I don't need to worry about certain things, innit?
Yeah, I get that. That's very archetypal. As you said, you're right. Like, everybody has an idea of what they expect their parents to be. And that is part of our innate problem. And I guess, but that's just the way as human beings, but that's just how we operate. You know, we put an archetype, as you said, you automatically see this person in kind of your Superman gear. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's the alpha and omega, he's your dad. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've now found the other part of yourself, the missing shoe that fits. Like, but as you said, a lot of people, they reject it out of like kind of disgust. Do you know what I mean? Like, some people are hurt. That's what it is. Some people are very hurt. Like, I know my mum always used to say to me, why is it you don't give your dad such a hard time? I know people that who their dad treated
that is true though.
And do you know what I mean? She'd be like, oh, I know, I know some kids who stick by their mum regardless, but you always go but because that's just what I needed. I needed some kind of connection with my father, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. And I learned that my dad, the archetype of my dad, wasn't the dad that I actually really wanted, but I've come to find out he was the one that I needed, because he taught me so much, just being himself. He didn't have to be anything different. Just seeing how he operates allows me to understand part of how I operate. And that's just how...
Sorry to cut you. It sounds like you had an independent relationship with your father, where it was just down to you and your dad, how close he was or whatever, and your mum wasn't really overseeing it. You see what I mean?
Well,
like, she wasn't the boss of it. Like, she let you and your dad find your own relationship.
Well, she tried. Well, it's hard because when you're not together, my parents weren't together, and again, it's not out of fault of my dad was an overshooter. Like, don't get me wrong, he's a dope dude, but she kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, he kind of swindled his way into that one, because my mum's a serious kind of woman. So my mum don't ramp with guys like that. So in terms of like, she don't take no shit. So for the fact that he even the fact that my dad is such a shit chatter, he had to have chatted some good shit to be my mum. Does that make sense? So for whatever, like, obviously, naturally, it wasn't going to last once my mum saw his real side. So therefore, like, having parents who are polar opposites of each other really does have an issue. It makes for hard work for the child. Them two, obviously, they have opposing opinions. You're just in the middle of this situation. So when you have
opposites attract, yeah.
Well, I don't know what happened, but it's like, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to ask them. But at the same time, as I said, there are a lot of things where I found similarities, and, you know, like, between them, they love music, and, you know, they had similarities, but they were just very opposite people in the way they chose to live their lives, you know. And for my dad, personally, like, I just feel like, as I said, I put a lot on him, because obviously you expect a lot from your parents, where in actual fact, the dad that I have, that's just all he could offer me, because that's just how he was, like, and that's just who he is, regardless of whether he had me or any of his kids or not. Does that make sense? So it's like, you have to come to, like, I had to come to terms with that in order to be able to forgive my parents enough to be able to have a relationship with them that I have now. Because, as I said, at one point, it wasn't that easy. And as my mum didn't have much jurisdiction, because I was rebellious anyway. I'm a very individual character anyway. And I used to play the fact that my parents didn't really talk. So it was like, I could go to one person.
You know what? You're saying you're an individual person, but I'm not being funny. You sound a lot like me in this situation. So...
yeah, you do kind of go into a state of like, well, actually, my mum don't really talk to my dad. My dad's married to someone else who doesn't really follow by the same rules as my mum. Does it make sense? So as a child, you do what children do. You try to get away with whatever you want to get away with in the situation. So my mum didn't have much of a, but it's only because she wanted me to know my dad. She always said to me, your dad, whether you like him or not, you need to love your dad, because he is your dad and he is the other half of you, and you need to know him. And even now, if she has an issue with me, she's like, I don't really understand that part of you. You need to go and talk to your dad about that one. Maybe you'll find some resolution. So, you know.
So what's your name?
Rachel.
Sister Rachel. Yeah. I think me and you are on the same page totally, right? But I think what we would say is opposite of what Kevin's saying, because he's saying alpha mothers, yeah, make beta sons. And I'm saying, no. My mother was alpha. Your mother was alpha. Yeah. But we're not beta. We're alpha too.
Yeah.
Yo, can I ask a question? Can you not hear me properly?
Yeah. Can you, brother?
Boom. Can I ask this question, yeah? Do you think that single mums could raise a real man, or just a man that she believes is a real man?
Again, that's your definition of what a real man is, and that's subjective by everyone's standards. Like, you might not think my son is a real man, somebody else might. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's not a subjective standard.
I mean, societal standards. Societal standards as a good man.
See what I'm saying, brother? It takes an alpha to raise an alpha. My alpha mindset comes from my parents, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? So when Kevin's saying an alpha mother would produce a beta son, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think a beta mother will produce a beta son.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think from my experience, actually, let's say my parents broke up when I was 9. So they separated. Yeah, my dad left the house when I was 9. My dad was about young, innit? But obviously, from that point, like, he wasn't around too often. I still saw him up. And I still got a lot of influence on him. But I was raised by my mum, innit? I can't say, being raised by my mum, I grew up pretty, not feminine, but like, the feminine side, being very sensitive. That part I had to break away from, even just going into secondary school now. Obviously, I had to find myself as a man, innit? My mum couldn't teach me that. Obviously, she taught me how to be a good person, a good boy, but that's the thing, bro. I had to start seeing the world in my dad's eyes. And I can see, obviously, I can take a lot from my dad, innit? My dad is a king, innit? So, obviously, I'm a prince of a king, innit? So, I have to take from that masculine side, innit? And I don't know if my mum could have taught me that. But she seeing me now, me being as a big man, we can look at each other in respect, innit? She sees the man in me. So, I don't know, man. I guess you could say a good woman could they can raise children, man. But I believe, I heard something as well. A mum should raise a child until he gets to 7 and give him to the dad after 7. I do believe boys.
I don't think maybe give to the dad, but yeah, definitely, like, especially in child development, the early years are very essential for the child to be with the mother and get those nurturing skills, because that's the first place the child understands what it means to be nurturing. If the mother is a nurturing parent, does it make sense? And then they go out into the world and then they build on the external skills. As we said, men and women, they do play different roles, and it's going to be different in every society or community or whatever, but they play different roles and they provide different things. And I think it's very essential to the well-being of the community, not just the children but the community, to have healthy relations. And that's not just, as I said, with the child's father. I think that in terms of role models, I think that has to be
Who's got the echo? Does anyone know? No, it's Ray of Light. Ray of Light, you got some kind of echo.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh no! Why does this happen? Usually I start quite good, and then it stops, and then it's funky. Should I try to call back in? I don't know.
Have you got earphones?
Oh, my son might. Hold on, let me go and ask him.
Put some earphones. I'll put you on mute till then. Yo, Elsa. Wagwan.
Hello.
Elsa Rose. Well, you been listening in?
Yeah, I've been listening. I've been in and out all day, man. Some really good chats going on. Like, literally, I've been loving it. It's been really cool.
Converse. Right. So, can a woman raise balanced masculine male on her own?
I think, I saw it in the comments. It was like, someone asked a question. It was like, so a gay man would raise a gay child. I do believe that, obviously, I think the parent has some influence over that and over the raising of their child, of course. But at the end of the day, if you're raising a child to understand both their masculine and their feminine side, then that creates a beautiful human being, and they can decide who they want to be. You know, neither of my parents were gay or whatever, but I'm bisexual personally, and no one had an influence over me. I'm very much in tune with who I am. And maybe if you do let someone influence who you are, then that just means you're a very influenced person, in a sense. But I don't think necessarily parents will dictate who you're going to be, because we're all individuals. We all make up our own minds at the end of the day.
Sis, do you think the society did influence you, though, if your parents didn't?
Yeah, I think society does. I think society has influenced me in a different way, though. I think it's made me feel more comfortable in being who I am, but not necessarily in a way that is like, oh, you have to be like this. It sort of influenced me in a way it's okay to be who I want to be. But it depends like what sort of outstreams you're looking at, outputs you're looking at in your life. If you're following certain things on social media and you're engaging with certain types of people, then of course there's going to be that influence.
Well, that kind of answers the question then, because it's like, regardless, you're going to get influenced by something or someone, innit? So regardless if it's society or your parents, innit? Yeah. So if you just got a one-parent house, that's what's going to influence you. Yeah, like, so, I don't know, man. Especially if the single mum wasn't raised with a dad or a good dad. Like, there's so many factors to take into account, man. Yeah. But another question I've got as well is that, do you not think that we're all working off the masculine and the feminine energy? Do you think we're in tune with ourselves, basically?
I think like nowadays there's a lot of influence in society regarding like music and like urbanization and like following trends and stuff like that. And I think the trends have an influence on how people are sort of shaping and molding themselves. But I wouldn't necessarily, I don't know, I think it's all just down to individuals, isn't it? It's just down to how you're perceiving the world. And it's,
yeah, man.
Everyone's different.
100%, man. I kind of feel like men are becoming more feminine and females are becoming more masculine, though. So even
my God, for real, I feel that energy.
Yeah.
Energy.
It's all switching. So to even say that only a man can raise a man, even that, like, it could be a feminine man trying to raise a boy. That's not really going to help, is it? Oh, man, I think we're all fucked.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's definitely becoming more predominant, like within like the gay community and things like that. And like people that are like gay and like more masculine, or like you've got gays that are more feminine, like males that are feminine and things like that. Like it's very hard. But then I also think it's very attractive if there's like a man who's also like appears to be very masculine, but is also like talking and knows his feminine side. Like you can be very manly, but also know.
Can I ask you a question? What's your orientation?
I'm a girl, obviously. I identify. I like girls and boys. I don't know. I don't go for people based on their sexuality. I go on based on their personality in a way. If I feel the energies and it's good, and you know you're my type of person, then that's all that it is. But there's obviously some people out there that, you know, maybe I don't know who. Maybe I just don't know who I am yet. Maybe I'm still quite young. I'm only 21. Maybe right. You know, I'm just not ruling out anything within that. But I like girls and boys, yeah. But I don't know whether I'd say I'm masculine or feminine. I'm a bit like in between. I can touch on both sides of it, I suppose.
I don't know if it's controversial, but I don't think girls can be gay, to be honest.
Do you like girls?
Yeah.
Do you like girls to be boys?
No. You see, do you like
boys who do girls like their boys?
No, it's yeah, that's where they.
Oh, stop here.
It's a song.
Boys that do girls like their boys. What does that even mean?
Yeah, it's a song.
It's a song. Come on.
Oh yeah, but you said that two boys.
Yeah,
girls like boys.
Boys who do girls like their boys. In other words.
Yeah, but why would I go for a girl?
Up the wrong end.
I like girls. If I was going to go for something like that, then I'd go for a boy.
I was just playing, babe. I was just joking. I was messing about. Sorry.
God, I'm joking.
It was just a joke. Come on. Keep it light-hearted, isn't it?
Yeah.
Boy.
For real. Anyway, whilst I'm here, can I do some poetry or something, or some spoken word?
Yeah, why not, man? Yeah. Why not? Enjoy that.
Switch it up. What type of thing? What type of should I do? What type of poetry are we feeling?
You know what? Have you got anything to do with love? Because we've just had another marriage in chat today. I just want to say big up to Siam, baby Siam, and the connection of Sai and Accent Queen. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Big up, man. Big up the reflections. You know what I mean? I love myself, man. Big up.
Congratulations.
I actually don't have anything from love. What about love? Sorry, I'm just trying to find a piece. I'd like to actually read a piece. It's called This Land, and it's basically, we was chatting earlier on, you lot were chatting about, obviously, a lot about like racial differences and everything that was going on and things like that. And someone touched on, well, you know, I'm not anything. I am a citizen of planet Earth. So like sort of something along those lines. But I'll just do it anyway and see what you guys think. Do you know what I mean? I'm just here. So this one's called This Land. You see, I'm a citizen of planet Earth. My ancestors are embedded in me like each blade of grass. Every breath I take has been taken before by someone else in the past. Maybe I've taken just one more. Like my toes feeling the grains of sand and the water that flows between every crevice of my hand, this connects us to them. History repeats itself in the form of a newborn, and a cycle of life repeats itself. My heart and mind is torn, and the land that I live on was invaded once before by boats that travelled across seas, anchoring onto foreign shores to claim land. That's mine, not yours. But that's a miscommunication for sure, because this land is ours to indulge in, not to be taken advantage of. A status doesn't define me. I'm not defined by a quo. The blood that runs through my veins is universal, a currency in the form of transferred energies that are electric in human claws. A clause to be recognised, for this earth is my home, and the fruit supports all life, a fruit of labour. We must be kind to her, for a storm is our karma, and the floods will be her wrath. We bathe in the blood that has bled in the fight for this land. Yeah, that's that.
So what, have you got any racist family members?
No. Why?
Are you around any ethno-nat people?
What does that
Like
mean?
patriotic people?
No, I wouldn't say that this wasn't based on being patriotic.
No, I'm not saying it is. It seems to be like a conflict there in between, you know, I am of this land, people invading from another land, but yet we need to kind of accept that we're all one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so there is like an element of a dualism there. But I liked it though, in general, I liked it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's sort of like, I don't know, like I don't know, I just want love and peace and, you know, tranquility within everyone, and I just believe that we're all connected in some way, and we all originated, whether that was from a black man or a white man, or whether that was from God above. You know, we've all been molded in the eye of one beholder. So it's like, why should anyone's life be valued more than another, in a sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm into that. Beautiful.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Thanks. It's got a bit silent now since I done that.
She married his father. No. So I mean, so you think a woman who's not under the leadership of any man is capable and qualified of leading a boy into masculine manhood?
No, I absolutely think it's a hard job. Absolutely.
No, I asked you, is it okay? And the reason so many of our boys are so soft today is because so many women are like yourself, not under anyone's leadership. Why didn't you marry his father?
But do you think that was?
Why didn't you marry his father? Yes, it's your problem. Yep, it's your problem.
No, it's my problem.
Why didn't you marry his father?
I didn't marry his father. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. That was my decision. I was younger at that time, and that's still not.
Why didn't you marry his father?
I didn't want him.
But you had a baby with him. See what?
I had an abortion the first.
I don't give
time.
it. No, man. No. Listen.
No, I'm gonna tell
this
you.
Is this is the problem. See, you're a woman outside of anybody's leadership. You didn't marry your father. You married. You had a baby before you had a wedding. That's already a problem. Then he wanted to marry you. You didn't want to marry him. And then you're trying to raise a boy. And then you're going to question why men are what they are. Because women like you make the very men you complain about.
Absolutely.
So don't ask me about why men aren't holding men accountable when this all starts with women like you.
Absolutely. I allowed it. I absolutely agree with that.
But your question came in, ma'am, asking why don't men do something? And men can't do anything with unruly women. You're unruly.
I get that, but I don't feel like I'm unruly though. I feel
Ma'am,
like
you're not under anybody's leadership. You're not
because
married.
of my decision though. Is that my
You said,
decision?
I asked you why you did not marry his father. You said you did not want to. That's your decision. I listened very well, but you decided to do something and bring a child, a boy child into this world, and he's not under a male leadership. You're not under any leadership, and you are going to likely create the same thing you are going to complain about at the beginning. And that's the problem. This is a cycle over and over again. How do you fix it? Get up under somebody's leadership. Submit. Stop being so masculine.
But I don't think that that's my problem. I don't have a problem.
Oh, really? Huh. So if I ask the right. So why didn't you marry his father again?
Oh shit.
Okay. I didn't make the best decision.
Why didn't you marry his father again?
I never.
Why didn't you marry his father again?
Cooking boy, Uncle.
Because I made a bad decision.
What does that mean?
That means that I wasn't going to have.
He wanted to marry you?
Yeah, he's still.
And you did not marry him.
No, I made a bad decision.
Right. No.
I did.
He wanted to
But I still
marry
love
you.
my son.
He wanted to marry you. You did not want to marry him, but you decided to have a baby. See, let me explain. Listen. No, listen. Listen.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Women today, becoming a mother is far less of a decision than becoming getting married. That's the problem. You have women who are quicker to have a baby than become a wife. That is fucking-sane. Becoming somebody's wife is a big deal, but becoming somebody's mother is no big deal.
I'd never thought that.
But you're moving that way.
I know.
All right,
moved that way.
Ma'am, but the net of it is you create the very men you have an issue with.
Absolutely.
And it's your responsibility, not the men. Women are the first teachers of culture. You're under no male leadership. You're following no man. And I'm sorry, based upon this call, this is who you are. And who is going to try to fight you for control of your household and that boy? They will say, she's for the streets and keep it moving. And there'll be another boy floating around out here without any masculine leadership because his mother is too headstrong, hard-headed, masculine.
Do you feel like I'm masculine?
Look in the comment section after this video is over and listen to what the men say. Hell yeah, you're masculine.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with half the men.
I'm sorry. Obviously you can't deal, and that's the problem. You can't deal with them because they're telling you about yourself and you don't want to listen. The men aren't the problem, man. It's like that smoke alarm beeping. That is a single woman tell.
Oh, man.
See, men wouldn't allow that shit to beep. Men don't allow that shit to be beeping. You masculine ass women allow smoke alarms to beep incessantly. So you can't handle men. No, you can't handle men telling you about yourself. But understand something. The men you don't seem to like, I hope to God's sake you don't raise another punk. But masculine women tend to raise punks. You muted yourself. Unmute. Who is his mentor? Where's the male energy in his life?
I'm gonna have to pause here because he's just dropped too much gems. I don't even care if there's more to say or not. What was the thing? What did he say? Masculine women raise what?
Punks. Yeah,
punk. And in America,
this woman though, like, where did you get this woman? That's what I want to know. Where the hell did he get her? Seriously, tricky lake.
No, I'm sorry. You're gonna hear a lot of this like this.
Yeah, if you actually listen to his
Average
show,
woman.
Yeah, there you go, Sniper.
What?
What?
There you
I'm
go,
sorry, I
Sniper. We
obviously
know a
don't
lot of
live in
women.
that realm. So
No, we know a lot of women like this. They claim they're alpha women and they move. They're doing their own thing and I'm independent. Don't need a man. And yes, they're raising punks out here.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to be alpha. You want to be alpha. Somebody on the panel. Tell me what's your definition of an alpha female?
There
Ray?
ain't no masculine female, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's know. Let's let Ray answer.
Okay.
Ray, Mary Jane, Rose, Elza.
Crickets.
Definition of alpha female.
Did I say that out loud?
Mary Jane ran away. She ran away.
You know, Mary Jane agrees, man. Mary Jane
Let's
agrees
bring you
with
up here. Let's bring you up here, sisters. Let's give you a nice, like, you know. Here you go. I look after you. Right.
oh, so nice, so kind. Well, personally, I just feel like an alpha female is just someone who takes care of her own business. She knows how to take care of the stuff that she needs to take care of within. I'm assuming it's a connection or a relationship. If you're blessed.
Oh, that was slick. That was slick. I like it. She tried to talk while running off, so it didn't seem like. Really.
Oh shit! My phone. Oh yeah, another one.
Yeah, them ones. Get me.
Must have a bad connection.
Yeah, because see, I don't know, because we know if we use that same word on the male, a lot of times we think bravado or masculinity when we hear alpha male, beta male, right? Beta is a weak man, alpha is a strong man. And we do put that a lot of with physically. I don't know. So I want to know what's an alpha woman or alpha female.
It depends what context you're speaking about it. And are you speaking about it in like as in like an alpha female, just in like general? Are you talking about it like in a relationship? Are you talking about it in the workplace? Because like an alpha male to an alpha female to me is just someone that's like of power and authority, but is also very at one with themselves, and they know their worth, and they know their power, and they know they're very much true to themselves in a sense.
But an alpha male is always an alpha male. There's no other context to put it in. No, he's always going to be an alpha male. You know what I mean?
Same for beta.
Yeah, I feel this. Sorry, Liza. Go on.
No, go on.
No, I was gonna say for me, an alpha woman is someone who like does know herself and knows that she is powerful and confident enough to do anything to be the top of whatever she chooses to be. You know,
yeah, and
like
that's intimidating to people.
Yeah, and that especially for men who don't know themselves as well, and that's the thing. Like, you know, that can, it's like sometimes it isn't just the woman. Like what sometimes some men, not all men, but some men are asking of women is to be submissive, if that makes sense, and submissive in the sense of you just do what I say regardless. But the thing is, when you are an alpha male, as I said, sometimes alpha males don't want to go for alpha females. That's part of it. Some of them like betas. They like to get their power over on. But a strong man or a strong alpha is going to want a strong alpha female, someone who can also protect the other side of him when he's not, like the stuff that he's not taking care of, she's taking care of. Does that make sense? You can cover each other's backs. And do you see what I'm saying? That's what I think. But as I said, it's only my personal opinion. So
yeah, does that make her masculine though?
No.
No. Why does that make her masculine? She takes care of her business. Like that's like saying that makes a man feminine when they both come in, for example, when he quickly puts a pan on while she goes up. Do you know what I mean? Like, and he watches the kids for 20 minutes. Like, no, you as a couple, you work in a sense of everybody takes care of what needs to be taken care of. That's this class is out of family. Everybody covers their own back. You're not picking up slack for anybody. You're supporting each other.
So when a woman brings up a male, she's really just doing the whole job, in a sense.
But that's what women do, right? That's what alpha women are expected to do. You're expected to cook, clean, go to work, come. Do you know what I mean? Have a good paycheck. Be sexy as well, by the way, and just make sure that you got all like to a man, an alpha man, or most men, regardless of whether they're alpha beta. To be honest, that's what they would put on a woman. So why would it not be the same for a man to be able to match the women? A lot of the time, that's what it is. They are alpha in business, or they are alpha at this, but sometimes they can't transmute that across the board, and so sometimes people do get frustrated. I don't know.
I think
Personally, I can't speak,
to me,
but
a real alpha male would empower his woman. So if I'm like a lion, I need you to be like a lioness. I don't want to be a lion and I'm in a relationship with a gazelle. That can't run.
But
that can't work.
Yeah, but Con, that's only in certain situations, right? Now, if I have a quote unquote alpha female who's an alpha female at her workplace, I don't want you to be an alpha female inside this household. It's
But
only
you're not getting it, but alpha female.
It's only
but she's going to be doing her thing.
A female is the important
She's going to be doing
there.
her thing. She's going to make sure she's getting her stuff together at home too. You want to make sure your bed sheets are cleaned up. Yeah, I mean, like the kids are doing their thing. That's still alpha female running the house.
Yeah,
Isn't
but
it not? Is that not part of
a
it?
woman that knows her power, a woman that knows her power but still submits. That's not beta to me. Like, why is that beta?
That isn't beta.
Exactly, but why is it? But I swear, if someone, I don't know who it was, but someone said that's beta though. If it's a woman that's submissive, that's beta. I don't agree with that.
That doesn't make sense. Is that not being a woman? Is that not being feminine? I think alpha woman is ultra feminine in all aspects. Like,
I think beta is giving up your
she's
power.
organized. Once again, she's smart. She's organized. You know what I mean? Like, she can do all the things you can. In case the eventuality comes of a situation where you're not together or something happened or you're apart or whatever, do you know what I'm saying? She's quite culpable in thing. And I think in old societies, when we had matriarchal and patriarchal, like if the king died, the queen took over. It wasn't necessarily
definitely that. I think it's the fact of being able to have the ability to display these traits and not just wear it on your sleeve. That's the issue. I think a lot of women are wearing this alpha label.
I think women it's been misconstrued, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's up with the suffragette movement. It's up with the feminists. You know what I'm saying? So like LGBT, everything is like all changed and blended, and you know, we're given different words to describe these things now. It's mad.
And history is showing us that those women tend to die alone. Those women tend to be feminists and alpha and strong in their alphaness, and then you just die alone. You never get a man that really put up with that. Especially,
some women, I can't lie. If you think about it like this, some women may have come out of generations of like abuse. So what they tend to attract is men who abuse us. So they would rather die alone than be in a situation where they're with a man who beats them. And this is true for a lot of people.
They just go find a woman. That's when they become lesbian. I hear.
No, some of them do, but some of them don't even want to do that. Some of them will prefer just to keep it casual. Some people just keep it casual and don't ever get really serious. They're still doing their thing. They just don't want to feel like they got a. Do you see what I'm saying? They got an answer to any man. Do you see what I'm saying? Or to feel like suppressed by any man, because that's just a part of their own experience. And if that's their experience, you can't knock it, because that's say that women have to suffer and be put up with a relationship. Oh, it's such a shock to die alone. Like some women die alone for a reason.
I can judge you.
You know what I mean?
If it's just one experience you're basing it on, I can do that. You know what I'm saying? Because you're the one being biased then.
Can I just say, if you're dying alone, you're a failure as a human being.
Look, I'm just saying that you don't know people's stories, so you can only judge from, as I said, from a point of view of knowing the external truth, which is, as I said, there's a stigma for single women, there's a stigma for certain things, but actually some people, as I said, find it very difficult to break generational cycles and patterns, and some people, their generational cycles and patterns are to attract abusive men, and sometimes because of the archetype attached to it and not necessarily knowing everything you need to do to unhinge yourself from that archetype, you continually, no matter how much you're on this search for true and pure love, you are attracting this same dickhead guy, and they don't know why. Some people, as I said, I would prefer her to die alone than be beaten up the whole of her life and be abused for like shit about herself.
Single women.
No one is
judging
You're assuming that you can't find love, or you know what I mean. It's a bit of a strong judgment over maybe one or two situations. Like,
no, look, I'm generalizing, just like all of us. I'm just saying, I'm not pointing to one or two situations. I'm just speaking
people are
from
self-destructive, and some people are self-destructive. That you're right. Subconsciously, they pick the wrong person.
I think that's because they don't know their own thoughts, though. So they don't know what to fix.
That's it. Subconscious. They don't know their own thoughts. Exactly.
Why is it because they're thinking they're alpha when they're not?
I'm a I myself personally at the moment, I'm living in a women's refuge because I made the wrong decisions of picking a man.
Right.
And I think like sometimes you're blinded by things and society, and then that person, like those have massive influence on you. And then me thinking as well that I am such a masculine woman, or like I think I'm quite a dominating person, like personality wise. And then to find a man that over dominates you and treats you in such a horrendous way, that definitely knocks back your confidence and makes you realize that you're not really as masculine or as, you know, you're
not gonna lie, it's gonna sound twisted and fucked up, but in some way I see a gem of a life lesson that you learned from that, because you realize that the masculinity you thought you possessed was masculine on a feminine scale. And I think I was trying to I mean, you kind of was humbled, unfortunately, by a bastard, by a cunt.
Yeah.
But now I think that you're gonna learn a lot more about your energy and how you carry yourself, that the next relationship or whatever you're in, I just think that you're gonna be in a better place.
It taught me a lot about how I let other people dictate my energy as well.
Right.
Like how you let other people dictate to you how like you're and how you're projecting your energies, you know. Then when someone suppresses you for so long, like you kind of have that big explosion moment of it, and then that moment of realization, then it all makes sense. And like you're right, it's helped me a lot to realize the type of person I am.
Well, you're just gonna come back into the game like more wiser and win better, or are you gonna wave the white flag and say, I want someone to meet me halfway and kind of have a actual relationship?
I think there's a bit of both in there, like a sense of both in there. Like,
see, I don't sense that defeatism in you. I think you're saying, I'm going to lick my wounds, learn my lesson, and I'm going to come back into the game wiser and stronger. And I'm just going to, like, next time I'm faced with this enemy, I know how to deal with it.
Yeah, but Khan, she's 21, bro.
I know, but what I'm saying is I don't really think she's actually learned her lesson. I think she's just, like, identified her enemy.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I have learnt my lesson. But
identifying the enemy is literally the fact. Even if that's what you've done, that's a good thing.
The lesson was
exactly because you're gonna learn it. Yeah, I agree, and I think experience is basically our greatest teacher. So we do learn from all of the connections that we have, but some people take longer to learn than others, and so unfortunately, that could end in very, really dire ways if they're not that clued up. Do you know what I mean? They just jump, you know, lick their, then run off into the next one. If that's the kind of person they are, then that's not going to be a good situation for them. But as I said, it's just, sorry, go on.
I think like maybe like I've licked my wounds and stuff like that, but doesn't mean I haven't learned from it. Just because I get up and I like carry on and stuff like that, doesn't mean I haven't learned from it. It just means next time I'm going to take into consideration everything that happened before to make a better decision.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, by the way, Eva. I wasn't, honestly. I was just saying, you know, before I was making those points.
Yeah.
In regards to you, just to let you know. Yeah. Yeah. But I just think I agree, and thanks for sharing that with us as well, because that's like quite personal for you as well. And you know what I mean, like
it's like part of healing for me.
Yeah, I understand that. That's completely understandable, and it's like, again, it's like it's good that you feel like you could share that and we can support you in that. But yeah, because it is hard, and as I said, I say that coming from a family as well of like women who, as I said, like the only one who wasn't was my mum, and she was the youngest of 7, and so she kind of had to deal with the brunt of having to get, do you know what I mean, like the family pattern. All of like her sisters were essentially in situations where they were physically abused, and it took, and even to some degree now, I feel like it still affects them. Even in their newer, they think, oh yeah, I'm happier and blah, blah, blah. But there's still a lot of other issues that you can physically see on them, which show you that they're not, it doesn't say like being in a relationship doesn't necessarily make you happy. So as long as someone's in a relationship and they're happy, I think that's all that I could want for someone. And I wouldn't want anyone to feel bad because they're single, if they're single for a reason. You know what I mean? And like they know why they're single, and it's not to badmouth men. It's just because of their own issues. Do you see what I'm saying? Like we've all got our healing to do sometimes.
Someone just put in the comments, don't be getting with dudes if you're vulnerable. I wouldn't get with them when I was vulnerable. He made me vulnerable. He found that vulnerability.
Some guys do prey on a certain energy as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think that's just what it was, you know. But yeah, no, definitely I'm not gonna be going with anyone now for a while. I don't think, you know, it takes it out of you, and it's very emotionally draining.
And when you step back into a situation as well, you can feel triggered when you even if this guy might not be nothing like your past, you know, certain fears come up when you have to actually deal with people in real life, and you think, oh my god, is this the same? Is it happening? Is this guy gonna? Do you see what I'm saying? It happens. Yeah. It takes time to get through that stuff.
So, ladies, can I ask you a question? Can you answer honestly, please? All of you.
Go on.
Do you really think that women really know what they want?
I think, does anyone really know what they want? I think most people are still figuring it out. There's very few couples I've met that from young they were just together. Everybody else has kind of been figuring it out. I don't see any representation of anyone who knows truly.
Who asked the question? Was that Raw Beats?
Me, yeah,
Raw Beats. Why do women need to know what they want when they want everything?
Because that's why they need to know what they want.
They want it all, baby.
You don't want everything. That's bullshit. Don't act like you don't have your
I
ideal
want someone that's going to compliment me. I don't want everything.
Yeah, but that's the same thing that women want. I would
no,
expect.
Women want everything.
No,
I don't
women
think
that want everything.
No, I don't think so. I think that's a generalization, and it's quite.
And then they change their mind. They change their mind.
It is exactly. Once they realize they don't want it.
Yeah, that's it. It's game
no,
over.
I think that's maybe the girls you've been dating. So maybe you need to look at that pattern. I'm just saying, that's not for everybody. You're talking like
maybe that's what people you've been going for.
Exactly. Just like what you have to understand is you attract people that are. You teach you the lessons that you're supposed to. Exactly. You trap people that are supposed to teach you the lessons you're supposed to learn. So what did you learn from them? That's what you need to.
Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the person. Maybe reflecting that onto your partners.
Exactly. You're projecting it, and because you're not getting it, you assume that's what she wants.
Man, I got healthy, stable relationships.
No, trust me.
That's how we roll. Healthy, stable relationships. That's what, man.
When I say they don't know what they want, sorry, Maki, go on.
No, I said that's what we aspire to. Sorry, go on. You go.
Now, when I say they don't know what they want, it's not like they think they know what it. All right, let me say it's my opinion, innit? But this is an opinion of a lifelong analyzing it. So they might say they know what they want, and they might be so sure in themselves, but until they get it, they don't know. That's what I'm saying. So when they get what they say they want,
get it, what do you mean?
All right, boom. This so you can.
He wants some tea now.
He's in a virgin.
He's in a virgin.
But boom, you can say you want a man in a certain way, because you was attracted to the man that you got with, innit? So the man that approached you, that's who you liked, but you're gonna try turning him into something else. So that the thing that you think you want, all right? Now you turn him into the thing that you think you want. You don't fucking want him.
You don't want him again. That's facts.
More time. Not 100% of the time, but more time. And you can say
obviously they don't want him to be a woman beater, but everything else, like wash panty, do all sorts of things. He's got to be humble. He's got to be in touch with his feminine side. All of these things. Do you get it? So like you can't change a man. Hello, women, you can't, and it wouldn't be advisable because
I don't think anyone over there.
What attracted you was that person being themselves, how you met them, first impressions, all of that type of thing, their character, their thing. Now you get together with them, someone's trying to change you. I'm saying that it's futile on both sides. Like I don't think most of my men guys, they might tweak and suggest certain things, but we don't tell women what to do. Hell no.
I think a lot of women get with guys they don't actually like because the guy actually wanted her bad enough and she felt like she was a trophy. And it made her feel good that he wanted her that bad. Like she's not even thinking if she likes him or not.
Yeah, exactly. I might as well. I've heard lots of might as wells. And
it's just one out of the selection, isn't it?
All of that. And then they fall in love and then it's peak. You know what I'm saying? Why
Yeah,
doesn't he love me?
But that's the thing. They already knew what they wanted. They just went against their instinct. That's what they obviously did. You said I might as well. That means that they do know what they want, but they go with it anyway because, as you said, they either feel like they're a trophy or they feel like, oh, at least somebody wants me. Some girls are like that. Oh, at least somebody wants me. Someone beside me who's going to do all this stuff for me. So then when she gets bored of it, then she moves on to the next list of friends. Yeah, exactly.
But then it kind of goes on in line.
If you're in your 20s, I was like that in my 20s.
There's a list, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. You're active. You women are active. 1 second. You're in a stable relationship, and then you're active with the side
no.
guy,
I've never been
side
that
man.
type. I've never been that type. I can't speak.
But you overstand it. You overstand it because
no.
that's what
I
women
can't.
will sit there and gossip about. No.
No, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, women speak, so you know that what women can. You know what the range of women can do. But as I said, I wasn't really around girls like that either. Like, obviously, I said maybe when you're in your early 20s, then you catch all sorts of fish sometimes. But obviously, the older I get, like now, all of my friends are in relationships. That's just what it is. Like,
And
do you
then
see what I'm saying?
even
Like,
your male friend that failed in the attempt to be your partner and ended up in the friend zone. What about those ones?
Yes, actually, when I was on streaming, one of them, like my ex, we dated. Like he was like one of my first proper boyfriends. We dated for like 3 months. That's how young we were. But we still talk. He called me when I was on stream with you. He texted me, "I hope you're right, babe." He's married though. He's married to his wife. He's Ghanaian. His wife is in Ghana at the moment, and they're separated due to circumstances and lockdown, whatever. But yeah, like even he, like as I said, because the thing is, when you're decent people in general, you're still decent people. You might fall out for a minute, but if you're a decent person at heart, you're a decent person at heart. Do you see what I'm saying? So whether you worked out as a couple or not is really besides the point, I think. But as I said, they're not trying to hit me up like that. They know, and I've got boundaries. Again, having strong boundaries, I know that if that's not what I want or I desire, that's just not what I want to go for. And as I said, honestly, when I was younger, I was of the mindset of like, there's not really that many people like me, so I'm gonna have to settle. That's my honest feeling. Like I meet a lot of people and I observe a lot. And from when I was young, I was very observant. And just energetically, I just could tell there was just not a lot of people that would resonate with me. And for me, it's all about resonance, you know? So it's like, I would kind of, you could do the typical, you like a guy, he's not really that interested in you. You tried that. Then you try, okay, well, there may be a guy that actually pursues me is going to be interested in me. But then you realize that most of them are like the catch. So you think, okay, well, maybe I'll go for an ugly guy because I always go for really, like, not even intentionally, but a lot of the guys I date are good looking. So maybe I'll go for a guy that's not as good looking. Maybe he will treat me. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you go through different, and like, because again, I didn't want to be one of those girls that, well, maybe am I going to be one of those girls that people say, oh, you're too stush, or you're closed-minded, you only want a certain. So I think I tried a bit of everything. I was like, just to give it a go, just to say that I tried it. And then now I got to the point where I realized I know exactly what I want. So I'm good. So I can say no, like,
some of us out here, we make bad choices. Yeah. And we'll put it on anyone and do it. But yeah, I could agree in certain situations, I've made bad choices in relationships. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I thought the ugly girl would not be the one who would cheat on me.
I want to say to Rachel, I said it before that we sound quite similar. And I think, in real life, I think you'd make a perfect like best friend or like a sister type relationship. But I couldn't be in a relationship with you because I think we're too similar, and I won't be able to run you. I won't be able to run you the way I would like to run a girl.
See, this is exactly the why you see why I'm single, isn't it? That's cool. It's good. It's understandable. Do you know what I'm saying?
Me personally, Ray, I think
you're too smart, man.
I think you're single, Ray, because you said something critical in your last statement. You said, now I know exactly what I want, right? Which seems like strenuous standards to put on a male, especially in 2021. So I think you know exactly what you want. If you're not willing to compromise some of those standards, then you're probably going to be single for a long time.
No, what I think is, I agree to a certain degree for what you're trying to say, but at the same time, as I said, it's that fine line between having, as I said, being a person who's easy. Like when you've gone through the experiences I've had, I said the person that I am, I'm very giving. I'm always very open to other people's point of view. I didn't have remember, everyone's life journey and experiences are different because your life lessons are supposed to teach you something different. In my life, I had to learn to have boundaries because I would get so involved in my relationship. I would give everything of myself, and then I would be left devoid. And I had to learn what parts, and so I'm already comparable. Do you know what I mean? My problem is I have to learn to kind of hold back. Don't give it all away. Let things unfold naturally. I had to learn that. That was part because me, I'm just like, okay, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? And I'm just cool about everything. So it's like, what do you want to eat? I don't really care. What do you want to eat? I'm that kind of person. Like I can eat anything apart from, I don't eat pork. But you understand what I'm saying? I've got certain things, but like most things I'm comparable on, because I see there's two sides and I'm kind of easygoing. But it's only when, as I said, like you get to the point where you forget who you are, that it's like God says to you, look, fam, you need to take a step back and you need to have some boundaries and have some standards, as in have a point where you go, no, that's not okay. I'm going to speak up, regardless of whether I lose you or not. This is not okay. Does that make sense? I had to learn my boundary. So that was just my experience. So I said, everyone learns something different on their journey.
How old are you now? How old are you now?
I'm 31, 32 this year. So
and how many kids you got?
Just the one.
Are you working?
One. He's 14. I run my own business now, but I was working for myself before. I used to work with kids, and because you know, because of COVID, I couldn't work the same way. But I still tutor, so privately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said we break this down like Uncle Kevin would break it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
So you're in your 30s, and you're in your 30s. You have one child. You've already said you're an alpha female.
She's a catch, bro. She's a catch.
I am a single male in my 30s, right? Let's say I don't have any kids. Why would I want to put up with your...
I don't disagree. I do not disagree. Do you know what? Yeah, I can't lie. This is one thing I say all the time. I said the same way. I feel like I should get what I deserve. Just the same way as I don't think men who sleep with 50 women feel like they should get a woman that's had no women. I think you should get what you put out. So I'm not saying if you don't want to date, that's what I'm saying. I don't care. I don't care about you. You're not even on my radar. Guys that, do you know what I mean? Like if you start worrying about all the people that didn't want you, you would be hard on yourself. Like obviously there's always gonna be people that still want me. Fuck you. Like, I'm sorry, no, I don't mean it like literally, but you know what I mean? Like you're not even on my radar of people I care about.
He's used to it. Tell him straight.
Joe, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like seriously though, it's like you can't be. You're not going to be for everyone. That's what I learned. You can't be for everyone, Rachel. You can't keep trying to make sure everyone's happy. You got to make sure you're fucking happy. Because when you're making sure everyone else is happy, everyone else is fucking happy at your expense. But it doesn't mean that you're happy within yourself.
You know what my advice to you would be? See this next one, make it be the one.
It is, trust me. That's where I'm going in. I'm going in for the manifestation here. We're like, this is the one. I've done all my lessons. I've learned all my lessons. I'm so grateful for the experience I've had, and that's why I say I can still be friends with my exes. And I don't talk to them every day, but if I see them, we're like, yo, because they appreciate that my heart was righteous. Do you know what I'm saying? At the end of it, and them as well. Like, you know, obviously it's not everyone, because you get those odd ones here and there that you don't remember their name, but you know what I mean. Just generally, like the actual guys that I committed to and committed to me for a period of time. We are all cool. Like I've learned my lesson from whatever I needed to learn from them, and I just understand it is what it is, you know. And I had to experience that, but I'm not making them mistakes again because I've already I'm really ready to do it properly this time. Do you know what I mean? I'm done with I've done all of that stuff. But I'm glad I did though, because now everyone's in lockdown. You don't have the same experiences. I've got a wealth of like stories that I tell myself. All these you know what I mean? Like I'm never bored being by myself. I had so much fun, you know, and I experienced so many different situations that I can say I got my fill. So now I'm okay with just being me and validating my own needs and making sure I'm okay, so that when I bring myself to someone else and they bring themselves, we're both complete individuals who are looking for something that is serious. We both want the same thing. That's just what I want now. So, but I'm manifesting it, put it on my manifestation visualization board. And I always say as well, my mum always said to me, you know, make sure you always ask for what God knows that you need, not exactly what you want, because sometimes what you don't even know, like everything what you think you want isn't what you necessarily need. So I was like, as long as I get brought somebody who, as I said, like I'm open to anyone that I believe is brought to me with a certain energy, I can work with. Do you see what I'm saying? I can work with that.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your parameters? What's your you say you know what you want, and what are you looking for? Let the man them know.
Wow.
You say, man,
okay.
It has to be sent from God. You just said it, innit?
You've got to be sent from
God. That's it.
You see what I'm saying? You got to be God yourself. You got to know who you are. You just got to know who you are, and you got to trust in the same divinity I trust in. As in, like, you know, you got to have that inner core belief and confidence in yourself. As I said, but you've still got to be a person who follows your intuition, who trusts your own God. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to know who you are. And be willing to compromise as well, because I feel like as a woman who dates black men, and that's not like, I've met some lovely guys, don't get it twisted, but I feel like sometimes as well there is this expectation, especially of black women, maybe not necessarily other women, but black women, to provide certain things. And it's not like I can't do it, but it's like, as you said, it's that thing, or someone said, but it's that thing of like making sure that it's equal, it's reciprocal, it's not just one-sided. Does that make sense? But I'm willing to support a man who's willing to support me in my endeavors. Do you know what I mean? And just allow me to express my creative.
Right.
self.
So we're sitting at a dinner table, we're on a date, yeah, and I ask you, what are you looking for in a man?
I'll say I'm looking for a man to show me the God in him. That's what I would say.
Okay. And energy, right? Energy is part of it as well. Energy is part of it. Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely everything. I mean, energy is everything, you know, especially now, because before I couldn't distinguish my energy from other people sometimes, because I said I'm empathic. So I pick up on energy and I can literally encompass it. So I can feel angry when someone, do you see what I'm saying? When someone else is a bit... But
do you want someone that's also very empathic as well? That also just dictate the whole relationship if you've got two empathic people.
Yeah, I don't think I want, again, there's a difference between it. I feel like there's a difference between someone who's empathic who is a man and someone who's empathic that's a female. Because I just feel like it shows itself in different ways. Like the spiritual men, you can see from they still express themselves differently from how I would. So I don't think it would be a conflict of interest. It's like it would be more importantly that you have something to bond over, especially like if you do want to have kids and you do want to establish a future, you want to have some commonality about how you're going to raise this child, in what belief system. So you've got to at least have someone who understands, yeah, I'm empathic. I don't necessarily follow a religious structure, but I believe in a higher power, and I definitely want my children. Do you see what I'm saying? You know, so it's got to be someone. I couldn't date like an Orthodox Muslim, for example, because I'm sure he would want me to do lots of stuff I wouldn't really be on. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, and he
what about a chocolate Muslim?
A chocolate Muslim.
Shaka,
what is that? What is a chocolate Muslim?
Chocolate Muslim means that you're Muslim, but like, you know, it melts in your mouth still.
Yeah.
No, not a black Muslim.
Yeah.
That's someone who's just not like so militant with it.
Yeah.
Look, as long as they're not smooth talking, I dated way too many smooth talking guys in my younger days. So I'm not easily bought by the smooth talk. But no. But I appreciate a genuine. I can feel authenticity. So if you're authentic with me, I can always feel that. So be sweet as you like.
Imagine.
Maka, you're in, bruv. You're in.
No, but listen. Imagine, right? Imagine. It's just like when them people conjure up spirits and they say, "Oh, is anyone named Paul in your family or something like that?" Right? You've just given me information. Now, how I use that could be to my advantage. But is it meaning that I'm honest? And blah blah blah. Yeah, I could lie about energy. Could be like, yeah, I deal with energy too.
Yeah, but
it's mad that you said that, babe.
But you can say, but if I've done my work and I know myself well, that's the point. Because you will never fool me. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I will see through it. I'll be like, okay, because I'm cool too. Oh yeah. Can you see? And then at the end of the night, I'll just block you, fam. I ain't got time. If I ain't got time, I ain't got. You know, my child is 40. I do not have time. I'm like, you know what? My child is 14. I'm trying to have some babies in the next 2 years.
Sorry, then how do we end up in relationships that were wrong then? If that wasn't the case, we got finesse.
Because we had the experience. No, because you was naive then. That's why I do. Like you obviously like when you like. Are you telling me when you're young, you're not naive? You haven't experienced dating, so of course you're going to get yourself into
I don't think young is the thing. I think
Rachel,
maturity.
Have you ever experienced synchronicity?
Have you heard of honeymoon period?
Every day, literally. My life is synchronistic.
So when your partner comes to you, or your future partner comes to you through that route, then how can it be wrong?
Yeah. But that's the thing. That's what you're failing to understand. No relationship we went into was wrong because it taught us what we need to know.
No, I'm saying, saying that you can get finessed on the energy thing, but I'm saying you can't. I don't think you can.
Yeah, you can't be finessed. But that's what I'm saying. You can't be finessed on the energy thing if you are aware of your own energy. Trust me, you have your own spirit guides. You have your own spirit guide here, and you sit and meditate for half an hour every day, and I'm telling you, you will know. So that you will get information about that person. You don't even have to. You will literally have a dream about them or something, and you'll be like, "Why is I having weird dreams?"
Rachel, shall I tell you something weird? See my baby mother, yeah? I saw her in a dream before I even met her in real life. And see my children, both my children, I met both my children in a dream before they were even born. I could have told you what they were going to look like before they even come out.
That happens. I swear to you. that happens.
Hello, Isabel. Can anyone hear that computer?
How are you?
I'm right, thank you.
Who's that?
Right, maybe then reporting the show to the police.
Can you imagine? Stop. Just want to get into the good part, joking. But yeah, no, seriously, I think that's true.
I'm
That
not gonna lie.
happens. You can see kids, and you can meet people before they come to you. Sometimes it depends on how open you are to your spiritual.
But I mean, can we all agree?
So wait. Are you saying, please, as people trying to say that, like, a lot of this dating thing, and like the idea of honeymoon period, that is because people are not necessarily being themselves, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're not being authentic from the beginning.
So this is what I'm trying to say. It's not your fault.
I don't know. It's not offensive.
Does anyone not think this is a lack of comprehension of equilibrium and fully understanding what that means in terms of being in a relationship?
Put it this way, it's not going to take a day.
Like, when you talk about alpha females and alpha males, but like, say if you look at this in a naturalistic way, if you look like as a male wolf, an alpha wolf, an alpha female will appear to be extremely submissive by putting her head beneath the neck of the alpha male while he's being confronted. Do you see what I mean? So this is what we're saying in the dynamics. When some women have this mindset of alpha male, alpha female, it's not a case of you're not an alpha, but it's not understanding the equilibrium that to follow is to lead, and to lead is to follow. Is kind of like I'm the leader. And not understanding that dynamic. And it's the same thing with some men. Some men go into a relationship with that whole I'm the alpha male, but don't truly understand the
and then it becomes toxic. Then it gets toxic. You're right, Mary.
Because it's not, you're
100%.
not that.
The issue is,
yourself in a bracket, and it's not true. Oh, I'm an alpha male, but you're not. You're beta, man.
But they like to display that they're alpha, but they don't know how to answer the reason why they're alpha.
But then again, I don't think so. It's that same thing of like, if you know who you are, and as I said, we're using alpha as in terms of, we're using obviously this again, like this understanding from a societally constructed terminology that we're kind of adhering to. But what it is if we're alphas, as in like, it doesn't mean that you can't submit. Does that make sense? Just like any alpha male shouldn't not be able to submit.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? Again, it's equal. But
this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm agreeing with you, sis, on certain points, but I'm saying this is the main gist of it, that both alpha males, some alpha males and some alpha females don't understand the dynamic. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like,
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. It's like people might think my view on it might be make me less of a woman. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they might think, oh, my views in marriage and how I choose to treat my husband is being submissive with the negative connotation. Because at the end of the day, as a woman, when I'm married and a husband comes home, he's going to understand certain dynamics. I'll cook for you, I'll clean for you, I will massage you, I'll wash your feet. I really don't have issues with all of this because of the exchange and the equilibrium that the dynamics of a man and woman, in my opinion, should have. Do you see what I'm saying? Right. Because at the end of the day, if you're coming into a relationship as a man, you're coming in as the protector. And as a woman, we need to recognize that, we can protect ourselves, but it does not hurt to have a man next to you. And it's more preferable to have a man there to be that.
I agree.
One minute. I need to ask Miriam. Miriam, do you regard yourself as an alpha female? Because there's no shame in being a beta. If you're a beta, there's no shame in that. That's who you are. Play your position, innit?
No. You're missing the points. Like I said, it's about an equilibrium. I don't hold myself. It's not for me. It's not for me that I'm saying I'm alpha, I'm beta, I'm omega, or whatever. I'm saying these are the lenses that people view my actions. But my actions is because I understand that my comprehension of equilibrium within the dynamics of a relationship or in a marriage is a certain type of way. Do you see what I mean? I don't think it's less for me as a woman to do those things. Do you see what I'm saying? Because what I am asking of a man is valuable. Do you see what I'm saying? Even in a marketplace, if I had cow, if I had chickens, and if I had chickens, listen, if I have a chicken and you have a cow, for your one cow, I might give 10 chickens. Do you see what I mean? It's not because you give one thing, I must give one thing. The things we give each other, each has its own set of values. Does that make sense?
I think those values are kind of go back towards religion, though. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's
people looking at nature and then putting it in religion or the other way around, because it's like they say in religion the woman submits to the man and the man submits to God, right? But I feel like
nature says opposite.
But it's your concept of submission. It's like, what are you putting with it? Do you have negative connotation? Do you have negative thought process when you say it?
Me myself, no, not at all.
But there are, go ahead.
But obviously, me explaining it, I don't know. You might take it the wrong way, but in my head, it's like, boom. The man usually has the vision, and the woman jumps on his vision, and he leads the way, right? And then she supports him, right? But then that's kind of
no. Do you know how I look at it? It's like, see, for example, if you have a man and a woman on like in an area, they're put back in a space. I leave it for the man to see what is directly in front of us. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and the man leaves to me to have my head turn around and check the perimeters. You see what I'm saying? It's a balance.
100. That's right.
Of course,
I agree with what both of you just said there. I don't think you're actually even contradicting each other. I think it would just perfectly harmonize. Like, I just like that energy right there. It's like, the man has the vision, the woman supports the man, but on a daily basis, the woman's like, babe, take the bins out. You're going to be like,
it's not about, you're missing the point. It's not about supporting the man.
You're not like, my woman's got me jumping through hoops. You're doing your bit as well, isn't it?
But I feel like the woman's job is to find.
No, but you understand it's a cycle, yeah? Because, say, for example, a man may have a vision, right? But who does he come to have a discussion on that vision? He comes to the woman, right? So if that vision is like something that is good, then the woman will obviously boost her man to go ahead, because anything that he progresses if he's a good man, he's gonna progress the whole family.
If I got alpha female as my partner, like Rachel, maybe we could sit down and she could give me some good advice. But if I've got a beta female who just backs me up and no matter what I say, just supports me, like, yes, babe, you're right, babe. You're stuck on the labels, though. Babe. That support I don't really need
as well.
I think she was.
Yeah, I don't think
maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong though.
Remember, you're still stuck on the alpha beta, but like, I don't really believe in that shit, but to be honest. But like I said before, a woman that submits, I don't believe she's beta. I don't to know your power, but to not give up your power, but still to submit to this man that you chose. Because remember, she's choosing the man, isn't it? So it's a woman's responsibility to find a man that's good enough to lead. That's the issue now. They're not finding men that's leading, really, is it? They're just finding guys.
Yeah, but you can also find men that don't lead you in that way, or don't lead you in that way.
Exactly, but that's the wrong guy, isn't it?
But it depends on what you want out of a relationship. It depends what you want.
I don't understand why.
Each person wants something different. And what if you meet at a different age? You've already got established. You've got to then just meld together a vision that has to suit you both. You can't. If you meet someone later on in life,
but you guys are not taking from nature. You're saying all these things about natural and all that, but you're not taking from nature. Nature says that the most scariest thing out here is a mother and her siblings. Like, you don't want to come across a bear, a mama bear, and you be messing around. Of course, because
she's going to be overprotective.
Right. More than the male?
The male is still protecting
to be fair, women, like in nature, if we're honest, in nature, women are pretty dope. As I said, even earlier on when you were saying lion and lioness, I was like, because they're still not kind of. He does give the protection, but
he's a lazy man.
He does. He don't do the women do all of the hunting, and they just come and eat half the bloody thing.
That's it. And
just because they're
the protection and what's it? It gives them the security and the protection, though, and just to know that there's just the image of the man. The archetype image of boom, he's here in it, so you can't come and fuck with his territory, innit?
Yeah, but if you look at all of nature, but this is the thing: the man and woman, neither of them are weak. Do you see what I'm saying? Even if you look at the lion, he's the first line of defense, because if the other lion beats that lion, still, regardless, the mother will try something to save her cubs.
So are we?
So it's like a second line of defense. Like the man, he's the protector of the original flame. Do you understand? You know that midnight oil that is forever burning, even in the daylight. This is what the man is the protector of. Do you see what I'm saying? So he's the first line of defense.
Well, not really, because if he's not there, then it's definitely the woman's job. You get me?
Yes, it is. But this is what I'm saying. So by having a man there, he's the first line of defense. thereafter the flame has it, depending on how strong the flame will depend if it gets blown out by the wind. Do you understand?
Oh. Well, all the teaching, say like for lions and cubs, they go out with mama and learn how to hunt. They don't go out with pups until it's time, to be honest.
Miriam, let me ask you a question. In your house, yeah, when the doorbell rings, who answers the door? Man or the woman?
It depends who's closest to the door. That's kind of irrelevant.
All right.
In principle, though. In principle.
All right, cool. Now we know where we stand, innit?
It depends, innit?
Outside the door. Yeah, that's where you stand. Outside the yard. You're not getting answered in that. You get me?
He's in the doghouse.
Yeah. You know. But yeah, I do. I just think that, you know, like I was only asking, like, you know, what a woman wants, you know, like now she's definitely aware of what her wants and don't wants. So now she's formed the image, and yeah, you got to sell it to us, man. You got me? So we know what we're doing, or what we need to do right to attract the right type of females.
What most women want is a man who understands equilibrium, that understands fully the balance and concept in regards to being able to reason on all different topics, and actually having comprehension, not being so blinded by whatever they've been brought growing up, whatever they've been taught.
Do you mind him? Do you mind him telling you to shut the fuck up sometimes? Is that fair?
But this is the point. In a relationship, he can do. You're supposed to have that barrier that's lifted, where you can actually speak freely to one another.
Right.
Depending on your natures, will depend whether or not you get offended, and depending on your nature, would depend on whether or not you're smart enough to say it in a way that will sort of be appeasing to the one that you lay down with.
Right. I think deep down a woman knows what type of man she's with, and she just accepts it. So every woman has a man that can make them do anything. When I mean anything, that's So like, I don't think she's gonna accept the shut the fuck up from a man who she don't even rate him.
If she don't rate him, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he will know.
Yeah.
He will know quickly enough, like what type of relationship. Because remember, things are boundaries as well. When you just meet someone, you don't know what the boundaries are. You have to establish them. You know, you might not even live together, and then you start living together, and then you start realizing, right, you got habits. All right, I have to either adapt, or we're gonna have to come to some form of compromise.
Yeah,
get it? So it's mad. But yeah, I gotta run things anyway. You get me? I don't know what she says. She can seem like she run things. You know what I mean? But yeah, we all know we run things out here, bros. Get me? And you didn't get with me because I was a pussy, and you're not gonna turn me into a pussy. That's it. I ain't gonna be no punk. Mama didn't raise no punk. She raised a real man. You know what I'm saying? She told me all the tricks that women do and all of that. So some women will be intimidated. Maybe being alpha is that you're equipped with more information. Maybe.
When you're an alpha, you're someone who's extremely adaptable.
Of course, because obviously you grew up with women.
Is it really?
It's not.
To be adaptable,
you don't rate that, man. You don't rate adaptable.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You can be adaptable, but not bend. Right? No,
A man is supposed to stand on his pillars, right? Stand firm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the woman he stands firm with is the foundation, yeah?
No.
Because the pillar can't stand by itself.
No, the pillar, he is the pillar. That's the thing. And then you're supposed to choose the strongest pillar. Right?
Right.
That's the foundation you build on.
No, but if you just put up a pillar to stand by itself, then it can drop either way. But if you cut a hole in the ground and put it in, and then cover it up, then it's solid.
You can be the hole and I can put it in.
What's a woman going to do with the pole just standing? What, try climb it?
No, I don't know. She could do that. Well, obviously a pillar stands alone in it, but with a woman we can make movements now, innit? Do you agree with that analogy?
I'm just saying we can't all be alpha.
I do find
everyone can be alpha.
I do find a women become territorial, and you know.
I think to a certain extent it can be a curse as well.
I think it is sometimes.
Being alpha, it's difficult, man.
Not really.
It is, but you know, I think sometimes, but it's because sometimes you know, like it's what it is, Shay. It's that you are so it doesn't matter what gender you are, but you are just so like individual and set in your ways to some degree that it can be. I completely agree in the sense of like, but at the same time, it comes with its benefits. You get to do a lot of stuff. You get a lot of opportunities, a lot of doors open for you because you know how to hold your ground. You know how to get through different situations. It's like and instead, but still hold your ground. But I do feel like it does come with sacrifice. But I think every situation does. It's what you're prepared to sacrifice. You know what I mean? Like
definitely.
If you're prepared to, some alpha women will play the role, and so, do you know what I mean? Like they will settle down and do a little side business, but do enough to make their husband happy. Do you know what I'm saying? If they met someone else, and some won't. Some will be like, no. Some women, some alphas may decide to get with a guy who's okay with just being do you know what I mean? Like they might get a beta husband because the other alphas don't really rock with them either because do you know what I'm saying? But I feel like it comes with sacrifice. But what are you prepared to sacrifice? That's all it is. And sometimes you can't help it though. You can't play small if you're a big character, if you're a big personality, and if you are supposed to be
with me,
like,
once I accepted my own alphaness, then I could make compromises based on that. And my first partner, she was alpha as well, and my second partner now, she's beta. And I have to admit that there's swings and roundabouts. There's positive and negatives to both, isn't it? Like having an alpha partner when you're an alpha, you got that double confidence. It's like I can send her out to do anything. She's like my fucking ride or die. You get me? Like, but with the beta, it's that she's more submissive and does what I tell her. So in a way, like I make more of the decisions, but it's just more of a responsibility as well. So in that way, like I can see the benefits of both. But I think what's more important is that people identify their traits and try to find the compatibility, because we can't all be alpha, innit? We can't all be.
Can I ask you something? Does your missus know the manner in which you talk about her when you bring her up in discussions online?
What do you mean? Obviously not. I don't have my girl online, innit?
No. It's not to say you have her online when you're speaking. I'm saying, is she aware of the things that you say of her when she is not in your presence? Do you see what I mean?
You got to remember when I met my missus, like the missus that I'm with now, she was extremely extremely vulnerable, and I built her up to who she is now. So when she hears me talk like this, she's not going to take it personal as I'm insulting her, because I've built her up to be a much stronger person.
Sorry. Go. Finish your point.
Yeah, she's not under me. You get me? Like I'm bringing her up to be on my level. You know, so anything that if I'm harsh on her, it's for her own good, isn't it? Like she might not like it at first, but then she'll realize that, oh, wait a minute, he's actually right, isn't it? Like, oh, that girlfriend of mine is a two-faced backstabbing bitch who don't have my best interests at heart. And like, I'm the one that told you that, innit? I've seen it coming, but you didn't want to listen to me. But now that you're at each other's throats, you're coming to me and going, oh, babe, you was right, she's a bitch. So, respect where respect is due, innit?
I hear what you're saying, but it just, like I said, I can't see any woman being who would appreciate the mannerism in which you're talking about your spouse in. Do you see what I'm saying?
Have I said that
because it comes across as passive. Almost patronizing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's not.
When you talk about her, you're talking about a child. Do you see what I mean?
No.
And this is what I'm talking about, the dynamics. Some people who hold themselves to be alpha males or alpha females, they just hold one view, not understanding about it has to be a balance.
I don't know.
So then
it's not about me flattering you. It's about me bringing you to a level of self-realization. So once you're self-realized, you're empowered, innit? And then you don't need me after that. If you don't want me and you think I'm rude or whatever, then get rid of me, innit? Do better for yourself.
Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
I'll be at your wedding with a bunch of flowers telling you respect, man. Like, now you're the alpha, innit?
Yeah, so like, do you not think a woman could come into her true self without having a counterpart, a man?
I don't know. Like some women need a man. Some women maybe they got their girlfriend or their mom or
but then
they just do it on their own back, innit?
But then that's what I'm saying, bro. Like,
off their own back.
I feel like before they find a real man, they're just a product of their parents or their girlfriends.
No, some women got that in them, man. They can do it off their own back. They don't need nobody. You know what I mean? That self-realized, self-actualized woman is like, it's quite common. But it's just that in society, they're not confident to speak that truth and say, like, I can say I'm a self-made man, innit? Like, when a woman says it, it's like people get threatened. They're like, oh shit, what does she mean by that? Like, oh, she don't need no one. Like, she ain't gonna be easy to get on with. Like, you know, and then it's a problem because women are more social than men.
But when I mean try to like find themselves, I don't mean they have to be alpha, you know, but like just knowing who you are as a woman and knowing your feminine strengths.
I would say, I think you kind of have to know a little bit before you enter, but I feel like it's really hard to have to really come into full awareness, regardless of whether you're in a relationship or not, without other people. Does that make sense? Like, so, and I feel like it does round off an experience. I wouldn't say that I would make certain women feel like they haven't had no life experience if they haven't had a man. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, but there's lots of women who are nuns and whatever, and their relationship with God is enough. Do you know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, like, I do feel like it's how you don't get to see certain parts of yourself or what you would actually be like if you're not in a connection with somebody that you could actually, you know, open up like that or be a certain way. Like, you don't know what you're capable of in a relationship until you're in one. Is what I think. I don't think that it makes you a person, but I feel like it can complete an experience of like what it feels like to actually have that kind of connection. Again, if you're self-aware, because some people go use relationships as crutches rather than, you know, so they're not really necessarily learning anything about themselves. They're just using the relationship as a need, if that makes sense. Whereas if you can come and bring yourself to the table, like the fullest to the best, I mean, the best you can do under the circumstances, you know, you bring yourself to the table and that person brings themselves to the table, then of course you're like, that's magic. That's procreation right there. That's what people are here to do, is procreate. And whether that's like, whether it's like you don't have children, but maybe you create stuff together, you know what I mean? You create a life together, you create things together. That's procreation in its like best form, like man, woman, and whatever they create. Does that make sense? I'm like, so I think definitely that would be something that naturally would be something that would help to round off your experience or to help you come into some completion. But I don't think you should come in thinking that you're not complete, because then that becomes a problem in the relationship, if that makes sense. I feel like we already should have some level of self-awareness and understanding of who we are completely before we enter a connection to then reproduce, so we can be aware of what we're reproducing together as well, you know, not just reproducing for reproducing's sake. You know,
we're trying to create another level of human out here, man. There's a lot of these fucking demons are running around having babies, populating the world with their demon babies. We need to create some higher level.
It's more than just that. It's about soul connections. This is, I don't know what everyone else's view is in regards to marriage, but like from everything I've absorbed from it, it's a case of, I agree with the sister, you're not half or anything, you're a whole person to begin with. And the whole issue, the whole instance of marriage is when two people come together, you're now meshing your souls together. Do you understand? Like you're coming under the Most High, swearing your oath with the Most High as your witness, saying that you are now as two people becoming one soul. Does that make sense?
I'm sure that in Islam we believe the souls were created before Earth, so the soul's already waiting there to come into the body that you're providing. We're getting together to make the body, but the soul's already there, innit? Allah
I'm using it as an analogy. Like, do you understand?
Yeah, we don't make souls, innit? We make babies. We don't make souls.
Well, the only connection you know is physical. You know, I can't help you with that, innit?
Yeah, well,
that's an extrapolation from what I never said that.
According to the biblical, it says that sex is marriage. So the moment you have sex with someone, that's marriage. So
no, but I'm saying in terms of souls, when we die and we all go to heaven or whatever it is, our children ain't our children, our parents ain't our parents. We're all the same age. You don't know your parents as your parents. You know them individually. You're like, oh yeah, on earth you used to be my mum, innit? But in heaven, they're not your mum. You're all the same age. So we don't make souls. Our souls are not like made out of our souls. But I'm just being thing now, picky. But you know, whatever.
I think she meant like you make that magic. You're making that magic between the physical.
Well, I would just hope, yeah, that when you're connected, I wasn't just talking about just sex, you know what I mean? I was like, obviously, what you create together, I would hope that it would be something spiritual or something like, you know, where your souls connect and, you know, and I'm not saying it's just like banging and making babies. I wasn't trying to say that, yeah. But it's again, it's the same. It's the connection. It's the connectivity. It's the procreation. We are made to procreate. Again, whether that's children, whether that's legacy, whether that's business, whatever you two do together, whatever mission that you're on together in this lifetime, whether that's bringing joy to people, setting up rescue cats, but like, you know, rescue homes for cats. I mean, whatever it is that you're like, do something. Like, get together and do something constructive. And enjoy life together. Like, what you produce out of that should leave legacies, you know, is what I think personally. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's all about sex, because anyone can have sex. That's not really what I was trying to get at.
Well, I think that's the goal, isn't it? The issue is getting to that goal. That's where people are having the issues, like the structure and formula.
Yeah, and especially where, as I said, we're in a society now where you do have people meeting at different ages, going through divorces and being allowed to have relationships that maybe previously wouldn't be allowed. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that have changed and even the way that relationships are perceived to change, and the roles in relationships, like, everything's changed so fast that it's like, I think it's easy to kind of get lost in these kind of unwritten rules, societal dating rules, or like, you know what I mean? Like, and where you fit in that. And like, I just don't feel like your self-esteem should be, or your self-worth should be based on whether you are in a relationship or not. That's my only thing, because I don't feel like, as I said, I don't feel like that's the thing. But yeah, but I do feel like it's very important for people to I guess, again, have these kind of conversations, explore, what does that mean then? What does that mean for this generation? What does that mean? What does that look like? What should relationships even look like these days? You know, because again, all those things are subjective to your relationship. And especially where we live in London, and we have so many different communities as well that live different ways and have different expectations. It's like, being the children of that, you know, if no one validates the fact that you're okay by yourself, or if no one validates the fact that you can just try dating this way, then are you still limited to what you have, what your family say you should be? Or does that make sense? Or is it okay for you to take your own path regardless of what people think about it? Does that make sense? That's one.
Good evening. I know I look like a hard 5 right now.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. What do you got for me?
I want to start off. I really appreciate your podcast as well. I learned so much from you, and I love the tough love. I'm starting to think that maybe I shouldn't have like any expectations whatsoever. I'm like, you know, listening to you, I'm starting to realize that I do have 2 children. My children are 12 and 14. Okay. And, you know, I really haven't really accomplished much. I'm 33. Should I expect anything, or should I just?
What do you mean what do you do for a living?
I'm currently like unemployed. I haven't really had like a good career. I've just had like little like cashier jobs here and there. I'm not really.
Who do you live with?
I live with my mother.
And you asked me what you should expect in a man?
No, I'm trying to think that I should probably have no expectations, right?
Of a man or a relationship?
Both? Don't they go hand in hand, coincide?
Well, they're different.
Okay.
If you do you expect to get a relationship? And if so, then what kind of man?
Okay. So I guess that this is the things I don't have planned. I don't know.
What are the children? How many fathers?
One father.
Where's he at?
He's not around. He's like, he had another child after me.
Okay, so I gotta ask, how you gonna be 33 with 2 kids and no child?
How? Well, I live with my mother. I'm currently on unemployment.
Yeah, I think the answer is the first thing you need to do is
And I mean no disrespect, you gotta get this adult thing together. You gotta be able to take care of yourself. Because your mother has already raised you. Now she's raising you again with her grandkids.
Right.
No man worth his salt's gonna come in and deal with an unemployed woman with 2 kids.
Right.
So I don't know what you mean about having an expectation.
Well, okay, so I'm guessing like, okay, so so I haven't had expectations. So what my mother said I've been doing is I've been dating the underdog.
Okay.
And which doesn't end well.
How old is your mother?
54.
And where's her husband?
So my dad passed.
How long ago?
When I was 14.
Okay, so it's been quite a while. Where's her boyfriend?
She hasn't like dated or anything. So you want to get her out?
No. I'm just saying your mom, bless her heart, really is not in a position to give you advice. See, what you're in is a position with a mother, and you're not her relationship. So she has no problem with her grown daughter and her grandchildren being in the house because she has no man. You aren't doing anything. You said you're on unemployment? When was the last time you had a boyfriend or anything like that?
Last year.
Okay. Which is, you don't really need one. You got to be able to take care of yourself. So expectations of a man, ma'am, you're not taking care of yourself, much less your children, so you can't have expectations of a man.
Of anyone, right.
I mean, if your mother would have put you out. So when's the last time you held a job?
Like a year ago, I was cashier.
Okay. And is there an injury or something?
No.
So
no, I was fired for being late.
So you just lazy?
No, it was.
So you just trifling?
I was late. I was just.
So you trifling?
Maybe, yeah. Okay.
Are you trolling me?
No.
Let me see your hand. Let me see your hands. Put those up. Uh-oh, nice fingernails.
Thank you.
Did you do those yourself?
No.
You went and got them done? Who paid for that?
I paid for them.
With what?
With the unemployment money.
Are you trolling me?
No, but Kevin, don't you think I have to look like something?
And I think you need to grow up.
Oh, okay.
Man, you're 33 years old and haven't had a job in a year, and the job you had as a cashier, you got fired from for being late. That's lazy and that's trifling. If you were a man, they would call you a deadbeat. But the only reason you get away with this is because you got 2 kids and you get unemployment, so you're juking the state. Then you got the nerve to have these fingernails up like you got money to pay for them. That's trash.
But don't you think that as a woman you should like look like something?
For who?
You know, just for like.
For your mama and your kids, you ain't going nowhere. You ain't doing nothing. This is the entitlement. This is the entitlement and delusion. The taxpayers are paying for this.
Well, your money goes for unemployment. But I see what you're saying.
But you came on saying having expectations, and I'm like, at what point do you plan on getting into life and start being an adult?
All right. I mean, I hope. I mean, yeah, you know, you're 100% right.
I know. And where'd you get the phone?
I bought it.
With whose money?
With my money.
Is it like prepaid service or something?
Yeah. I'm not.
Okay, ma'am. I think you know the answer, but no dating. That's not realistic. And there's no way a 33-year-old woman with 2 kids, should have enough pride to be going to get her nails done. I think you should know that, though.
But I feel like with some things, a woman should be kept. It's like, you know.
For who?
Huh?
For whom?
just in general, like you said, like, you know, a lady should be a lady. I feel like, you know, it's one of the things that a woman should just, you know, I would have had my kids if it's not, but a woman should just, you know, have like certain upkeep
that you can't afford to pay for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, seriously, if you were in a country that didn't have such a welfare system.
What I love about brunch is it's 2 meals in one, and I'm not going to lie, that's my kind of cooking. So today I'm going to show you how to make a delicious sweet potato rosti and some bacon on the side.
With MailChimp's recommendation smarts, you'll get insights on what people are more likely to buy next.
Liberty.
Sorry, family. What are you lot saying?
Yeah, she got roasted, but you weren't lying though. Yeah.
All right.
If you were in a
Is that the end of it?
country where people, healthy, physically able women.
Well, no, I would have a job right now. It's just that you know, because of like the pandemic hit, so I don't want to go. I don't want to go back and forth.
I don't want. Now, what state are you in?
New Jersey.
Right. When's the last time you applied for a job?
I was working last year.
When's the last time you applied for a job?
So probably. Oh, I like last week. Last week I applied for front desk at a hotel.
And how many applications did you put in last week?
I only put in the one.
One whole application. When 140,000 women last month lost work, you put in one application. Well, guys, it's not uncommon. I wish I could say she was trolling, but I've seen this before. No, she's not lying. She's not lying. Trust me, she's not lying. I've seen plenty of females like this.
Jeez. Tell him, uncle.
Yeah, what are you lot saying about that one then?
Yeah, these women are taking L's all over the place.
I don't know, Carl. I can't speak for them women, so I don't really know what to say.
But do you
I've
know
always
any?
worked, studied. Nah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't. My mum always told me you are the company you keep. So wait.
You don't have any friends who are at home.
Not my friends.
And are not necessarily working.
Yeah, but only because she's just had a baby. I have one friend like that, and she's just had a baby, so she's allowed maternity leave.
Right.
But she got a degree in science, so she's really smart. And as I said, like, she worked in a bank before she went on maternity leave. She's still got a job there. She wants to go back. But I'm saying, like, everybody that I know, I said I've got a master's. Everyone I know is educated, is of some kind of standing. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, my mum always told me you are the company you keep. If you want to be somebody, you got to hang around people that, like, you can't be hanging around with women who watch like Mario all day on telly. That's what my mom told me from young. So that's what I always learned. So all of the people that are around me, personally, that I choose to have around me or that I attract is the same kind of people as me, like people who actually, like females who are on their thing. And it's not about trying to prove anything to anyone else. It's just that you want to be the best. You want to have a lifestyle. As I said, it's not cheap being a woman or a mom or anything that you want to do. So you got to make sure you got your own. You know, you got to have your own stuff to be able to fall back on. And you want to just have your own lifestyle. Like, who wants to be like waiting for a guy to pay their bills for them? Or, do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't know about that lifestyle.
Do you think that some mums, some mothers do teach that for their daughters though?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I mean, I've never seen it myself, but I've heard about it. You know, like they teach them how to get, you know, a guy with, you know what I mean? Like go after a certain kind of guy to get a lifestyle that you desire. Right. You know, some girls do, but I mean that's like some guys as well, though, isn't it? Like,
do you think that's wrong though? Do you think that's wrong?
Not if both people in the situation are aware of it. I don't think anything, like, do you know what I mean? Like, if the person knows that this person's only with me because I can do stuff for them and they're happy with it, because, you know, as you said, some alphas like that. You want to be with someone who you can just take around with you. You can pack up and, do you know what I mean? Like, if she's got too much of a life, you got to both, as I said, you got to both go, okay, what's most important for you? What's most important for me? How can we work this out? Whereas if you've got somebody who just does what you want them to do effectively, or doesn't have, you know what I mean, doesn't have a job, doesn't have, like, all they do is live for you, then yeah, you could just take, do you know what I mean? You can move country, they wouldn't care. They're like, yeah, they just follow, they get the lifestyle. So why would they complain? You know, like, and why would the man complain if he's getting, most of the time men want someone to serve their needs, as long as their needs are served, whatever those needs may be. Obviously that varies for different guys, but as long as their needs are met, a lot of guys will just, they're happy to get their needs met, you know. Right. Whereas women don't necessarily want to be in a position where they're reliant on a man, as much as I said, that, like, you know, they love their men and whatever, they don't want to be reliant on him. Does that make sense? They want to still be able to get that coat at the end of, you know, when the sales go up in January, without having to be like, oh babe, can you get me? Do you know what I mean? Like, you want to be able to get your own ish. You want to be able to have that freedom where you don't have to ask him for everything, you know, even if he was making more money or whatever. You know, it's like, you've got your own stuff. It's like, you can't ever say you're with him just to maintain lifestyle. Does that make sense? You equally come to the table with something that you can offer. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How old did this woman say she was?
30.
What, the one in the video? She said she's 33, didn't she?
33, yeah. See, she's in a different predicament now, though. She's got a child that's 12 and 14, and living at her mom's house. So, boy.
But no man wants that. That's mad. Right, drop me out. When you get your own flat, holler at me.
Yeah, trust. But then you got 2 kids in the house.
Yeah, and your mom. No, allow it.
Yeah, that's very
but then, what does that say about, you know, like, men who live at home for a long period, like for longer? Is that okay? Because they can find a woman's house to go to.
I don't know,
what I mean?
man.
Or is it not?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just questioning. I don't know.
Men don't encourage that shit. We don't encourage
Yeah,
just
I would
moving
hope
in with women. Like, no, we don't encourage that. But we do it a lot. You got what I'm saying? There's a lot of men. But you have to learn the hard way. Because then she says, get out of my house. She speaks to you. You know what I'm saying? So
you got no control for that one.
Right. But then you know that women are fickle, innit? That's what I'm trying to say. They'll promise you that they would never do that, babes, or never do that to you. And then, boy, lo and behold, after 2-3 months, boy, she don't like your cheesy socks.
Yeah, I think again that's where the lies come in, or even just the basic level of awareness. Because I feel like girls, for example, a lot of us, not all of us, but naturally, for example, I go to my friend's house, she invite me for dinner, yeah, and just as like I've observed her to her, you know, her friends and whatever when we come around, and there's always the one friend that will start to pack something away, and then, do you know what I mean? Like, women, we tend to be more like, oh, it's okay, because why? Because we know that, okay, yeah, she's gonna tidy up after. Do you know what I mean? She's gonna at least offer. Like, she can make all that dinner because she knows, oh, well, the most I might have to do is load the dishwasher later. Do you know what I mean? Because they're gonna, my friends are cool and they're gonna, do you know what I mean? And it's kind of like that. You want to be able to give a freedom of like, oh no, like, because you don't want them to take the piss. Does it make sense? But then when you start saying, oh no, you can't, like, I'm, you know, like, if you live by, like, if you was visiting someone, I know you're not visiting me, but if you was visiting me, like, if I was in your space, in your house, like, look, the way I see it is, a lot of men, yeah, wouldn't act or wouldn't want a woman to behave in their house the way that they behave in women's houses. Does that make sense? So there's certain things that we'll do in your house, like, they will leave their socks and stuff, but if you even like pick that up, do you know what I mean? Because they have a lot, well, as I said, that's what I find, unless they're really messy and they don't give a crap, which I don't really date them kind of guys. So, but like, if a guy is like even a guy that doesn't have his own house yet, but he's got a little flat and he's got a car.
Ray,
like,
let me ask you a question. Ray, do you like like a talkative man?
Yes and no.
Man disappeared,
No, because what you have to understand is, yeah, I don't like I can talk like this because I don't talk to you lot every day. Like, I couldn't. That's why I don't come on every day, because I run out of things to say. Like, I literally can only talk when I've got something to say. So when I'm in a relationship, it has to be both ways, because otherwise we'll sit in silence a lot. Do you know what I mean? If he just didn't talk, because I sit in silence. I live by myself with my son, so of course I spend a lot of time by myself. And I said all my friends are in relationships, so when I do get a chance to talk, I will talk.
Yeah.
But
so then a man doesn't need to talk. Then he just has to be a good listener. No.
No, he has to talk as well, because I want to hear what he's got to have some sense. Like, I can't be talking, as I said, like I like to have somebody who's got some sense and can actually make me laugh. I like people who can make me laugh. That's what I do love. I love a man who can make me laugh. But good banter. Do you know what I mean? Like really good banter.
Yeah, man. You ain't laughed at none of my fucking jokes today, though. So, boy, on you, mate. Nah, I'm joking.
Sorry. Sorry. Maybe next time.
Yeah, whatever.
I'll catch them next time. I'll be listening out for them, because I'm very like. But you know what I mean? It's fun to have some banter as well.
Big up all the dumb women, man, and the gyro chicks, man.
Wow.
All the benefits.
Wow.
Wow. I condemn you.
That's a hard statement.
Yeah.
No, big up all the benefits. Yeah, I'm not condemning you. You're still part of the family, same way.
No benefit for dead, no. No benefit woman for dead.
Yeah, no benefit for dead. No benefits for dead. All I'm saying is that I just don't want females to go up on that program now and make that man feel like my get away with something. Right now, this is the second dummy I've been going that man's program and just tear them apart.
No, you know what it is? There's women out here letting the side down. There's women out here letting the side down. You know what I'm saying? And they're mad. Like, we got Mary Jen mad. Like, why are these women doing this? They've realized it's not uncle, it's the women. You know what I'm saying? They're choosing to come on, and then when they start explaining their story, they just put themselves in it. You get me? Like you ran up your own show.
Family, I reckon he's gonna be like that white man that went to stay with all the tribes in the jungle, and he really pretended to stay with them, but he went to the hotel in the night. You know, so that man, he's paying sisters to come on and up the arse, isn't it? That's what I think, innit, personally.
But they're looking man. They just want a high value. You get me? How am I going to get a high value man? No, you should just be looking for a man in some cases. And others, like, you should sort out your situation before you even think of that. Like, that's fair, man.
I think he's explained his position fair enough, bro.
Yeah, tough love, man.
Yeah, come on.
She said it from the beginning. She was like, yeah, I understand the tough love. But it's balance. I feel it's balance.
Oh, shit. Sorry, man. I keep forgetting.
Well, big up all my sisters, man. That made mistakes, and you know what I mean. Don't let no one define you, man. If you want to get your nails done, get your fucking nails done. If they give you 2 checks, spend 1, yes. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
I big up Mohib. Much love, Mohib, for the donation, man. Really appreciate that, my brother. No, anyone that wants to follow suit like Mohib and show a little support for the channel, then you know we got the PayPal, the Cash App, and the Super Chat. So show some love and make sure you've hit the like button, subscribe, notification bell, all that good stuff. The ways to support are endless still, I'm not going to lie. So please choose 1 or 2 or all of them. And I appreciate that. Yeah. We got the benefits ground, sisters. If it's scrounging, chuck me a little piece of your benefit then if it's scrounging. Yeah. Chip off a little piece of it.
We can only have Pink Lady. We can't have the champagne.
I said Pink Lady in the baby shower.
I understand. Yeah, you get me.
Well, I'd rather have some Pink Lady with some real gang gal rather than some crystal with some bitches that would have kicked me out after an hour or so. You know what I mean, fam?
True.
Like,
your energy weren't right.
Huh? Sorry, fam?
She said your energy weren't right. You get me? She said, yeah, I could feel your energy. Yeah, it wasn't right. You get me? Like, you weren't gonna go in your wallet for nothing, and you made us go Dutch. You get me? Like, I don't understand what's going on.
I just know I know more poor sisters than I know rich sisters. So I ain't gonna put down my poor sisters that are trying and got 1, 2 years.
Definitely.
Why is the friends calling you a simp? Now here comes Mr.
But
Simp.
I don't mind. I'm 6'3". I get any girl I want. It's not really a problem to me. I don't mind. Call me what you want to call me. I'm just saying, realistically, I know more poor gal than rich gal, so I'm not downing on them. I'm definitely not downing on them.
Yeah, me too. We got the broke chicks, man. We got the broke chicks. We love you, man.
The broke chicks, man.
We not like them. We not like the man them. We not. I'm the gal them. We not like the gal them. That always. Well, I always say the gal them innit? Because that's a lie too. But like the perception is put out there that women need a man with money. Like, man, they don't need a gal with money. And I think this is what thing he's trying to say. Kevin Samuel's trying to say. If you're broke, a man can fall in love with you. If you're rich, a man can fall in love with you. Like, wherever, innit? If you're somewhere in between, you can still be his girl. If he's rich and you're poor, he'll still be on you. If you're rich and he's poor, he'll still be on you. Like, it's just, if you're both poor, he'll still be on you. If you're both rich, he'll still be on you. See how the man them work? Whereas, gal them, I'm not saying it don't work like this, but the perception that's put out there is if you're poor, you're not really going to get, like, gal. If you ain't got no money at all, you're not going to get no gal. If she's rich and you're poor, then it's like a power flex. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's it. I don't know the other way around. That's it. I don't know. It don't seem like there's that many options. Man, them seem very forgiving and very like just this. You know what I mean? I don't know. They're not as materialistic, but if anything, though, they're gonna want her to look good though.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
But ugly girl pushing prams, so someone's fucking them.
Why they get the most dick.
So, like, what was the conclusion of that conversation? And what men need to lead women? Then, yeah.
Men need to what? Lead women.
Yeah. What was that conclusion? Yeah.
Well, about.
I ain't saying that. You know what I mean?
About not to do with it. Yeah.
I was saying that.
Robbie, you just try and leave your missus in the yard, and that's it, innit?
Yeah.
I thought that was a question. I mean,
I have answered this. I don't even know what's going on. Like, all I say is,
how many men have got a woman richer than them?
I'm still confused.
Enough, man. Enough, man.
Yeah.
Enough, man. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it don't work in it. Maybe it don't work that way.
Depends where you live.
Huh?
Depends where you live. Yeah.
As in what?
As in what country you live, like.
Okay, yeah.
Economic. It's economics.
In Africa, let's talk about Africa. In Africa, I don't see it happening a lot.
No, there's plenty of wealthy women, but
Yeah, but then they get a wealthy man.
Yes, they do.
Or wealthier man.
But that's why marriage is a contract more than a
love thing.
Thing for a love thing. That's a mad thing.
Hey, man, I just think personally, yeah, like the women then at the end of the day, like, they're just fucking. It's all a big mystery. So you're never gonna figure them out. You're never gonna like pinpoint them because they ain't got a job and because they're this and that. They could have other qualities. You know what I'm saying? So
listen, my granny was a businesswoman, yeah, and she bumped all her picnics. She went into little businesses with different ones of her sons and stuff. She bumped everyone. She bumped them. Bumped whole business. You gotta say like, yo, yeah. So I don't know. From my perspective, it's like, yeah.
I know women shotters. You know, like women full shotters. Like you're not chatting to them. Like you go off territory. So women coming.
They go in. So.
Yeah, women come in all shapes and sizes. You can't even pigeonhole them and say, because you ain't got a job, you're one of them. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Was one of them.
She might not even be saying. Yeah, why she's there with the money machine. Yeah, I ain't got a job. You get me? I just make some cookies. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, are non-partial, man. As I said, we're simple creatures, man. We don't ask for too much. You know, I just think a lot of things get put on us, and women assume these are our expectations. as
And
well.
the wickedest thing is she'll probably still find a man.
Yeah, she will. Definitely. Because a man who's working and thing, he might be, you get me, the gardener and shit. Just come outside. Oh, we send baby. Yeah. I see you all the time. You want to come out sometime? Well, I can't really afford it. I'm here with the kids and so. Don't even worry about
Well,
that.
I got you, man. I got you.
Got you, baby. You get me?
Easy.
It's always the same story. So when they say, when the uncle's saying, does man control the relationship? Yeah, and you control the sex woman. Yeah, man control if it's gonna work or not. That's what it is. That's the reality. That's the truth. You get it? Like, yeah, she can say all what she wants, but if a man says, I'm not even feeling her, you know, she's done out here. You get me? All her protestations and all that, yeah, I expect a man and energy and all of that is out the window. You get me? If the man's not feeling it. Gotta be real.
Yeah. And just like what the sister was saying a little while ago about not being selfish and not being silly about your situation. You know what I'm saying? You kind of have to just get in there and fit in, because we know that there's a female out there for every man, vice versa.
The only time man get bullied is in the case of marriage sometimes. Yeah, that's a bullying thing. Like, that's her dream. She's had it from time. You get me? You better conform or there's gonna be a problem.
That's no man's dream, you know.
Exactly. And with some girl, you ain't even reached that stage yet, and she's there. You get me? I got talking about it on the first date and that. Like, you're right.
No, it's true though, man. It's true though. Dating girl and they're talking about breeding and all that. Like,
our kids will look good, innit? We ain't even left the club yet. Like,
forget about our kids. Forget about our kids.
Why we there? Why we there already?
Run for the hills, bro.
You don't know me.
Yeah, but trust me, I think over the years it's just like what the sister just said, it resonated with man, innit? Because obviously over the years, man's had to just adjust the standards for how man's living. So if man's living like a tramp, I can't expect a supermodel chick, innit? Man's got to be obviously getting a tramp gal with Loves Iceland, innit?
Yeah.
I'm a fucking king, innit? I'm gonna get that Queenie type chick that's looking real. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on where my levels are at still. So she goes back to what she would definitely get a gangbanger. Or someone around the way. You get me?
Yeah, hold the pack. Come on.
Yeah, hold the pack, bro. You get me? Let man cook up in your yard and that. Come on, man. When mommy's not in. Mommy go work still. Mommy go work still.
Put them kids to bed, you cunt.
Yeah.
But then that goes back to what man's saying though, Kevin, because like facing your reality, innit? That's why he gets them to rate themselves. What do you think?
It was a good question she asked, but I think she already knew the answer. That's all.
Yeah, she already said it.
She come in saying it like, yeah. I know I ain't thing. I shouldn't even have no expectations. But no man's gonna support that. It's like that. What, you got no expectations? Then you got no self-esteem, and then no one ain't gonna want you. Tutu's your big fat thing in the yard because you're comfort eating. You get it? Mad. So yeah, like to build up their self-esteem, I think sometimes to be honest with them, it's depending on the situation, isn't it?
Well, that's how far in the delusion they are, man.
Yeah, she didn't. She weren't looking high value though. She was looking anything.
But Max, man, I definitely know. I definitely can't rate this Donny's approach, though, man. This Donny's approach is just like put down sister hour. Like, you know, fucking hell, bro.
Listen, back in the day,
I know, but I'm saying you could do it.
No, there was
he's not doing it like a gangster, bro. Go on, sorry.
No, there was a guy named Tommy Sotomayor, right? And he just downed the sisters all the time. Look at the black sisters with their weave and da-da-da-da. But they were mostly the people on his show. Subscribe to his thing. So
you see how many numbers he gets?
Yeah, it was a mad thing. You know what I'm saying? It's only the brothers who was getting mad. Like, blood, you're always downing on the sisters. Rah. And I don't even think this is the same comparison, but it does seem that he has a lot of women fan base. You get it? So it's really down to them, you know what I mean? Because like until I heard about him, you know what I mean, man wouldn't really be watching in on that, to be honest. Get me? He's
I
like
reckon.
He's like
he
an
needs to
agony
get some Caucasian women on them as well. You need to get some Caucasian women on them.
Yeah, I've seen a few still. There's been a few.
Up a bit, you know what I mean?
Like,
they do exist as well. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, definitely. I don't know if he's done some.
He's not interested in white women. What are you not talking about?
I've seen a couple. I've seen a couple.
How you want him? Hold on. He's not interested in. He's into pushing. He reckons that when people get to a certain level, when they become high value men, they become very race conscious. This is what he said. Not to say he doesn't like let white women on the show and that, but that's not what his focus. His focus is black couples, bro. Do you not know that? Do you not like that? You want him you want him to fix other women and give other women advice.
No, that's what he does.
No, I would just like to see how he shadow boxes around a white woman.
Why?
I know he wouldn't have that much. I know he wouldn't have that much back for her. The way he got back for the sisters is different.
This is our genuine problem. This is our genuine problem. We actually want him to take his focus off the black women.
No.
I just want to see how he does it with white women. Why? Why does it matter? Why does it matter how he deals with white? He's not dealing with white women. He's dealing with black women, and he's promoting black relationships. I thought hearing the things I've heard you say over the time, I thought you'd definitely be well up for that and happy. But because he's dishing out the cold hard truth to these sisters to get them relationship ready, you want to reflect and see him chatting to a white woman. Mad thing.
No, it's not even a deflection, fam.
Oh my God. I got him.
Big man, the couple videos from the Don, you know.
He was in the combo. Oh shit, Jelly's got me.
No, I've seen a couple of his videos and he is like the black Hitler and the black chicks are like the Jews.
This might be simping still.
Yeah, but this is just what I've seen. This is just what I've seen, isn't it?
Fred, you know what I hear, Fred? You know what I hear, bro? I hear a lot of people. The females come on here and say the same thing. The thing is the way that he speaks to black women, right? Because us as black people, we have this thing where we feel like
he don't take this shit.
Yeah, we should always thank you. We should always build up the sisters, and that brother, he does build up the sisters, but he's brutally honest.
When did you do that? Christmas? When did you do that? Over Christmas, he must do that special, isn't it? Must be a Christmas special. Because all the times I've ever heard him and Born Rich is him just hammering. You know, he's got a hammer and the dumb sisters put a nail in her top of her head and she just ran on his show and he just smacked it in, innit?
Haven't you heard him, fam? He's married 8 couples, fam, in the last couple years.
Yeah.
Oh, that's his goal, isn't it?
I hear you.
Get some results.
I'm gonna keep watching, innit? Because obviously Trilluminati is gonna keep bugging him.
Don't judge them too early.
Family, can you hear me?
Give him more of a chance.
Yeah. What up, Stevie? What up, family? I want to know. Yeah, he says he's coupling all these people together. Is he gonna be there when they break up and pick up the pieces?
No, he don't have to be. Why?
That's true.
What do you mean?
Hold on. All the years where you watched Ralph Clark Blind Date, did you actually that?
Exactly.
Did you care that about fucking no likey?
Don't lie on Silla. Don't lie on the love of that.
Hold on.
She brought him back 5 years after.
Yo, hold on. When they do no likey, did you care? When Silla Black was saying, yeah, here's your date, and it was going off to Skunkfort for the weekend, did you care? You never cared. As soon as
she did care. Because they brought him back on the show 5 years later. And some of them had babies, and some of them got married. Some of them had a house in their 6, all of that. Oh, I saw it with my own eyes. Don't lie on Silla.
He didn't care, man. He didn't care. Stop lying, though. He didn't care. Don't lie, though. And say that he cared. It was just a show. You know what I mean? There's no aftercare. So you look loud, Kevin.
Yeah, man. That's a bit strong, you know.
That's not strong.
Jeremy don't do it. So like
man. Who's Jeremy?
Kyle, man.
This ain't Jeremy Kyle, bro. This is
but I'm just saying that's what we got instead of Kevin Samuels. We got Jeremy fucking Kyle. You get what I'm saying?
I'm sure
Like,
you're in the car, you know.
yeah,
You know what?
guys, gambling guys. Like,
Who's got that Judy Love thing for me, man? Mary Jen, man. She's not had a good time today, man. She preferred to be in the chat today.
Yeah,
man. She's been bashed around a bit, man.
Yeah,
bruised.
Yo,
bruised.
Yeah.
Pick up Mary Jen and pick up all the snowflakes out
I had
there.
my hands over my eyes. Get me peeping through
I
like
love my white people.
like fucking waiting for her to die or fucking survive. I was just like, whatever. Yeah, me. She dies. I'm gonna change my mind. You know what I mean?
I wasn't there.
I was making my alibi, everything. I don't know what EIE was on. Yeah, I thought
With
Mary
the
was
eyes closed, boy.
Who's got the echo though? Fuck you, whoever's got the echo, man. Whoever it is, fuck you, man. Yo!
EIE, morning chalice. That's what happens. That's why I stopped smoking the chalice in the morning.
Yo, 1 2. 1 2. Who the fuck is that, man?
It's right.
Yeah, man. Now I'm loyal to you, Rika B. Fuck all these other bitches though, man. I mean, no, I don't mean bitches. I mean high value women.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for
No, I'm
correcting
playing.
yourself.
I'm playing.
Thank
I didn't
you.
actually mean bitches. No, I didn't actually mean bitches. But yeah, man. I mean, look, I definitely want to see some men in the hot seat. Yeah, but I don't know where to look. So, like, anywhere you can find.
Yeah, I swear he did do a show.
Huh?
So yeah, I swear he did do shows with men.
I mean, if you can find them, you're gonna search them up and find them.
Yeah, everyone in the chat.
There's one thing I was to ask Fred and Shaka, if that's all right.
Say that again, bro.
Since Fred is here. Something I ask Shaka and Fred, but Fred is here. I'll ask Fred instead. If I'm ask a question, simply quick question.
Oh, you got a question? Beefy's back with the question.
He's back.
Yeah, but like earlier on when they're talking about mixed relationships, they're talking about mixed relationships was of slavery and everything. But I don't know. Did they know that there was mixed relationships before slavery? Did they know that?
With male?
Or do you think that it was slavery?
What, me?
Huh?
What, you saying that to me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously there's mixed fucking relationships, isn't it? I ain't got a problem with mixed relationships. At all.
Okay.
I ain't got one fucking issue with mixed relationships. I've never gone into my black brethren's house and disrespected his white partner. Won't happen.
Yeah, there's for Shaka and Marlon talk to maybe. You found a bit. You were saying, no, just EIE was saying, oh, the reason why the relationship was the power struggle or something like that. I'm like, whoa. But who haven't mixed relationships way
I
before.
understand what he's saying, though. I can definitely understand what he's saying, though. I can't understand what he's saying, like, how the white woman has manipulated black men for years, still doing it now with the current thing, where the man ain't done nothing, can you call the police on him?
Can I ask you a question? So if a black woman goes... Wait, slow down. Fred, if a black woman goes to the white man, is that a power struggle thing as well?
It's all a power struggle, bro. When you're getting dominated by another race, it's definitely a struggle. Do you get what I'm saying, babe? What I don't want us to do now is try and duplicate what we're getting. The treatment what we're getting, I don't want us to duplicate it no time at all. Because that's when we've failed the mission. If we give off 10% of what we've got, we're dead. If that makes sense. We're no better than these. And that's just 10% of what they've done to us. Do you get what I'm saying?
I hear you.
I don't want us to go down this hate for hate road. Fuck that, man. It's not going to get us nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
I just feel like people from the West, the black people in the diaspora West, they think that their history supersedes everyone else's history. Like,
my mother was a single mom.
Okay, your mother was a single mom.
Yes.
How old is your mother?
My mother now, she's older. She's 50.
She's
she
50?
remarried.
How old are you?
I'm sorry? I'm 24.
Okay.
She remarried actually because her first husband had passed.
Okay,
and
but
she-
hold on. I need you to understand something.
Mhm.
What did I say? Is your mama a baby mama?
No, I'm not finished.
No.
She-
I'm asking. Is your mama a baby mama? Okay,
And
but
she-
hold on.
Oh, 24 years old. She looks like Miss Parker from the Friday. You know that
She's
from
not
Friday? Miss
24.
Parker, Miss Parker. Like,
Yeah, she's not 24. She's not 24.
At all. Maybe
Okay.
34.
She looking like Miss fucking Parker, mate. And yeah, I mean, boy.
She's Chris Fox.
I need you to understand something.
Mhm.
What did I say? Is your mama a baby mama?
No, I'm not finished.
No.
She-
I'm asking. Is your mama a baby mama?
No, initially she's a widow.
Right. So by definition, it's not the same.
No, but I'm not done.
Go ahead.
So the next guy that she was with, after him, things did not work out. She did have a kid with that person, and that's where all the other kids came in. And she was able to find someone else, even though she already had.
And your point is ultimately what?
My point is ultimately you can find someone else to be with you, even if you are.
Right. Now, why don't you go out and have a bunch of kids and see how that worked for you?
I don't think that's gonna work for me.
Okay, well, so if you had daughters, you go out and recommend doing the same thing?
Now, Weston Goddard said her mum looks like Disturbing the Peace member or something. What's going on?
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. See, when ladies like you like to come in and say, yeah, but see, I know one person that it happened to work out for. And see, the exception doesn't disprove the rule. It proves the rule. First of all, your mother was married. She wasn't a baby mama to begin with. But then she turned around and chose to become a baby mama and then got married again.
That's the way life worked out for her. Yes.
So why don't you go? So what she's trying to tell you, ladies, is go out and have children, and it'll work out for you magically like her mom. Is that what you're telling them?
No.
Then what is it?
But this story sounds
I think
familiar.
the only reason, to be 100% honest with you, why it worked out for my mom is because my mom was she was really beautiful.
So again, is every woman really beautiful?
But then you said if you want to.
No, ma'am, is every woman really beautiful? First of all, I'm going back and forth with you, but here's the net of it. Do you know any women who have children who got married these days? Because see, your mother's 50. I'm from the same generation. You're 24?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You got any friends that have got kids?
I have one friend right now that got married over Zoom, and she had a baby prior.
And she got married over.
Well, it's in the
Zoom
COVID pandemic moment.
All right. So
we can't-
again, ladies, I'm going to tell you, if you want to listen to this, go right ahead. Set your sights and play the odds. But if you were out here giving women advice, what would you tell them? Bank on a COVID pandemic marriage?
No, absolutely not. She was with him for a moment before.
What would you tell women to do?
I would tell them, don't make the same mistake twice.
What do you mean don't make the same mistake twice? Would you tell them to get married before they had a baby?
That's not, of course.
Okay, then so again, if you were telling them to get married before you had a baby, the whole thing about your mother, you just negated that.
No, I think that's a different generation. So my mother was.
No, I'm 51 years old. It's not a different generation. The odds were bad back then too. See, you got all kind of things going on because your mother was an attractive woman. She had more bites at the apple. So having a child outside of a marriage is dumb. Just because your mom lucked up does not make it the thing to do. Just because you can have a friend who can get married over Zoom does not make it the thing to do. Why do you black women like to argue for the hard path?
I'm not arguing for the hard path.
Well, making the point for it is arguing for it. You're speaking. No. Understand something. In debate, when you are for something, that's arguing for it. I'm saying don't do it, and you come in and say, "Well, no, I'm going to go the opposite." So you're an affirmation of this.
No.
Yes, that's what you did.
No. That's called, what you're saying doesn't have any nuance, and I'm adding nuance.
I'm the nuance. See, the wonderful thing about life is you ladies like to play all this nuance. When it comes to men, it's very black and white. Your mother was in the extreme minority. Would you suggest that women go out and do what your mother did?
No.
Then that's all you need to be speaking about. Going out and telling women, well, I wouldn't suggest that you did it, but it can happen. Is that the wise course? You know what? You may not OD on heroin or die, but it does happen. But go ahead and take your chances.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, it really kind of is. So at 24 years old, why aren't you married yet?
I have a boyfriend.
Why aren't you married yet? Did you go to college?
Yes.
Okay, what college did you go to?
Do I have to say my school out loud?
I don't care. Did you graduate?
Yes.
Okay. By 20, did you notice it? Did you have any college friends that you went to school with, white friends, non-black friends that are getting married? Because when I was good, most women are getting married right out of college between 22 and 25.
A lot of I don't want to sound racist or anti-Semitic or anything like that, but a lot of my Jewish friends were married during college.
Exactly. And so when I ask you, why aren't you married? You look like I asked you something difficult. Why aren't you married yet?
No, I don't think it's difficult.
Don't want to get married this young?
I love my boyfriend. I'm happy being in a relationship.
Right. You better say that shit because you're gonna see the video. But why aren't you marry him yet?
He wants to get married.
Okay, so he's broke.
No, he's not broke.
So what's wrong with him?
Nothing's wrong with him.
So let me get this right. He's not broke and he wants to marry you, but you don't want to get married. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I never said I don't want to get married.
Well, I asked you, why aren't you married?
We're just not married yet.
How long have you been together?
We've been together, we're going on 2 years.
Why aren't you married? I'll take the 6 months. So let me get this right. He wants to get married.
Yes.
He's told you he wants to marry you.
Yes.
And you told him to go buy a ring?
Yes.
And he has it.
Oh, I have a ring, yeah.
He's dropped on one knee and proposed to you.
Yes.
And you said what?
Of course I said yes.
Hold on. Whoa. Of course you said yes? That would make a fiance, not a boyfriend.
I mean...
No. I was very clear. He dropped on one knee, ring, proposed. You said yes. That makes a fiance, not a boyfriend.
Yes.
So why are you calling your fiance your boyfriend?
Because it's very new.
That's bullshit. Most women who that is bullshit. That is bullshit. When women get engaged to a man they like and they got a ring, they can't wait. They brushing their hair all the time and look, either show me your ring. Give me a hand. Show me the hand. Put your left hand up.
Wait,
No. Show me. No, just give me your left hand.
It's in my dresser.
You ain't engaged.
It's right here.
No, see, guys, ladies, pay attention. This woman came on giving you advice. She has a boyfriend who she says is a fiance that she don't even claim. The ring ain't even on her finger. Ain't even on her finger. Yeah. Yep. See, here's what called she's what I consider to be pretty rich. She's what I consider to be pretty rich. Let me tell you what's wrong with pretty rich women like this. Pretty rich women are some of the worst women to deal with. Why? If this was a man that she wanted to marry, first thing, she would have married him a long time ago. She damn sure wouldn't be calling a fiance a boyfriend. This is why I tell you, BBD, don't trust the big butt and the smile. Better not be trusting this pretty face just because she says something. See, women like that tend to think men like myself get enamored with their looks. I'm not impressed. I see pretty women all the time. I don't let you just say some shit because you're pretty. So what? I get down to the meat of it. I question her just like I question everybody else, and you see the same BS. Another black woman who's apparently stringing some guy along because if he bought her a ring and it ain't on her finger, I asked her if she'd married. I wish I could rewind it. Are you married? Oh, this chick ain't got no plans on marrying this dude. She wait until a better dude come by. Homeboy, if you're watching, rewatch this tape with your therapist and act accordingly. And if her mama was out there making moves like that, you better, the apple don't fall far. Got me confused. It's not true?
That's not true.
Okay, then, okay. Back on the camera, please. Go ahead and come up. I want to see this ring.
I have it here.
I want to see the ring. I want to see the ring. I want to see the ring. All right. Let me put it back on. Okay. Put the ring back on. I don't need to see. Yeah. We ain't trying to look at your boobs. We trying to see the ring.
No, I just told you my dresser, sir.
Okay. Now where's the man?
He stepped out. He went to get me some food.
Right. You guys live together?
Yes.
And how long you been engaged?
It just happened.
How long you been engaged?
Literally like a week ago.
Okay. Where did he propose?
Right here at home.
I said that he dropped to the knee in public and proposed. You said yes.
I didn't hear in public. I just heard on a knee. Because we can't go anywhere. Nothing's open right now.
Y'all been together 2 years. Have you started planning the wedding?
Going on 2 years. I have to start planning it, but like I'm a little worried because calling up places and nothing's open and they don't know when they're gonna open. And
who's paying for the wedding?
our parents and us.
Your mama's paying for it?
No. His parents are putting something in and my parents are also putting something in and he's also.
Oh, you mean your parents? You mean your mama? Because you haven't spoken about your daddy.
My daddy passed away.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. So his family's paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
Is he just, how old is he?
He's 26.
26? Have y'all gone to counseling?
Why?
Premarital counseling, because premarital counseling is usually recommended before you get married.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. We don't have any issues. So.
No. Premarital counseling is a wise thing to do, especially for a woman who's not claiming her fiance as her boyfriend.
It was just a force of habit speech.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Are you gonna have any kids?
Of course, I would love to with him.
I don't say you say of course. I don't know.
He's a great man, and I think he'd be a wonderful father.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: if he's great, put the ring on, wear it, and start calling him fiance, not boyfriend. That's insulting.
Of course.
That's. I mean, I'm being serious, but I'm being serious. It's not calling me your fiance is insulting to him because as people in the public, yeah. Okay. Yeah, premarital counseling would be wise.
Out here, I'm just like, I'm nobody.
No, you somebody's fiance supposedly. Say it and act like it. All righty. Woo, boy, yeah, but get some.
Mad. Should we just sit in silence for a little bit?
I'm starting to think that he's paying these women now, you know. Just the comment.
Someone else said that.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine
it's
Maury,
crazy.
like they come on, like he's like he picks them for the perfect. They've got the perfect backstory that he can unravel with his questioning. Oh God!
Like, why did they do it to themselves? Like, flipping up. Well, why did she call? What was her question?
I don't know.
I think she was trying to give advice. She was trying to give advice to other women that you could get married. You could still meet somebody after, you know, like having kids. Because she said that her mum had kids and still got married. But he was like, but your mum wasn't a baby mama. Then that's how it started, basically. Yeah. Interesting.
What's this then?
I don't know. Is that dude married or something? Is he married? How long has he been married?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? I
He
want to
was
know
married,
about him.
apparently. I think he was married, got divorced.
But then he said he got married though. Wow.
Doesn't make you think. Doesn't make you think what his relationship would be like with his wife.
Well, he's talking like a single guy. It's like, I'm hearing a single guy talking.
He's got a woman. He's got a woman. He's got a woman.
I'm hearing a single guy talking there. I don't think he's got a woman.
Ask Mary Jane. She'll tell you. He's got a woman.
Is he married though?
I think so.
Got to do some research on this guy. What's his name again?
Yeah. He's afraid to kill this guy, bro.
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels. Yeah, I'm gonna do some homework because like when I was studying education, one thing I learned is that all the people that make up these theories don't know shit about nothing anyway. So I just wanted to know what this guy is on.
Yeah, maybe when they're European, but when you're a brother, you have to do work extra hard.
You've got extra hard. No, I know. I'm being cheeky, but
hard.
yeah,
I
get.
Yeah, he's got
extra
to have
hard. I
credit.
get you.
I get and it's life experience as well. A lot of things is more based on life experience than actual, studying university papers and getting an MD and all of this type of stuff and a doctorate. You get me? That proves.
Yeah, but then it's very subjective, isn't it? That's why I still need to know what his. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of the people that we study are people that just did the same thing. They were just interested in stuff in their life and recorded it, and then we now know them to be theorists. Or does that make sense? But they didn't. So they weren't qualified necessarily either. A lot of them, not all of them, but I'm just saying, like, it's that kind of thing of like, well, what do you represent? What do you stand for? What kind of life do you live? If you're talking to other people like about certain things.
You know what it is though, when you see a couple of more of his videos and you see when he's speaking to someone like his age, like you see the difference in like his mannerisms and how he speaks to them. Where he's speaking to these younger girls, well, I'm just seeing pure disappointment in his eyes, to be honest.
In his voice.
And they're gonna get that tough love, innit? Like, I don't think he's really saying anything wrong with it.
No, most def. It's just that how some people. It's just like them Indian incense. Some people like them, some people don't. You get me? Like, oh, what the hell is that you're burning? Like, yeah. You get it. So I think he's like Marmite still, but I think most males who feel that they rub him up the wrong way are usually simp. Yeah, that's all it is. You know what I mean? So they're gonna feel an adverse reaction to a man telling a woman something. You get me?
No, I don't even think that. I just think it's everyone has a method in it. His method obviously works for him because it's entertaining, let's be honest. But as I said, realistically, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and you can deliver information to people without delivering it in. Do you know what I mean? I said he really just cuts them up from the beginning. You don't really give them no brief to get anything out. So again, to me, it's tactical and it's good entertainment. Yeah, but it's got nothing to do with his opinion, his actual opinion. You know what I mean?
But we gotta be blunt. You gotta be blunt, mate. You know what I mean? I don't know any other way. Like, you don't have to be rude, but you can just be straight. And being a straight talker
I appreciate that.
Is what women appreciate. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. So I don't know. It's a win-win. It's only for a beta male that would be upset by what brothers did. You know what I I mean? He's providing a service. You get me? It's better than going to
everyone
a psychologist.
Provides a service.
Yeah, it's better than going to a psychologist who doesn't know. No, he's single. Do you get it? He's living like a hermit. His life is his work, and then he wants to come and advise you about living life. Much. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't know.
I've realized
University of life.
Yeah.
I've realized though, like it doesn't really matter what you say to a woman. It's just how you say it to them. It's basically their reaction to how they feel on what you're saying. It's just the vibrations, isn't it?
But then those women go to him as well, so that's why I'm not even mad at him, Carl. That's the thing. You can't really. Do you know what I mean? Like, they go to him, so obviously they need something. There's something in his archetype that works for them, innit? They like someone to. They like to that. I don't know, that interaction apparently. So if it works for them and they learn something out of it, then I guess there ain't nothing wrong with it.
Yep, and I know that the sisters are all about learning from the man then, because a lot of the time they say things that are not necessarily true about how we think about them. Do you get it? Oh, a man's concerned about how you look. A man's concerned about your hair. A man's concerned about things which is definitely not true. You know what I mean? Concerned about your weight or your this or your physical appearance and all of that. If your man likes you, he likes you, man. You could be covered in doo-doo. You get me?
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, if he likes you, he likes you. You know, you can wash it off. And yeah, there's a beautiful thing underneath that. So,
But how many of you have that approach though?
I think most.
You develop, obviously not straight away, but obviously you
Yeah,
got to
that's what
develop
I'm
that, like,
thinking.
innit? But obviously, when you're with your woman, like, especially when she got a little belly, like, and she's insecure about her little bellies and her little rolls and that.
Yeah.
Oh man is not looking at that.
Yeah,
at all. I mean,
care about that.
But on initial, generally, you're attracted to how they look, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Generally, before you get to know that you would love them either way.
Yeah. But then you know, like, it becomes a maintenance thing, isn't it? It's their maintenance, so they let you know, like, oh man, babes, this is weave, and I've got to get it done once a month, and da. Cool, not my business. You get me? If you took it out and just had your normal hair, I wouldn't mind. You get it? But I'm not gonna dictate to you about what you must do with your hair, because I know you can't tell me about mine. You know what I'm saying? If I decide to get skin fade, square cut, thing, twist it up, locks, whatever, it's my choice.
It's yours.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I feel that's even. That's
What
how
about
we think.
if a woman decides to cut her hair? 'Cause I know some men feel too late
Ballad.
about that. Like just like short, like not necessarily bald, maybe, but
just to have
like
the
a
right
level
head shape.
one. Do you know what I mean? Like
me.
a short.
I
Because
do.
some guys don't like the fact that a girl can just come home one day with, you know what I mean? And they're like, did I look something different? And they're like, what? Can't do that without telling me first.
I think a lot of it. I mean, my sister definitely, like, she's now cuts her hair short, and like if she's going out, she wears a wig or whatever. You know what I mean? That type of thing. But yeah, short hair. It doesn't. My thing. It doesn't suit everybody, but I don't mind it. You know what I mean? I don't.
So you wouldn't be like, no, I'm leaving you. It's a deal breaker.
Yeah. Well, she got a bald head. She got a bald head. Like, nah.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
No, my mom cut her hair short one time. So
Yeah, my
mum cuts her hair all the time.
Small afro. Small biff.
She's locked up now.
Yeah. Well, my mom's done everything with her hair, so I think now, like, her and my sister, they're trying to go the more natural thing. You get me? No more chemicals and that.
I hear that. That's safer.
Isn't it? But yeah, the expectation where a lot of women do say, like, oh, man expect this and man expect that, and it's should ask us sometimes rather than assuming. You know what I mean? And I think we should do the same with the women.
I agree. I feel like more conversation.
You lot tend to tell us a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, we definitely get the message.
But I think sometimes it's from the wrong angle, isn't it? Sometimes you can have them kind of conversations, and it's, you know, like when you should have had them a little bit earlier. By this point, you're already like, your emotions are up here. You just want to get it out. You don't even care how it's delivered at this point. Do you know what I mean? I think sometimes we should have conversations before the point of, well, you men like this, and do you know what I mean? Like before we get to the point where we're like, I feel like women, we do need to, not obviously all women, because some women are very, you know, I'm sure have different relationships and they can, you know, with different people, and they can just say stuff. But I feel like generally it does get like that with women. We only say things when it just gets too much, because like we'll say the odd thing here and there, but you know, when it's just like, nah, I've had enough now, and you just don't give a shit. That's what I think it gets to, and I think we should have conversations before it gets to there, so we can avoid that crescendo at the top, you know.
Yeah.
And it becomes all emotional based rather than actually just trying to get to understand the male brain, basically, because that's all it is. Sometimes we just don't get the male brain.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
Big up Heathen. Sorry guys. Heathen just said in the chat that he became a dad today.
Oh, big up Heathen.
Congratulations.
Big up broski.
The more scouts is the better. The more scouts is the better, mate. Come on.
Come on.
There you go.
Come on.
Yeah, big up though, Heathen.
Yeah, congratulations. That's so cute. How much did you weigh?
It doesn't say. Look, who's that? Randy said, "Oh, she's 29, he's 55." Okay, well, that makes
I
sense.
think he's talking about Kevin Samuels, is it?
Yeah. I was like, that kind of makes sense. That's what I wanted to kind of know. Like, well, who is he dating? A 29-year-old? Okay, I can understand why he gets away with speaking.
Yeah, he likes them in his 20s still.
So what do you think? He just like gets married to 20-something-year-olds, divorces them, trades them in for another 20-something-year-old, divorces them, trades them in again.
Maybe.
I don't know if he's married because one of his things he said he just come from a date last week.
No way.
I know he's been divorced twice, so
no way.
Like so he's had 2 marriages. That much we do know. I don't know what his like situation is right now.
Well, yeah, he don't seem better.
Oh no, not at all, not at all. No,
he's loving life.
Yeah, what?
No, he ain't got an issue with women at all, has he?
He loves
like
them.
no woman's broken his heart ever.
But it's how you
No.
recover is the main thing.
You sit there drinking Red Bull.
You know what gives me jokes? You lot are just steady. You lot just jump in my Instagram, in my DM and be sending me all kinds of dirt on this Kevin Samuels guy. And you lot hilarious. Oh my God. And you lot, I'm literally messaging me as we speak with dirt on this brother. Like,
you know
what?
that's trolling, isn't it? Yeah, that's trolling.
You lot are evil, man. Yeah, hit me up, Red Pill Trill on Instagram. If you ever want to send me a message or have a voice note played, because that's a new service that I'm delivering. I got a voice note from yesterday that I never finished, and I just want to play it. See if I can find it. Who was it? Oh, was it this one? This one was from Bigger. Bigger cracks me up today. He goes like, listen to him.
I was eating my breakfast. It was a healthy breakfast. I had like a friggin' poached egg and motherfucking some green shit and some motherfucking bread, hard bread shit with some red shit on it. I don't know. But yeah, I was watching my brother doing these workouts. You know what I'm saying? I got involved. I was there for the warm up. I done the first 10 bad pace. You get me? I was involved. Yeah? And then the phone rang. I had to get to it. Trust me, I was fully involved. Countdown. Yeah. I was there, blood. Countdown fully. I was on my girls' thing though still. If you didn't know. Yeah. The countdown, I was there, blood. I was involved. Yeah. Big stretch. It was on stuff. We had to have a shower. Yeah, oh my God. Inside the room.
Yeah, that was Bigger that performed at the Motive, man. One of my old school friends from the ends and that. But that wasn't even the one. Where's this other guy that messaged me? He really wanted me to play this voice note as well. Was it Ghost? No, it wasn't Ghost. Hold on. 1 second. Was it this? Yeah.
Greetings, my brother. My name is Chigsy. Yeah, man. I started watching your thing since like content of everything of Speaker's Corner. It was you, Respect. Obviously the G Circle, but you, Respect. What's it? Uncle Ty. All them brothers in it. Like them, like you, man. Don't even know what you've done in it. Cause more time. Like I've been on the spiritual thing for a while, but I was more sucked in the religion thing. But like I've always been on a separate spiritual higher consciousness journey, but I was just not ready to go for it. But like the way I heard you man speak, because you man spoke from your heart. You man spoke like lions in it, like proper like not gangsters like road youths, but like gangsters like militants like Malcolm X, them type of brothers in it. So when I heard the way you man used to speak and how you used to speak and like how you used to like contact yourself, or how can I say that shit, bro? Like how you used to bring out yourself as a man. Like that shit just like connected with me, cause like let me send another note. As a young black guy, like we want that kind of confidence in it where like a lot of black brothers, we get confident on road, but that's the wrong warfare. We're fighting the wrong war, you get me? My war is not with another black brother, you get me? And I've been on this shit for a while, innit? So I realized a lot of the guys I've got war with over ends or whatever, it's all shit really, cause the bigger enemy is not really another brother in it. It's not just religion, it's a whole system, you feel me? So like how you, Jedi, No, sorry, brother. How you respect and then, brothers, how you man used to come across, bro. Like you man made a big difference to young people in the car. You're able to be very militant, like Malcolm X, like them type of brothers in it, Mandela, Mugabe, and like yeah, man. I'm a black young Zimbabwean in it. I grew up in the UK, bro. Like big up yourself in that car. You man made a big difference to us in it. To me in general, like fuck other people. To me, blood, you respecting them brothers in it. I'm not really Rasta. I believe in the Rasta thing. I don't really.
Sorry, one second.
Sorry, my brother, for sending mad notes in it. But yeah, I'm not really a Rasta in it. I believe in the Most High, I believe in the Rastafari aspect in it. You get me, of liberty, righteousness, etc. But I don't really. My Most High is obviously nature, the universe, an element of meaning. I am an element of the most, because obviously you're created the Most High's image, all that stuff. In. But bro, like big up yourself in it. Everything you post, brother, like you're a man in it, and I always respect you for that. In it, you're lying, my brother, and you're like a true definition of a gangster. You get me? So. Like, yeah, man, always love and respect, Love from the Midlands, innit? Because I'm all the way from Notts, Brum and Stoke, innit? So, yeah, man, big love and respect, cause, yeah, G, that's all I can say, really. But, yeah, man, blessed.
Come on. Big up yourself, man. Get me each and every time. My brother, nice words. Appreciate that. Put a little battery, get me in my chest. Give me a little energy. It's nice to be acknowledged. I appreciate that humbly. I don't like drawing the comparisons with certain big figures, but I appreciate it anyway in the sentiment. Big up the chest, man. Like, you get me? Big up the Notts crew, Birmingham crew, Stoke crew. Yeah, man. Yeah, we got love for you. Anytime you want to connect, you got a whole family down in the south of England. And yeah, man, keep that link strong. Make sure that you come and represent over on Trilluminati Live on the YouTubes and that. You get me? Oh yeah, it's a nice little message. I wanted to share it with you still. All right. Well, sorry. Did anyone want to say anything on that? Man, I had to say it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it was really nice. It is nice.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Big up Jedi.
Do you know what? I'll add in. I had a message as well from my friend today who tuned into the exercise this morning, and she was really happy about that. And it wasn't even just the fact that she was doing exercise. She was saying it's actually helping her to develop a routine because she's been struggling with that. Okay. So even just doing that this morning, she was like, because now I'm going to go straight in the shower and then I'm going to feel active. So it that little half an hour of something really helps people. So yeah, I just wanted to pass that on as well.
That's it.
Does it happen for someone who doesn't know? Who's does that happen every morning?
I'm trying to get every morning, but I don't know what's wrong with Sai. He's like, what do you say? Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm like, bro, just do it every day, bruv. So you pressure him because I don't know what he's doing. Do it every day. By the time you get to the last day, you would have smashed it so much. Trust me, because really we're just trying to build up his online clientele, innit? Yeah, he's a personal trainer. Yeah, okay. And ever since he's got his qualification and that, he ain't had a chance to do too much indoor personal training because there's been lots of coronas and all these type of things going on. He was doing boot camps outside, but then the police started getting onto his case because they started getting so much women and young kids coming down that police started harassing him. And plus, where he lives is a very high risk area, so there's always police and stuff around. You know what I mean? They just don't leave people alone over there. It's so horrible, man. Literally. So anyway, that being said, I'm like, yo, we need to get you some Zoom clientele, and I think he'd smash it. So guys and girls, try and contact South, innit? South __. Get your name down, or he's got the email address. I just need to find out where it is. He's busy flirting with Accent Queen in the chat, and what he needs to do is make sure that he's getting his contacts up so that you lot can go and link him separately from Jedi Online. You might even see me in one of the little squares and do a Zoom class, beginners, medium, and advanced. You know what I mean? So big ups to Sai. That's what we're trying to do. So
big up Sai. Do it, Sai. Sai.
I tell you what's going to help. All of you lot, if you lot are awake at 9 o'clock in the morning and could do the workout, I beg you jump on and just put your camera on, even if it's just your lower half, so we just see your legs or your like. Let us know that you're here. Let the world know, and it helps for the video when it's not live. When people are watching back the video, they can see other people getting into it. It's like a live Zoom thing. If it does well on here, I could even do a members only stream. Like, just, yeah, man. But I need support for the ideas that I have. Yeah, man.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool. You would prefer email than you'd prefer email than what do you call it? Instagram, man. Just message him on Instagram. What's wrong with you? Send him a DM. Don't have to follow him or nothing. Message him on Instagram. He's cool, man. You know he's a respectful brother, man. He's not. He might have a little laugh on the chats, but he's definitely he's like me, innit? We don't overstep boundaries. You don't get me? Unless you like trying to. Anyway, let me just. I don't know what I was going to say something crazy. I'm going to say something so crazy. You know, would have been like, what?
What's this video then?
I would join the panel, but camera off. I would join the panel, but camera off. Okay, that's kind of pointless then. For the workout section, if you want to come on and talk anytime, Rika B, you're welcome. Please, I know you'd be a sick panelist and that, but all in due time. You know what I mean?
Can I just ask before we watch this video? Did anyone see Lady Lashur doing her ice skate? Just wanted to.
Nah.
Nope.
Yo, full fizz. I mean, fake full fizz. What do you want?
What's up?
You want to show me like full fizz's face? What is it, Abudin? I know what full fizz looks like, bro. Yeah, exactly. What's the point, man? Like, do you think I care? I'm the one that told people where to find full fizz's face. Now you're trying to, I don't know, man. Just go away, man. Keep that side of fucking. Nah, stop, man. Stop. All right, cool. Hold on, let me just do with this guy here. Right, boom.
They just don't give up, do they? Why have you post a face like that?
Just too happy.
But yeah, remember she plays music in it in between the people, so got to be careful with that. I can't hear any sound, Cheds.
You say you couldn't hear no sound. That's good. So I saved you lot from hearing the sound of the thing anyway. All right, let me press play.
Everyone's talking about my, I had to change my hair, but I changed my hair because I was filming something and I had to do some more bits of the filming. So I had to go back to the hairstyle I had when I originally filmed. You know how us Black Girls Magic do? We change your hair up. Twist it out every day, girl. Babe, so pull your production company was like, oh gosh, I'm so okay. But they did so good. They did.
I mean, it looks a little bit like my hair, but red.
And so the weave is
except for I've got like hair on the front of my head and the side.
Girl, you're on point. You're on point. Loving it.
This woman's not looking no man, is she?
I like to take my hair out and have it natural for a couple of weeks and just feel the freedom of running my fingers through my hair and enjoy my natural beauty. Like your own natural hair, my darling. What's your name?
My name is Beth Yoon, but they call me Queen B. I am so honored to be on your show, Empress.
Yes, Queen B. So what are you saying, Queen B? Are you single? Girl, yes.
Yeah, she looks single, some motherfucker.
Yeah, motherfucker. She put the capital M in motherfucker in that.
Single as fuck. Single as fuck. You get me? No, I mean, the reason why I say she looks single because she got them Dame Edna glasses, and yeah, the Dame Edna glasses. It's not the hair. So Dame Edna glasses. Even though I'd like to see the top of her headpiece, I would really enjoy seeing the top. Like, I don't know where the hair is sprouting from.
Like a female Shaka Atmos, mad thing.
She looks like the last boss of Dykes. Like, you know, like,
I'm dead already. I'm fully
dead.
dead.
Last boss. I don't know.
Stop.
Dyke fighter.
I don't even know.
Yeah. Last
she looks like she could light a match off her top lip. No, I just press play.
52, I'm ready for Mingo Miller.
52. Listen,
blood.
see the mingling at 52 thing, yeah? I don't know how I feel about it.
You need to little.
Like,
you should have fallen back, well back from there.
Yeah.
52.
52. If you had a shit boyfriend in your 40s, you should have stayed with him.